Italian, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And
of
the drop return.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
riding through another turn. And the power pin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
And welcome, everybody. We are here in Liverpool, United Kingdom, for the 2024 Pokémon Regional Championships. And what a lovely day it is with lovely people found across the venue. I am Costa, and I am joined by a lovely series of faces over here for this delightful day. And yeah, I mean, you can already see everyone's super excited. So, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Good morning, Costa. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Lee. Morning.
Everyone, almost having a great morning. I am so excited for this. No, I think it's already started the event. The atmosphere is electric. I can't wait to get into it today.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot rolling in for this. High pressure, high moments, of course. We are now going to be experiencing the first regulation set F format here in the European region, straight after 2 consecutive US regionals. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of discussions, a lot of upsets, but a lot of great moments. But yeah, what are you most looking forward to, Ben?
Well, most looking forward to representing Team Magma all weekend.
Wow.
Personally. That's for me what I'm going to be looking forward to, but also seeing how the European region is adapting to Regulation Set F. As you said, we've seen so many trainers from the North American region in the last 2 weeks compete and show us what Regulation Set F has to offer. But there's going to be even more adaptations in the European region this weekend.
Indeed. I think there's always room for creativity and diverse team building. But what are the things that you're most looking forward to from your side, Charlie?
I'm looking forward to seeing how the new Pokemon that trainers are going to be opting to use. Regulations at F is still early days. We've had a couple of US regionals, as you said, and I think, you know, Raging Bolt immediately had a very good showing, but then in Charlotte, we saw other Paradox Pokemon rising to the fore, as well as other unique picks. It seems like there are so many viable teams right now in Regulation Set F, and I'm looking forward to being surprised by trainers coming up with something we haven't expected.
And I think we are going to be likely getting those very intricate details coming out this weekend. But talking about events, we are here in Liverpool. Let's take a bit of a look over the remainder of the calendar for this season. We do have, of course, the Dortmund regionals coming straight up, but a couple of other noteworthy events, to say the least, Lee.
Yeah, we've got Utrecht after that, and then obviously the big one for us European players, the EUIC in London, which is everyone aiming and going for that one, because that's going to be the big one where a lot of players are able to lock up those World Championship invites and obviously put on a big show, because it is one of our biggest majors that we've got for the season. Players are going to want to use these regionals in the lead up to it to get that practice in, get themselves ready to have a big performance at that event.
Indeed, but we do have a secret little event that has just been announced. And it's going to be featured in Italy, Bologna to be specific. So any thoughts around that cheeky little event popping up, Ben?
Bologna is a really great location for us to be able to visit. It's not the location in Italy that we visit all the time. You know, we've been to Milan, we've been to Turin, we've been many other places across the years, and Bologna is one of those places. But it's going to be great to go to a city that we haven't been to quite as much as the rest of them.
Yeah, and I think we got, of course, the Italian community known to be so competitive. And
a little bit.
Just a tiny bit, right? Like, it's not like they've got multiple international champions, regional champions, you know how it is. But of course, Charlie, we do have the final Worlds, which is going to be hosted out, of course, in Honolulu, Hawaii, which I'm more than confident that you are really looking forward to.
You guessed right. Funnily enough, Ghost. I mean, prior to that, of course, we got the NAIC in New Orleans as well. But Honolulu, Hawaii, of course, that is a very special region for the Pokemon games, and it always has been. And it's so strange to think that we're essentially halfway through the season right now, and Worlds is looming ever closer.
It really is, but I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to highlight how does one trainer go ahead and find their way through to the World Championships. We do have the breakdown of the qualifications that are required. Rating zones, of course, are highlighted right there. Here, relevant to the EU region, is that 400 CP cap mark. So not something that, a lot of trainers do usually accomplish because there's just such fierce competition going on, especially in the EU region.
Yeah, of course. I think the big thing for a lot of players is to take advantage of not only these major tournaments like your regionals, in particular making sure that you get to that EUIC or an IC that is taking part, but taking advantage of the Premier Challenges, the mid-season showdowns as well in local tournaments, because they're the tournaments where you can really knock up those point totals to get a little bit closer to that 400 mark. If you are a European player, obviously in the US and Canada, you've got to go a little bit further and get that big number of 500 championship points. But yeah, like you say, the competition is so fierce, but that's why it's such a good spectacle to be at these events and watch these players kind of adapt and put on a real showcase.
Yeah, indeed. But I know, Ben, you've got a bit of experience when it comes to prizes and being able to have them granted to yourself as well, right?
Yeah. One or two in my history.
Maybe 400 or so years ago, but...
I think it's 450.
Right. Yeah.
We'll
Your memory's going.
We'll see how high that number goes by the end of the weekend, Charlie. But I mean, it's a great thing to be able to achieve. And not only is it the championship points that can get you, of course, to the World Championships, but if you do manage to get that ever-elusive regional championship win, you get an automatic qualification into the World Championships. And doesn't matter if you've hit the 400 points. In fact, Lorenzo Silvestrini, one of our regional champions, is at 398 championship points right now. Only 2 more to go. But he doesn't need those 2 more because he has an automatic invitation.
Well, I mean, that's sort of one of the highlights of being able to win a title, right? But we do have a graphic that goes into those specific details in regards to what specific prizes are being awarded, especially during this season. We've had such a huge increase in the output of the prizes. It's just been expanded and just obviously at this point increases the incentive to really do well at these tournaments. So, I mean, 6,000 to just kick things off for being able to win a regional, Charlie, and get that automatic invite to Worlds sounds pretty good.
I'd take that if I was offered that. I think any of us would. Fantastic prize money at 72 booster packs. I mean, the thing is, though, I think what matters most to all of these trainers is the invitation. The fact that they have won a regional, I think that's something you can't put a price on.
And yeah, I think it's not only just about the lovely prizes, it's also the bragging rights, right? You know, you're able to seal yourself into that part of history and know that you really made an impact.
Get your picture on that graphic as well.
It's so true, right? Like the graphics are so great. I think that's like the ultimate bragging rights. That you just like, I've been featured on stream multiple times. But of course, I think being able to reach that situation is something that, of course, every trainer tries to accomplish. However, we do have the next discussion that we want to cover. We had the regionals that we just mentioned right now. I think Charlotte was just the other weekend, and there was a lot that went down, if I'm honest. A lot of different meta shifts, but one of the most important factors to take away from that is the fact that it was the biggest regional we have ever hosted globally. And yeah, what a way to go about it for whoever won that. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Yeah, an incredible feat for the, for overall for the VG scene. I think it's amazing to see just the numbers keep on growing, and obviously it's such an accomplishment to go to an event like that and then come out as the champion. We've talked about how fierce the competition is at these sort of events, and for it's it's increasing all the time, right?
Yeah.
It's getting harder and harder for these players to keep turning up, which makes it an even bigger accomplishment to come back and do it again and again and again, you know? So,
Yeah.
But on that note, the biggest US global regional, this today is the biggest EU regional that we've ever had to date, which is in itself a huge feat for the video game.
Yeah, it's sort of like we're starting to see the additional increase right now of, you know, just trainers wanting to take part. You have all these attendance numbers going through the roof, but we did quickly highlight it, potential winners or champions of that tournament. I think it's worth going ahead and giving it a quick check on the graphic to see the winners, of course. The first two, it would be the winner himself, the champion, Wolf Glick, known to pretty much everybody. And
who's Wolf Glick?
Oh, wait, what? Did you not know, Charlie?
Never heard of Wolf Glick.
Well, it's okay. We're going to cover the topics right now. And of course, we do have the finalist, Nicholas Donnelly, that really put up a very good fight with some super interesting team archetype matchups here.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to notice from Charlotte in particular was the Farigiraf, really, and how big an impact that Pokemon in particular made at that event. Both finalists running that Pokemon, really utilizing off the back of the previous regional in the US, really, and kind of adapting a team to shut down what had won previously and using it to really good effect. Obviously, two different archetypes here. You've got Ogerpon as well, which really played a huge part, I think, from the start of that regional all the way through. So it'll be interesting to see if these trends kind of carry on into this event, or whether or not players are going to adapt a little bit more to those teams, expecting to see them at this event, and we have a bit more of a newer concept, team building, new ideas and things like that appearing throughout this weekend.
And I think it's worth probably covering the top 8, of course, of Charlotte Regionals to have a bit of a quicker inside look on the variety of the teams that did rise to the occasion and did feature themselves quite well, actually, on stream. I think you just mentioned right now, Lee, the Farigiraf. Any other Pokemon worth noting to call out here, Ben?
For me, it's Tolerweb in at number 7 with Iron Crown as one of the Pokemon that I was really excited to see coming in Regulation Set F, now getting access to Expanding Force. And I know that Tola in the background has been working with a group of people on trying to make that really work and work consistently. And so I was really happy to see him actually find success and represent that Pokemon a little bit more, because I feel like it wasn't used on lots of the teams, so to see it have a deep run is really impressive.
And I think it's one of the prospective Pokemon that may indeed make a splash, as long as they get ahead of Chi-Yus or Incineroars, perhaps on the way, who knows, maybe Focus Blast could be an option. But Charlie, yourself, any thoughts?
Well, Costa, I spy with my little eye a cheeky beret Beagle in there, Smeargle being run by Enzo Recchi at position 6, as a Pokemon that has been such a nuisance, or has been previously in VG. Smeargle, we haven't seen it played so much. Of course, it's able to learn any move. And so that's something you can really leverage to your advantage. But the downside is it doesn't have the best stats. So I'd be fascinated to see how people are running their Smeargles this weekend. But I just think it's such a diverse top 8 with Glamora in there as well. It's great to see that again.
Yeah, I think Glamora is one of those Pokemon that have been able to benefit with the Media Beam access, right? You just pair that up with a Power Herb, and all of a sudden, you know, you get Trauma potentially from Nihilego in previous formats where you're able to have a +1 special attack and just absolutely annihilate any sort of Pokemon right in front of you from a 2-turn to a 1-turn. But what we wanted to, I think we've already covered quite a bit of variety when it comes to the meta and such, and I think we're probably at the stage that we could go and check out one of our own, let's say, headlines and thoughts around this that we've already gone ahead and created. And I think one of those Pokemon is probably, I would say, Urshifu, that we've taken note of. You know, Urshifu not being as, I'd say, as prominent, but it's a bit of a split between the styles, right? We had a Single Strike actually rising up in usage versus the Rapid Strike. But there's another Pokemon that I wanted to talk about, and that's Raging Bolt, because we gave a bit of attention to Iron Crown, but not so much to little Raikou Paradox.
Yeah, there's definitely a Paradox party going on in that top 8 of Charlotte that we just saw. Gouging Fire, Iron Crown, and Raging Bolt all there. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's time for trainers to experiment with these brand new tools we have access to. And I think previous formats, there's been a bit of a sense of shiny new toy syndrome where we play with them for a bit and then go back to what's always worked well. But these Pokemon are so good that I wouldn't be surprised if we see trainers continuing to run Raging Bolt, Iron Crown, Gouging Fire, others as well, with some dedication.
Yeah, and I think they're put in a really good spot that they could really have an impact on the meta if they already haven't, because I think we've already seen a couple of Pokemon start dropping in the usage, most notably the combination of the Tornadus and the Rapid Strike Urshifus. All of a sudden, they're still there in the distance, but not so much. But what I'm more interested in actually hearing is a bit of our own predictions, caster predictions. You know, they're infamous. Lee, did you not know of them?
I have got mine in, yes.
Did you? Are you sure?
I've locked them in.
You have?
Well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look indeed.
Some obvious ones in there, but maybe some not so obvious ones as well. But I've obviously went with...
Araquanid? What?
Yes.
Where?
It's great.
I mean, it is great, especially with, I guess, Water Terror, you know, Water Bubble.
Water Terror,
yeah.
Mystic Water, held item, Water Bubble ability, can't be burnt, it's very slow, so great Pokemon in the Trick Room.
Okay.
Pairs up really well with Porygon 2 as well.
True.
Not so much of a used Trick Room Pokemon at the moment, but...
It was back in the day, though.
I mean, I might be showing my age a little.
Yeah, you and me both, Lee.
But no, I genuinely think Porygon 2 has a place in this format. With the Eviolite item, it's very strong. It's very hard to take down. It has access to recovery. It has Trick Room. And it has, obviously, one of the best uses of Terra Blast, because you can use it out of not being terrestrialized effectively, and then when you do terrestrialize, you've got a new attack to take advantage of. So I think it's got a lot of flexibility. You don't obviously need to go down a Trick Room route. You can do.
Indeed, and there's another Pokemon, I think Kingdra. I have to call it out. Charlie, I just saw it right there.
There certainly is, Costa. I don't know what there is to question about that. Kingdra is just an eminently fantastic Pokemon. I'd love to see trainers running some Kingdra this weekend. Newly introduced in the Indigo Disc DLC, and it's something that's been underexplored. Swift Swim, Sniper, great abilities up its sleeve. Come on, trainers, I'm counting on you. Slight bit of bias because it's my favorite Pokemon, but that aside, please run your Kingdras. And then Gouging Fire as well, a Paradox Pokemon that's really been rising up. Fast Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's Pokemon that trainers, a style that trainers are running with this time. It's such a prominent threat. And that Urshifu style I've chosen there is the single strike rather than rapid.
And for good reason, too. I
well,
think
it's rising up, isn't it?
It is. No pun intended. It's rising, surging powers, powerful punches. But if you are obviously wanting to go ahead and make sure that you are tracking everything that is going on from this exciting weekend upon us, you can always go ahead and make sure you're following our socials. I think it's just one of the situations where we do have a lot of photos and interactions from the community, which is absolutely great to see posted on X. And make sure you are, of course, leaving that hashtag #PlayPokemon if you do want to have that opportunity to potentially be featured on stream. But what we're going to be doing is, aside from wanting to go ahead and follow all the channels that we've got, both streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch, is we want to make sure that everyone is absolutely looking forward to seeing who will come out on top this weekend. However, I think we are soon going to be primed and getting everything ready to go ahead and feature our first round on stream for today. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to make sure that our casters extreme speed their way through to the caster desk. That's it. That's the kind of action I want to see. Not yet, though. And we'll go ahead and kick things off. So going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be right back shortly. Do not go anywhere.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shmansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Over to the desk. We made it just in time. For anyone just tuning in, my name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be joined by Ben Kiriakou. How are you doing, Ben?
Well, the pleasure is all mine, Lee. I'm really excited to be behind the desk with you, and I'm really excited to be in Liverpool, seeing our European trainers starting to adapt to Regulation Set F and seeing what they're bringing this weekend.
I know that. I think that's the biggest thing, because we've had obviously the 2 regional championships already in the US, and it's time for our European players to kind of showcase what they've got, what surprises they've got, what teams they think are going to take them all the way to that championship.
There's so many trainers across the European region that have shown their skill, both here and in the North American region. We've had players from Europe getting championship points and wins in regionals in the Oceania region as well. They're so accomplished, and we're at that midpoint in the season now where, you know, we're kind of, even though we're getting into a new regulation set, I think everybody's sort of getting into their prime, really getting into the groove of that sort of regional journey across the years on the way to World.
Yeah, and feeling that at that point now, I think we've had enough time in Regulation F where players are getting to that comfort level in this format where they know what to expect from the majority of teams, but there are still those surprise factors yet to come. And I think because this format is so diverse, I think that's one of the beauties about Regulation F. You look at the top cuts that we've had so far, there's such an array of different Pokemon featured throughout all of those top cuts, and even if you go deeper into the standings, you're going to see a lot of variety with the Pokemon that players are bringing. And what they're adapting with the support options in particular that are now available in this format.
3 tournaments in 3 weekends. I mean, the amount of information that all of these players are sharing between us in the communities as well. You have a go at Portland Regionals, and you see kind of what trainers are opting for when they're first getting into Regulation Set F. And then, okay, we get on to Charlotte, and people will be like, whoa, that was really good in Portland. I've got to adapt to that now, coming into Charlotte. Now we're in Liverpool 1 week later. There's not a lot of time to, you know, really figure these things out, but the amount of innovation that happens in such a short period of time is fantastic to see.
It will be interesting to see what the answers players kind of deem are the best ones for threats like that, Farigiraf and other Pokemon that really performed well in Charlotte, because I think that core essentially is a very strong choice to bring into these tournaments, in particular because it really shuts down a lot of what we've seen had success at the start of the format, you know, with those kind of priority-based teams. It doesn't feel like there's a good place for them at the moment. But are we going to say the same thing in the next regional about what we see kind of come out on top this weekend? Or will it just be an adaptation or a very similar result to what we saw in Charlotte?
And does priority actually have a good place in Liverpool because it didn't have a good place in Charlotte? These are the sort of mind games that our trainers have to play, the sort of mental gymnastics that they have to go through to be able to figure out what they're going to be bringing to these such high-level events.
It's exciting, though, in one respect, and you'll be able to relate to this, Ben, with your experience. I think in one way where you're coming into the first event in a new regulation, right? You've got your own ideas, and you've practiced them, but you haven't kind of showcased them yet. You haven't had them on the center stage. You haven't put them to the test at a big event, right? If you've got something in your back pocket that you've been kind of sitting on, working on with your team or by yourself, however you've done it, I think it's a really exciting prospect to be like, I've got this strategy, and I can hopefully make it work this weekend. And that's what I'm really looking forward to coming out this weekend from the players, from these surprises that we aren't quite expecting, and seeing how well they perform this weekend.
And that's one of the things, especially having a little bit of exposure to what's been going on elsewhere, also in locals as well.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
Those little sort of local testing grounds that you have where you can be like, hey, I think this concept is kind of strong, but I'm not 100% sure on, you know, exactly how it's going to work. I know I played a Premier Challenge last weekend just to get a feel for Regulation Set F and think, I kind of want to have a go at this and see how it runs. Since then, I've been able to develop it, and I'm sure our trainers that are competing this weekend have been doing exactly the same sort of exercise, and you just make those little refinements.
And it's those local events, while they're so important as well, they kind of spark ideas, but a lot of the time those results go under the radar, so they're not on anyone's really watch list for things to like keep an eye out for, prepare for coming into an event. So I think that's one of the keys about really taking advantage of those local tournaments, and then, like you say, tweaking before the big events to come in and then execute your plan and hopefully take you straight to the top. Hopefully.
Well, hopefully. I mean, the top is where our trainers are going to be wanting to get to. Of course, they've got a little bit of a journey ahead of them this weekend. We've got so many rounds to play, but let's have a look at those trainers that have made it all the way already, our champions in the European region.
Yeah, it's incredible to see that we're already pretty much halfway through the season now, and you can see our champions. We've got Eduardo there from Barcelona kicking off the 2024 season, and then Simone in Lille. You've got Oliver in Gdansk. A brilliant performance there. It was a pleasure to be there. And then, like you mentioned on the couch, we've had Lorenzo taking our latest regional in EU with that Stuttgart regional, and who will be the Liverpool regional champion? That is going to be decided this weekend. You know, tomorrow. We've got a long way to go, but I'm sorry I'm getting a little bit carried away.
You know what? and carried away is what we're going to be going a little bit this weekend, I'm sure, with the
100%.
excitement of this regional champion. But yeah, getting another face on that display will be fantastic. And I do want to call out both Simone and Oliver have got their first regional win this season.
Yeah.
Their pictures are up there on that graphic, immortalized as, you know, the first regional championship that they were able to convert into a win. I know they must have been over the moon to be able to do that.
Yeah, in particular for Simone, because I think you look at his accomplishments that he's had up to that point, but to be able to say, okay, now I've got the regional champion on my belt now, you know, and it's where do you go next? I think he's had a phenomenal start to this season. He's such a consistent player. You can say the same about Oliver as well, but he was, before Gdansk, he was never quite able to get it over the line. So conviction in that tournament from him alone was just incredible to see. Hopefully, if he is here this weekend, we can have another showdown between the two of them. That would be ideal, but we'll have to see how things play out. But like you say, getting immortalized on this board of champions is just incredible. And it keeps you there, you know? And
yeah. And you get,
yeah, I wish I could have been on a board like that.
maybe next time, Lee. Maybe next time. But I mean, you know, you've got all of these trainers. They are going to have an automatic qualification to the World Championships.
That's the other bonus about it, isn't it?
It's not just being able to represent, you know, your own nation or get a regional win for your own, you know, put it on the belt, as you say. You also get to go and represent yourself, your nation, the group of friends that you work with along the way, people in your community at the World Championships. You know that you can aim right there and start preparing now as we look at the leaderboard of those trainers that, all of these top 16 trainers in Europe have got their World Championship qualification already.
Yeah, I mean, we'll start off with Marco at number 1. I mean, to have that amount of championship points at this stage of the season, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, it's incredible to see the accomplishments that trainers have had at events throughout this year to really get those points, secure those world invites. And really, now is the point, if you're on this leaderboard, you're in a good shot to kind of secure that paid trip, really, to the World Championships, because you get the invite, of course, but you kind of wanting to get that secured spot in these top 16.
And as well, the round 1 bye in the World Championships.
It's a huge advantage.
It's a big
really
deal.
is.
I mean, you want to be able to, really secure that. And of course, you have to come top position in the European region to be able to do that, or the North American region, or wherever you're going to be competing. But that is what some of these trainers on the top of the board are really going for this year.
You make a really good point with that, and it's great to actually talk about this while you're on the desk. We're on the desk together, because I think the last time they did buys in Europe and regional nationals really was back in like 2013. And both of us privy to the fact, knowing how much of an advantage a buy can give you in those events. And going into the World Championships, the premier event of the season, and having that advantage where you can already have a win under your belt almost, to go into the rest of the tournament, it's you know, it's worth going for that. If you're at this stage of the season, you can push on to secure it. You've got to do everything you can to lock that in, to give yourself a little bit of a leg up going into the biggest tournament of the season.
Certainly when you've got as many championship points as this, and even when you're, you know, I say down there at 400 points, it'd be like up there at 400 points,
really,
of course.
yeah.
But when you've got that many championship points and you're kind of in contention, and if you're able to sort of carry on going to those local events, carry on playing at the regional level, get your ticket booked to European internationals, because that's where there's so many points on the line. And actually, you know, we talked about Marco Silva, and you mentioned how many points he's got. Of course, that's because he was the Latin American international champion of this season, and so that gives you a fair whack of points to be taking home.
It certainly does. And to think he's, you know, there's 2 more international championships yet to come this season where he could, like you say, get even more points, push on, really secure himself, cement that place in that top 16 for the European players.
And speaking of European players, there are certainly several that we have to watch this weekend, seeing how they get on, how they perform, maybe see them on the stream as well, which will be really exciting, because we get to showcase what the best players in the game are doing right now. 1, what they've brought into Regulation Set F, as we've been talking about, but 2, also how they play this game.
Well, the players to watch that we've highlighted, obviously there is a lot more than this at the tournament this weekend because of the numbers that we've got here, but some familiar faces that you might know at home. We've got Joseph Ugarte from the US. He will be playing here in Liverpool, so we definitely want to watch. Orison Taran as well, performing very well this season, had good finishes up to now. It'll be interesting to see on his home turf how he performs this weekend. And a very familiar face, and Alex Gomez as well, who is playing this weekend in Liverpool. Great to see him back in the action, and looking forward to seeing what he brings into this tournament this weekend.
He's a player in particular, not to say that the others don't prepare, because they are very hard workers in their own way, but one of the things that I've always loved about watching Alex play and then talking to him after his performances, I remember talking to him after he top-8'd the World Championships in 2016 and being like, hey, you know, you used a little bit of a different team to everybody else here. What's going on behind the scenes? He whipped out his phone. He's got like pages and pages and pages of preparation that he's done going into the event. He knew absolutely everything going in, and then it was a case of, you know, converting it, which he obviously did, getting to the top 8. But I just look at that and look at the way he plays, and I'm like, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, you do notice, and I think really when these sorts of players have these consistent results throughout the season and then have these really big finishes at the larger major events that we have, you know, the work that goes in behind the scenes, it's not something that we're able to showcase at this sort of event, fortunately, but it really is testament to the players. The work that they put in always pays off. And it's a really good example for players coming in, maybe starting out in the video game championship circuit. You know, I think put the work in, work as hard as you can. It's hard with time commitments and things like that, but I think if you've got the time, put it into it, and you'll reap the rewards further down the line.
Especially when you get to work with other people as well. You know,
I think that's a big important bit.
Put the time in, train against the best players that you can find, and I'm sure, you know, if you go to your local events, there's plenty of players. If you go to regionals, you'll meet people along the way that you'll be able to, you know, work with going forward. Your first regional doesn't have to be the one that you win, right? You just come along and get a little bit of a feel for it, have it as a bit of a testing ground, and then build on that. Go back and think, hey, this worked for me, this didn't work for me. What do we do about it?
It's all the experiences along the way, like you say, and, you know, really good advice from someone that has had a lot of success in the format. You know,
likewise.
Well, not as much,
Mr.
but
Provost,
yeah,
likewise.
I think you've been very modest, Ben. But we've actually got the day one statistics ready as well, so we can have a look at what our players are bringing this weekend, which is going to be what we're looking for. And there is a few familiar faces in there, Ben.
Oh, there is indeed. The familiarity of Incineroar coming back into the fray, I think, is one that I want to start on, and then we'll go over to the other Pokemon, because if anyone watching at home has been, you know, in the video game championships for a couple of years now, you will know of Incineroar and why it's such a powerful Pokemon in the video game championships.
Incredible
Good to see Fluttermane, though, coming in. It kind of dropped off in Regulation Set E, but now in Regulation Set F, it's kind of been back up on the rise with all of the new Pokemon being partly dragon type, I think, in a lot of cases, and that's, I think, testament to why trainers are opting for it in this current format.
Yeah, the other thing to highlight really is the tie, almost a tie between the two variations between Urshifu. You've got the single strike and the rapid strike there, and for the first time, I think this season, is the single strike surpassing the rapid strike.
It's quality over quantity this time around. Yeah, it got close in Charlotte, where certainly I think in day 2, but it was rapid strike that was still the top dog, so to speak. But
it's
now single
slowly
strike
moving down these.
But it's no surprise to see, is it? I mean, Thunderclap is such a prominent threat from Raging Bolt. It's such a good Pokemon in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Pokemon here. You've got Ogerpon, really gives it a hard time with that Follow Me, especially before it terrestrializes with that Water Absorb. You've got Rillaboom, gives it a hard time. Amoonguss can't really do anything against that. And then, like you say, you've got the Raging Bolt, a brand new Pokemon to this format, has the Thunderclap, makes pretty quick work of that Pokemon. So yeah, you can understand it's still got its benefits and values for players to use it, because I still think in the right position it is very good, but it's just a lot harder to get it to work in this format than it was in previous formats that we've had.
And one thing that Single Strike and King Gambit have in common in this lineup is how good they are against Farigiraf, and I think that's one of the Pokemon that's really going to be on players' minds coming in here. Now, normally it can Terra into a Fairy type to resist those big Dark type attacks, but you know, it depends on your game plan. Maybe Farigiraf isn't the Pokemon that you need to Terra, and then it's sort of sitting in front of those Dark type threats and thinking, hey, kind of don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, and even in particular, if you're going up against the King Gambit, you know, you can't really freely trust lies if you've got the Fairy Terror typing, because there is the threat of obviously the Iron Head, then those Steel type attacks that are going to cause you just as much damage. So I think that's something to say about the King Gambit in particular, why it is going to be probably something that a lot of players are looking at, why they're using it this weekend to really good effect against those particular teams. Maybe we see the Farigiraf go down a different route where it changes its terror typing to a kind of a more neutral against both of those types, rather than something that could give it a bit of a weakness against one and a better matchup against the other.
And kind of gives it the ability to go for the speed control options that it wants to. But on the subject of speed control, one thing that's a bit of an omission here, I think, in Regulation Set F that we've been talking about the last few days is how well both Tornadus has adapted into Regulation Set F and is still one of those Pokemon that trainers have on their minds.
Yeah.
But also, Whimsicott. Where's the Whimsicott?
It's just nowhere to be seen. I think when it got announced and you thought, oh, Indigo Disc, Whimsicott, brilliant. And you think, oh, it's probably going to be everywhere, right? It's faster than Tornadus naturally. It's going to be able to disrupt. It has that prankster ability. But it's just nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Maybe it changes this weekend. Maybe the Day 2 stats kind of have it in there. I mean, I'm really clutching here. But I think going back to your point about Tornadus is it's really adapted and shows how good a Pokemon it is, really. You know, it's adapted so well in the transition between formats, even though you've got a lot more of these threats now apparent to it that make its job a lot harder, in particular with the Raging Bolt, which is probably top of its kind of wanted list to be removed from the format.
Definitely. One of those Pokemon, and I know you'll have a lot of experience of this over the years that we've been playing VGC League, but we've been crying out for good flying type coverage for so long now. And if you said to me, hey, here's a Zapdos, it's got Bleak Wind Storm, like back in VGC 2015 when we were kind of getting into our peak league, like we would have been like, yes, right,
please give us it.
Give me that.
Yes.
You know, because it's just such a strong, powerful attack. It's good against relevant Pokemon in the format, but also, at least when it connects, it's got that ability to go for a speed drop, and that can really turn the tide of a battle.
Yeah, I think that's a big point of it. But getting on to getting you at home involved this weekend, make sure you check out all of our socials while the event is running. In particular, get in touch with us on X to let us know what Pokemon you expect to see this weekend. You can follow us on all of the socials on the screen now. You've got X, you've got YouTube, you've got Facebook, and you've got Instagram. But make sure if you're all getting in touch with us this weekend about players that you're following, Pokemon that you'd like to see, or Pokemon you expect to do this well this weekend, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And to see how all of our players that we're going to be featuring this weekend are getting on, as well as all the other events that we have, do follow the channels /Pokemon on YouTube and Twitch. Keep an eye on all of these trainers. We have lots of trainers that we can see how their season progresses, what they're doing. You know, we see those regional winners that we were talking about earlier. They're going to be popping up time and time again. There's always something to learn there.
Well, I think that's the thing about this. We've talked a little bit about how exciting it is to see some potentially new strategies coming to the floor this weekend, right? But it's about the players, really. These events are about the players. We know a lot of players already. We know the consistent ones in this season. I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform at this event. Is it their day or is it not their day, or is someone new going to make a mark on this regional, on this format? Because I think one of the things that has been really great about VG in the last 2 years is these odd events, these big majors where new players are coming in and they're winning it at the first event. And I'm sure there is a lot of new players for their first time regional coming to this event this weekend, right? So there's a possibility there. The field's going to be stacked. It is stacked, right?
It is, so absolutely. Absolutely stacked. I mean, you go back to Gdansk last year, still in the same season, but Tom Winter, one of our UK players, that was able to get top 4, losing to Oliver Escalin in the top 4.
Incredible run.
It was, but what a run. I mean, you know, kind of known in the local community, didn't completely come from nowhere, but equally had one of those really deep tournament runs. And I know since then he's been working really hard. He's been competing. He's going to be wanting to kind of capitalize on that, kind of breaking that glass ceiling.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's just a different experience when you do get to those sort of all-important top cuts. The pressure's on, the play is at the top level. And the first time through in that sort of situation is nerve-wracking.
Oh, definitely. And I think when you get to that stage for the first time and you get that deep into a tournament, it's very nervous, isn't it? And it obviously gets a little bit easier if you're able to kind of repeat that, because the next time you're there, although you've not made the next step almost, so it's nervous in that kind of respect. You're a lot more comfortable in that environment, so it does get a bit easier. So like you say, these players have had a little bit of success so far this season, maybe not broke that glass ceiling as of yet. Can they break through it this weekend? Is this the event for them? Or is this just going to be another kind of repeat of what we've seen in previous EU regionals this season so far?
Well, we'll have to see, trainers, but unfortunately we're going to have to go to a short break right now. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back very soon with our first broadcast of the Liverpool Regional Championships.
To the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
It's Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No, are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion.
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now,
Arcanine's going to avoid
I don't think that KOs. Gastron survives.
It's just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Angelia Muga. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
What a spectacle the World Championships in Japan was back in Yokohama last year. Lee,
it's amazing.
You had a little bit of experience being on the desk over in Yokohama. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
It was phenomenal. It was just such a privilege to be there. It really was. It was a great showcase. Obviously, in the home of Pokemon, you kind of know what to expect. I don't really need to say too much on it, but just to be there, soak up the atmosphere, and see the phenomenal players, how they performed that weekend, and showcase the teams that we had. Overall, just one of the best experiences I've ever had in an event ever. It was amazing. And obviously, it's the people that make the event what it is, you know. And that's you know, we've seen a lot of familiar faces at the event here this morning, and hopefully we get to meet a lot of new ones as well along the way. But yeah, just what a great recap. Always is nice to see that, reminisce over some very fond memories.
Yeah, indeed. And the culmination of our trainers' journeys across the year, across the season. We're right in the middle of that at the Liverpool Regional Championships here. 5 or 6 events down in our regional calendar so far. We've got few left to go. We've of course got European internationals left to go, but this weekend it is all about our trainers battling it out in Liverpool.
Yes, it is, and that is the most important thing that we're going to focus on this weekend, this event, and it is very important for all these players that have kind of led up to this point, the preparation that they've put in. We talked a bit about that earlier, how much back work these players put into their teams. Obviously haven't had a lot of chance between the last regional in the US to this one. That's what makes it very hard if you are playing a team and then you see the results there, and your current team that you're planning to bring to this event maybe doesn't look as good against what the end results were there. Have you got enough time to adapt it, or do you just stick to what you're comfortable with? It's a big decision, stressful, but we'll see how it unfolds this weekend. We are here, and teams are already locked in.
They certainly are, and one Pokemon that we need to spotlight from last weekend is Farigiraf. It's one of the Pokemon that trainers are really opting for quite strongly, as we've seen in the day one statistics already for this event. It stops at nothing with its armor tail.
Nothing stops it. I mean, the ability is the big selling point for this Pokemon, preventing all priority type attacks onto your side of the field. It's such a strong ability. Obviously, the popular moves that we do see run on this Pokemon are going to be Trick Room, switching those dimensions up, making the slowest Pokemon move fast for the next 5 turns. Psychic, obviously a very good option at the minute. I think where there are a lot of kind of psychic weak Pokemon, there's a lot of Pokemon that kind of opt maybe to go for that poison terastallization as well, to avoid kind of taking big damage from things like Fluttermane in the format, and that can really capitalize on those Pokemon. You've got Help in Hand. We've seen the impact of that in Charlotte in particular, boosting the attack power of a partnering Pokemon. Imprison as well. I love this move to lock out the options what your opponent can go for, you know, shutting down opposing Trick Room, opposing threats like the Psychic, the Help in Hand, and anything like that, and in particular the Dazzling Gleam as well.
Yeah, well, and indeed, Imprison is actually something that is a really great supportive option for those teams that need it. A lot of teams try to form these like hybrid balance between having a little bit of a faster mode and then having a Farigiraf to stop the priority there with its Armor Tail ability, and then having like maybe a Blood Moon Ursaluna to be able to support its team by getting up the Trick Room, getting that Ursaluna on the field, putting on a lot of damage. But in a lot of cases, when you see Imprison, that's there to shut down opposing Trick Room as well as support your more speedier partner Pokemon.
Yeah, and in particular in this format with open team sheets, it makes it very hard to kind of execute, especially if you're going down the route where you've got a very hard Trick Room team, right? Everything's built around getting the Trick Room up, getting those big hitters in place, and utilizing those Trick Room turns to the full effect. If you see Imprison on the opposite side of the field to you, you have to really adapt your game plan. How can you get rid of that Imprison user? Because it does put a bit of a kink in your plan, and you've got to remove that before you can start executing your game plan. And by that stage, have you lost too many resources? Yeah. You're too far behind in the match. It's such a good move when utilized in the correct ways.
One of my favorite ways to utilize Trick Room is to actually have a Pokemon, a load of Pokemon that, even though your Pokemon aren't designed to necessarily be in Trick Room.
Yeah, and I think that's like the next layer to Trick Room as well, isn't it? The adaptation of being able to use it. It's not, you know, it's looked upon from the outside as a very linear strategy, but if you utilize it in that sort of context, it's got many layers to it, and you're gathering information throughout the battle and really looking towards maybe a game, late game 2 into game 3 potentially situation where you can really start to take advantage of it and use it to support the rest of your team in that sort of manner.
And it's been used so many different ways over the years. It's like Cresselia back in 2013 was setting Trick Room up almost every other turn, just to switch those dimensions around. But another Pokemon, and we've got to highlight this, a new Pokemon in Regulation
Another long-necked Pokemon.
Another long-necked Pokemon, the two giraffes of the format, so to speak, is Raging Bolt, who's made a big impact, both in terms of what we saw in Portland, but also that adaptation in Farigiraf, using its Armor Tail to shut down Thunderclap. What a great new Pokemon.
It's brilliant. It's probably the most impactful new Pokemon that we've had in Regulation F. It's had a phenomenal start to this format. 9 out of 10 players recommend it.
There you go.
66% of the time, it works every time. Popular moves, Thunderclap, Draco Meteor, Calm Mind as well. If it gets a Calm Mind under its belt, Ben, it's very difficult to deal with, because a lot of the Raging Bolts that we do see tend to run that booster energy as well, which then boosts that special attack straight off the back when it comes onto the field.
It's the great thing about Raging Bolt is there's so many different items and ways of running it. You can run it with an Assault Vest, is where we see most commonly players opt for things like Volt Switch and Snarl, where there's an extra move slot or two to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah.
But then you've equally got that setup with the Calm Mind, and that kind of offsets the special attack drops that you get from Draco Meteors. So he's like, hey, I'm going to boost up, I'm going to launch a big attack off. Now I'm back to neutral. I'm still doing enough damage, but I've managed to maybe clear the way for one of my one of my other Pokemon in the back.
I think the first thing when the Regulation F first came in was what I noticed was it hit a lot harder than what I expected it to hit. It really took me by surprise. Obviously, a lot more used to that now. We're a bit deeper into this format, but it is a deceivingly powerful Pokemon. And then when you do add those other aspects to it, the Calm Minds, the booster energy, you can't give it too much room. You've got to really respect this Pokemon when it hits the field. And then you've got that layer of terrestrialization that it's always got access to. If your opponent plays that smart and keeps that kind of under lock and key until later points of the match, it keeps you guessing about what is the best way to deal with this Pokemon, shut it down. And you really need some big physical threats to kind of deal with it properly, I think. Things like Landorus Incarnate is a very good option against it, but you still have to be very careful against things like the Draco Meteor as well.
Yeah, you can't let it have any ground whatsoever, and especially with the infamous Tornadus and Urshifu Rapid Strike combination that was so popular in Regulation Set E.
It's almost like it was designed to deal with that.
Pretty much. I mean, it came in and shut that down completely. And it was one of my favorite things watching the metagame develop right in the early days of Regulation Set F, where you got like, hey, Raging Bolt's coming in, it's thunderclapping the Urshifu and the Tornadus. How do we deal with that? Well, we put an Amoonguss in front of it. That can redirect the thunderclaps and the thunderbolts, no problem. It can even take a Draco Meteor. Then players decided safety goggles.
Yeah.
And this sort of cycling of different move sets and items and ways to train your Pokemon and you know, what moves do you bring in? Then you start bringing in Calm Mind. It's like, hey, well, now I can knock out the Amoonguss with Draco Meteor.
Well, that's the thing as well. I think you've got situations where by using those items as well in an open team sheet environment, when you put it on the field in front of something, say, like an Amoonguss, and you've got the safety goggles, you know you've then got room to potentially set up a turn because your opponent has to adjust their board position, and I think that's what these players who are really playing Raging Bolt well are starting to do when taking advantage of those moves, in particular when you're not seeing the Assault Vest and you've got maybe an option to protect here or a Calm Mind there. You know, I think they're really things to watch out for with this Pokemon, and why I say in particular don't give it too much room, because if you give it room, it's going to really start to disrupt the flow of things on your side of the field. But then we look at the other long neck Pokemon that we just featured in Farigiraf, and that is a perfect Pokemon to kind of bring against it, because it does give you that little bit of protection in particular against that new signature move, Thunderclap.
It's kind of one of those things where they're both of these giraffes want to give you a little bit of room, both in the ability to go for those priority moves, or maybe it's protection with Armor Tail from Fake Out. It just gives you those options or shuts down options for your opponent. Kind of forces, let's say you've got an Urshifu on the field, Thunderclap is there forcing you to maybe think about bringing your Farigiraf onto the field, and maybe you can take advantage of that. Maybe you go for a Thunderbolt instead of a Thunderclap, and they switch in the Farigiraf and you've gotten a free Thunderbolt out of it. Yeah,
it is those mind games, though, that Pokemon in general kind of throws up, which makes it very difficult to actually play against in certain situations, doesn't it? Phenomenal. It'll be interesting to see if we have other Paradox Pokemon appearing this weekend, though. We did touch on it slightly over on the couch earlier on today, but Iron Crown is definitely one that seems to be on the rise.
It's such a powerful Pokemon, not just because it has access to Expanding Force with its partner in crime, Indeedee, to set up the Psychic Terrain with its Psychic Surge ability, but that's also got the new signature move, Tachyon Cutter. I think that's so good.
Such a strong attack, isn't it?
60-something% use of Fluttermane. Well, Tachyon Cutter is a Steel-type move. Most Fluttermanes terrestrialize into a Fairy-type. Fairy-type, a great defensive Terra-type that we saw in Regulation Set E. If a lot of trainers are still opting to go down that route, well, you're getting super effective damage one way or the other.
I feel like as well, you look at those usage stats and we look back to previously popular Pokemon as well, things that are sticking around. Chen Pao is one of those Pokemon, you know, and I think that Tachyon Cutter gives that such a hard time because it's a Pokemon that loves the Focus Sash, right? It gives it a bit of room to stick around on the field for a bit longer, do a bit more damage, have a bit more of an impact. Tachyon Cutter's like...
Nah, mate.
You're gone. You're gone. Get out
of here.
You know, as well as that, you've got the Psychic Terrain as well, which is like... could Sucker Punch. Great times.
And then the Rillaboom comes in, you change the terrain, maybe the Ice Spinner's already gone off from the Chen Pao, but the Indeedee's just like, follow me. No siree, no Sucker Punch this time.
No, and I think that's one of the real great appeals of it. If you look at the usage statistics that we had a look at earlier, that core feels very strong in there. The Indeedee female with the Psychic Terrain, the Follow Me, the Trick Room option as well. You can lead out with something like the Iron Crown, the Indeedee, to start the battle off. And the nice thing about Iron Crown is it's got a good speed stat as well. So it gets to jump on a lot of kind of other big threats and can lay down that Expanding Force pretty freely in situations. It's got the Tachyon Cutter, like you say. And then when it finally does go down, if you position yourself right with your Indeedee, you can almost then set up a Trick Room and say, oh, well, let's get out Ursaluna onto the field. Or something along those lines, you know, and really make it hard for your opponent to kind of deal with that situation.
It's so tough, isn't it? You make a really good point about the pressure that Iron Crown puts onto the field, because nothing, unless it's a Dark-type Pokemon, there is Iron Crown in all of its glory.
A new toy for psychic spam enjoyers.
There you go.
Great tagline.
Yeah, and it was Armor Rouge before, and I think Armor Rouge may have been slightly... Armor Who, indeed. It's probably going to be nowhere to be seen for a little while, because Iron Crown just doing it so well, and I think...
I'm an avid enjoyer of the animation of Tachyon Cutter as well. For some reason, it's very aesthetically pleasing when it attacks twice as well.
Just the way that Iron Crown does it is like, I'm going to just...
It's like a majestic ram with those beautiful long horns that it's got on its head. But yeah, sorry.
It's so tough. It's so tough to be able to sit in front of an expanding force and feel good about it.
Yeah, you've got it. You know, Incineroar's a great Pokemon for that, and probably one of the reasons why it's so good in this format, right? It's very flexible Pokemon because it's got many things that it can deal with very well. You know, I think Incineroar having the immunity to the expanded force really does help it in this situation where you can almost go down a Snarl route yourself and lower the attacking power of, you know, the Iron Crown. You can keep the Indeedee in check and hit both things at once, not worry about the Follow Me, and you're not really worried about the Tachyon Cutter as an option or the expanded force, but you do have to worry about that Focus Blast because that could be slightly problematic.
I'm so glad you brought that up because that's the bane of Incineroar really in these sort of teams.
Bit shaky on the accuracy though. I mean, it's you've got to be pretty brave. To use it. But when it hits,
that's it.
I mean, you know about it, right?
You really do, and certainly the Incineroar does as well. And if they Terra away from the option of going for a Focus Blast, well, then Expanding Force is working, and you're feeling pretty good about that situation as well. Like you say, if they have got the Snarl off and have been able to kind of get that onto the field, then maybe your strategy's been scuppered a little bit.
Yeah.
But even an Expanding Force that's been dropped by one stage of special attack is still going to hit pretty hard.
Really hard. Talking about these new Paradox Pokemon, the new Pokemon that have been introduced, we had a lot of new faces, familiar faces from previous formats introduced with the Indigo Disc DLC. Is there anything in particular you would like to see perform well this weekend, or what you maybe not so much expecting to do well, but hoping that it does well this weekend from that new crop of Pokemon that we've got access to now?
For me, there's two things, and they kind of go in a little bit of a pair. We've seen the introduction and the popularity of Farigiraf that we've talked about already, as well as Blood Moon Ursaluna, which we've touched on as well. They kind of come as a little bit of a package.
Yeah.
The other package that really I am kind of looking out for, I think is really strong at the moment, certainly from the results of Charlotte, is the Cresselia and regular Ursaluna combination. That's one of the things that I'm going to be looking out for because it's such a good and powerful combination of factors there. If you can get that Ursaluna in its Trick Room going, it's got its Guts and its Flame Orb, and you've got Earthquakes being fired off everywhere, the Facades, the Headlong Rushes. There's a lot of Pokemon in the format right now that really struggle with it.
Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble if you find yourself in that situation. With,
the wrong side of a bear.
So the wrong side of that bear in particular, because it's got the spread damage, right? It's not like you need a particular Levitate Pokemon, Flying Pokemon. You're not seeing too many of them in the format at the minute. The only thing that you could say that would be a good countermeasure slightly is the Rillaboom. But if you come in on the wrong end of something like a Facade, then it's, well, good night. Good night. Boom,
Goodbye.
Boom. So yeah, I'm pleased you've mentioned that because it's going to be good to see if that is something that has a bit of an impact, because I think played correctly, it is such a formidable combination. You've obviously got the Lunar Blessing as well from the Cresselia to kind of keep things healthy. You've got the control, the speed control. You've got a lot of options with Cresselia as well. You know, it is very good defensively. It's maybe not as beneficial in a support manner as the Farigiraf, but the things that it does offer, the things that it can do, it can stick around on the field for a long time. I think it is still something not to overlook in your team building.
Certainly Lunar Blessing is, I think, one of the big deals of what makes Cresselia different from any of the other Trick Room setters that we've got available to us. Your caster predictions had Porygon too.
Yes, they did.
That has access to recover, and it's a really great thing for...
Well, you do get Moonlight with Cresselia.
Oh, you do get Moonlight.
So the one thing that I've found really interesting, taking a bit of a sidestep here, because we'll get into the notable matches, because we are going to be getting into round one. We're into round three already. We're getting into matches very shortly. You can see some of the matchups here that we've got on our screen, and you've got Joseph Ugarte against Donald. And that is going to be a fantastic match in itself. You've got Alex Gomez here highlighted, but the match that looked like we're going to be featuring is between Boris and Frederico.
Yeah, a really good match to be getting started with. Frederico Camporosi, one of our really regulars, I suppose, as players that we're watching out for, and they are a fantastic player to be showcasing here. Boris as well, a player that we featured on stream in previous broadcasts too, seeing how they're getting on in this regional championship so far. As we said, we're starting in round 3. These trainers have already played a couple of rounds of VGC. They've gotten themselves warmed up already. We get to join them at that point and see how they're getting on so far.
Yeah, it's nice to see these players having a good start to the tournament and obviously getting underway exactly how they're probably planning to getting to this stage of the tournament early on, because you always want to come into these events. You don't want to be dropping games early. I think that's one of the big things. Even if you do, you can come back. Obviously, with how the system works, 9 rounds of Swiss, you can take 2 losses and you're still progressing to day 2. So not everything is lost at this stage of the tournament, but getting off to a good start. Coming into this 3rd round, 2 nice wins, putting the mind at rest, the nerves at rest, going into this next one.
And looking a little bit further down the list, UK player Rebecca Dixon versus Eric Rios, who almost needs no introduction at this stage.
That is a great match.
It is a really great match.
Fantastic game.
All of these matches I'd love to get started with for the
Marco
day.
there.
Marco Silva,
European leader.
European leader against Aline. And Killian versus Nikolai, and Nikolai, a player that made it to top 8 in the World Championships last year as well. So again, a face that we're familiar with.
That's the thing, and I think, you know, it's hard to pick one match to kind of feature because we've got so many top players coming to these events, and it's a good example really this of just some of the matches that have been handpicked to show on the screen right now, of just the talent that we've got here this weekend, how hard it is going to be for our players to take that championship, become the #1 trainer at the end of the weekend, be a Liverpool regional champion.
Of course, the more victories that you get across the Swiss rounds, the tougher your schedule's going to be. We always say it's not just about whether you're the biggest name coming into the tournament, it's also about whether you're on form, whether the team that you've picked is really working for you and you're playing it really well. Sometimes you just have a great day. Sometimes you're not feeling so great, but it's always a great experience to be pitting yourself up against all of these fantastic trainers.
I think the thing to note about that as well, you do need a little bit of luck on your side. I think in any of these big sort of environments, you can have all the skill, all the preparation, but you've still got to have that little bit of luck on your side to help you along the way. It's not a huge important factor about winning or getting to day 2 or whatever, but it is a big thing to say, well, there is going to be situations throughout this day when I'm going to need things to just go my way slightly, and it might just be that one round or one turn, but you do need luck on your side along the way to help you out with all the preparation that you've put into it. So hopefully luck is shining down on all of our players today.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you've got to be in that mindset as well. Sometimes you've just got to go for it in those situations, because you know that if your opponent, usually you know that your opponent's a pretty decent player at the very least in these sort of events, and you know that, hey, if you don't play positive, if you don't have that mindset, if you're not really going for it in these sort of scenarios, and you want to get a little bit lucky along the way, but you've got to create that opportunity for those sort of moments to happen in your favor.
That is some great advice there. I think it's being brave and believing in your kind of ability as a player, because I think that's the one thing that you can't question when you come into an event like this. If you have put the time in with the team that you've brought, you've got to believe in it, and you've got to have that conviction. You've got to be brave in some situations and just believe you're making the right decisions in those games, and that hopefully is enough to carry you through in a lot of situations. Of course, it can be hard depending on the player that you're sitting across from most of the time, and most of the time, like you say, the field, the level of play across the board is just such a high level.
And of course, all of our players this weekend, at least today, are going for that all-important qualification into Day 2 Swiss. That's what our trainers are working towards. 7 and 2 or top 32, depending on which one is bigger, is going to be what our trainers are going to be going into that Day 2 Swiss to have an opportunity to play into our top 8 knockout later in the weekend.
I think that's the big thing on when you're approaching these tournaments, at least for myself, that's when I seem to perform better I don't know if this is the same for you, but trying not to look too far ahead of yourself. Concentrating on the here and now, the match that you've got in front of you, and not really focusing on getting to day 2. You know, that is in the back of your mind, but you've got to focus on the match in front of you right now and not really look too far ahead of it. All your concentration right now just on your opponent, on what their team is, how you can beat it, and then take little baby steps as you go. But the first task is obviously getting into day 2. Then from there, anything can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it so many times. Matty Morgan in Malmo Regionals last season, was able to get into the top 32, get into day 2 of that championships with a 6-3 record. So not making 7-2, which is you know, pretty unusual. It does depend on player numbers, but in that case, it was top 32 players that went into day 2. He had a 6-3 record. Came into day 2 and just never lost. Just never lost.
It was an incredible run.
It was just like, wow.
So it is possible. I mean, that's the thing. If you do have a bit of a bad start, it's to refocus, not lose hope, because just keep going. Do what you do best, and just, like you say, baby steps from that point on. Not everyone can have a good start. It's just how these tournaments work, unfortunately. Some people are going to have a bad start. Some people are going to have a great start. But it only accumulates to that end point. And when the final standings of the day are put up, if your name's up there, great, you can move on to then concentrate on the next step. So a lot to go. I'm very excited to get into this first match, and yeah, just excited for our trainers, really.
Yeah, Boris is a player hailing from the Netherlands, and a really good representation for that region. They've got so many great players, and I think one of the tightest communities that we have in the European region. There's a lot of trainers that support each other, but 2, they have this such friendly community that kind of anyone can be a part of. They're always like one of the crowds.
Always friendly.
Yeah, it's always one of the crowds that you really want to be a part of and like get involved in. They're like, hey, yeah, come in here and let's, you know, have some fun and play some Pokemon and do these things that we all love so much.
And then normally beat you, or at least in my case.
I mean, these days in my case as well.
But talking about, you know, how tough it's going to be this weekend, we've got, I believe it's 664 masters at this event this weekend, which is incredible. 26 different regions representing this weekend at this event. It is getting towards, rather than a regional level tournament, this might be just a standard going forward, but it's getting to the point of being similar to an international level tournament.
Some of the internationals that we've played in Lee back a few years ago, this regional is already bigger than those events. And that's at a regional level. So what these trainers have to go up against when they're coming into these things, as you said, 26 different regions represented in this tournament, not just from Europe, but also further afield.
Yeah, it's incredible. All over the globe, we've got representation from today here in Liverpool, which is just incredible to say, really. And just testament to this circuit, the players themselves coming out to compete at this such a high-level event. And I think it's exciting as well. We've talked about it more than enough, that it is the first EU event that we've had this season with Regulation F set rules, which is the big thing. And we're going to be getting very shortly into our round 3 match. We've already mentioned it would be between Boris and Frederico. They're just getting set up now, so sit tight. We will be with them in a moment, and we'll be going over the teams and what we're looking at. There's some interesting choices here, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, looking down the list, there's actually a team that I'm really excited to be watching over, because it's a team that I've seen have some popularity. It got into the top 8 at Charlotte Regional Championships, or at least a version of it, and it's using Gouging Fire. And that's a Pokemon that, as far as new Paradox Pokemon have come in, is one that I'm really, really excited to be seeing more of.
Yeah, it's one that we haven't really talked too much about, and a bit sad up to this point, because it's got a lot of potential coming into this format. Obviously, we've seen Entei do very well in the earlier sections of Regulation F and other tournaments that we've seen, but Gouging Fire obviously has that Burning Bulwark move as well, which is his signature attack, and you've got to be very careful attacking into that Pokemon, especially with those physical type attackers.
One of the things that is really prevalent, or has been in Regulation Set E, is the advent of all of our physical attackers that we find really, really threatening. Now, Regulation Set F is a little bit more balanced. You know, there are some more special attackers joining the fray, but it is a lot of emphasis on stopping those physical attackers from doing as much damage as they really want to do. And with the burn status condition, that's so powerful. If you can just catch a Pokemon with Burning Bulwark and get it burnt, you can almost ignore that Pokemon for the rest of the match.
You've got to be very, like you say, yeah, you've got to be very careful about when you're deciding to attack into it, and almost kind of playing the mind game there on that first turn in front of it. Say you've got something like an Urshifu Rapid Strike, does ignore the Protect, but you know, that's probably a bad example for this, but really, but yeah, let's just ignore I said that. But if you've got a physical attacker that doesn't want to take the burn in that situation,
a Chen Pao maybe.
Yeah, do you attack into it turn one thinking that, you know, is the mind game there from your opponent where they're going to automatically go for that move and you're going to get burnt as a result of that? Or are they going to take advantage of that and attack into you while you maybe protect? It's very difficult, leaving room for something else, partnering it to kind of take advantage, set up maybe, or maneuver itself out of the field and allow something else to come in to make it more difficult for your opponent to kind of get that momentum swing that they're looking for.
It's certainly one of those Pokemon I think we're looking out for coming into Regulation Set F, and more adaptations that our trainers are going to be making. But we're going to have to go to a short break while our trainers continue to get themselves set up and ready to go in round 3 of Liverpool. But don't go anywhere, trainers. We'll be back as soon as we can to get underway with round 3 of the Liverpool Regional Championships.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see.
I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. My name is Lee Provis, and I'm joined on the desk again, for those of you that are just tuning in, by Ben Kiriakou. We are just getting prepared to get into round 3 of the Swiss rounds here at the tournament. Will be between Boris and Federico. The players are getting set up, and we are going to be getting underway very shortly, Ben.
We certainly shall, and this is going to be a fantastic match, as we've been talking about a little bit already between these two trainers, Boris from the Netherlands and Frederico from Italy.
Yes, and we have, well, we've got a bit of a situation that has happened where there is a team penalty for Frederico, so the match will be starting with Boris at 1-0, and will be, well, everything for Federico to play for going into this one, with one Pokemon down as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Frederico is a Pokemon down, but definitely not in a automatically losing position here.
Yeah.
He could win the set 2-0, bring it back and go into the next round with an extra win under his belt. It's going to be a challenge, but Frederico is a player that we know so well, and if there's a player that could do it, Frederico would be one of the ones that we would say would be a good opportunity to do so.
Definitely, and I think it's not something that any player wants to have to experience, but you know, when your back's against the wall in these situations, this really shows your fortitude and whether or not you've got what it takes to kind of, even as bad as the situation may seem, can you overcome on the odds to kind of bring this back in and really take yourself forward despite what has happened up to this point in this match.
And of course, Boris on the other end of the stick, only needing to win one game in this best of 3, but the pressure's all on for those situations. You can't necessarily just, you know, sit back on your laurels and think, hey, you know, I'm one game up. It's just like you've won one game in the set already, but you've still got to win the next set or the set after that to be able to win out, and that puts a lot of pressure on you as well.
Yeah, and we can have a look at the previous accomplishments from both of these trainers. Obviously, we start with Boris here from that Lille Regional in 2024, which was the top 16 finish there, which is an incredible accomplishment. And in 2023, the Utrecht special event, getting a top 64.
And of course, Frederico on the other side of the field. 2023 getting getting top 4 in the World Championships and top 64 in the European International Championships before that. So no stranger to being on these desks on the stream and pitting themselves up against these fantastic trainers. But there it is, Lee, the gouging fire.
There it is, Ben. We're starting off with Boris's team. We're going to see the Ogerpon, the Fluttermane, Gouging Fire, Rillaboom, King Gambit, and the Landorus. And that will be the incarnate form as well, holding that life orb with that sheer force ability.
Oh, such a powerful, powerful Pokemon, and not opting for Sandsear Storm is a big deal. Just wanting consistent, straightforward damage and the extra benefit that Substitute gives you. On the other side, Frederico here with Ogerpon in the half-lane form, Tornadus Incarnate, Iron Hands, Urshifu, single strike there, and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, got some good speed control there that Frederico can take advantage of, in particular with that Tornadus. It's going to really support things like that Ogerpon immensely well, you know, going into this battle. We saw in Charlotte how well the Hearthflame mask performed at that event. You know, both finalists having that Pokemon and coming into this event, featuring it in one of the first games we are here at Liverpool with. So I think you've got the options. Obviously, having one Pokemon down does give you a bit of a disadvantage, but if that Pokemon that has been taken out of the team wasn't really relevant in this match, it doesn't make too much difference, does it?
One thing that I really like about this matchup, and certainly Frederico's team, looking at those teams on your screen now, is there's a very solid, very consistent fast mode there with the Tornadus. But Boris there opting for a little bit of a different strategy. Lee, what are you thinking coming into this matchup?
Well, I think the Tornadus is a real thorn in your side if you are Boris, because there's the automatic kind of tailwind setup there that you're going to have to be aware of and try and prevent if you can. Obviously, you've got ways to stall it out with the Rillaboom, maybe with that Fake Out. You've got support options there with the Ogerpon, where you could potentially use the redirection there to kind of support something else to come in. I think the Gouging Fire here is actually not a bad choice against a lot of the Pokemon here, but you've got to really look at Frederico's team and say, is that Blood Moon Ursaluna going to be something that takes advantage of the Tailwind? Because if it is, and it gets into that situation, there's not really much on Boris' side of the field that's going to be able to deal with that well, because of that ability where it can hit Ghost types that it would normally have an immunity to with those normal type moves.
And it is going to be on the field, turn 1, trainers. We're here in round 3, the first match that we get to broadcast of the Liverpool Regional Championships. It's Gouging Fire and Ogerpon for Boris, and that Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Tornadus for Frederico.
Yeah, and it looks like that Frederico is going to take advantage of that Tornadus with access to that Tailwind to get the speed advantage, initially utilizing that Prankster ability to put that Ursaluna into a very strong position. Obviously got the Life Orb as its held item. Its damage output is going to be even stronger, so things on Boris' side of the field that are going to have to really be careful about and how he approaches this first turn.
Turn 1 is Terror turn for these trainers here coming into this round. It's the Ogerpon is the Terror Pokemon of choice for Boris. Getting that special defense boost, making sure that that Ursaluna Blood Moon is not going to be left to its own devices here. But a Terror in reply, Lee.
Yeah, everyone going for their Terrestrialization this time around. I really like the Terrestrialization on that Ogerpon on Boris' side of the field with that Embody Aspect ability boosting the special defense. It's going to give you a little bit more protection, especially if you lock into a Follow Me this turn to pull away those threatening attacks from that Ursaluna.
And Tailwind coming out from the Tornadus, going to make sure that that Ursaluna is going to be going first, but not before the end. The Gouging Fire, in fact, getting a howl off, raising the attack of itself and that Ogerpon. But there is a big hyper voice, Ursaluna with a roar, doing a lot of damage to both of those targets. Ivy Cudgel, the follow-up from the Ogerpon, and Tornadus has been able to get the Tailwind up, but it is going to be going back to Frederico. Tailwind on the field and a free switch in for Frederico.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think you make a really good point there. I don't think Frederico minds the Tornadus going in this stage of the battle because, as you say, it gives him a free switch in for something fresh to come in and really take advantage advantage of that tailwind, which is exactly what you want after getting it set up. Now you've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It has Terrestrialize. It is going to be throwing out those big hyper voices. The Gouging Fire going to have to be careful of that this next turn. In particular, with that Urshifu coming onto the field, it is going to put a lot of pressure into that slot. So Boris is probably going to have to readjust here. Does have that Howl under his belt, though. So going to be hitting very hard with the Ivy Cudgels, the Horn Leeches that Ogerpon has access to. Something that the Urshifu has to be aware of, respect, but that leaves the Ursaluna kind of free to do what it wants, and that's not what you want to be in the position of if you are Boris.
Whether or not the Urshifu as well is going to be faster, and it is, than that Gouging Fire close combat launching its way into there. It is enough to pick up the KO, the first or the second KO, in fact, that we have so far in this match. And it's going to be the Ursaluna. We saw it be speedier than the Ogerpon in that tailwind environment. Big Blood Moon going off onto the Ogerpon. It's enough to pick up a double KO here for Frederico Camporosi. Tailwind goes up, knockouts abound.
He is not leaving anything to chance here, taking full advantage of this tailwind and really executing his strategy so well, not giving Boris a moment to kind of function here, getting his big attackers onto the field, terrestrializing that turn one with the Blood Moon, getting that hyper voice off, getting the initial damage down, accepting that the Tornadus goes down, getting the Urshifu onto the field and really taking advantage of this speed control. It's backs against the wall for Boris, got a lot to do. Rillaboom coming in here, it has got access to that fake out, can slow things down a little bit, support that Flutter Mane, but you've got to get through these tailwind turns because the speed advantage is with Frederico, the power is on his side of the field. Boris is back against the wall.
Especially with that Ursaluna being a Terra Normal, it's no longer weak to something like a Grassy Glide, and so that Focus Sash on the Flutter Mane is going to have to be doing a lot of work. Urshifu on Frederico's side, as well as the Blood Moon Ursaluna, wisely protecting in this situation, just removing Fake Out as a threat. One more tailwind turn left to go for Frederico, and then the speed dimensions will be back in Boris's favor overall.
Yeah, and this might be all that Frederico needs. Now he's used a turn in between the Blood Moon attacks because you can't use that consecutively together, but he's protected quite smartly with that fake out there coming out, maybe giving the Flutter Mane an opportunity to kind of start clawing this match back, but now able to lock in with that this next turn. Can go for the Flutter Mane because of that ability. It is going to be able to hit that for super effective damage. It has got the sash there, but if you double up into that slot here, it could be enough to pick up the knockout on the biggest threat on Boris's side of the field.
The first of the double ups go in. It's a Grassy Glide into that Ursaluna. A Wicked Blow in reply, taking Flutter Mane all the way down to its Focus Sash, and a Hyper Voice will be enough to knock out that Flutter Mane easily. Doing really good damage as well to that Rillaboom, taking it down to just above half of its hit points remaining, and a little bit of Life Orb chips coming in on that Ursaluna in reply. Now it's Rillaboom versus the free Pokemon that Frederico has. It cannot protect because it's holding that Assault Vest.
Yeah, really unfortunate, and you're looking like we're going to see a Wicked Blow be enough to pick up the knockout. The Grassy Glide coming out, not quite enough. Not opting for that. The close combat, though, locks it up for Frederico, coming out at a fast, furious pace to take this Game 2, tying up the set, taking us to essentially a Game 3.
Game 3 is always what we want to see in these sort of environments, and Boris taking a automatic win to get the first win of the set. Now Frederico evening things up. It is tense, I'm sure, between these two trainers. Now the pressure is on. It doesn't matter what's happened before. These trainers are at one game apiece, and it's going to be this next game that's going to decide the set.
Yeah, and if you are Boris, you've got to really be looking at what your options are coming into this next match. You've got to think that Frederico's probably going to go down the same sort of lines as he went with in that last game, going for the tailwind, getting the Ursaluna onto the field, utilizing the spread damage with that Hyper Voice, and then going for the big Blood Moon when the opportunity's right. What have you got if you're Boris to kind of come back with? You've got to look at things like the King Gambit here. It resists those normal type attacks, so gives you a little bit of stability in that situation where you can maybe take a few more attacks than something else that you know, that even with the special defense boost that the Embody Aspect ability gave the Ogerpon, it wasn't quite enough to kind of get through the turns that Boris needed it to have the impact on his side of the field.
When you look at the Pokemon that Frederico has on his team, it's kind of, you look at it and you think, as we were before the match started, hey, is that Ursaluna really going to be coming to this match? And I think that's probably thrown Boris off a little bit, where maybe he was preparing for the 4 other Pokemon on Frederico's side of the field. And that kind of changes your game plan quite a lot, because dealing with a Blood Moon Ursaluna is very different from dealing with any of the other Pokemon that Frederico has on his side of the field.
Yeah, in particular, if you are preparing for that Ogerpon to come out with the Heartflame mask, and then you see the Blood Moon Ursaluna, game plans have to adapt pretty quickly. And then if you haven't brought the King Gambit because you're expecting the Ogerpon to be the main threat, then that can be an issue.
But it's a little bit more of a standard composition here. Tornadus and the Urshifu single strike coming out for Federico, as well as Boris, leading out with, again, that gouging fire, putting a lot of pressure onto the field, especially after that booster energy activates and raises up its speed. But also the Rillaboom providing a bit of fake out pressure.
It does, yeah, but you've got to look over at the Tornadus and Frederico side of the field. It is holding that Covert Clock item, so it isn't going to be affected by the flinch that the fake out goes for. Going into that, maybe not noticing here as the Heat Crash does come out and double up into it. Is it enough? It is enough. It is critical hit, taking it down. Wow.
There is no Tailwind up on the field, if I'm not mistaken there. Close Combat in reply does a lot of damage to the Rillaboom, but Boris taking a key knockout straight away, turn 1. Coming out, that Heat Crash is such a powerful move that Gouging Fire has access to.
Yeah, in particular when you get the critical hit as well, just to seal up that knockout, going for the double up into that slot, and really paying off here for Boris. Everything to do now for Frederico obviously has got to be very careful around the Gouging Fire, as it has got access to that. Heat Crash can do some big damage, and we are going to see a reaction here and a terrestrialization coming into this next turn.
It's going to be the Urshifu going for its Terror, and the Urshifu on this team is a Terra Dark, one of the more common Terra types for Urshifu single strike, just boosting up the damage of that Wicked Blow. Burning Bulwark, the new signature move of Gouging Fire we get to see for the first time here, but Frederico not falling for that whatsoever, wanting to stop any Grassy Glides from that Rillaboom, going for a Sucker Punch into that, making the absolute correct call in the situation, and Blood Moon Ursaluna following up with a Earth Power that would be super effective into that new Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like that play from Federico, because expecting maybe a Grassy Glide to come out and really giving that perfect protection for your Ursaluna that would take a lot of damage from the Grassy Glide, and just keeping it a lot more healthy going into this next turn. I think not getting kind of toyed into the trap of that Burning Bulwark as well, not attacking into that slot to avoid the burn, because the last thing you want with your Urshifu is to get burnt. You really want to make sure that those Wicked Blows, especially now you've terrestrialized, you've got that additional boost to your Dark type attacks, is going to be as powerful as possible. Now the Ogerpon coming onto the field, going to be a bit of a sitting target for that, and the Gouging Fire has to be careful about the Blood Moon that could be fired out from this Ursaluna, or even the Hyper Voice. We saw how much damage that did in the first game.
Well, Urshifu's not going to be doing as much damage with its close combats going forward in the match, as Breaking Swipe launches out and does a little bit of extra damage to both of these Pokemon, but the Hornleech follow-up isn't enough to pick up the KO there on the Ursaluna. Ogerpon recovering a little bit of HP if it had any loss originally, but that Dark type.
Oh, it's a
Wicked
huge
Blow.
knockout.
It's a KO there. Gouging Fire is going to be knocked out in one by that Earth Power. Boris expecting the Hornleech to be enough, not going for the Ivy Cudgel, just wanting to keep that Ogerpon a little bit more healthy, and especially boosted by the grassy terrain. That Ursaluna is so impressive.
Yeah, taking that attack very well. When you see that move coming out, boosted by the grassy terrain, you're expecting probably not really going to get much use out of it this game, but just hanging on. Obviously going down to the Life Orb recoil, but a huge turn, being able to remove that big threat in Gouging Fire. Now the Fluttermane does come onto the field. It is going to be in a nice place where it can do some decent damage, pressure onto the Urshifu, but has to be careful about that Sucker Punch.
It really does, and you know, it's whether or not the Follow Me is actually the better scenario for this Ogerpon to be able to go for. Just make sure that the Fluttermane doesn't take any damage this turn, or if it does, it only takes one attack, because it is carrying that Focus Sash. It would be able at least to get another attack off afterwards. If you can knock out the Ogerpon, the Urshifu this turn with the Fluttermane, and play one-on-one against the Ogerpon, maybe there's a chance here for Boris.
Yeah, and the big thing to note as well, normally in this situation, you'd be looking at Frederico's side of the field with the Ogerpon and seeing, has it got access to Grassy Glide? Well, it doesn't, so that protects that Ogerpon even more. So it comes down to the speed tie between these two Pokemon. Who can hit first? Can one knock the other one out before the other is able to move?
A big terror, though, coming out from Ogerpon on Boris' side of the field. He is going on the offensive there with the Embody aspect. Not really doing too much in this scenario, not kind of a little bit too low of a HP range to be able to take advantage of that. But here is the key. The Fluttermane has access to Icy Wind. That's going to give the opportunity for this Ogerpon to act first if those Icy Winds connected. But unfortunately for Boris, a double protect coming out from Frederico.
Yeah, just maybe wanting to kind of scout out what Boris is trying to do in this end game here. And the Icy Wind's a really pivotal thing that he can rely on here because, like you say, he's going to drop the speeds on both targets on Frederico's side of the field and then allow the Ogerpon. Now it has Terrestrialize to potentially pick up a knockout on the correct slot. Double protect here means both can't really protect this next turn. We're not seeing an attack though. We are seeing a Follow Me. It's going to leave the Fluttermane open to be able to go for a big attack.
Oh,
Sucker Punch coming out and it fails.
Boris reading that situation absolutely perfectly. Moonblast following up into the Urshifu, getting a KO, and it's going to be an attack from the Ogerpon onto the Ogerpon. Probably going to be enough to pick up the KO regardless of whether it's the Ivy Cudgel or not. Landing down into the Ogerpon, but now one Pokemon apiece. It's going to be Fluttermane with its Focus Sash versus Ogerpon with its Half Flame Mask.
I think the big thing is here, can the Fluttermane take an Ivy Cudgel? That is the big question. It has got the Focus Sash, right? Can it knock out the Ogerpon in 2 hits? It's going to have to rely on the Shadow Ball. We're going to find out how much this initial one's going to do, Ben.
Shadow Ball coming into the Ogerpon, doing just less than 50%. Doesn't get the special defense drop there. Ivy Cudgel landing its way into the Fluttermane, taking it easily down to its Focus Sash. Fluttermane in this situation going to have to be relying on those little bits of luck factor we were talking about earlier. Is it going to be getting a critical hit in this situation? No. Ogerpon hangs on. Ivy Cudgel, it only needs to do 1 HP's worth of damage to take the win in this situation. Frederico coming back from a game loss, 2 games to 1.
An incredible performance from Frederico when all odds coming into this set were against him, going in with a game loss to start with and then bringing it back, coming out in that game 2, swinging, not taking any chances and just really, really offensive in that game and just making sure that he does tie the set up, take it to a game 3. Looked a bit sketchy at points in that game 3 because Boris, you've got to congratulate him with how well he played that game, and it came down to the wire there. Fortunately, the Fluttermane not got just enough in the tank to be able to do the damage required with that Shadow Ball, but testament to Frederico in that one.
And the way that Frederico trained his Pokemon, right? I mean, if you look at the Focus Sash item, usually that means trainers are focusing down on their speed and their power coming into the way that they train their Pokemon ready for a tournament. Well, that wasn't quite enough and could be testament to how Frederico had trained his own Ogerpon to maybe be able to survive those powerful attacks.
Yeah, in particular for those situations, I think you highlight a really important point there, because if you're looking at that from just a bird's eye view, you think, Boris has got this tied up.
Yeah.
You know, 2 Shadow Balls are going to be more than enough.
When he called the Sucker Punch,
gets
the Moonblast onto the Urshifu, you think, okay.
The tables have flipped here.
Yeah.
The Ogerpon is going to find it very difficult to take 2 Shadow Balls, but then the initial Shadow Ball comes out and it takes it so comfortably, doing about 40% damage. So really showing how you can adapt a team by training it differently from what players are expecting. And yeah, really taking advantage of that. And that was the difference in that game, really, you know?
Speaking of training, let's talk about that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Because
it's a scary Pokemon, isn't it?
It's a scary Pokemon, and also, you know, it's definitely been on the running track because that was faster than I really expected it to be in that situation.
Faster, yeah.
Like game 1, where we saw it go for, or game 2, should I say, when we saw it go for a Tailwind on the Tornadus, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna outspeeding the Ogerpon is kind of like, okay, yeah, it's kind of a little bit of the speedier of the 2 Ursalunas. But it ain't that fast, and seeing it outspeed Pokemon like that are naturally a little bit speedier was really impressive to see.
Not only that, is how well it took the attacks later on. When it took the Horn Leech, you think, okay, well, you are really fast, so a lot of investment's been put into that side of your game. You're probably not going to have much left over for the defensive side of things, but it's still balanced very well, you know. It's got that speed aspect, and I guess the Life Orb really helps kind of make up maybe the gap difference for where you've trained other stats in different areas. So just a very strong, threatening Pokemon, in particular because it's got the diversity between the double attacking, the spread move, and the Hyper Voice where nothing's safe.
Yes.
And then the odd turn where you think, it's probably a good moment to go for that Blood Moon, because I think I'm just going to delete something off the field now, you know?
You put it perfectly. The delete button.
Delete button.
Like Hyper Voice, Earth Power, delete, protect.
Well, that Earth Power as well, I think that was a really pivotal moment in the battle as well from Frederico's end, where he picked the precise moment to go for that Earth Power when it would have been easy to kind of double up at that stage and just go for a Hyper Voice, just get safe damage onto the field, maybe pick up the Ogopon in that situation, but just saying, nah, I'm going to get rid of that Gouging Fire, I'm going to make sure that that is removed, it's not an issue going forward, and really picking that precise moment perfectly, and the damage is just...
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, only Landorus really would be able to contest that amount of damage on the Earth Power. And especially impressive considering that Boris had the option to go for a Terra Grass on the Gouging Fire, where you're in that situation and you've got to worry, one, whether a Follow Me comes out and takes that attack away, a little bit less of a threat with the that Terra Dark Urshifu.
Yeah.
Next to the Ursaluna in that situation, but also your opponent could just Terra. Like it's not guaranteed that you're going to be able to launch that Earth Power into a Gouging Fire and it's going to connect for super effective damage in this format. So even more impressive, I think, the commitment to go for it into the Burning Bulwark, but then also go for it again.
Yeah.
Not expecting your opponent to then go for the Terra.
Yeah, you could see a lot of the reasons why Boris kind of chose to go for the Terastallization on the Ogopon. In particular, if you are worried about the opposing Ogopon being in the back from Frederico's end, because then it just gives you a bit more stability. I guess the special defensive boost as well, it's going to give you a little bit more leeway against those big special attacks that are coming out, in particular from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But at the same time, you do think, would the Terastallization being a bit more valuable on that Gouging Fire, you know? The Ogopon's still a bit of an issue, but you do have other things to kind of help out with you in that respect. You do have the Heat Crash as well. It's going to be hitting for neutral damage on it. And then you've got the Howl as well, which is also something you can take advantage of in those odd moments where, you know, you've got something that can be a bit more disruptive to what Frederico was trying to do. But the mix of special and physical on Frederico's side of the field made it very hard to kind of deal with those threats in an easy way. And I think that's what Frederico really kind of honed in on in this match, took advantage of. Didn't get the Tailwind up in that game 3, which was a bit of a detriment to him, but I think it really showcased what the team's all about in that game 2, where he came out the bats, Tailwind, Blood Moon, and then getting the Urshifu onto the field and just going to town.
I really like how you mentioned that, because actually that combination of fake out, making sure that the move was going first, as well as the Heat Crash, whether or not the critical hit was impactful there or not, because Heat Crash is one of those moves where, and I was looking at this, you know, the other day, where I was like, I didn't realize quite how heavy Gouging Fire was. It's like it's 1.5 Iron Hands, and we know how much damage that Heavy Slam does with Iron Hands. Like, it knocks out Fluttermane's left, right, and center. If you Terra Fairy, it's probably still going to be doing lots of damage to your opponent. Gouging Fire even heavier, so it's on that higher range of attacking power much more frequently.
Getting towards Snorlax levels, really.
Kind of, yeah. Like, and when you add in the same type of attack bonus and the Heat Crash, it's like basically turning Heat Crash into a Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
With no downside.
Yeah, with no recoil or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just straight up gonna hurt if it hits.
Boom.
It is a big Pokemon. I didn't expect it to be that heavy, though.
Yeah.
It's really nice, though, that you kind of mentioned it. We touched upon it, and it was featured in that first game, and it didn't do too badly. It probably could have got a bit more out of it, I think, if you're looking at it retrospectively from Boris's end, probably could have done a little bit more in that match, but difficult against the particular Pokemon that you're coming up against.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that these trainers have got to be looking out for coming in, and both of these trainers are very, very strong in their own right. We've seen two different archetypes already coming out into the fore, and what a way to kick off the Liverpool Regional Championships.
Yeah, an amazing way for us to kick off, and we've got so much to come from the rest of this weekend before we eventually crown our champion tomorrow. So, you know, we're only just getting started, which is the exciting part for it. But I do believe we have an interview lined up ready with our players, so we can hop over to the couch, get a little bit more of an insight from the couch with Costa and Frederico.
Actually, Lee, it's Charlie and Federico. Hello, trainers. I'm with your winner of Swiss Round 3, Federico Camporese. Congratulations, Federico. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling good right now. Maybe a bit good, a bit less good about the fact I now have only 5 Pokemon, but this is my first tournament after 4 months. And I had to take a little break for the game for some health issues, so everything is okay now. So I'm just happy to be back competing. I'm 3-0 now, so it feels good. Nothing has been done yet. The tournament is still very long, so I just hope I'm gonna be able to day 2 with only 5 months. Then right now I just feel great and just gonna keep the focus on the next games.
That's great to hear, and we're so pleased to hear that you're feeling better now as well. How's it been taking a break and coming back? Have you felt like the break has benefited you?
Yeah, I thought the break was something not that good for me because I really wanted to compete a lot. Afterwards, I got my confidence back after getting top 4 at Worlds. I really wanted to get other results in the less big major events, in regional, in internationals. Also because I still don't have a top 8 at international or regionals. So my biggest result is from Worlds. I would just like to repeat my performance in the other kind of tournaments. And so the break was something I didn't want to take. I was forced because I was not physically able to travel, but right now I'm feeling good.
No, of course, yeah, and a fantastic result so far today. So think about that match that we just saw. Of course, you had 5 Pokemon instead of your usual 6, but you still came out on top. Were you confident that you'd be able to do that despite being 1 Pokemon down?
I was confident, not too much, not because of the Farigiraf missing, also because this was a matchup, luckily for me, where I was most likely bringing this monster anyway, even with the Farigiraf in the team. The main thing that made me worrying about the match was the game loss. So I was forced to win 2-0. I was not allowed to do something maybe you can do sometimes, risk some play, sacrifice potentially a game because you have another game. It was something I was not able to do in this match, so I just went really offensive, really hard, and just hope it would have worked. Luckily for me, it worked. So now it feels really great. But yeah, I was confident because I've been able to escape other bad situations like that, but not too much because you never know what happens in this game.
No, you certainly don't. And that's exactly what we saw in Game 2. It was quite a simple tailwind, and then Blood Moon Ursaluna just swept through the team. But Game 3 was a little bit trickier. So what was going through your mind during that game?
Yeah, I think my opponent probably forgot about the cover clock on my Tornadoes since he went for fake out on turn 1. So what I thought was like he's not able to 1-hit KO my turn, so I can just go for Bleak Wind Storm, got some cheap damage. In that case, I just went for Bleak Wind and Close Combat to take down the Rillaboom immediately, and then set up the Tailwind with 1 turn of advantage. And luckily, I got a critical hit that made the things not go as I expected. And also, it was possible to notice on stream that I was really disappointed about this critical hit because it was potentially ending the game already, but I tried to keep the calm and find a solution. Luckily for me, I managed to do it, and then the end game was really tricky. The Sucker Punch and Water Ogre Punch situations are always really tricky to play. There is never a safe play. I just try to double protect to get the best optimal play and at least scout his Terra. I was not expecting him to Terra the Ogre Punch. I was more like thinking he was gonna Terra the Flutter Mane and double up my Ogre Punch so that then he potentially was able to survive 2 Sucker Punch, but potentially it was not right because since it was Focus Sash, it potentially had really low bulk or no bulk at all. But yeah, I think despite it didn't happen exactly what I thought was going to happen, my play was still successful, so this is what is important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's fascinating to get your insight. That Ogerpon Halflame that you had survived that Shadow Ball with just above half of its health, and then it was able to stay on the field even after that second Shadow Ball. Is that a calculation you knew off the top of your head?
No, and I was not confident about surviving, and I never played against Sash Flattermane. I always played Speed Boost, Spec Booster, or specs that all have different kind of damages than the Sash one, so I knew I always survive 2 Shadow Balls from Speed Boost Flattermane, but usually Speed Boost Flattermane, since it doesn't have the Sash, runs less special attack, so I was worrying like he's max special attack for sure, since he doesn't need the bulk and he's gonna kill me. Then it was not even close because I ended up getting 75 HP from both the Shadow Balls, so it was not that close to die. In the last turn, I was just praying to not get a critical hit again because it was the only way to end the game. It was not even a roll, I'm kind of sure.
Yeah, it's you played it out so well, and yeah, there was that critical hit early on in the game, and I did actually notice the frustration on your face when that happened. It's so unfortunate, but you were able to turn that game around, so really fantastic stuff there. And then broadening out, as you said, you came top 4 in Worlds last year, incredible achievement, and you were saying just before our interview that you were running the regular Ursaluna at Worlds, and now it's Blood Moon Ursaluna, so you're a fan of the bears.
Yeah, I really enjoy the bears. When I started playing them, I felt like I made a glow up in my level as a player. Like, I struggled so much during the season finding the team that was working the best with my play style. I still managed to get decent results all the time. I made day 2 at the 85% of the tournament I played, but I always then made bad performances in day 2, always went X3 or less in day 2. So I was thinking I need to find the key to unlock the next level, and Ursaluna was the thing that made me reaching it. Like, when I started playing it, I immediately felt better than any other team, and then Worlds was just confirmed for me that I was good with the bears, so I then stayed just with them, and if it's good, I don't know then, because the metagame is having a really huge shift every 3-4 days, even maybe just a week. The metagame is completely changed, and I was struggling a bit in prepping this tournament because I, of course, looked at the previous Charlotte and Portland regionals in the US, and in just 2 weeks they were completely different, and it felt like it was a completely different regulation in Charlotte than Portland. So I was worrying about too many things, so I just ended up bringing the team I felt the most comfortable with.
Yeah. You sometimes it can just be a Pokemon that you need to find in order to unlock that potential in you, and that's fascinating to hear. Very quickly, Federico, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I would like to make a shout out to all of my friends, Il Server. I am also wearing the shirt right now, so just a huge shout out to them. They always support me, they always help me prepping for tournaments, and I will for sure not be at the level I am without them. And also, of course, to all my community, my friends and my family who always support me from home, and that's it.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Federico. And thank you to all the people you shouted out there as well. Trainers, we'll go to a very short break, and shortly we'll be getting into our next Swiss round. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion!
Wow! Wadaj
history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another super rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's
into the Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And
there.
that's gonna do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
Feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome back to the Liverpool Regional Championships. For those of you that are tuning in, my name is Lee Provost, and I have a little bit of a special partner beside me now, Costa Dynamos. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing great, and I think I was just watching the match just before, and I thought, wow, okay, well, Federico's at a disadvantage. Okay, cool, it's going to be really tough, this and that. But he kind of sailed through that
really
to a certain extent, didn't he?
Yeah, 100%. It really looked a bit bleak for him going into that, what was game 2.
Yep.
But yeah, just I said it to Ben, you know, he came out swinging, had a game-minded plan. I think the insights that we got with the interview with him and Charlie, really interesting to hear a little bit of perspective on the match as well. And, you know, expecting the Fluttermane to be the Pokemon to terrestrialize there. Maybe made it a little bit easier, but really, you know, he's so well-versed with the bear, really, you know, having that good performance at Worlds and then continuing that on here. That's all he needs.
That's all he needs. I mean, he kind of like changed the variation of the bear. Like, he changed it to the other bear, the Blood Moon one, but it's just
still a bear.
It's still a bear, right? And it's still kind of the same Pokemon, but just a different variant. But just being able to utilize that in the different sort of speed control forms is something that I think a lot of trainers have already been having to deal with in recent times. And
I think that's what's so dangerous about it, right? Because you normally look at it and you say, right, Trick Room Pokemon.
Standard.
I can get some damage off before the Trick Room starts, but when you're putting it into a Tailwind team alongside the Tornadus, it's like, well, you don't automatically get the jump then, and then the tables definitely shift. And for such a powerful Pokemon, you've got to be very careful against how you lead up against it. And it was a bit unfortunate for Boris that he just didn't really have the right tools in that situation for what Frederico was trying to do.
And I think that's sort of one of the stuff that you really need to take into consideration when it comes to team building, especially in such a format where there's so much high variance in high performing, you know, like powerful Pokemon, that there's so much choice at the current moment where you just need to make sure that you're trying to cover as many grounds as possible, but to the point where, you know, you don't have an auto loss. And that's just typical with every single VG format, but just now it feels like there are so many powerful Pokemon out there.
Yeah, it feels a bit of an impossible task to, you know, and generally at previous formats where you can say, right, my team's good against this archetype, this archetype, this matchup's fine. This one might be a bit shaky. It's really impossible to do that with the variety of Pokemon that we're seeing on the field at the moment, to be like, I can cover everything. I think the best way to go forward in these sort of events, and we've seen it with our previous champions over in the US, is have a strategy that you are using and execute it depending on what you're going up against. You may have to adapt it slightly here and there, but you're following a game plan of your own. You're not relying on reacting to what the team is in front of you.
Exactly. I think it's that sort of like, it's great to be able to have a set amount of reactive response that you're able to provide when, of course, the matchup calls for it, but being able to just have that guaranteed sort of strategy of forcing your opponent to react to yourself. And you're like, it's sort of like a standoff, or 50-50, you know, like, who's going to cause the other person to react first? And that's already just on team preview before we even hop into it.
I think that's one of the big things. Well, we have a bit of a treat for you coming up for round 4, which is great, because I got you on the desk. The first time I've casted with you, Costa, which is very exciting. But we have a community choice next for our next round. So everyone at home, it's up to you who we feature in our next match. Obviously, the votes will be taking place primarily over on our Twitch channel, so head over there. You can get the votes in. These are the 4 matches that we will be putting up as a choice for you to choose from.
Oh, and what matches indeed. I am really liking the look at this. We've got representatives from all ends of the EU region being just ambassadors of their local communities right now. Bas, I think we've seen he had an exceptional run during last season where he was able to just get a consistent top 16s within top 8s to the point where, you know, I'm not completely surprised to see his name here.
No, definitely not. And not to ignore the other players as well. I mean, we've got some real big hitters on this list. You've got Hengwai, who has performed very well here in the local scenes in the UK this season.
Oh, he's been smashing it, absolutely.
That match against Alex Gomez. You've got Boris as well. Familiar face from all the times, but still performing to a very high level. So a very good one against Giacomo. So some great options for you at home to choose from. So I would be happy with any single one of those.
Right, I know, because like sort of, which match would you think has the craziest archetype team there, right?
Now you put me on the spot.
I have to put you on the spot.
I haven't got the list now.
It's sort of what we were talking about, you know, like getting into the casting duo first. It's like, I warned you, I'm going to put you under the spotlight.
What, like at the UIC last year?
you
Gaslit. Completely.
Wait, what was that Pokemon?
Goldingo. Starting.
Again?
It's starting again.
Why are you doing it again?
We're not going down that route, Costa.
Well, who knows? Maybe
I thought I was in safe hands here.
I never told you that was
obviously wrong.
I said you can trust in me trying to help you sometimes.
So it's always what the bad guy says. You can trust me, yes.
Trust me.
But you're not a bad guy. I love you, really.
Am I?
You just you do lead me down the garden path, though, don't you, Costa?
Hey, mate, someone's got to. But of course, you do have the power at home to make sure we are getting a fascinating match. I mean, it's not going to be a tough choice because every single match is going to be absolutely hype.
They are all a banger to choose from, so you can't really lose in these situations. That's why it's going to be interesting to see what you would like to pick at home, and I can't wait to get into it, see what next team we're going to feature, because like we say, we had 2 different archetypes featured there in our first match. You know, the Frederico's team, phenomenal. It's more like what we've seen in previous formats with that reliance on the tailwind. But I'm going to see a bit more of a trick room strategy coming into this next round. It would be interesting to see if that is going to play a big part in our next match. But like I say, it's all down to the people at home.
And the people have chosen, is what we've been told just now.
What have we got?
What have we got, indeed? Oh, it's going to be... Oh, that's such a good one.
That is a great choice.
Oh, that is such a great choice.
We are in safe hands. At least I'm in some safe hands. With you all at home, I might not be in safe hands with Costa next to me, but... Great choice, though. This is going to be a phenomenal match.
It really will be. I think we're just highlighting right there Hengway being an absolute terror when it comes to the local UK scene, just being able to just dispatch of every single local veteran that we most definitely do have.
I believe both players have their Worlds invites as well.
They do
Costa.
indeed,
yeah.
yes.
So both already gonna be hopefully playing at the World Championships this year.
Yep.
So it's a real match that we've got lined up for us. And like you say, Hengway has been doing so well at local tournaments this year, you know, really tearing it up here in the UK and making a big name for himself. So coming in, he has performed well at previous regionals that he has attended.
Yep.
So it's going to be a very tough challenge, though. Up next in Alex Gomez.
Well, I was going to say, and Alex Gomez, I think everyone knows who Alex is and what he's capable of. He is, of course, the currently reigning North American international champion from the 2023 season. I think he's got quite a few multitudes of accomplishments under his veteran-like belt. So definitely no stranger. I'm curious to see if maybe he's going to try to make a thing with the Dragapult or something, you know?
Well,
Who
maybe.
knows?
We'll have to wait and see what team he is piloting. But normally with Alex, he's very methodical in his team building, very well thought out. Be interesting to see if he kind of goes along the lines of what we've seen in previous formats, what we know is working well in this format, or if it is something a little bit more off the wall. I have heard murmurings from some of the other Spanish players bringing a few really odd picks that you wouldn't expect coming into this tournament. So maybe Alex is running something similar to that. But of course, can't discount Hengway as well. What is Hengway bringing to this game? And we'll be getting into the details of the teams and things in a moment, but it is very exciting. Looking forward to this one. Behemoths going head to head.
Oh, yeah, and that's kind of the action that we're looking for, right? We're still day one. This is the second stream round, of course, of Liverpool Regional Championships. I think we already saw quite an impressive play from, I'd say, both players in that round 3 that we just featured, but Federico just going ahead and showing why Tailwind is still such a powerful archetype to be able to bring with that Tornadus prankster. But something that we were talking about, I think, yesterday, Lee, where's the Whimsicots?
Where are the Whimsicots, you know?
There was so much hype.
Yeah, there was, but they're just nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Nowhere.
I don't know why. Do you know why?
Well, I think there's a variety of reasons why Wimmy's not really performing or being the Pokemon of choice. You've seen a lot of dark types kind of popping up at the moment. I think the fact that the Prankster isn't really going to be that viable against those because it's blocked, of course.
Yep.
The speed control's good, but again, you're seeing a lot more Trick Room Pokemon kind of pop up in the format, probably making it a little bit difficult for Whimsicott. And the thing is with Whimsicott as well, a lot of the time you're kind of having to use that Focus Sash item on that Pokemon to make it have a bit of longevity on the field, you know, however short that might be anyway, because of its frailties, because it isn't the most bulky Pokemon as well.
Yep.
And you don't really get too much offense with it, you know, you maybe get you get good support with it, but its offensive options are pretty few and far between.
I mean, I recall the days of, what was it, Worlds 17, where we had Nature Power, Whimsicott.
Yeah.
That was great with the Prankster interaction, right? You're automatically able to go ahead and have this stab move just coming out at +1 priority, and all of a sudden Whimsicott is actually a valid threat across the board.
It can hit for good damage. It's got access to strong attacks like Moonblast, and it has really good support options. You know, I know our fellow caster over the pond, Joe Brown, had been toying with Fake Tears Whimsicott, which I really like the idea of, but we haven't really seen it transition into a major tournament yet, and I think that's the problem. Until players kind of figure out where Whimsicott's place is in this format, you know, I think that's the problem with... We know that Tornadus works. It has good utility, it has a ground resistance, not a lot of other Pokemon have in the format at the minute. It's got decent offensive capabilities as well. The Bleak Wind Storm is a very good offensive move.
It is, isn't it?
Probably better than anything that Whimsicott has access to. So I think the advantages that you have with Tornadus probably over Whimsicott at the moment probably outweigh it, and why we're not really seeing it have any impact so far. But that's not to say it won't make an appearance later down the line. There's obviously other abilities that you can run on it. Chlorophyll is one of those.
Oh, is that what the discussion we're having about trying to bypass a Farigiraf?
Yeah, bypass that. You go Chlorophyll, you put a Torkoal on your team, and you go Worry Seed.
I mean, it's actually like something that can be explored a bit further, because we know that there's this, I think we saw Stefan Mott actually rocking that core Sun team with the photosynthesis.
Yeah, with the jump love.
Yeah, with the jump love, that's it. And sort of, it molds so well with each part of that team. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see Walking Weight absolutely steam the competition so far.
I like that.
Oh, do you? I wasn't sure. I was like, is he going to catch on? Or is he not? But I think...
Give me some credit.
I'll give you credit. I'll give you... I mean, you got Team Aqua, though.
I have, yeah.
That is great credit.
The best team.
Oh, water type as well.
You're aligning.
Aligning. Aligning very well.
Don't team up with that Ben Kiriaki chap, with that Team Magna.
Dude.
Magma like, traitor.
No, we don't speak to that crew, but no, I think going back into it, it's going to be quite fascinating to see once again how we're able to dispatch of the big main speed control threats, how you can work around them. You kind of just have to match them to a certain extent, don't you?
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that you have to say with these Tailwind teams. When we came into Regulation F, you're probably expecting, is the trend going to carry on from the previous regulation where we've just seen that speed control dominate, right? But it hasn't seemed to have picked up as much kind of momentum in the early stages of this format as we were expecting. We saw the kind of rise of priority, and that kind of strategy be the first thing to kind of take off, right?
Yeah.
Where it doesn't really care about Tailwind or Trick Room, because you're just having that priority attack. You're hitting first every single time, boosting that with the Chen Pao and likes of other Pokemon that have access to those stream speed moves and things like that. Whereas now we've seen a transition into the more Trick Room, slower, bulkier sort of teams, more control-based teams. But there is still a place for Tailwind, because like we've just seen, Frederico, in the right situations where you can utilize the Tailwind, it is so overwhelming and your opponent really struggles to deal with it. So it's not something to forget about. And I think those teams which can adapt a Tailwind mode and maybe a Trick Room mode all in one are going to be the ones that have the best flexibility, best adaptations for whatever you kind of come up to in a format that we've already mentioned is very hard to prepare for.
Well, that's it. There's just so many threats that you have to take into consideration. However, we do have an update that we are good to actually get our players finally prepped up right now. They have been seated. They are just going ahead and quickly getting things set up. But I think it is going to be such a fascinating match. We know that Alex, in the past, what he has been rocking is actually completely different to what I got a bit of a word about right now. There may or may not be a ruinous Pokemon that basically hasn't had any great usage stats ever since, I don't know, Regulation Set D or even C.
Yeah, probably that early. You like that early, probably.
Yeah.
And that's so it's going to be interesting to see how that interacts going into this game. Obviously, not something that has been played very much in the format so far, but does have the ability to really impact the field, like a lot of those other Rune Pokemon have the ability to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what I've at least known about Henway is they've been able to do a really good job in piloting a Chi-Yu Flutter main core, maybe accompanied by a Tailwind with Tornadus. I've personally actually gone up against him a couple of times at the locals, and my word, is he an exceptional player. He's just able to really articulate the necessary steps that he's able to just accomplish that win condition, you know, to the point where he's just very cautious, but he knows when to strike at the most opportune moment.
Yeah, and here we go with the achievements from these players. We'll start over on Alex Gomez's side of the field, giving us a wave there with those. No introduction needed from, obviously, the reigning NAIC champion from 2023, World's Top 8 in 2019. Going back to 2016, he is the previous UK national champion, and in 2016 as well, winning a regional that year. 2016 Leon champion.
Leon champion indeed. And I think Alex is just one of those great calls of the community, definitely the Spanish community, where he's able to just bring a lot of people up and give so much guidance when it comes to team building. He's always on point with the meta calls when they're necessary. But over on Henway's side, we do have them actually accomplish some really good standings and scores. He's not quite yet been able to get that finals that he's been chasing, but he's definitely most on the way.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about those players that are kind of pushing the realms of those kind of familiar faces and trying to break through that glass ceiling, and I feel like Hengwai is one of those players that can push through that. You know, he's just on the verges of getting a really big result, so we'll want to definitely watch out for. But we're going to take a recap of the teams here, what the players are running. Alex Gomez with the Amoonguss, the Fluttermane, Incineroar, Como-O, Porygon 2, and Ting Lu.
Ting Lu,
that almost
baby.
Rhymed.
Yeah,
rolled off the tongue.
That was pretty impressive. But there you go, Lee. There's your P2.
P2.
2.
See, Alex knows what it's all about.
He knows what's up. But that Como-O, actually accompanied by the Ting Lu, not Pokemon that we would have actually expected to be 3-0 right now in day one.
No, it's a really interesting choice. The dynamic with the Ting Lu, of course, has that Vessel of Ruin ability that kind of gives you that boost to your special defenses, lowering the special attack on all Pokemon on the field. So really supporting that Como-O in particular, because it has that Iron Defense move. It's going to boost its defense by 2 stages every time it uses it, and then combine that with the Body Press, which is going to be hitting off that defense stat, making it a very powerful Pokemon.
Oh, exactly. We've seen it actually in the past be able to get that championship for with the Tyranitar mix-up. But wow, okay. Henway actually rocking that Serena. Definitely another Pokemon I was not expecting, Lee, if I'm completely honest here.
Definitely not with the Queenly Majesty ability. It works a little bit like the Armatil, where it is going to give you that protection from any priority attacks on your side of the field. A completely different Pokemon, though. It gives you a bit more of an offensive outlet, especially on the physical side, and with the triple axle is an option there. Really nice for Hengwai to utilize in this battle. Obviously got the Power Whip there and Helping Hand as well, so can perform kind of a real kind of hybrid role of supporting and being an offensive threat as well.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of late, was it Ultra Moon meta back in 19, where you're able to accompany it by Kyogre on the side and get those helping hands and feint as well, back when I used to get it, and be such a threat and a menace. So being able to actually see Hengway bring it right here as a pseudo Farigiraf, it's going to be quite fascinating, because we haven't actually seen triple axle be used as often, especially because there's such great utility to it as long as you can connect with them, and hence why we do have the wide lens option.
Yeah, if you take an overview of the teams, though, Hengwai is going to rely on that Tailwind as his main speed control option, right, which doesn't really match up that great into what Alex is kind of leaning on when that Trick Room with the Porygon 2. So Hengwai is going to have ways to really deal with that quite well. It is a very defensive Pokemon, Porygon 2, so going to be very difficult for Hengwai to deal with, but he does have some big, you know, attacking threats. He's got what we've seen in previous formats perform very well. He's got the Choice Specs Fluttermane. He's got the Chi-Yu. That's going to be another Ruin legendary Pokemon that also disrupts everything on the field, giving you more power to those special attacking moves. So Porygon can't really take that for granted. It's not going to have an easy time setting the Trick Room up, but you do have things like Incineroar that you can pair up nicely next to it. You've also got your own Ting Lu that can counteract what the Chi-Yu is trying to do as well, and offer some good offensive threat, you know, to that, to what Hengwai is going to probably try and just come out with an onslaught against Alex, prevent the Trick Room. If Alex can maneuver a Trick Room up, it's going to be very hard for Hengwai to manage that.
Indeed, but we are here for for round 4, day 1, Liverpool Pokemon Regional Championships. And P2 is on the field, accompanied by that Incineroar versus the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane over on Hengwei's side. This is a bit of a clash between older formats, if I'm not mistaken, versus the new meta.
Yeah, it is completely that. I think the Chi-Yu needs to be very careful here what it does, unless it does go for that terrestrialization, but you're committing because the fake out does threaten to break your focus sash. It stops you in your tracks for at least one turn, and it makes you a bit more susceptible to getting taken down subsequent turns after that. So have to be careful with that. Do you want to commit to going for that terrestrialization just to avoid a fake out from the Incineroar here? It's a big question. Probably not. Do you want to readjust your board position and then utilize the Fluttermane that is impervious to that fake out this turn to get some big damage off? Try and start tackling, taking down that Porygon 2.
But no, we do actually have the switch out right here, which is a very interesting move and actually very calculated, as Ting Lu is going to be bringing the drop of the special attack offense presence on the field with its aura, of course, whilst we're going to actually notice the Fluttermane opt to go on the pure offensive. We're going to have a situation of, we got Chi-Yu's ability on the field, Ting Lu's sort of brought it back to a neutral stalemate right now. However, Chi-Yu is likely going to try to focus down potentially on this Porygon 2.
Yeah, but we are going to see terrestrialization on both sides. And one thing that the Porygon 2 has in its arsenal is that poison terrestrialization, giving it resistance to those big fairy type attacks that could potentially come out here. And like you say, with that Vessel of Ruin ability on the Ting Lu, really going to help out, help you set that Trick Room up. But into the Ting Lu here, not the Porygon 2, and a huge attack.
Wow, huge attack, but even greater survival. Just looking at that Ting Lu, must have been very well trained. Survives on 5 hit points there. But Lee, we've got the Trick Room now set up. Porygon 2 isn't known to be the most offensive Pokemon, unless, of course, it does have that download special attack boost enhanced based around the opponent's Pokemon stats. But in this scenario, you just want to try to get some more control on and actually start chipping down both of these Pokemon.
In particular, the Fluttermane needs to be very careful this turn on Hengwai's side of the field, because now the Porygon has terrestrialized into that poison type. It does have access to Terra Blast, so it will have a poison type attack into that Fluttermane, going to be super effective. Probably won't be enough to take it down, like you say, but will be a very impactful move. With the choice specs, it is locked into that one move, and that's why we're seeing Hengwai switch it out, maybe keep it for later when the Trick Room is ended. But can Alex capitalize on these Trick Room turns, take advantage of them while they're in effect?
And that's a really good switch out there. You're able to have Fake Out available the next turn, and maybe even directly try to threaten down this P2 with any sort of ground type moves with high horsepower. However, we do have the attack going on the offensive from that Porygon 2, dealing so much damage onto the Rillaboom. Combination with the Stomping Tantrum into the Chi-Yu will be blocking that Focus Sash. However, the Chi-Yu now is in a spot to try to get a Snarl off, and it does succeed with both being able to now neuter even further the damage of this Porygon 2 and pick up the KO on the Ting Lu.
Yeah, it's a really nice turn here from Hengwai, even though it does look a bit bad for him at the moment with the Trick Room in effect. The P2, the Porygon 2 is in a great position. Losing the Ting Lu, not really that big a deal, I think, for Alex in this situation, because it's kind of done the job that he needed to. It came in, he's probably bringing it in to protect the Porygon 2 to get the Trick Room up. So getting that initial damage onto the Chi-Yu here, it's in knockout range going into this next turn. It really feels like it's forced to protect here, because anything coming out from the Porygon 2 will probably be able to pick it up at this range. You've got the Incineroar on the field now, and you would suspect that it is slower than the Rillaboom, so has that active Fake Out, can go into the Rillaboom, prevent it from utilizing its own Fake Out and slowing your side of the field down if you're Alex. So Hengwai in a bit of a situation where looking like maybe having to switch the Chi-Yu out, protect it here, because if you don't, you could be susceptible to going down another Pokemon this turn.
Because what you're realistically trying to do here is just expire the turns of Trick Room as much as you can, just wait for that opportune moment that it's just going to be completely gone. So yeah, we are actually going to go ahead and see that switch out right now. It's actually going to be the Urshifu Rapid Strike. A really nice switch in here. However, Fake Out comes out and does block any move coming up from Porygon 2. For now, although the trade has been exchanged. That Flare Blitz, you didn't see the Fake Out come out from the Incineroar when it could have gone for it. However, more importantly, I think what Alex was trying to focus down on is starting to get rid of those switch-out slots that Hengway has available to himself.
Yeah, and being able to remove the Relic Beam is a really nice choice there. Yes, you could have went for the Fake Out, but you can see it would have been a bit of a wasted turn here because, you know, the Urshifu isn't holding a Focus Sash. That's on the Chi-Yu, so you're not really breaking a Sash here. And you have the opportunity where the Relic Beam is not likely to go for the Fake Out into the Incineroar, knowing that Fake Out's an option there, and you really want to slow down the Porygon too, stop it from maybe going for a recover or an attack into one of your Pokemon, get something in for free, taking advantage of that turn to go for the Flare Blitz there and remove what could be a disruptive, supportive slot on Hengwai's side of the field and limit what he's able to do for the rest of this match.
And in this scenario, once again, I think we've got this choice spec, choice specs on the Flutter Mane. It may even be a bait to try to at least get the Chi-Yu switch out going there. You just want to make sure that Trick Room has been expired, but how are you realistically getting rid of this Porygon 2? I don't see a very direct way for victory with the win condition.
There isn't a direct way, and I think using the Flutter Mane as bait is almost a way to kind of get around that, to allow the Urshifu maybe a shot. Yeah, that is a huge attack into the Flutter Mane, a one-hit KO.
One-hit KO. Porygon 2 just picking up names right now, coming back from the past with a Terra Blast of immense force. Of course, the Poison Terra in that case, as we do actually have the parting shot from the Incineroar, focusing down on this Urshifu, just realistically wanting to get the pivot action going in order to enable the Fake Out on a following turn. But yeah, I think the writing may potentially be on the wall for this game one, as we are going to have that good old mushroom we all recognize, Amoonguss, being able to just sponge up all of that damage from that Urshifu.
And probably do more back in return with that Rocky Helmet held item that it does have access to. You can see it hitting the Urshifu every time it makes contact with this Amoonguss, probably doing more damage than the Surging Strikes did to the Amoonguss. A great switch in here, and Alex really showing how to take advantage of your Trick Room turns when you get it set up and cut through the opposing team. Didn't expect the Flutter Mane to go down to that after the Snarl that the Porygon 2 had taken, obviously reducing the special attack there, but such a powerful Pokemon into this environment. And Hengwai's back is definitely against the wall now. You know, the Chi-Yu's a great Pokemon against the Amoonguss, but has got enough to be able to get through the next couple of turns. And always, you've got to think there is an Incineroar looming in the back. It can come in at any point.
Yep.
You're probably safe to switch it in on that Amoonguss slot because it's not likely that the Urshifu is going to attack into that Pokemon because of the Rocky Helmet. It's not very effective. You're going to do more damage than that. So it gives you a free opportunity to say, oh, let's get the Incineroar back onto the field like we're going to see now. It drops the Intimidator onto the field. You're resisting the Chi-Yu's attacks. You're resisting, well, you're not really going to be affected by the Urshifu, like I've already mentioned, but then you've got the Fake Out the next turn to potentially help you set up another Trick Room and really close this game out.
Exactly that, and I think just being able to capitalize off of that defensive protects from both of Hengway's turns, just taking you even further back right now. It's quite tough when you're having to deal with Porygon 2 that just at no realistic point is it going to be leaving this battlefield right now in game one. And sort of Alex getting a really good pincer lock here right now, just saying, right, you're either going to have to go on the defensive or you're going to have to try to go on the offensive, and I'll still have Fake Out available, and you're not going to realistically get rid of the Porygon 2 and pick up a KO, right?
Not really, not here, because you've got that active Fake Out. You are going to, you know, utilize it here. Alex really showing how well he can play this team. He's piloting so perfectly here. Timing it correctly where, you know, Hengwai going for his only out here. If he gets the flinch here, it's not going to be able to get the Trick Room up. Unfortunately, not the case. Getting another Trick Room up, and like you say, putting that pincer in motion, closing this game down, making it very difficult for Hengwai to operate under these Trick Room environment.
Yeah, it's just masterclass of board positioning right here. Just being able to weigh in on this Porygon 2's Poison Terra is such a good strategy for this matchup. You're able to, you're sort of forcing both the Chi-Yu and the Flutter Mane, if you're going to be finding them paired up in the lead, to focus down on that slot or at least commit a Terra for additional damage. And just being able to subset that with that Poison Terra has been really, really proving dividends.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Protect here from that Chi-Yu, just wanting to try and get through these turns, as we do see a recover from the Porygon 2, just putting itself in a bit more of a healthy position, like it started the battle with. So it's going to be ready to go into the Chi-Yu potentially the next turn, but it does leave the Urshifu a little bit open to go for an attack. It is going to go for those Surging Strikes. Not going to be quite enough damage, though. Not what Hengwai is looking for.
No, and at this point, we know how powerful of a Pokemon this Rapid Strike Urshifu is. Not even being able to bring it down to half, just barely missing. And this situation, you got Trick Room set up, you got an Amoonguss in the back, you got Incineroar, that all it needs to do is either go for any sort of defensive play. I don't see a reason why Alex should go for it. You know you can lock up the game with the Amoonguss in the back, whether via redirection of the Rapid Strikes or just going for the Spores. And yeah, there we go. We see the writing on the wall. Hengwei puts in a forfeit for game one, giving Alex the win.
Masterclass of how to utilize Trick Room and really exploit a weakness in your opponent's team for being able to manage that environment. I think it really was just Alex showing how well his team can perform against something which is going to struggle against it. Hengwai is going to have a really hard time stopping this Trick Room. I think the Poison Terastallization on the Porygon 2 is very unique, something that we don't generally see too much, you know, and it gives it such good resistances, gets rid of that fighting weakness in particular, and against things that it's going to be weak against and see a lot in the format, like the Flutter Mane, gives you such a good advantage, especially with that Terra Blast that can take advantage of in it and out of its Terastallized state.
Yeah, and I think it would be great if Hengwei had Taunt on his Tornadus. However, it does not. It does have double weather, which is great utility to actually see. With the Covert Cloak, that would have been an option for himself. But in this scenario, I feel like you have to lean in a bit into the fake-out pressure to at least slow down this Porygon 2, rather than go on the pure offensive. Because, yeah, sure, going on the offensive would be great if, you know, such Pokemon as Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane, which are known to be absolute special attack powerhouses, most of the time will pick up KOs, but we've got a Porygon 2 on the field. It has Eviolite. It has the capability to Terra away and actually have a resistance versus Fairy, which we know Flutter Mane loves terastallizing into, accompanied by the Choice Spec. So you're already not able to guarantee that first turn double focus KO into the Porygon 2. You sort of have to maybe approach it from a different way of disruption.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Hengwai could look at is, you've quite rightly pointed out, the double weather on the Tornadus. Now you can support other Pokemon that you've got access to, like the Chi-Yu, potentially with that Sunny Day, making that Heat Wave even more powerful, right? And then you just do that, right? Turn one, you've got the Covert Cloak on the Tornadus, you don't worry about that fake out support from the opposite side of the field. And you might have to commit to go into the grass terastallization, right, in that situation. But is it a bad thing if you're able to get the damage required to really stop Alex in his tracks? Because that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to lay down that initial damage. It's very difficult because if the Porygon 2 gets into that situation, it's got Recover, so it can really undo any damage that's already been done.
Yeah. As we are going to see the exact same lead from Alex's side. Very safe, very strong lead versus Hengwei's adaptation here. No longer having a Flutter Mane on the field, we do have that urge for Rapid Strike. So perhaps Hengwei trying to focus down on directly threatening the Incineroar, or even opting to go for a Dark Pulse, allowing the Chi-Yu maybe to pick up a flinch. That could be an option here.
That is one option that Hengwai has access to, right? And it is a play where you can say, okay, well, I'm probably going to have to take a fake out here from the Incineroar, so I either switch out the Urshifu or I keep it in and protect it this turn. So I've got it to use the next turn. My only way to stop the Trick Room, realistically, is to get a Dark Pulse flinch. And you've got to hope in that situation that the Incineroar goes for the fake out into the Urshifu and not the Chi-Yu, and Alex predicting maybe the Protect on that Urshifu because of the threat from the fake out here. But then if you don't fake out into the Urshifu, you get punished for it, and we're not going to see that this turn.
We're not going to see it, but we are going to see a Snarl instead being opted. So wanting to try to reduce the damage output of this Porygon 2 due to the offset of download right here makes a lot of sense. And we saw how powerful it actually was, well placed in that game 1 because of its ability. It has set up Trick Room, but at least there's some sort of disruption game going on rather than going on the full offensive.
Yeah, and I quite like what Hengwai is doing here, because I think if you look back to that first game where he was able to parting shot out and get the Amoonguss in to catch the Urshifu and really kind of punish the Surging Strikes into that slot, you don't have the kind of freedom to do that just yet, because you've got that Chi-Yu on the field, right? And it is threatening with potentially a Heat Wave this turn. Although the dimensions have been turned, nothing's really in risk of getting knocked out this turn on Hengwai's side of the field. So he has led very smartly here. Obviously gone for the Snarl as well, reducing the attack power on the Porygon, so it's not hitting as hard. Really nice play, and setting him up to get some big damage onto Alex's side of the field for the first time. You're going to see a Terra Blast though.
Terra Blast with the normal typing actually does support the same type attack bonus boost they will be getting onto the Chi-Yu, not dealing that much damage at all. However, we do have the parting shot here, wanting to reposition this Incineroar. Likely, perhaps going to be that Amoonguss as a candidate, but we do have a bit of a sneak peek, a preview. It is a Ting Lu. That's another very good choice right here. You're able to just slow down this offensive special attack pressure from the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, and because you've got that parting shot of just now with the Incineroar, reducing the attack power on the Urshifu, I mean, the close combats are going to be hitting for less damage, but you still got to worry if you bring in the Ting Lu here, if it locks into that Surging Strikes to kind of cover bases between that and a Heat Wave from the Chi-Yu, then you still are going to be susceptible to take some big damage this next turn.
Right, and worth noting as well, it was an attack boost on that Porygon 2 with the download before, so it is at -1 special attack right now, susceptible to the close combat from Hengwai's Urshifu, but because of the parting shot, it's not going to be dealing as much damage, and the Heat Wave is not going to be able to follow up because the Ting Lu is on the field, baby.
That's a great play there from Alex, because I think without that Vessel of Ruin ability, it would have probably went down to that follow-up Heat Wave doubling up, and you can see the importance of that parting shot here from the Incineroar onto the Urshifu, reducing the damage of that close combat as well. So able now in a position to get a recover off, just like we mentioned at the start of this game, able to undo all of that damage, all the good work that Hengwai's done so far. Ting Lu on the field now does threaten big damage onto the Chi-Yu, and that's why we're seeing it retreat.
Indeed. What is it retreating for is the real question. It is going to be the Rillaboom. Now having fake out pressure available on Hengwai's side, you're able to at least even threaten some really powerful grass type moves, most notably the Wood Hammer in the subsequent turn. But we've got a terrestrialization, and it is a Ting Lu, and it is yet again a Poison Terra, but not the P2.
Yeah, Poison Terra type again, but the opposite side of the field here for Alex as he goes for that recover with the Porygon 2 here, taking the opportunity to get some of that valuable health back, and we're going to see a Stomp and Tantrum into the Urshifu. Do some nice, respectable damage there as a Surgeon strikes this time into the Porygon 2. Going to ignore that attack drop from the parting shot earlier on and get some very good damage, in particular with how he's positioned that Rillaboom now to have that active fake out, really make it difficult for the Porygon 2 to be able to get another recover off freely this next turn.
As we're in a position right now, the Porygon 2 is at the weakest it's ever been in between Game 1 and Game 2. But we know it does have access to recover, but because that fake out is on the field from the Rillaboom, it may want to slow down its capability of being able to recover all of that HP. Ting Lu may be well positioned to try to focus down on KO. It might be able to pick it up on the Urshifu, but you got to take into consideration this Incineroar might be switching in right now. He wants to get the Intimidate down. It wants to have fake out available on the following turn. The real question is, can Hengwai read that if that play does come out?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Alex here as well, it's a great opportunity. If you want to get rid of the drops onto the Porygon 2 and avoid and maybe get knocked out, to switch it out here for something like the Amoonguss, because the threats on the field right now aren't going to cause Amoonguss any problems at all. So we are going to see a switch up, but it isn't the Porygon 2, it is the Amoonguss coming in for that Ting Lu.
it is as actually a defensive play from this Urshifu, being well aware of the threat of the Ting Lu. No fake out. We have the recover on the Porygon 2, going to be bringing that HP straight back up. And of course, the high horsepower trying to focus down on what was that Ting Lu, the Poison Terror Ting Lu more precisely. And yeah, we're in a scenario that Amoonguss is just such a good Pokemon to switch in and immediately threaten with potential redirection or sleep.
Yeah, and it also has access to that Pollen Puff we know so well on this Pokemon, where it can start topping up the Porygon 2, so it doesn't really have to rely on that recover so much. It allows it to perform a little bit more offensively, and also you've got to worry if you are the Rillaboom as well, because you can obviously take a lot of damage from that Pollen Puff in the meantime if it is targeting into that slot. Chi, you not really a safe switch in for that move either, because it will take damage from it, and all the while the Urshifu is going to be taking chip damage along the way and has to really be careful of that rage power that the Amoonguss has access to support its fellow Pokemon.
And a lovely switch in right here. You're able to not only get that Intimidate on the field, but because you've got Amoonguss on this side, it directly threatens the Spore into that slot. And unless there's any sort of high horsepower critical hits coming out from the Rillaboom targeting down that slot, I do not see this Incineroar moving at all, which is the case. It's absolutely able to shrug off that very normal, powerful Wood Hammer there. And yeah, Urshifu in this scenario, not being able to capitalize off of anything.
Not really, not now. No, it is asleep, and it is taking a guaranteed sleep turn. So it has a possibility to wake up, of course, but I think the control that Alex has got on the field right now, dropping another Intimidate, going to be able to go for another parting shot this next turn to take advantage of maybe getting the Incineroar off the field, get the Porygon 2 back onto the field, get those stat drops that it was subjected to earlier in the game reset. It's going to be hitting a lot harder, and then get another Trick Room up at the right time to really be able to take advantage of his slow Pokemon in this team, making it difficult along the way with the Urshifu taking a considerable amount of damage already. Not going to be able to take too many more attacks from Alex's side of the field if he can get his board position well. But I mean, board position right now not looking too bad at all.
No, not at all, as we've got the redirection coming out from this Amoonguss. Just in case the Urshifu does wake up here, but it does not. Question is right now, high horsepower deals really good-ish damage, I'd say, even at -1, but guess what? It's going straight down to -2, and we're just seeing this revolving door of Pokemon right here from Alex's side, and that's the sort of benefits that you're able to obtain by having these core 4 Pokemon right here. You've got a lot of bulk, you've got a lot of potential for recovery, and then that's escorted by further damage mitigation on the physical side with that Intimidate of the Incineroar, accompanied by the Fake Out pressure. So there's a lot of tools in Alex's arsenal here.
Yeah, a lot of tools, a lot of flexibility, being able to switch out, a lot of good synergy between the team against what the big threats are on Hengwai's side of the field. And I think it's really testament to what Alex's playstyle kind of suits. He's like at home with this kind of like team concept, this archetype of team. Really feels good about it, obviously showcasing it perfectly here, and not really like ever overcompensating and taking any risks, I think, in this battle. Just really taking it very slow, doing what he needs to do to kind of eke away, chip away at Hengwai's side of the field. And like we're going to see here, we're going to see another Trick Room set up. There isn't really much that Hengwai can do to prevent this either.
No, and I think that's sort of what Hengwai really needs to try to manage the best, because board position so far is extremely in favor of Alex's side. And no, unfortunately, I think the only out there would have been a critical hit with the Wood Hammer to bypass the -2 attack there, accompanied by, of course, the Grassy Surge. Could have further boosted and allowed maybe some sort of KO, but this is still a Porygon 2. I wouldn't put it past it for actually surviving that combination of multipliers there.
Yeah, I think maybe it probably would have been able to kind of see itself through that turn, get into this Trick Room environment. Again, the Amoonguss is going to threaten that Spore once again onto the Chi-Yu here. There is no way, you know, it has to protect or switch out. Now, you could play a game where you switch out the Chi-Yu into the Urshifu, because you know it's already asleep if you suspect the Spore into that slot, because you've probably not got the offensive power right now to be able to take it down. And it does threaten a knockout onto the Amoonguss if it can get a Heat Wave off, of course, and considerable damage to the Porygon 2 as well. But it's such a safe option for the Porygon 2 just to sit on the field, maybe go for a cover this turn and then switch that Amoonguss out to the Incineroar. You've got active Fake Out again. You're dropping another Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom, and you're in a much better place to start getting some big damage onto the field the next turn.
As we're going to actually have a switch out here. Rillaboom wants to maybe preserve its grassy terrain for further future turns, but getting that recovery, but no, with no protect, no switch outs for that GU, just the Spore straight into the slot right there. It will be burning this first turn of sleep, and the Terra Blast, normal type, is able to actually pick up the KO. We know that Urshifu's very frail when it comes to their special defense, but wow, that Porygon 2, it's got some really good training there, Lee.
Really good training, just showing off the ability to not only be a very strong supportive Pokemon, but a very dangerous offensive threat as well in the right situations. And now losing the Urshifu, although it was asleep, it is one of the key components that Hengwai could like lean on a little bit to be able to do some significant damage to Alex's side of the field, but Alex not really allowing that at all. You're seeing taking advantage and not taking any chances, going for that Spore into the Chi-Yu, saying, well, I could potentially go for the double up into the other slot, I could switch in Incineroar, but no, if you don't protect here, I'm going to punish you with the Spore. I'm not really losing anything by going for that, and I've shown how, you know, relaxed he is, taking it very slow in this game, and now he's in the position where he can potentially switch out either the Amoonguss for that Incineroar now, get another Intimidate, which is going to be important down into the Rillaboom because it has reset those Intimidate drops that it took previously, and the Wood Hammer did still do a lot of damage, so double up could be a problem, but the Chi-Yu asleep is a big advantage for Alex to be able to get this play off a bit more securely.
Well called, as we do, of course, see that Incineroar and Recover play coming out right now. And sort of, we're in the point of the game where we're actually, I was going to say, we haven't seen a Pokemon being KO'd on Alex's side, but of course, Hengwai beat me to it right there, as we do finally see the Incineroar going down. So a nice focus choice in there. I think it was relatively safe. Hengwai didn't go completely out of the board with a read there because he's still going to try to hit the Amoonguss for neutral in that scenario, but we've still got the 3 real problematic Pokemon available on Alex's side at pretty much max HP, if not.
That's the problem. You kind of forget at some point that the Tinglu's still sitting in the back and it is terrestrialized. It is going to be able to come in. A nice call there from Hengwai, though, to get the high horsepower into that slot. Like you say, there wasn't really a safe switch in for Alex in that situation, and is able to pick up a knockout onto that really infuriating Pokemon that's cycling in and out with the fake out support and the Intimidate. So that's not an option for Alex anymore. The Rillaboom having some joy in this match, but again, in a position now where the Chi-Yu, if it stays asleep this turn, likely going to get knocked out. The Rillaboom going to take a lot of damage from either an Ice Beam that the Porygon 2 has access to, or even a Terra Blast. So it really is threatened this turn, and the Chi-Yu, even if it does wake up, not really going to be able to do as much damage because of the ability, the Vessel of Ruin, that's kind of cancelling out Chi-Yu's ability that would normally be so oppressive in this situation.
Ooh, and we finally get the reveal of the final Pokemon on Hengwai's side, being the Flutter Mane, wanting to try to bring it in here as a potential defensive switch, and in combination with the Ghost Terra type here, wanting to shrug away and be completely immune to any sort of normal type Terra Blast coming out from the Porygon 2, which is not the case, or any sort of super effective ground type moves, which is once again not the case, as we see a double up actually going into the Flutter Mane, allowing this Chi-Yu to try to connect its moves, but Porygon 2 unfortunately did actually evade that Heat Wave, and in combination with the grass terrain on the field, this Tinglu is just starting to get that recovery going again.
Yeah, and that is a huge survival for the Flutter Mane, but just probably it needs a little bit more time, because I think with the Trick Room still in effect, it is going to be a real sitting to get knocked out this next turn from anything coming from the Porygon 2 or the Tinglu. You can safely go for an Ice Beam into that slot if you are the Porygon 2. Great to get the Chi-Yu waking up there. Going to be able to do some significant damage. Choosing and opting for that Ghost Terrestrialization. Probably the best choice at this stage in the game. But you've still got the Rillaboom in the back, so there is still a few options here for Hengwai to take advantage of going deeper into this game.
As we are going to see the Protect coming up from Chi-Yu completely get ignored by the Porygon 2, which does go ahead and bring Hengwai down to his final 2 Pokemon right here. The Tinglu actually trying to go for Snarl in that scenario. Makes a lot of sense. You're able to likely pick up the KO onto that Flutter Mane in combination, of course, with the Beads of Ruin available on the field, and start further mitigating the damage output of this Chi-Yu. So going into this, I think there were quite a few options for Ting Lu in that scenario. You could even go for Ruination or try to go for the Stomping Tantrum to at least get some same type attack bonus. Focus onto that Chi-Yu, but maybe taking into consideration any sort of Rillaboom switches.
Yeah, and the Rillaboom's got access to that high horsepower, which does threaten the Ting Lu for super effective damage. And it's not as easy for Alex in this situation to get in the Amoonguss. As you can see here, the Heat Wave is something that Hengwai's going to lock into here. The double up, not quite enough to get the Ting Lu, though. No fake out coming out this turn, as we are going to see a Snarl to reduce that special attacking power from that Chi-Yu. Do a little bit of chip to the Rillaboom along the way, but this leaves the Porygon 2 open to get that Trick Room set up once again.
The duck knows what it wants to do, and the duck does what it needs to do, and that is literally why we do have, of course, the Trick Room set up right now. Grass terrain is on the field. Rillaboom does have access, of course, to the Grassy Glide, but the question right here is you just need to try to get rid of this Ting Lu, but then, Lee, you've got to deal with an Amoonguss, and you need that Chi-Yu to deal with the Amoonguss.
You do. It's a tricky situation, especially once the Trick Room goes back up. I think it's very difficult not only to deal with the Ting Lu, but to deal with this Porygon 2 as well. You can see that the Snarl's already come out into the Chi-Yu, so it's not going to be hitting for as much damage. The Grassy Terrain's on a timer now. It's only got so long left to be on the field, right? And we are going to see an Ice Beam into that Rillaboom. How much damage? Doing 50% damage. Some big damage here. And another Snarl to further reduce that special attack, make it even more difficult for Hengwai to get a grip of this match.
Exactly, and something to note, of course, we did have the special attack increased stage for that download ability with the Porygon 2. Timer's just popped up, Ting Lu's just been knocked out, and all of a sudden, Lee, we've got a 2 versus 2 scenario.
Yeah, but I think the valuable thing and the smart thing that Alex has been doing is firing off those Snarls. It could have been so easy for him to just go for the Stomping Tantrums to get a bit more damage onto that Chi-Yu, but knowing that the end game is going to come down to the Porygon 2 and that Amoonguss, and it's going to be so threatened by those Heat Waves from the Chi-Yu, and potentially a Heat Wave double up with a high horsepower, which could threaten a knockout. I think the value is in those Snarls, reducing that special attack on the Chi-Yu to make sure that your Amoonguss can come in, disrupt with those Spores. You've got the Trick Room up, you can put anything to sleep. Yep. Well, not anything. You can't put the Rillaboom to sleep, but you can put that Chi-Yu to sleep for a turn.
You can put the Porygon 2 as well, if you really want to.
You could do, yeah. Just really spice it up.
So, of course, we're going to be going ahead and seeing it protect. Come out right here. Ice Beam, because of the damage before, does guarantee the KO onto the Rillaboom. Unfortunately, leaving Hengwai in a scenario where, realistically, Lee, the only thing I can see as some sort of out is going for the double, triple protect here.
Yeah, I think you have to. You've got to go for it. That's your only way. I just don't see a way for Hengwai at this stage. -2 special attack to get through this Porygon 2. Maybe the Amoonguss, right? But the Ice Beams are what it has to rely on. It can't go for the Terra Blast now, but you can see a critical hit coming out and doing a little bit too much damage for Hengwai's liking. Yeah. Still asleep as well.
Exactly. I think just having that absolute lockdown on display from Alex has been exceptional. You know, just being in a scenario where you can position yourself to the point where you're able to just rule out a game purely with the defensive switches has been really fascinating to watch. But we did have a wake up there from the Chi-Yu. It did get the first protect off. There was an Ice Beam focus as well from the Porygon 2 going into the slot. I mean, most of the times, even though Trick Room has been expired right now, there's some chance maybe, but you're never getting rid of this Porygon 2.
Not now,
right?
not at this stage, not with that protecting Moongus in front of you where it can just protect itself for one turn. The Chi-Yu can go for all of the attacks at once. It's not going to have enough to ever take down this Porygon 2, not even with a critical hit, I don't think, where it is just able to, once again, switch the dimensions up, put everything in Alex's favor, set up another Spore, another Ice Beam, and that will be enough to lock up this game for Alex. An absolute masterclass from our current NAIC champion, Alex Gomez.
And what a display as well, folks. I mean, just being able to have the core 4 of Pokemon right there. You've got so many defensive capabilities, switches. The synergy, like you were talking about, Lee, has been absolutely high level in between these Pokemon. But it's sort of the situation where you keep on having the switch-ins of the Incineroar, you got the Intimidate, Fake Out Pressure, Parting Shot to boot, you got the Ting-Lu, further reducing the damage output of any special offensive Pokemon on the field, and then you're like, oh hey, you know what, I've also got a Porygon 2 that recovers, and a Moongus that puts things to sleep, as well as also recovers its ally with the Pollen Puff. It's like, where can you go?
Well, you've got to give credit to Hengwai in that match because he took it as close as he could in a really, really bad situation,
exactly,
right?
That's what
Against
I mean.
a very good player with this sort of archetype. But I think, you know, it just showed in the end that just the options that he had for being able to deal with this sort of archetype were just not there. He didn't have the tools to be able to combat what Alex was able to do with that synergy between his Pokemon. The terrestrializations options that he had, it was interesting that he changed that up, but it was still the poison Terra type, and really utilizing, I think, in an end game, it really shone through what he was trying to do earlier on in the game, where it's a good example to maybe newer viewers at home where you're thinking 2, 3, 4 steps down the line, where those snarls might not have been the most obvious thing at the time to a lot of players, but it really paid off in the end game where the Moongus was able to come in and not be under such fire pressure from that Chi-Yu because its special attack had been dropped, allowing then the Porygon 2 to function, set up the Trick Room for like the 100th time in that match. I don't know how many times it was.
I think it was like 3 or 4. May have been on the verge
here again, are we?
It's sort of like, you know, like a tricky situation.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for Hengwai in that situation because you get through the Trick Room. In normal situations, you're like, right, I get through this 5 turns of Trick Room, I'm fine. And this is the beauty about Porygon 2 and why I picked it in my caster suggestions. And like Alex just surpasses on how to use it so masterfully, piloted that game. But because it is able to consistently set it up time and time and time again, you get through that first 5 turns. Right, great. Oh, by the way, I'm going to set it up once again. So, have you got enough to go another 5 rounds? And then after those 5 rounds, you're like, oh, here we go again.
Here we go. Are you ready?
It's like Groundhog Day over and over, and that's the problem about it because you've got these really defensive Pokemon that can really support everything, allow things to set it up. You've got the Incineroar with the Fake Out, the Parting Shot, the Intimidate. I mean, the list goes on, right?
You've got so many options. That's the thing. And touching on Hengwai's team, I think it is a very solid team. Of course, I think it fits the archetype that he's very used to. He has, on multiple occasions, been running the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane combination because we just know how devastating of a combo duo they really are. You know, like Flutterfish. I think, you know, like I'm going to coin that. Although it's already been coined, I'm sure. But the real essence here is you're not able to stop a Fake Out and Trick Room setup. You cannot directly stop it when it has such a bulky Trick Room setup on the other side of the field, being that Porygon 2 that can switch, that can change up its type into the Poison Terra, and all of a sudden that core that is known to be so prestigiously powerful just sort of falls down to frailty because you can't pick up the KO you really need to. That Tornadus, just missing the taunt, I think it's just so crucial for this matchup.
Yeah, in particular, especially when you've got the Covert Cloak on there as well. In this situation where you can bypass the Fake Out as well, that would normally be the kind of thing that you would rely on to help you get that Trick Room set up. Not going to be a factor, and if you've got the taunt there, then Porygon 2's one really downfall is the fact that it holds that Violite item. It's not really got access to anything to stop a taunt coming out and slowing it down in its tracks. But again, in that situation, it will be interesting to see if we have similar teams to what Alex has played here, deeper into the tournament, how other players, maybe with those options, deal with it, and how Alex kind of reacts to that sort of the way to shut it down. But I think we have Alex, the main man himself, ready at the couch. So we're going to throw it over, get a bit more of an insight from Alex about that last match, and congratulate him on that win.
Hey, Pokemon trainers, I'm here with your winner of that previous round, Alex Gomez.
Hello.
Congratulations, Alex.
Thank you.
Now, there's an electronic rubber duck in the room that we have to address, and that is, of course, Porygon 2. Alex, tell us about how that's been doing for you.
Well, seriously, I have had only 8 games with this team, and the 8 games have been in the tournament. I haven't really had any practice at all with the team. Yesterday, we were thinking about what to use, and we were inclined to use Gogin Fire with Ogerpon King Gambit, which Luca Tregut used last week. But in the end, we commit to use Tinglu Como. Tinglu is really strong in this meta because there is a lot of strong special attackers. And then you have Como. Como is super strong against Wolfish composition, which won last week in Charlotte. Incin, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu strongly damages Tinglu. And then you have the Como, which is a dragon, which can actually survive every single move of these three guys. So P2 in the end is the Pokemon which lets us set up the Trick Room and play in a Trick Room mode. And I think P2 is really underrated because there is not many mons which KO Porygon 2.
Yeah, and I mean, especially holding that EVLI item, it's so bulky and difficult to remove from the field. And if we look back at that previous game that you've just played, that game 2 was going to timer. You have 1 minute left of the game. That is going to happen quite often when you're running Porygon 2. So do you consider yourself you have the stamina that you need to...
Oh, absolutely.
Like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I have played really long rounds, so no doubt about my stamina. I think I can do it. But it's the first game I've gone to timer, and I think it's my fault we went to timer. I think Among Us wasn't necessary to be picked in game 2. I think I should have understand that Urshifu plus Chiyu in his team can damage most of my mons because he has water plus fire coverage and I have no switching, and I picked Among Us. Instead, if I had picked the Como would have been amazing, and I think the set would have been quicker.
I see, yeah. Well, I mean, no commiserations there, Alex. You still played a fantastic game, and it was a real masterclass in how to play Trick Room. And I think the other thing about Porygon 2 is, even when it hasn't terrestrialized, that Terra Blast by itself is still really strong. I was surprised by how strong it was.
Yeah, it is. Basically, Terra Blast, you're hitting with a normal move, and then if you Terra, you have the Poison move. I think Poison moves in this metagame are underrated. There is a lot of Terra Fairy, with Flattermane, Raging Bolt. Nowadays, Goldengo Terra Fairy is popping up in usage, so I think Terra Blast is really strong. Also, there is another concept. If you have Porygon 2 with Terra Blast, Poison, and you lead Porygon 2 Among Us, the opposing Ogerpon has to Terra, and you can have access to Spore them. So, I love the team. We made the call yesterday. We thought that this team could win the tournament. We either win 0-3 or win. I think we're going to do it.
Oh, it's a big call there. And then, of course, there's Tinglu as well on your team. And we were just talking before this interview about how good Tinglu can be right now because there are so many special attackers in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. Tinglu is underrated. I think Tinglu P2 are really underrated. And I believe there's going to be more usage next week in Knoxville Regionals. I don't know how the players are prepared against my team. It's a new composition. I think most players were expecting Ogerpon, Gojin Fire, Ursaluna Bloom Moon plus Farigiraf, Incin Rillaboom, Urshifu, and this team actually deals with this. So I'm really curious about how they're gonna adapt.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. And of course, the NAIC champion of 2023 just doing their thing. Alex, finally, any quick shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, of course. I want to shout out my team, Movistar Koi, Ibai Llanos, Necro, Sergio Garcia, Adrian Teitor, Reset. Also, of course, my partner in crime, Eric Rios, Rio Passer, who is doing 4-0 as well in the tournament. So hopefully we'll have dream finals, which is Eric against me.
Yeah, it could be a Spanish finals here in Liverpool. We'll have to find out if that shakes out. Thank you for joining me, Alex. Trainers, will go to a short break, but you know the drill. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with our next round.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All-out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And welcome back, everybody at home. We've got a couple of our local trainers from the UK community scene here, and we just wanted to go ahead and have a couple of insights on how your day's been so far. Obviously, it's still day one right now. We're around, I think, down round 4, going into round 5. I'll give a very quick introduction. I am Costa. Oh no, this is catching me right now. Stajano? Yeah. Stajano?
I'm not local. I am Norwegian, so
He's local. Don't listen to him.
Local enough.
Local enough. We've got Sean.
Yeah, based out of Manchester, and yeah, first regional today and really enjoying it.
Lovely. Good to hear it, Sean. Thank you. Next, we've got Oliver.
Hi, I'm Oliver. I live in South London, but I go to uni in Reading.
Good to hear. And finally, we've got Matt.
I'm Matt. I also live in London. Work in advertising. Nothing interesting there.
That's all right. That's pretty interesting. What are you talking about? But of course, we've got you guys gathered here, which is great to see. I just want to have a bit of an insight on so far. How's your day been? Are you all competing? And your general thoughts of, I guess, everything that's been going on with the meta.
Currently 4-0, so my day has been great so far.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Intense 2-1 sets, all of them. But no, I think the meta's great. I love it. And like right now, I'm really enjoying my team, right? Yeah.
Good to hear. Any sort of standout Pokemon on your team?
Mamoswine.
Oh, Mamoswine! Oh, I love that.
That's real, yeah. I wanted a haste Pokemon, and Mamoswine was right there.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You don't get any sort of intimidates inflicted onto you as well, right? If I'm not mistaken, unless it depends on the ability.
Depends on the ability, yes.
Oh, a bit of a sneak peek there for any notable eye viewers there. But next we've got Sean. Tell us a bit more from your side.
Yeah, first regional and 3-1, so loving it. Beginner's luck probably, but you know, ride it out and see what it can do. And yeah, it's been this week coming up to it, even till last night. There's like 3 different teams I've cycled between. Oh, I'll use this team. Oh no, it's going badly. I'll use this team. No, it's going badly. Seems like I've picked the right one, and it's serving me well so far.
So far, and I think you mentioned it was your first event as well, right?
First regional. I've been to a couple of PCs, but yeah, first big one like this, and it's been very awesome and good to see a few people who I've met at a couple of regionals as well. So yeah, been really nice and social.
You love to hear it, folks. And next, of course, we've got Oliver. I'll pass it over to you.
I'm 3-1. I'm really hoping for a day 2 because I'm really pushing for my Worlds invite this year, and I'm just hoping I can do well. I mean, I've already had a few unfortunate team kills with friends, but it's going well, and I'm having a really good time. So, yeah.
You love to hear it. I remember that you had a couple of very creative Ogerpon and Blood Moon Ursaluna teams in the past. Is that something that you may have brought today?
I was considering it a lot, but unfortunately this time I've stolen a team and I'm running an Iron Crown team that got top 4 back in Charlotte, so not so creative this time.
But potentially very powerful to take into consideration. And then finally, we do have Matt, and I think Oliver gave a bit of a hint there. There may have been a bit of a bout and an affair between these two in the tournament.
Yeah, so I'm currently 2-2, thanks to this guy. You'd think the matchup was quite good for me, but he just played better. A lot of bluffing in Game 3. He made some good calls, I got beaten. Yeah, I'm running pretty standard, like, gouging fire team. And annoyingly, it was one of the teams that got top 4 at Charlotte last weekend. And I had those 6 Pokemon in my team builder before Charlotte. And then that happened. And I was looking at it going, okay, it means the team's good, that's great. But oh no, everyone's prepping for it. So, you know, we can pull it back. I get my last few regionals, I've had a couple of bad starts and pulled it back after lunch, so we carry on, we play the next games.
I mean, that's the right spirit to have, if I'm completely honest, so props to you as well. It is definitely far from over. We've still got a lot of rounds coming up, of course, but I guess a big caveat for you guys is, are you going to be staying the entire weekend, I imagine? Do you have any potential side events that you've eyed up that you might like to explore a bit?
Well, I hope to be occupied here, though. So, so no, I haven't planned anything else than staying here the whole weekend.
Okay, yourself?
Yeah, we'll see. So, because I'm based out of Manchester, I can kind of see how it goes today, and can pop back over if you know, if I'm so lucky to be here for anything tomorrow. We'll see.
as much as I'd like to get day 2, if I don't, I will probably be joining the MSS tomorrow and just scraping as much CP as I can.
I mean, it's fair enough. I'd do the exact same. Yourself, Matt?
I mean, obviously I'm winning the next 5. But if somehow I don't, there are some great socks on the prize wall. So I may have a look at Chaos Cup and stuff like that. A few prize wall points, get some socks. That's the goal.
I mean, that's a really good goal. I definitely have indulged myself with a couple of the mini plushies, which are amazing, and everyone should definitely try to look into because they're at a great price as well. But what I would say is, I guess the caveat right now is we're still in the middle of day 1. There's a lot of action going on. It's been great to actually have all of you lovely people on board, even both local and non-local. They're still all local because we're still all having a good time together. So, but that has been everything from us as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining me for this great interview. What we will be doing is we'll be coming to a very short break before we go ahead and start wrapping up with the following rounds.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V. And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness. Weak to dark? Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon match-up, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Pokemon trainers, hello and welcome back. My name is Charlie Merriman and I'm joined on the desk by Ben Kiriakou. And Ben, got a fun fact about Liverpool for you.
Oh, go
Apparently,
for it.
yeah, it's the city that has the highest number of #1 singles in the world.
That is amazing.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's
That's
home
a
of
lot
the
of
Beatles.
singles to be had.
Yeah, exactly. It is a music scene huge here.
If you piled them up, how tall do you reckon it would be?
Not quite as tall as a Raging Bolt, but, you know, we're...
Getting up there.
Yeah, getting up there with a head in the clouds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How are you enjoying the action so far today, Ben?
It's been absolutely fantastic, Charlie. I mean, we've seen a little bit of a preview of some of the European adaptations to Regulation Set F. I was out there in the crowd having a chat to some of the players, but I saw on the monitor there that there was a Porygon 2 and a Ting Lu piloted by Alex Gomez in the last round.
Yeah, there certainly was. I had the pleasure of talking to Alex just after their game in the interview, and gotta say, Ben, Ting Lu is a Pokemon I did have my eye on coming into this regional, because there are so many special attackers in the format, and Ting Lu with his Vessel of Ruin, reducing that special attack, fantastic to see, and I'm sure Lee will be thrilled that Porygon 2, one of his all-time favourites, one of his caster predictions, was here on stream just now.
Now it has an opportunity to make it into that top spot, and something that certainly behind the desk we're all able to be vying for in this tournament going forward. But the action has been fantastic. The crowd, the feeling, the energy in the room is absolutely electric this weekend. Just going and seeing all of these players battling it down. I was chatting to one of my friends, Sean. He was saying, like, getting to the end of a 3-game set, sitting up and was like, sorry about that just a minute ago. My brain was completely gone after that set. It was so intense between them. He was able to come out on top as well, so a really good showing there.
Yeah, and it was great to hear from some of the trainers just now with Costa on the floor, and the trainer bringing a Mamoswine. You've got someone, it's their first regional event. You had 2 trainers who had just faced each other, so one helped the other go with a positive win-loss record. These are the memories that you make at an event like this. Everyone has their own story to tell, and this is why these events are so magical. All of that going on here in the largest EU regional we've ever had.
And only by round 4 as well. You know, there's many more memories for these trainers to be able to make, and they're going to be going on through the rest of the remaining Swiss rounds that we have today. 9 rounds total for our trainers to battle it out to make it to that day 2 Swiss tomorrow, and also have a chance to get into that ever-elusive top cut to be crowned our champion in Liverpool.
Yeah, the conversation is ongoing, so why don't you get involved as well? Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'd love to hear from you because we're able to feature some of your posts on stream. There are the socials on the screen for you now to get following along and soaking up all of the action happening right here in Liverpool. And my golly, there's a lot.
There is indeed, and whether or not you're just following a player, seeing how they're doing, even maybe checking in on your own tournament run if you're playing at the event and you're catching a little bit of the stream in between rounds, get that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X going, because we love to see what trainers are interacting with throughout the whole weekend so that we can all make memories together.
Exactly, and why don't we take a look at one of those posts right now? Let's see what the community has been saying on the hashtag #PlayPokemon tweets. There are so many tweets to get through that people have been featuring. So here is #PlayPokemon itself. Fluttermane and Iron Jugglerist, don't forget those Terra Raid battles going on right now. Fluttermane with the Fairy Terra type, Iron Jugglerist with the Steel Terra type. Take on the powerful Paradox Pokemon, and I'm sure there'll be ample in-game rewards, Terra Shards, candies, all the good stuff.
All the good stuff indeed, and certainly a very good way to get yourself a Terra Fairy Fluttermane as well. It's seen such a spike in usage by all of the players in regulation set F coming in nearly as high as it was way back in regulation sets B and C. So a real opportunity to, if you haven't already, get that Flutter main in your team.
Yeah, it's really good time to do that, but I want to give it a shout out to Iron Jugulus as well. I believe Brendan Zheng last week in Charlotte was running an Iron Jugulus team, unconfirmed as to whether it was the Steel Terra type, but show that Pokemon some love as well. Tailwind options, really good support with Snarl. You know, I think Iron Jugulus can be a Pokemon that can be piloted really well. It's just worth exploring, so get involved, and don't forget that you can get involved in our stream as well with your very own tweets with that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Absolutely. There's so much action to be going on, so much to talk about, and as well, you know, you've got to be thinking there's so many players here, but also the people that are here supporting them as well. You know, friends of players that are just following what's going on and getting involved in the conversation as well. There's side events to be getting involved with, and all of the other amazing things that we have going on at these regionals. It's not just about the tournament, although, you know, that is the main thing that most of these trainers are here for. There is also everything else as well.
Yeah, I mean, atmosphere is something you can't put a price on, something you can't bottle, just have to be here and experience it. So let's see what some of you have been saying at home about our stream so far with that hashtag. I'll take a look at this. We've got some lovely birds flying over here to Liverpool. Freya Pierce from the TCG scene, Liverpool bound.
Yes.
That's right, and at Natu, Zatu's aplenty. Is that a Reshiram lurking in the back as well?
I think it might be, you know, that's definitely a strong plush game going on right there, Freya. Well done for getting that on board. And of course, many trainers being Liverpool bound. Well, I think it was 26 of the nations across the world are going to be pitting themselves up against each other here in Liverpool. It may only be a regional, but there's nothing regional about our player base.
You're so right. It's international in so many senses, including the numbers that we're reaching here at the biggest EU regional that we've ever had. So thank you so much, Freya. Natu Zatu, one of my favorite evolutionary lines, I reckon, Ben, in Pokemon. I'm a huge fan of Generation 2. I remember that very niche patch of grass where you could find wild Natu in the ruins of Alpha. Oh, you've got me reminiscing, Ben. I know you normally reminisce, but now it's me.
Well, there you go. There's your opportunity to show your age as well, Charlie, there, rather than just having me being the one that's showing mine. And do you know what? I was always, when I was playing through Generation 2, I never actually got a Natu or Zatu. I was always looking for it, but I never found it. So now that I know where it is, maybe I should go back to it.
You're welcome, but don't thank me. Thank Freya Pierce. And we've got another tweet that we can feature for you on stream right now, going on in this conversation with hashtag #PlayPokemon. Don't forget you can use it to get involved. So let's see what other people have been saying. It's I was about to say Mark Wahlberg, Matthew Wahlberg, is getting involved in the action here in Liverpool. So ready for my first in-person Pokemon event. So cool to see Matthew. We hope you're having the best day.
Yeah, whatever game that you may be playing, Matthew, good luck in all your matches. There's plenty of Pokemon to be playing, whether in the video game, the trading card game, or of course in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, and taking a look at that profile picture Matthew has, that's giving me Gouging Fire vibes.
Yeah, kind of,
As of yet, unconfirmed as to whether Matthew's running Gouging Fire, but that's certainly a burning bulwark picture, isn't it?
If not, it's definitely kind of Volcarona-esque.
Oh, yeah.
In what it's looking like to me, that sort of burst of flame in the sunset almost.
Yeah, certainly a fiery dance going on there. Matthew, again, I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I'm sure you're making memories aplenty right here, and hopefully we'll see you at future Pokemon events as well. So use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, trainers. So much to talk about here. Which matches have you enjoyed so far? Which team compositions are you looking into? What's your play style? What do you think of the players here in the EU region? But of course, it's not just EU players that we have here, Ben. We've got a couple all the way over from the US.
One of our players to watch this weekend, of course, is Joseph Ugarte, who I haven't actually checked up on his record just yet. Well, it's definitely something that would be really good to see how he's getting on, because he's one of the most consistent players in the North American region, always giving us a show, usually getting to that top cut position in North American regionals. Now he's coming over to kind of to show us all how it's done and whether or not he can keep that consistency going amongst a completely different metagame, a whole host of talent in the European region, but also all of those different like individual communities that we have over here in Europe, just looking at the game a slightly different way.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to hear from Joe how he feels that his own playstyle as a trailer hailing from the NA region matches into trainers from the EU region right here. And as you said, 26 countries represented here. It's such an exciting event. And of course, Charlotte last weekend, so many NA players having a fantastic showing there. But as of yet, we've seen fewer Farigiraf than I was expecting based on last week's event.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some Farigiraf coming in round 3 on the broadcast, but that wasn't particularly impactful in that particular match. It didn't really show its face so much. And yeah, coming then into round 4 where we saw Alex Gomez play. Both of these Spaniards are very good in their own rights. Of course, Alex piloting that Porygon 2 and Ting Lu, but Porygon 2 being the Trick Room Pokemon of choice rather than Farigiraf. Again, another adaptation for the European region.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised to see Porygon 2 continue to have fantastic results, not only here in Liverpool, but heading into the rest of Regulation Set F. With that Eviolite, it's so bulky, but also, of course, you can use Terra Blast, and because its base level is a normal type move before terastallizing, it can still deal really fantastic damage, and Porygon 2 isn't necessarily the biggest hitter, but of course, with that download ability, you might be getting a boost to that special attack stat, so it can be bulky and offensive. What's not to love?
Yeah, I was watching some games with Porygon 2 the other day and saw it trace a Armatail from a Farigiraf, and it's like Farigiraf going on Porygon 2, the giraffe turns into a little bit of a duck, quacking away on the field, stopping Incineroar from going for a fake out, and those sort of interactions are really interesting and fun. And certainly when you're looking at all of the Pokemon in the format, maybe with the exception of Photosynthesis without a booster energy, there's a lot of good abilities running around that you really want to be able to trace away. So Porygon 2 has some options to it.
Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite moments of just the past few days, Ben, is we were having a battle and you had a Gardevoir that traced the guts on opposing Ursaluna. So if that Gardevoir did receive a status condition, then that would have boosted its attack. I mean, Gardevoir not so much a physical attacker, but just so many cool abilities and moves going on in this game. And this is the thing, I feel like at any of these events, we barely scratch the surface of the capabilities of all of these Pokemon. There are so many abilities and moves to choose from. You know, the secret sauce might still be lurking out there, and we just haven't found it yet.
That's one of the exciting things when you go from regulation set to regulation set. We get another opportunity to try and figure out how all of these intricate moves and abilities and items and everything else come into play. And when you go into a new regulation set, some of the Pokemon that, hey, maybe they're not doing so good, to pick the most used of all of those being Fluttermane, it was dropping off in Regulation Set E. Now we've got some new toys and some new things going on. Gouging Fire, Raging Bolt, both being part Dragon type. Well, Fairy turns out to be a little bit more of a threat in those sort of situations. So it goes back up on the rise, and those sort of variations between different formats is always fascinating to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Federico was saying earlier in my interview that, you know, even Portland to Charlotte felt like a different meta game, even though they're only 2 weeks apart. That's how quickly things are evolving here. Now, what about our standings? How are our trainers doing so far here in Liverpool? Well, let's take a little look at the trainers who have been having a fantastic record so far. And we've got to bear in mind, of course, that even the trainers who haven't had such a good start to the day, there's still ample opportunity to try and improve on that. But we've got loads of 4-0s here with Alex Gomez there, of course, and you're wondering how Joseph Ugarte was doing.
Now we know.
There he is in 3rd position.
Really good to see Roberto Parente there taking the top spot so far. All of these 4-0s that you can see there, 16 of them on the screen, I'm sure many more in the tournament, are doing very, very well, but that will be narrowing down as the tournament goes through. I'm wondering whether Roberto is using even either Breloom or Magnezone that he did back in Turin, I think it was last season, and doing very, very well with some off-meta picks.
Yeah, well, what about Joseph Ugarte? How is he doing? Can we take a little bit of a deeper dive into Joseph's team here? So yeah, he is going with that Gouging Fire mode. Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, Chien-Pao, Amoonguss, King Gambit, and Dragonite. So King Gambit has been really a stalwart favorite of Joe's for a little while now.
It has, but also so has Chien-Pao and Dragonite.
Yeah.
The past few events that I've seen Joe playing at, he's used that combination quite a lot. Whether it's the Choice Band or the Assault Vest, which he's more recently been opting for on that Dragonite, it does paint a picture that he feels that that's a strong enough combination to stand the test of time as we go from regulation set to regulation set.
Yeah, for sure. And Gouging Fire, of course, a Pokemon, one of my caster predictions that I'm expecting to rise in usage this weekend. Burning Bulwark can, of course, burn any physical attacker, but then supportive options like Breaking Swipe and Howl to boost up the attack of its partner Pokemon as well. Really cool. But thinking more about the EU region now, what about Eric Rios? I wonder how Eric Rios is doing. What team is he running? Well, hello.
There it is.
Yeah, Alex was talking earlier about how this seems to be the Spanish pick this weekend. Very similar, or indeed potentially the same team as Alex is running with Amoonguss, Incineroar, Porygon 2, Fluttermane, Como-O, and Ting-Lu.
That is a team, definitely. Something that I don't think anyone would have predicted that being the team of choice for top players such as Alex and Eric, and it's a really nice combination of factors where you've got the Ting-Lu as these new special attackers come into the format, actually gaining relevancy like it did in Regulation Set C, where it was certainly on most of the common teams, supporting that Porygon alongside the Incineroar. That Porygon is not going to be that Porygon is not going to be fainting anytime soon, let me tell you.
No, it's certainly not. You've got to be careful with Ting-Lu though, haven't you? Because Porygon is a special attacker. When Ting-Lu's out on the field, that would be reducing the special attack of everything around it, including the Porygon. But didn't seem to hold Alex back there. And with Como-O as well, able to set up with body presses. And Alex was saying that Como-O covers for the weaknesses that Ting-Lu has.
Yes.
Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike.
Yeah.
Como-O doesn't really mind about those Pokemon that are so common right now.
It's a really nice way to look at the game where you've got a win condition on one hand and a win condition on the other hand, where you say like, well, my opponent has these Pokemon, that's a problem, that's a problem. Oh, okay, I can deal with the rest of those Pokemon. Those ones are the ones that we need to focus down. They're the ones that we need to knock out. Once we've done that, either Como-O or Porygon or Ting-Lu, well, they're so difficult to remove from the field in those sort of situations. And if your opponent isn't able to maneuver their resources well enough, then they can definitely run away with the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool to see such fantastic players as well running these Pokemon who we don't see so often. And I noticed Pablo Gallardo on that list there as well. That's a trainer who, I'll never forget his match against Aaron Zheng in the European International Championships 2023. It was Surf Dondozo, Terra Water, and Dreadnought as well. So I hope, and you know what, I think that Pablo may well be running some interesting picks this weekend.
When you're known for running Surf Dondozos, like how many people in VGC actually ended up running a special-based Dondozo rather than a physical one? And you've got to take your hat off to that. You've got to give credit for that sort of creativity, but also figuring out a way to use a Pokemon that's still good, even though it's going against the grain.
Yeah, it's this is something that Eric Rios was talking about in one of the matches he won at the World Championships. In his interview afterwards, I remember him saying he thinks the best teams are the ones that use the proven good Pokemon, but you have slight adjustments that players aren't so prepared for, be that an item choice or a move choice. That's what he thinks does so well, and obviously he's an incredible trainer, so advice worth heeding.
Certainly, and if you look at some of his tournament performances, especially back in the 2022 season, he won this event a couple of years ago, then went on to win the European International Championships, back-to-back regional then international win, using the most established team of the format, but using it just a little bit differently to everybody else, and then, of course, piloting it just on that next level.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? I mean, you can catch your opponents off guard with your move choices and so on, but fundamentally, you have to be able to play the team well. And I think play style is so important. You know, Federico was saying earlier that he felt that it was the choice of Ursaluna on his team that enabled him to go from a really good trainer to a fantastic one, getting top 4 at the World Championships last year. So sometimes the missing ingredient is just the Pokemon that you play really well with, and the only way to find that out is by experimenting with lots of different Pokemon.
Certainly team vibe is one of those things that you really do look for when you're trying to prepare for a regional. I know, like, it's so easy, and you hear so many trainers' stories when you're chatting to people before as well, like, I went from this team to this team and that one wasn't really working, and then I tried something else and that didn't quite feel right. But the team usually, and especially ones that are successful in the regionals, they're usually teams that, even if it's the night before, they've clicked with and think, yes, that is exactly what's working for me right now. I'm feeling good with it. And when you feel good with those sort of teams, that's when you can really start excel, play positively, have that really positive mindset to make the best moves in the best situations you can.
Right, and I think mindset is such a crucial element as well, because, you know, the trainers who allow themselves to get tilted, they're always out in a game, and sometimes it's just a question of holding your nerve, and you need stamina to be able to persevere throughout these long days of competition. So it's finding that play style that works for you. Sometimes, you know, once you've done that, then you realize how good a trainer you are, right? That can be the thing standing in your way. We're going to get our match set up very shortly, trainers, so we'll go to a little break just while those trainers get ready, and we'll be back with the match as soon as we can.
Hello everyone, we're going to take a quick break from the action to do a little bit of thing we call Master of Choice. I am Amanda, and if you don't know me, I don't blame you, because I am relatively new to the video game, and that's why I have these two strapping young gentlemen here with me. Gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and dive into a question that is on everybody's mind here, and that is, when we're playing Flutter Mane, do we want it with choice specs, or are we going with booster energy? David, we're going to start with you.
So, booster energy is definitely where it's at, because not only can it give you a stat boost to whatever stat you like, it also still allows you to pick and choose the moves that you want to use. So it's, if you're boosting special attack, you can get a lot more damage, and you can fire out that damage with Moonblast, Shadow Balls as much as you like, and change it up each turn.
Okay, I have to agree, that sounds pretty good as a new player. Ben, can you give me any reason why I would want to do choice specs instead?
You know, booster energy is a great item and absolutely very variable in the way that you can use it. But choice specs is really how you commit to what you want your Flutter Mane to be doing. So it has a higher damage potential than booster energy, and it makes sure that you can train your Flutter Mane to be a little bit more defensive, maybe a little bit more speedy depending on how you want to go. But the crucial thing is you can pick up the knockouts that you really want to pick up, and that's why I'm going choice specs.
All right, do you have any counterpoints to this? Is this I mean, what is more popular with the people who are playing it? Like, if you see the Flutter Mane, what is the majority of people going to be playing?
Well, at the moment, it really is a little bit of a toss-up depending on what the team you're running is. But I think people really should still be sticking with that booster energy, because yes, choice specs does give you that instant damage boost, sure, but so does terrestrialization, which is a huge mechanic this generation. So that extra kind of 50% boost you can get from choice specs, you can already get from terrestrialization, but you can also have the flexibility of that with your booster energy at the same time, being able to, again, get a lot of knockouts that you still wouldn't be able to without your booster energy.
Well, and that's a really good point, David, because it does give you, again, more flexibility. But talking about choices and choice of terrestrialization, choice specs does allow you to terrestrialize non-offensively. We saw at the World Championships this year, players opting for choice specs and Terra Grass rather than the offensive Terra Fairy, and that gave them much more flexibility against Pokemon like Amoonguss that have been really dominant in the format.
I have to say, listening to both of these things, if I had to pick a winner of the two, I'm just going to go with the pun. If this is called Master of Choice, we're going to have to go with Master of Choice specs.
What? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, Booster Energy has so much going for it. But to be fair, Amanda, you are the master of choice here. So,
all right, that's all we have for this one. We'll get you back to the action.
Fluttermane. We were just talking about it, and there you were again.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm sticking with it. Choice specs, ladies and gentlemen. That is the item of choice. And Charlie, it's what I would recommend new players get started with, because, as I said, that damage potential is right on up there. You want to be taking knockouts left, right, and center.
Okay, Ben, the segment's over. You don't need to.
Okay, all right.
Don't need to convince me. Fluttermane with the choice specs is certainly a Pokemon I admire as well, though. And we're going to the stage to see our trainers getting ready for the game. And they are fantastic teams that they are running. If I told you there's a Mamoswine, you probably wouldn't believe me. But there will be, as well as an Ogerpon with the Cornerstone mask.
It's going to be a spicy match, as they say. And in fact, actually, on the last round, I was lucky enough to see Steiner on the floor, and he was telling me how his Mamoswine in round 2 just was able to knock out absolutely everything of his opponent's team. Whether or not they went for the Terra or not, it was ground or ice was super effective, irrespective of what they were doing.
Yeah, it's really good coverage. It's going to be Steinar Nikolasen versus Daniel Dertny here in Liverpool. And wow, it's just so exciting to see these trainers continuing to experiment in Regulation Set F. I mean, it's still so young, this format, and there are so many cool adaptations these players are running. Look at that. That's Entei with a choice scarf there. Torkoal with a jetpack. Fluttermane with the fairy feather, I believe, the fairy boosting item that we newly have access to.
And a Cornerstone Ogerpon, as you were saying there, to round things out. Steiner, on the other hand, with that Mamoswine carrying that loaded dice, that's going to make its Icicle Spear do so much more damage on average. And of course, one of your favorites, Charlie, it's the Raging Bolt there, paired alongside with that Tornadus, the Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu, and the Ogerpon Wellspring.
I thought you were going to say Kingdra, but yes, it is Raging Bolt there.
One of your favorites,
One
Charlie.
of the favorites,
One
yeah.
of them.
With the Assault Vest there boosting its special defense. I cannot wait to see how this match is going to shape up. Of course, Ogerpon with the Cornerstone mask, not something we see so often, but with that sturdy ability, able to survive a hit, and with the access to the move Follow Me as well, that could prove really crucial for Daniel. And Rock-type Ivy Cudgel. I mean, Rock is actually a really good offensive type.
Yeah,
it really covers a lot of types.
Especially Pokemon like Chi-Yu. Mamoswine's not going to particularly appreciate it. Tornadus continues to be top of the usage charts as far as a Tailwind setter goes. All of those things it's going to be really relevant for in this match, as well as this sort of mix between speed controls that Daniel has on his side of the field. You've got the Farigiraf Ursaluna Blood Moon as a sort of common combination that we see paired alongside that Torkoal to get it kind of onto the field. You can go for an overheat to do significant damage to your opponent and then get on out of there, reset the stat drops, and be ready to launch another one off later down the line.
Yeah, and of course, the Drought ability of that Torkoal will be setting up the Sun, ready for Entei and Fluttermane to take advantage of. Entei with the Fire-type moves, and Fluttermane, thanks to its Protosynthesis ability. But then you look over at Steinar's side, and you'd be activating the Protosynthesis of not only the Fluttermane, but also the Raging Bolt, and boosting up the firepower of Chi-Yu's moves there as well.
I'm glad you mentioned the Chi-Yu, because it's carrying a focus sash on Steiner's team, and that's normally, you know, it's not having the choice specs, which we're most commonly seeing in the format at the moment, or the ability to go for damage boosting with a Life Orb. Instead, Steiner choosing to play it a little bit more defensively, saying, hey, if I get 2 attacks off in this situation, I'm going to do overall more damage. But now we've got the Sun boosting it up, and I'm sure Steiner's probably quite happy to see that. That is, if you can get past this Choice Scarf Entei.
Right, and I gotta say, Ben, that Graveler plush on the desk rocks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, okay.
I went
All
for
right.
it.
We'll
but
give you.
It's a really cool one, and especially given we've got the Rock-type Ogerpon coming into this match as well. I love to see an Eevee like Graveler coming out on stream, but for now, it'll just have to be the plush as these trainers get ready for this next game. Really really fantastic matchup with some really spicy Pokemon. Cannot wait to get into it.
And we're going to be getting into it very, very soon. Steiner, back at home, known as the sturdy graveler. So a little bit of a nod to that as we get into game one of this set between these two trainers. It's an Ogerpon and Farigiraf, but a Fluttermane and a Chi-Yu.
Yeah, absolutely classic combination for Steinar here with that Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane. Of course, the Beat of Ruin reducing the special defense of everything on the field for Fluttermane to take advantage of. But then the Fluttermane's special defenses are lowered as well. Farigiraf and with that Rock-type Ogerpon there ready for some follow-me support.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, it actually could be just an offensive turn here for Daniel. Ogerpon Cornerstone, with that sturdy ability that you mentioned earlier, tends to be trained to be more fast and offensive. If that's the case, its Ivy Cudgel could in fact go before the Chi-Yu and put on a lot of damage onto the field. Instead, though, gonna be Spiky Shield.
Yeah, keeping itself safe, and so is Farigiraf, just waiting for Steinar to lock in those moves, because of course that Fluttermane is carrying the Choice Spec, so now it will be locked into Moonblast until the Fluttermane switches out. And Chi-Yu is left to go for a Snarl here. Of course, will be super effective onto that Farigiraf. So seems like Steinar really indexing in heavily on that Farigiraf to try and deny the Trick Room.
You definitely want to know exactly what that Pokemon's going to be locked into so you can choose how to react. In this situation, now you know that Moonblast is a single target move, and so when you go for the Follow Me, it's going to be redirected into the Ogerpon, and that gives Daniel a lot of opportunity here to be able to get Farigiraf into Trick Room safely. There is also the option for the Torkoal to come in here, maybe predicting a Snarl to be coming out from the Chi-Yu and maybe use that eject pack to reposition, but I think mostly it's going to be the Farigiraf wanting to get the Trick Room up onto the field, and how well Steiner can punish this situation is going to depend on how this turn plays out.
Well, actually, it's going to be that helping hand coming out from the Farigiraf, or a helping hoof, I should say, as Moonblast connects down into the Ogerpon, but Sturdy lets it live on the field. And here comes a massive responding Ivy Cudgel into this Fluttermane with that helping hand, easily enough for the one-hit knockout. Fluttermane goes back to Steinar, and, you know, that is a real offensive threat on the field, already removed for Steinar. And with that Snarl as well, picking up the knockout on the Ogerpon, super effective on the Farigiraf.
It's almost unfair how much damage that Snarl did to the Farigiraf there. Okay, it's super effective, but this Chi-Yu isn't holding an offensive item, and so, yeah, seeing it do over 50% damage with a move that's both hitting two things at once, but also not that powerful in the first place is really, really impressive. The Ogerpon, though, is going to be coming in for Steiner. It's going to be able to redirect any moves away from this Chi-Yu, which is still carrying its Focus Sash.
Yeah, in comes Daniel's Fluttermane there as well. And, yeah, Chi-Yu with that Focus Sash unaffected by that Ogerpon with the Ivy Cudgel. Sometimes all you need is one strong hit like that Ivy Cudgel in order to secure the victory as the game plays out. Right now, that Ogerpon is down and out, so only time will tell whether it's done enough. But this is the thing about Farigiraf. Got access to moves like Helping Hand as well as Trick Room, and with the Throat Spray, it can also be an offensive force.
It certainly could be, but it's going to have to take a little bit of time to get set up, but I don't think it has that time available to it with all of the threats that Steiner has on his side of the field, and this is where the disadvantage of having that Fairy Feather on the Fluttermane comes in, because with that special defense boost from the Ogerpon Wellspring with its Embody aspect, it's going to be taking those hits very, very well.
Yeah, incredibly well, but Farigiraf is going to be the terastallization Pokemon of choice for Daniel, going for that Water Terra type. Nice defensive option there, though now weak to Electric and Grass. And I'm looking at you, Ogerpon, as Fluttermane keeps itself safe with a Protect in order to scout out what she is going to do. It's going for another Snarl. This Farigiraf has already taken a drop to its special attack, and now it's terastallized away from that Psychic type, taking that move much better than it did on the first turn, and there it is. Calls it, going for the Horn Leech, super effective onto the Farigiraf. That is Daniel's Terra option down on the same turn it was used.
I think, you know, regardless of whether or not it was Horn Leech or Ivy Cudgel, with the Ivy Cudgel would have been boosted by the Terra on Steiner's side, it probably would have been able to knock out regardless. Especially seeing that Ursaluna in the back, there was no way for Daniel Daniel to be able to pivot that Farigiraf out of there before it was able to be knocked out. And I think this is the story, this game, of how Daniel was probably expecting the Farigiraf to be able to take those hits just that little bit better, and maybe to be able to get Trick Room in the mid-game rather than the early game, and maybe missed an opportunity there, but an opportunity to get a double protect on this turn.
Right, and Blood Moon Ursaluna in a Moon Ball. That is so cool, as Dark Pulse is going into Fluttermane's Protect, and Ogerpon able to go for the Ivy Cudgel also into the Fluttermane, so Blood Moon Ursaluna is free to eclipse Steinar's side of the field right now. That's a Blood Moon going into the special defense boosted Ogerpon. It's able to hang on with just a sliver.
And just a sliver is all you need to be able to be a threat in this situation. But the question here is whether or not the Chiyu's able to knock out that Fluttermane in one from this scenario, because if it's not, then the Ogerpon going for, say, a spiky shield or something similar in this situation won't protect it from the Dazzling Gleam in the next turn, because Fluttermane on Daniel's side of the field is going to be the faster of all the Pokemon remaining. And that could give the ability for Ursaluna to get one major attack off. It's really down to the protects here, because and the targeting. You want to target into that Fluttermane because it's protected twice in a row, but if you do that, you leave that Blood Moon open to be able to attack.
Well, Ogerpon doesn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those one bit, going for that spiky shield. Chiyu able to get a double connect with the Heat Wave. Fluttermane still above 50%. Ursaluna taking a lot of damage from that. Not so known for its special defense. Here comes a responding Dazzling Gleam. That's the focus slash finally broken onto Chiyu, and a follow-up Earth Power is going to be enough for that knockout. And we've had that sneak peek that it's Raging Bolt in the back, and I think that if there are two Pokemon Raging Bolt doesn't like, it's those two Daniel has.
It would have been if the Chiyu hadn't have got that damage onto the Fluttermane. Now, I'm not sure whether or not, depending on the training of this Raging Bolt and the Fluttermane, whether that Fluttermane would be going down to a Thunderclap or not. And that, I think, is going to be really the key to the end game of this matchup. The Raging Bolt is carrying the Assault Vest, so maybe you could argue that you could go for a Draco Meteor into the Ursaluna in this situation, knock it out, and then just go for repeated Thunderclaps into the Fluttermane or even Thunderbolts. But to do that, to follow that line, you have to drop your special attack first. And so it's a difficult situation. It might be that Daniel's Pokemon are just bulky enough to make it through.
And that's a failed double protect onto the Ogerpon there. Ursaluna keeping itself safe with the protect this turn. What is this Raging Bolt going to be doing after it takes a Dazzling Gleam?
Ooh.
I mean, Ogerpon is easily going to go down. Raging Bolt has more than 50% remaining thanks to that Assault Vest. Really fantastic item in this situation. Thunderclap isn't going to work on that Ursaluna in a future turn. Thunderbolt is called onto the Fluttermane, but the Fluttermane hangs on.
And wow, this is coming absolutely down to the wire. You can take a KO on any Pokemon that you like if you're Stoner, but the problem is that Daniel has two Pokemon that can probably knock out the Raging Bolt in this position. Moonblast is enough to pick up the KO on the Raging Bolt. A critical hit for good measure, but looking at that damage of the Dazzling Gleam, it's pretty likely that Moonblast would have been enough to pick up the KO regardless. And yeah, Daniel wiping a little bit of sweat off the brow there, because that was a pressure situation.
Yeah, it was. I'm doing all the audience reactions there. My noises coming out as it's just such a high intensity game. Is going to be Daniel claiming that first set there, and Steinar, we didn't see the Mamoswine that game. Would love to see it in this one, but Daniel really rocking that Ogerpon with the Cornerstone Mask and showing why it should be a Pokemon that we have our eye on.
Looking at the way that game went and starting to think about how these trainers are going to adapt for Game 2, I really thought that Daniel was on the back foot for most of it, but it turned out his Pokemon were just that little bit too bulky for Steiner to be able to make his way through. And I wonder if there was, maybe without the double protect, Steiner would have been in a great spot. But you kind of know that that's the case. And it kind of comes down to targeting in that situation. Do you predict things like the double protect and then work your way around them? Or do you say, hey, it's more likely that if I target into this spot, I'm probably going to get the damage I need. So let's just go for it. And most of the time that I come out on the front foot.
Right. Predicting where the protects are going to come out is such a risky thing to do, because you think, well, this is the Pokemon I like to attack into, therefore maybe it's going to protect, maybe attack into the other one. But then if your opponent is thinking, well, I'd probably protect this one because I think he's going to want to attack the other one, you know, it's just things that you have to somehow find the best possible plays on every single turn when there are so many variables to take into account. But we're ready to get into the next game between Daniel and Steinar. It's going to be Ogerpon with the cornerstone once more for Daniel, alongside Entei, Fluttermane, and Chi-Yu once again for Steinar.
Daniel going straight on the offensive here, and I really like the adaptation to the Fluttermane Chi-Yu lead that we saw Steinar play in Game 1, because that Choice Scarf on the Entei allows it to outspeed and probably do either, if it's not going to be able to KO one of Steinar's Pokemon, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage and certainly break the Focus Sash on the Chi-Yu. And when you're looking at this position, it's a lot more threatening than that Farigiraf and the Ogerpon were in Game 1. It does kind of lead you to think whether or not Daniel's even brought the Trick Room options available to him in Game 2.
Right, and Chi does have that Ghost Terror type, so an Extreme Speed would be doing nothing into the Chi-Yu here. It doesn't look like Steinar's locked into that Ghost Terror as of yet, but it is going to be a Terrestrialization coming out from Daniel, and it will be the Entei becoming that Fire Terror type, really boosting up the volcanic power of this Pokemon. You don't often see Entei going for an offensive Terror, but let's see what it can achieve here. Flare Blitz coming out, connecting down into that Fluttermane on Steinar's side. That is enough for the one-hit knockout.
Good night, Fluttermane there. What a powerful move that this Entei has access to. And especially with its natural defensive capabilities, it's going to be able to survive the turn. But this Chi-Yu going down to its Focus Sash straight away. We know that Ogerpon does naturally outspeed the Chi-Yu. Heat Wave in reply, doing good damage. But it looks like Daniel's really got the front foot right now.
I'm so impressed by the damage output of this Chi-Yu. Obviously, it's reducing the special defense of everything around it, but carrying the Focus Sash, it's you know, it's not the Choice Specs or a Life Orb or another damage boosting item, but with that Tornadus out on the field here, this Chi-Yu is looking really good, although it would have to go for a Ghost Terrestrialization to get around an Extreme Speed coming out from the Entei. But of course, Entei holding that Choice Scarf means it is locked into the Flare Blitz right now.
And the Tornadus is going to be able to get the Tailwind up in this situation. Chi-Yu probably going to be able to get an easy knockout on this turn, but then Daniel gets to bring in another Pokemon, and with Follow Me support next turn, it's going to be difficult for Steinar to be able to deal with what's coming out. But he does target correctly, getting that dazzling Dark Pulse going into the Entei, ignoring the Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield, and getting that KO, getting a little bit of ground back from Daniel.
Yeah, it's quite safe, isn't it? Because, of course, Entei with the Choice Scarf would not be likely to be going for Protect, and certainly not after going for a Flare Blitz on that first turn. So you can fairly safely target that slot and know that something is going to be taking some damage. And, you know, even though that with that Fire Terror type as well, boosting the offense, not something we commonly see, as Ogerpon redirecting attacks, but that's not going to matter in the face of a Heat Wave. That's enough to pick up the knockout onto the Ogerpon there. Fluttermane taking a hefty amount of damage, and the Bleakwind Stormy is able to connect, bringing Fluttermane down real low there, looking a little bit dicey, and getting the drop in speed for Fluttermane. But there is the Trick Room coming out of Fluttermane, so the speed order is entirely reversed now. Chi-Yu and Tornadus become the slowest things on the field, and what has Daniel got cooking in the back is only Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh my days, that is such a good Trick Room right there. What a great tech, especially when your opponent goes for that Tailwind, reversing the speed orders, getting the Ursaluna, which is now going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. But because of that speed drop, the Fluttermane is going to underpace or outspeed now in Trick Room that Chi-Yu. That gives the Ursaluna a lot more flexibility to be able to go for a Blood Moon maybe into that Tornadus. Make sure you pick up the KO on that slot, and a Dazzling Gleam will easily be enough to cover that Chi-Yu as well.
Well, we'll have to find out if that is the chosen play as Steinar goes for that Terrestrialization onto the Tornadus, becoming a Steel Terror type. Ooh. So changing up its type matchup, but of course now it's very weak to the ground type moves, that Ursaluna has in its arsenal. That's going to be a Blood Moon going into the Tornado, so really good call with Sarah there.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's
so
a Steel-type Pokemon. It may be resisting that hit, but it's definitely doing enough for the KO.
And the Dazzling Gleam enough to pick up the follow-up knockout onto Chi-Yu and Tornadoes. All of a sudden, Daniel, the master of flipping things around, Steiner down to his final 2 Pokemon.
A final Pokemon. Final Pokemon. Yeah, one more Pokemon left, and it's going to be the Ogerpon, not able to go for a Terastallization in this situation. That means it's not going to be able to get a special defense boost in this scenario. And that's probably the only way that it's going to be able to stand up to a single target, now Hyper Voice, as well as a Dazzling Gleam, or even a Moonblast. Because of that speed drop as well, I don't know if this Fluttermane is going to be going first, but first we're going to be waiting out Steiner's own Tailwind with a Spiky Shield.
Right, well, that's going to be a Hyper Voice connecting down into Ogerpon. Fortunately, going for the Protect. It's now single target, that Hyper Voice. Moonblast following up. It's not looking good for Steinar here. Trick Room, of course, he stalled out one turn, and he's stalled out his Tailwind as well. But it could be that Ogerpon moving before the Fluttermane, but as you called out, Ben, it does have that speed drop thanks to the Bleakwind Storm earlier. So really interesting margins coming into the end game here in Game 2.
Now the problem is now Steiner's gone for the Spiky Shield. It's reset that Blood Moon. Blood Moon is stronger than Hyper Voice in this scenario. That's definitely going to be able to pick up a KO on the Ogerpon, and so you have to Spiky Shield because you have to get through your own turns of Tailwind, but that does open you up to being hit by another Blood Moon. Here it is, going down into the Ogerpon.
Blood Moon. Oh,
it's not enough.
Hangs on with 6 HP. Ursaluna taking a little bit of Life Orb chip there, but the Hornleech was going into the Fluttermane instead of the Ursaluna.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's what we were saying about how important it is to call which Pokemon it is protecting.
Spiky Shield coming out from this Ogerpon, and 2 more attacks are going to be coming out. This Ogerpon can only target 1 Pokemon at a time, so even though the Trick Room is going to be expiring at the end of this turn, the Ivy Cudgel from Steiner's Ogerpon going to be able to go before both Pokemon on Daniel's side of the field potentially. It can only target 1 thing at a time, and with only 6 HP remaining, it's likely going to be cursed.
But it has Hornleech, and that's super effective damage. It's recovering some health there. It's going to bring the Ogerpon up to 73 HP. This could be really, really close. How much is Moonblast going to do? It's going to be enough for the knockout, especially boosted by that Fairy Feather. But Steiner absolutely playing to their outs there, and your winner for this round is Daniel Dertney.
Such a great call out in the end game there, Charlie. I didn't even think about the Hornleech recovering any health, but wow, it wasn't enough to be able to capitalize on that situation. And commiserations to Steiner, but Daniel played that so well. So powerful, such powerful Pokemon that he had at his disposal. It just didn't seem like Steiner had enough power behind the Pokemon that he brought to be able to take any knockouts at many points in the game.
Right. Yeah, it's so well played. And we didn't see that Mamoswine come out either, which is a real shame. But again, both of those games, it seemed like Steiner was in a really good position, and then Daniel was just able to really turn things around. And again, another thing we were talking about, not getting tilted, making sure you're sticking to your game plan. Sometimes that's all you need if you have enough reserves in the back. And, you know, Steiner did so well to stall out his own Tailwind and then the Trick Room, going for the Hornleech. Super effective, of course, covering a lot of health. But in the end, Daniel just had the resources that were needed. But an absolutely cracking game. And Daniel, Malmo Regional top 32 last year and Lille Regional top 64 this season. So a player who's looking to capitalize on those fantastic finishes.
And what a trainer to be able to do that. He's going now 5-0 in the Liverpool Regional Championship, so well on the way as we get to the sort of middling stage of this tournament, where these players, they've warmed up, they've had a few games, they're kind of getting into their groove. There's still quite a few more matches to play. They've got to kind of keep that up for the rest of the game, because it only gets harder from here. And Steiner, even though losing that set, still at 4-1, a very commendable record to be at, and certainly one that places you in a good spot to be going into day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-1, you know, with a Mamoswine as well. It's so cool, and let's hope that that Pokemon really clutches some victories going into the later stages of this day for Steiner. But Ogerpon Cornerstone. Interesting choice of Pokemon, interesting choice of mask. We've seen Hearthflame do really well last week in Charlotte. Wellspring has been doing well throughout Regulation Set F. You know, we know that players like Jamie Boyd were running that Ogerpon with the teal mask, but with the Cornerstone mask, really opens up some new avenues.
It does. That sturdy and follow me combination is a really good way to ensure that you are able to, say, get into Trick Room without having to commit an item slot like Focus Sash. Maybe you need it somewhere else on your team, or hey, even if you're not running it there, you still have to use all of the Pokemon's abilities to their best effect. The only other way to really do that with an Ogerpon form is a Wellspring mask, get that special defense boost, but then you have to commit a Terrestrialization to be able to maybe take some of those hits, certainly from a Chi-Yu and a Fluttermane in combination. And Ogerpon Cornerstone kind of does that automatically. On the flip side, we saw it in Game 1, where it was able to just go for a Helping Hand Ivy Cudgel, knock out the Fluttermane. No problem.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, one wonders whether the Helping Hand was necessary there for the knockout, because Fluttermane isn't so known for its physical defense. I mean, really fantastic to see. And another Farigiraf coming out as well. So we were talking about whether Farigiraf would be the choice this weekend. It did so well in Charlotte. Certainly something that Daniel is leaning into. I wouldn't be surprised if there are a good number of Farigiraf being brought to the tournament today. We didn't get to see the throat spray going off there, and it took a hefty amount of damage from Snarl in Game 1.
Yeah.
But of course, Armatail mitigating any priority moves that could be coming out over on the other side of the field.
It's going to be definitely useful across the day. And the other thing on speaking about what Armatail does for a team that's going to be really useful, I think, for Daniel, is that Entei carrying the Choice Scarf. And you could argue, hey, maybe you go for a Gouging Fire, put a booster energy on it, activate the Photosynthesis for speed, and then you've got Heat Crush, which is kind of equivalent in many situations to a Flare Blitz in lots of scenarios, right? But a Choice Scarf Entei actually makes a lot of sense because it has inner focus. That means that it doesn't get hit by the flinch from Fake Out. And so there's lots of places where you could lead either Farigiraf and Entei or Ogerpon and Entei, as we saw in that match. Make sure you keep the Entei safe in some way, shape or form, and capitalize on the offensive pressure that it puts out that your opponents can't stop. You can't intimidate it either because of that inner focus ability. And so you're putting the pressure on turn 1. Maybe that's how the Throat Spray activates in more commonly on Daniel's team, where Entei puts a bit of pressure on and then you follow up with a move from Farigiraf, get that boost, and then kind of steamroll the game from there.
Right, it's such a good thing to call out there. Of course, Choice Scarf, Fake Out is a priority move, going first in most situations, but Choice Scarf really bolstering the speed of that Pokemon, and if you don't flinch as well, then Entei can just be going for that immediate damage, and with the Fire Terror as well, just capitalizing on the power that that Pokemon can provide. Entei really has been the legendary beast of choice so far in Regulation Set F. We haven't seen so many Suicune or Raikou, but you know, those Pokemon have tools up their sleeves as well. Suicune being another Tailwind setter.
Yeah, and it's one of those Tailwind setters that we saw back in like the 2018 season do really, really well, where it's defensive typing. Just being a plain water type is pretty good in most environments, where you can set up a Tailwind, go for a Snarl, maybe use Scald to get a cheeky burn on your opponent's side of the field and really reduce the damage output that they have going for them. And it's a really good Pokemon in the current format for a similar reason to Entei, right? Has that inner focus ability. You can't then fake it out. That means that you've got an almost guaranteed Tailwind to support the rest of your team. And if you're lacking water coverage, if maybe you're going for a Half-Flame Ogerpon instead of a Wellspring Ogerpon, or maybe an Urshifu Single Strike instead of an Urshifu Rapid Strike, that's where I think it can really make a splash in a player's team.
Very nice, very nice.
You saw that coming, did you, Charlie?
What I saw was the smug grin.
Yeah, so
that crept across your face as soon as you said the word splash. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Regulations at F has given us so many new tools to play with and explore with the move options and abilities with really powerful Pokemon like these legendary ones who we see coming to the fore. And so, you know, Eric Rios and Alex Gomez are good examples of this, where you suddenly find a team that no one's been expecting, but is really, really good. And that, you know, that wasn't a team that was anywhere over the past 2 tournaments in Charlotte and Portland. And these trainers can just come up with this new tech and have fantastic results. And, you know, it could be you just explore and see what Pokemon you have ready to play with and see the moves that you can put on them. I'm sure there are so many. It's just the tip of the iceberg right here in Regulations FF. So many strong cores that we can be experimenting with.
It's really easy to forget that we are only in week 3 of the format right now, where there's still so much experimentation going on, as you mentioned, where we haven't yet figured out exactly what the common cores are. We're starting to build them, we're starting to see some commonalities, but of course we have trainers like Eric and Alex that you mentioned that are really pushing the boat out and trying something new, something that trainers aren't really expecting, and we're still in a part of the format where that's really quite prevalent. And we get to kind of figure out, as both Liverpool goes on, as well as the events that we have coming up in the season, which one of those teams archetypes are really going to be effective and the ones that trainers stick to throughout the season.
Yeah, this is the thing, because as soon as one team starts to rise in popularity, so do the counters to that team. So it's finding that balance. I feel like in Regulation Set E, trainers were realizing what potentially the best team of that regulation was, or at least in their eyes. We'll have to see if that will be the case for Regulation Set F, but we will also have to see what your winner of the previous round has to say about that fantastic match. Cannot wait to get into our interview with Daniel Durney.
And we are here, folks, with Daniel, of course, the winner of what type of cataclysmic set that was versus Steinar. Daniel, that was very, very exceptional play. Understandably, there are a lot of elements to that match. So I guess, how are you feeling, first off?
Always the hard question, how you're feeling after a game like these.
Right.
I mean, great, actually. I mean, it was really exciting to be on stream for the first time, especially for Steinar. Great opponent to face on stream. Thankfully, I was able to go for my outs, and I mean, at the end of the day, that feels really good when you get the 33%.
Well, exactly, and I think there's a lot of very interesting elements to your team. We may have not been able to see all of them being showed off, but I guess what sort of inspired you to try to take a couple of these off-meta niche picks and sets?
I'm going to try to give you a good answer here, Costa, without giving away too much information.
Of course, I was trying to like trick you there.
I mean, it's difficult, you know. But I mean, I think it started from a position of trying to have a team that can be linear in a format that is very diverse currently, while also having a very strong speed controlling option. And then building from that. Some pieces were brought in just to cover certain typing weaknesses that we have on the team, but while also being able to be some sort of bulk core of the team. And I mean, it really came down to just seeing that the team can win on turn 1, but it also can play these longer games
I guess
and grind it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's sort of like the interaction of just making sure that you've got that surprise, immediate impact.
Exactly.
And then you can make the adaptations based on how game 1 went and game 2 and game 3.
Exactly.
I guess Scarf Entei.
Scarf Entei, yeah.
Scarf Entei, please.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. On every team.
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a sort of niche when it comes to it, just generally. I mean, in a focus, we saw, of course, the past couple of regions now, Portland and Charlotte, there's a very big usage when it comes to the Assault Vest variant. Is there something that was more beneficial that you were trying to specifically fit for this role, like maybe like an Outspeed Flutter Mane or something like that?
Well, I mean, in the earlier meta, you had the Choice Bandit Entei, and it just didn't do enough damage to compare to the Dragonite. The interesting thing with Entei as a Scarfer is that it's one of the few that get Eruption, which you didn't get to see this game, but it's a rather cool move.
I was very sad.
I understand that. I mean, I bet. And then you also have a rather diverse move pool that you can go. You can go the completely special route with like Grass Move and Scorching Sands, or you can go the more physical route. I mean, with this team, how it's built and it's very trick room based, having some sort of fast wrinkle in the team is rather important, and that was mainly the design purpose of having a Scarf instead of the AV. Bolt can only get you so far. Sometimes speed is important.
Yeah, and I think we can definitely see the very big reasons why you're able to actually have some flow charts already panned out because of having that additional benefit. So
completely correct. Yeah.
I guess going into that game 2, we saw there was a bit of a playing to your out scenario that you honestly did have to try to identify, which you did definitely correctly. But what were your thoughts going into that scenario? Because you're on the verge of just picking up the set, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had actually outplayed me, frankly. So it was sort of a situation where I tried to go for some sort of greedy plays, Terra Watering on the Farigiraf, in a situation where I just had to expect him to go for the double into Flutter. So I tried to make a play the turn previous. Then it was more or less just identifying that this is my one line to win. I have to have him double Flutter and I have to get a double protect, and then I have to get lucky from there. When you get into those situations, I guess it's playing a lot and knowing what can win, and not just giving up on a game because it looks like a 2v2 when he has a speed control advantage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it comes down to having the experience to know that this is the way I win, and then being able to go for it as well. And getting lucky, as I did.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just one of the factors that are naturally, part of the game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So, and I think what you touched on there, which is a very important thing, is knowing, like, having the experience is great and this and all, but knowing when to utilize and jump onto that experience and say, right, okay, this, like you can think of probabilities and whatnot, what's my most optimal play, but then it's also trying to figure out your opponent and trying to understand what's going through their mind, which I think you did a really good job about.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I think it's also, after he got the predictions, most players tend to play rather standard.
Yeah.
I mean, him doubling Flutter only loses against he has a 67% win rate by going through that play. So, I mean, I guess you could do some sort of coverage play by him, but it's also, if you get it, you win the game.
Yep.
So I do agree with you, but luck has to play a factor as well when you use the experience to be able to get into that situation.
100%. But I guess going on a wider prospect of the general meta itself, we're in Liverpool. It is the biggest official EU regional of all time.
Did you see that line this morning? It went all the way into town. It was unbelievable.
I know. It was like it started curving around the building. And I'm like, hey, what's going on here? It's a bit.
I couldn't see that. I needed to put on another pair of glasses to be able to see the end of it.
And it's quite funny because it's back-to-back straight from Charlotte, which was now the official biggest regional of all time for VG.
Oh, wow.
So being able to see so many people very excited to jump into this is such a great opportunity. But I guess, what were your prospects coming into regional? Obviously, the title. You are 5-0 right now, my friend. So,
I mean,
well,
I don't see any trophies for 5-0. I mean,
not yet.
Not exactly. Hopefully next year. No, but I mean, I play a lot with other certain Swedish players, and that's my main goal. Being able to, I mainly play to be able to be a better coach. That is mainly my purpose. I hope that VGC keeps on growing the way this has. I think that it's the best game of the Pokemon 3 games over here. They're all great. I mean, trading card game, Go, and everything. But I mean, nothing beats the video game for me. And for me personally, I mean, I hope to be able to get to Worlds. But otherwise, it's just keep winning games so that I can coach the better Swedish player in the scene.
And I mean, we've been able to see a lot of positive stuff coming from yourself. I know that you are quite well knit with your community and certain team building groups. I think there was a bit of a line that you gave there that you may or may not have beaten the #1 player that we all know on ladder. So,
I mean,
talk to me about it.
That is my only accomplishment. I mean, in the old days, I heard from this #1 player. That you used to write things down on paper to be able to have your accomplishments for stream. I always wanted my only accomplishment that I've accomplished in this game is beating him on ladder. And because it's very easy to call myself a coach or a water boy, as I like to define it sometimes, for somebody that is that good. And that's, of course, my brother Nils Dahl. So.
Damn straight. So, but yeah, of course, I think it's great to be able to see that bond as well, and you guys carry it through. It's one of the things that I think really make this event, as well as community, just that more richer, if that makes sense, you know, because you got a lot of emotion, you got a lot of, involvement, it's a huge part of our lives, right? Yeah. And it's just the love for the game and the passion that we carry that really sort of force our way through. And it's just great to see friends as well.
I mean, yeah, it's great to have friends in this scene. It's very easy to make friends. Yep. I mean, there are people that you talk to at your tables are amazingly friendly. You get to learn everything about people from Europe. But for me, on a personal note, I mean, the only reason I really play this game or got into this game was because it was one of my brother did together. Yep. And I know that he's talked about it on stream before, so I'm not going to wax lyrical about it again. But I mean, that is really what keeps us playing, is both like being together with him, but also the amazing people in the scene that we have met. For example, you, Costa.
Oh, don't flatter me. My cheeks
I have to. I mean, I'm on an interview. What can I do?
You are being very lovely and far too kind. But I guess to round things off, Daniel, would you like to go ahead and give any shout-outs to anybody?
I'll look into the camera for this one. I have to shout out the Swedish community, especially Heidi Houston, for being the godmother of the VGC scene. Without her, neither me nor Nils or any other Swedish player would be here. Shout out to my brother, my family, and finally, but most importantly, everybody here holding the event and making it this amazing thing to be at. I hope to see you at the next tournament.
Such lovely words from such a lovely trainer as well, and great example. So you've heard it here, folks. This has been Daniel. We are 5-0 right now, keeping it going very strong. Hopefully, fingers crossed, wishing you all the best, my friend.
I will be holding the trophy at the end of the day. It'll be
that's the spirit. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah. I mean, it's only going to be me in these interviews. You're going to be sick of interviewing me at the day. It's going to be horrible.
I am looking forward to it. But thank you so much. You have been a pleasure, Daniel. We are wishing you the best. And of course, what we're going to go ahead and do is cut to a short break before we kick off the next round.
See you guys.
Hi, Pokemon trainers. You join me on the floor here with Victor Medina and Alex Soto. You're here in Liverpool. How are your tournaments going?
I'm going good. It's difficult, this tournament. I have lost the last one, and my opponent played me very good. But it doesn't matter because I'm going to win everything right now.
Fighting words there, Alex. How's it going for you, Victor?
It's going pretty good. It has a very good level, this tournament. Also very good Spanish players playing in this tournament. But right now we are 4-1 and I see ourselves as strong as too. So, yeah.
Good. Fantastic stuff. Now, without giving too much away about your teams, what sort of things are we running here?
I'm playing a Rillaboom, Inthin, Urshifu team. It's very standard, and I think it has like a lot of potential of outplay, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Alex?
I'm playing a new version from my Trick Room team, maybe for last time on Liverpool, because on the next tournament I want to try different things, but I didn't have so many time to prepare this tournament, so I'm going comfort with the team that I'm able to doing well.
Yeah, using this tournament as practice for what you want to do next. No surprise that you're going for the Trick Room mode again, Alex. But of course, we saw earlier on in the day, Eric Rios and Alex Gomez, they're your fellow Spanish players. They're running this Porygon 2 Ting Lu team. Now, is that something that was on your horizon, something you thought about playing?
It's a good team, it's interesting, but I think my team, my Trick Room team with Galate, it's able to win the Alex Gomez and Eric Rios team. So I'm not nervous, I'm not wondering about that, because Galate with Sacred Sword, Psycho Good, it's able to get KO on Ting Lu, Porygon 2, so no problem with this team.
Wow, okay, well, that's confidence there. Galate?
Galate,
really cool.
Trick Room Whiteward, it's very good Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, I hope that we get to see that later on. We see one or two Galade so far in Regulation Set F, but I'd love to see how Alex Soto runs that. But you're not going for the Trick Room stuff, you're going for a more standard composition.
I'm going for a more standard composition. To be honest, I think I can win the matchup too, as well, because I have like a lot of Pokemon that boost their stats, and I think that's really important. I also was running a Porygon 2 team. I was testing it, but at the end I'm not running it. I talked with Scott, and he helped me a lot. He's a United States player, and it was a really good team. I think it's a really good pick for Alex and Eric, and yeah, but I think we can win. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Now, you say it's important to boost your stats. We just had a team then that had a Mamoswine on it that had Haze. So, are you worried about moves like Haze, Clear Smog coming out?
I mean, not really. I'm scared about Mamoswine. I didn't see the stream, but it seems...
Oh, we didn't see it on stream, but he had it on his team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like such an interesting Pokemon. I don't know.
I think not.
Really? I mean...
Tell us more, Alex.
About Mamoswine.
Yeah.
Mamoswine, in my opinion, is a weak Pokemon in this format. So Ground type and Ice type is not very good defensive mixed types. So in my opinion, it's a bad Pokemon, but in some teams maybe can be a surprise. But I don't like Mamoswine.
Okay, well, every trainer entitled to their own opinion. You're right about the defensive coverage, but offensively, Ground Ice, yeah, it's got some good coverage, wouldn't you say?
That's nice.
Ground and Ice having good offensive.
This is very good offensively.
Yeah, it's very good offensively, but bad defensively. That's right.
Yeah, no, that's entirely understandable.
Yeah.
Entirely understandable. Now, how about your seasons as a whole? How are they going? What are you hoping to achieve this season?
I think it's going pretty well. I'm already qualified for Worlds.
Okay.
And I'm expecting another World Top Cut, at least.
Okay.
And
manifest it.
It's going to be difficult, but I've done it once, and I want to do it again. I think I also want like a big result in a regional, because I already top cut all the international challenge and the world championship, but I still didn't cut any regional championship, and it's a little bit weird. So I really want a big finish here.
Can you just briefly just remind the people at home, when you topped the world's placement that you got, where did you finish?
I finished 6th in the World Championship.
Oh, yeah.
And I also want to thank Export Maniacos for supporting us this whole season. It's our club, and it has been an amazing experience so far.
And thanks to Juste, because he's our father.
Yes, thank you, Juste.
Alex, how about you? How about your season? How's it going? What are you hoping to achieve?
I'm not yet qualified because in my last tournament to NASC, I lost my flight to the tournament, so I couldn't go.
Oh no!
But no problem because so many tournaments incoming, so many regionals. I'm going to do a very good result today and tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. I'm very happy for my season, and I'm going to win everything.
Well, you've said it multiple times, Alex. So the more you say it, the more pressure you put on yourself. But we'll keep our eyes out for you, certainly. Sorry you missed your flight for your previous regional as well, but so many events to get involved in, as you say. Thank you for talking to me, Alex and Victor. We'll be getting back to the action very shortly indeed. Just look at the fantastic trainers we have here having the time of their lives. Hope you can get involved soon as well. For now, let's go to a short break.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is the hero. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm going to see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. They've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Liverpool Regional Championships. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk yet again by the wonderful Lee Provost. And
Wonderful.
Lee,
Thank you, Ben.
Wonderful, fantastic, amazing. I don't know how many words I could use to describe you.
Stop, Ben.
I could all day.
Too
all
kind.
Day, all
Keep
day.
going. How are you, mate? You all right?
I'm doing good.
What a
I'm
great
doing good.
last match that was as well. For us to feature Cornerstone Ogopon.
Yeah.
Was not expecting to see many of those today, but
Sorry.
definitely put on a little bit of a show for us, didn't it?
It did, and you know, that just the ability to be able to use both sturdy, follow me, but also we saw it outspeeding a Chi-Yu and just knocking out a Fluttermane with an Ivy Cudgel, and it's like, hey, yeah, that seems like a pretty good Pokemon choice to me.
Yeah, definitely. It's not one to underestimate, and I think being one of the Ogopons is not really used too much. It's nice to see it in the spotlight for once and showing what it can do, what it is capable of doing, and that sturdy ability is so good on it. Just to give you that little bit of a security blanket, situations where you might take a big hit, you know you're going to be sticking around and at least able to get one of those big attacks off. Those Ivy Cudgels, of course, being a rock type, are very, very nice to have in your arsenal.
Especially since we're seeing that new Paradox Pokemon Gouging Fire really coming into the fore. If you pair that with a little bit of Tailwind, or to be able to move that Ogopon into a situation where it goes first, Gouging Fire really has a bit of a trouble, and certainly something that I've seen cropping up a lot this week in the run-up to Liverpool has been that combination of Gouging Fire, Water Ogopon, Chempao, Ogopon, Wellspring. It's that sort of core of Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers are really opting for this weekend.
Yeah, and like the coverage that you've got with just the Cornerstone between the rock-type moves and the grass-type moves you've got access to, it really makes it hard to find a Pokemon in those cores that can come in comfortably and be able to deal with it and not have those big threats in front of it, potentially picking up a knockout.
Especially with the change in metagame as well, we're seeing a little bit less Urshifu, both Rapid Strike, the rise of Urshifu Single Strike, but there's overall just a little bit less, where in Regulation Set E, you'd be like, yeah, okay, it's a team, where's the Urshifu on the team? Nowadays, it's not quite as prominent in every single player's team, and so when you're in that situation, the defense boost from Embody Aspect, when you also are able to Terra that Ogopon Cornerstone, actually become quite relevant.
Yeah, the Embodying Aspect ability is so good, isn't it? For the different masks, the defense boost as well. You might look at it on paper and think, is it really going to be the thing that helps me out in these situations? But a lot of the time, because we've got such a physical metagame, that it is shifting more towards the special side of things, but there are still those physical threats here, and it is very beneficial in certain capacities when you're going up against certain teams.
Yeah, and that's all about what VGC is when you're coming and preparing for these big events. You've got lots of Pokemon to play, you're going to be facing lots of different trainers, opting for lots of different strategies, and you've got to come up with the best scenario for you that works for you, but is also able to have options or tools against lots of different types of teams.
Yeah, I mean, we were at the top of the show today. We were talking about, you know, seeing some of these kind of unique Pokemon that we maybe haven't seen so far throughout Regulation F, and we are definitely getting treated to an array of different Pokemon today. You know, we've had the Porygon 2 from Alex, got the Cornerstone mask, Ogopon, that we've just talked about. So we are seeing a lot of variety today, and it's really great to see, just kind of showcasing how good a format Regulation F is.
Something that you were mentioning as well, this in the lead up to the tournament, but also on the couch this morning, was how many teams were really are looking to be viable in Regulation Set F, and we're just seeing that come to the cornerstone of this tournament. I'm just gonna have a cheeky little grin to myself there with the Cornerstone Ogopon. I'm sorry for that. That was not the best pun I've ever come up with.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, I think it really always, to me anyway, it comes back to the support options that we've now got available to us in this format, which open the door up for a lot of these Pokemon that maybe, like you say, weren't viable before, but also you've got to look at the Pokemon that have been introduced and how they are kind of suppressing some of those more dominating Pokemon that you've seen in previous formats, where, you know, Urshifu Tornadus were just really given almost a free reign in the last format, right? There wasn't really too much you had to be able to incapacitate those Pokemon in particular, but now we've got the likes of Raging Bolt in particular that's come to the floor, and just by itself almost saying, yeah, well, bring those Pokemon because I've got such a good way to be able to deal with them.
Yeah.
It's very hard for trainers to then think, is this really the right kind of choice to go forward with in a tournament? Am I feeling really that comfortable when this one Pokemon causes me so much issue? Is it going to be popular at this tournament? Probably yes. So then let's bench these and go down a different route.
And speaking of the routes that these trainers have options for this weekend, let's have a look at the day one statistics. If you missed it this morning, these are the Pokemon that our trainers in day one are favouring the most in the Liverpool Regional Championships. Right up there at the top spot, Fluttermane with 67.3% usage.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that is going to be shifting anytime soon, you know. It'll be interesting to see the transition between day one and day two. It always is, and whether or not Fluttermane still it keeps that top spot, but that is a lot of Fluttermane. But for good reason. It's, you know, it's such a fast Pokemon. It's diverse. It's got a lot of good options that, you know, we might not have seen in previous formats. You know, we saw Wolf Run and Calm Mind on his Fluttermane, and that's an option that players can kind of look at as well. Other tools that it does get access to, and Perish Song and things like that. So it has got a very deep move pool with a lot of options that it can kind of go for there. It also gets Taunt, another thing that we were mentioning earlier. A lot of trainers, if they had access to, they would have ways to shut down some of these maybe slower, bulkier Trick Room teams that are really having a big impact in this format at the moment.
And Pokemon like Farigiraf that are really rising in usage. We saw Wolfglick win the Charlotte Regional Championships just last weekend with a Farigiraf, but of course it wasn't the only Farigiraf there. There were quite a lot of them both in the top 8 and in the runner-up team as well. So it's a Pokemon that's really doing a lot of work, using that Armor Tail to significant effect, and certainly putting a stopper on Pokemon that you see a little bit further down, like Chien-Pao, Raging Bolt, and King Gambit, that like the opportunity to go for a priority attack.
Yeah, and squashed in between there is an old friend of ours. Well, maybe a friend to some, maybe not a friend to others, but Amoonguss still sticking around, being very pivotal in its roles that it can offer trainers in this tournament. You know, 19.3% of trainers have opted to use it this weekend. I think it's helpful when you've got a decrease within Pokemon, in particular like Tornadus, but then it's, you know, at the same time you have to be careful because you've got an increase in Pokemon like Incineroar that can hit it for super effective damage and kind of pin it into positions where you maybe have to Terastallize it to get around the fire weakness when you don't really want to. But all in all, Amoonguss is just one of those Pokemon that doesn't ever seem to be going away. It's around these top usage stats, like the Fluttermane is just one of those really top tier Pokemon that trainers are still relying on to get them through these games.
I do remember when Fluttermane was introduced way back in 2011 when I started playing competitive video game championships, and I remember speaking to my friends and be like, how do we deal with this Pokemon? It's just so oppressive and does so much work. That was way back then, and to think that Pokemon is still relevant today is just testament to how many options that it has available to it. And if you don't respect Amoonguss in your team building process and you come up against an Amoonguss, I'm sorry to say, but you're not going to have a great time.
You're not going to have a great time, but even saying that, you know, even preparing for it isn't enough sometimes, and I think it's testament to it as a Pokemon that it keeps appearing at the top of these usage stats because trainers are more than aware of it right now. I think it's really a shout to the trainers and the adaptations that they're making with how they're training it, how they're opting, what moves they're opting for, opposed to maybe something like the choice specs item and just those 4 moves that have been so common throughout previous stages of the Scarlet and Violet series that we've seen. And it's just if you don't have an answer to it, I mean, that's probably the #1 thing you have when you're building a team. Fluttermane answer, right?
Yeah, Fluttermane answer, both that. Yeah, you need to have an Amoonguss answer, and of course, one of the things that really does it, and you touched on it earlier, and we do need to talk about this Pokemon. It's returning in the Indigo Disc. And that's Incineroar.
Yes,
it's one of those omnipotent Pokemon almost, where just like Amoonguss, in every format that it's been relevant, it's been so good. But we're getting a chance to have a look at those players that are doing very well this weekend. Still 5-0, 16 records of those at least. Roberto Parente remaining the top spot in that top 16 so far.
Incredible run from all of these trainers up to this point in the tournament, getting over that halfway mark, and they must be feeling good because 2 more wins will secure them a place in day 2, so making a perfect start here and hoping probably to carry it on. But you've got some very familiar names, you know. Number 2, we've got Eric Rios there, and also if you go further down the pack, we've got some older faces. Boris Akos appearing here, having a really good start to this tournament. Joseph Ugarte as well, representing the United States just below him, and yeah, a flurry of different representation from the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, China. So we've got a lot of countries here.
Yeah, absolutely, and really good to see. Certainly from a UK representation point, there's of course Morgan Steed there in the 4th position, but going down, and somebody that I really want to shout out is Jonathan Marston there, sitting in position number 13. Now, Jonathan is a player that's been playing for a good number of years now, but he's taken a little bit of a time out from the game, from competing really seriously, and he looks like he's back with a vengeance here in Liverpool, doing very well. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's a player, it's interesting, he was a player that kind of emerged at the back end, tail end of our kind of pump, Ben, if you want to say that. But yeah, he's a very talented trainer, and even with the timeout, able to come back and not having as much time maybe to kind of commit to the game as he would like, coming in and kind of still showing, got what it takes, I'm here, and I'm in business.
Some players you just watch play, and you just know they've got the instinct for the game. And I think that's one of the things that really always stands out for me watching Jonathan play, and also, you know, team building and preparing for tournaments with him as well. So really good to see him doing very well. But of course, there are lots of matches that will be going on. We've seen so many names in that list of players that are 5-0. They're going to be facing each other, and the match that we're going to be seeing on stream here, Joseph Ugarte versus Yan Tongzi.
It's going to be an incredible match here. We've got Joseph, very familiar face to the US streams that we're normally seeing across the pond, but Joseph taking the trip over here to Liverpool this weekend and going to be featured in our next match. But looking at some of the other feature matches that we've got here, you've got Eric Rios against Giuseppe. That is going to be an incredible game, and like you've just mentioned, Jonathan Marston up against Kyle Duran as well.
Also on the list, Roberto Parente versus Yu Zhang. They're going to be a great match. And Roberto is a player that I always remember from Turin when we watched them do so well with a combination of Breloom and Magnezone. So a player that can both play the standard teams but also bring that innovation. And it's certainly showing why innovation is important in the early stages of a new regulation set.
Yeah, that's it. And I think it's the niche picks sometimes that might be a bit, you know, like people will look at that and think, why is there a Breloom on the team or something along those lines? But it really fits in with what that trainer wants that Pokemon to do, filling a specific role, filling a specific niche, which gives it the advantage in some of these more awkward matchups in this format.
And that's going to be what we're going to be seeing with our 2 trainers that are facing up against each other. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Joseph Ugarte is going to be bringing to this tournament. He's brought 2 different teams to Portland and Charlotte, and whether or not he's adapted to coming into this event or not will be fascinating, because he's one of those consistent players that always seems to be on the front end of what's happening in the metagame. He knows exactly what's going on and seems to pick both the popular but also the most relevant teams that are going on at any given point.
Yeah, you know, I think you kind of summed that up perfectly there. I think the one thing you would say about Joseph is, if there's anything to kind of coin by him, is he does like the sun a little bit, doesn't he? So whether or not he's brought that into this tournament today, having a lot of success with it, of course. Maybe not though, maybe opt in, like you say, for something else. The big thing to point out though is he's got 2 regionals in this regulation under his belt already, and I think it's testament to say how valuable that experience is, regardless of what your performance has been like in those tournaments. being amongst the other players, testing Pokemon, seeing how the format's shaping up in a real-life environment is invaluable. So I think probably that's helped him carry into this tournament, make some more concise decisions about what he thinks will work against this current kind of crop of Pokemon that players are leaning on to have success with, and it's obviously paying off for him in this one.
That's such a great shout there, yeah. I mean, tournament experience really comes above all else as far as preparation for a tournament goes. It's like, how do you prepare for a tournament? Well, just play some tournaments and you know, see how it goes and test and refine and you know, improve what you're really going for there. And of course, we see on the broadcast the rounds of Swiss that we see, but of course Joe's also got the experience and the value of playing some other matches as well, so gets a little bit more context for what's been happening at those events, not just what we're seeing on the broadcast, but also what's happening elsewhere in the event.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, really, don't you, with that? I think it really is an understated thing where the more tournaments you go to, the more experienced you get, the more comfortable you feel in a format, the more comfortable you feel with the Pokemon choices that you're making. So even if it is locals, it doesn't need to be majors or regionals or anything like that. Just getting out to tournaments amongst other players is going to give you such a big advantage going forward.
It really is, and I think that's one of the reasons that Joe's so consistent in the game as a whole, really, where he's one of those trainers that works really hard and is constantly in and amongst the players in the community, but he's also playing a lot of events, as many as really he can get his hands on. And that tournament experience is not just about the team building and the refining and the testing and all of that sort of side of things, but it's also the mindset and the way that the players prepare. You know, when you're going to event after event after event, there's a level of match fitness that you get into. You know what's going on. The nerves maybe don't come into play quite as much because, hey, you're just sitting down playing another tournament game. I did this the last 4 weeks in a row. Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about your situation, and you can then, instead of thinking about the tournament, then you're thinking about the game, and you can really apply yourself in those scenarios.
Yeah, it's some brilliant advice for budding players that are coming into the tournament, and even the veteran players. You know, I think it is just about a case of getting out and just getting in the mix of things, because you want to get that muscle memory when you are playing tournaments, because coming in for your first tournament of the season sometimes not always as easy as you think it is, especially if you've kind of had a bit of a break. Although, contradicting that, Jonathan's kind of like throwing that argument out the window.
Well, as did Wolf last week with Charlotte. He's had a little bit of a break from playing competitively, comes back, wins a regional, and you know, that's one of the things that's really important with playing the game, is you've got to know what your limits are and, you know, how to really approach the game and balance that with the rest of the things going on in your life as well.
Yeah, of course. That's always something to make sure that you do. Talking about the Paradox Pokemon, Ben, just segueing off here a little minute. We've talked about majority of the new Paradox Pokemon, but we haven't talked about all of them. Another Paradox Pokemon that is and has been introduced recently to the Regulation F format is Walking Wake. And it's making its way up the usage stats slowly, slower than the other two, but it is a very good Pokemon in its own right.
And any resemblance to Suicune is pure coincidence. You heard it here first, trainers. And look at that. I mean, it's such a powerful Pokemon. Water Dragon historically has been a very good defensive and offensive typing there. Hydro Steam, we've got to talk about Hydro Steam because it's such a cool new move.
Yeah, it's very flexible, allows you to take advantage of two weathers, which you would normally not have the benefit of if you're using a water type attack, which it's classified as. But under the sun, it does get increased damage output.
So the same damage increase as it would under those rainy conditions as well, and further boosted by the photosynthesis activating in the sun as well. And I think that's the key to why Walking Wake and Hydro Steam specifically is so strong. Seen some really cool teams with it where it's paired with Fluttermane. Both of them have access to photosynthesis and they can get the sun up and benefit from it, and you can still get that water coverage.
Yeah, of course, and I think that's one of the things that I always look at, because I do feel like Sun in this format is a very strong archetype. And obviously with access to something like Walk and Wake that's got that flexibility, even if you come up against a Rain team, you've got something that you can bring in. It's going to quad resist the water type attacks because of that typing, and it can still take advantage of that opposite weather that you maybe not really inclined to be seeing on the field when you're kind of running that Sun team.
And it's so important when you're thinking about how to use your team effectively. You've got to make it really effective in the most scenarios that you can. And a little bit of a sneak peek. We'll get to the team in a little bit more detail in just a moment, but Yantong is running that Walking Wake, so that's really exciting to be looking forward to.
I am very excited about this next match, because it's not only the Walking Wake, but we do have Sun as well as one of the main things that Yantong is taking advantage of. Of course, like Ben said, we will get into the teams in a moment. The players are just getting themselves set up, and we are getting ready for this round 6 of the Swiss rounds here at the Liverpool Regional Championships.
If you've only just joined us, it's Yantong Z versus Joseph Ugarte there, and you can see a little preview of the teams up on the screen right now. It's Ogerpon, Wellspring, Amoonguss, Gouging Fire, King Gambit, Chempao, and Dragonite for Joe, and Yantong going for that half-lame Ogerpon, Fluttermane Torkoal, Walking Wake for Farigiraf, and Raging Bolt.
Double Paradox Pokemon on Yantong's side of the field with the Raging Bolt and the Walking Wake, really taking advantage of this new Pokemon. Obviously supporting them very well with that Torkoal. That's going to really boost that photosynthesis ability, not just on those two Pokemon, but the Fluttermane as well. Really going to appreciate that, along with that Half-Flame Ogerpon.
And the Torkoal.
Yeah, well, it's and like the Torkoal as well. It's only just, well, you're leaving out the Farigiraf then, really, aren't you?
Does Farigiraf learn Mystical Fire? I feel like it does.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah. It's probably got access to something there, and we are getting straight into it, Ben.
It's Ogerpon, Half-Flame, and Walking Wake out there for Yantong, and a Gouging Fire and Amoonguss there for Joe. And this Gouging Fire is holding a booster energy, so after the Mold Breaker activates from that Ogerpon, we are going to see what boost this Gouging Fire has going to be opted for, and it's speed, that more common stat that Gouging Fire likes to run.
Yeah, and the Amoonguss is in a bit of an awkward position here, because you've got that Half-Flame Ogerpon on the opposite side of the field that is pressuring down some big damage, potentially a knockout with the Ivy Cudgel, especially if you see a Terrestrialization here, and also with the Walk and Wake having access to the Flamethrower as well. So looking like Joe maybe opting for a Terrestrialization in this scenario, and could be risky if Yantong reads into that, because it does have access to Grass-type moves alongside that Fire-type Ivy Cudgel.
And it is a Terra straight off the bat, Lee. You called it perfectly there. The Amoonguss not wanting to take nearly as much damage from those big, powerful Fire-type moves from the Ogerpon, but a clever protect here. Yantong just not going on the offensive right away, just wanting to scout out whether Joe was going for a more defensive Terra option in this scenario. Rage Powder not going to redirect Gouging Fire or any of these protects on the field here, as a Breaking Swipe does land into both of these moves. With a speed boost, that Ogerpon would have taken an attack drop, which would have been pretty big, but instead Gouging Fire just gets a little bit of recoil damage from the spiky shield.
Yeah, a really smart play here from Yantong in particular to kind of scout out to see if Joe, who was kind of pinned in that position, was going to react to that with the Terrestrialization, and does follow through with it, of course. Now, the water type of Amoonguss, it is going to be weak to those Wood Hammers that the Ogerpon has access to, so has to be careful around that, especially, again, if we do see the Terrestrialization here, and it nullifies potentially a Breaking Swipe that could come out from the Entei, which we know that is going to be faster than both of those Pokemon.
King Gambit, though, coming in from the Amoonguss, going to be resisting any Grass-type moves that the Ogerpon wants to go for in this situation, and it's now Joe that's on the defensive with the Gouging Fire going for its signature move, Burning Bulwark. So a Draco Meteor follow-up from the Walking Wake would have probably been enough to pick up the KO onto that Gouging Fire, so a clever protect protect there on Joe's side.
Yeah, they're a really clever protect, and now the King Gambit on the field from offering some priority attacks here on things, but does feel a bit threatened by the Ogre-Pon. Obviously not a problem because Yantong is switching that out, opting for the Torkoal to hit the field.
Oh, now we're powering up Walking Wake here. Its Hydro Steam is going to be going at full power in this turn if it wants to go for it. And of course, activating that Photosynthesis, getting the speed boost. We'll see that the training between these two. It's the Walking Wake that's able to go first, but Joe's Gouging Fire avoiding that Draco Meteor, able to get the big breaking swipe off. Not enough for the KO, but what a miss there for Yantong. He's not going to be happy about that.
Definitely not happy about that. That is really unfortunate because now the Walking Wake in a position where the Sucker Punch from Joe's King Gambit is going to be in range to take that down. So it has to be really careful for that, and reason why we're seeing it retreat for later on. The Torkoal in a great position. Of course, it is going to be able to get a big fire type attack off on the King Gambit, which is threatened by that going into this next turn.
And Sucker Punch does indeed fail when a Pokemon does switch out, but it's not Sucker Punch that's going on this turn, just a Burning Ball again from the Gouging Fire, keeping itself safe from any attacks. And Joe kind of feeling out exactly what Yantong wanting to do, also protecting with the King Gambit. And a good thing too, because that Eruption was the follow-up choice from the Torkoal. That would have done a lot of damage, Lee.
Yeah, it would have done a lot of damage to that King Gambit, potentially picking a knockup out. And the problem with the Torkoal is you've got two physical attackers on the field. The big draw of Torkoal is its defensive capabilities. You're going to be able to take those attacks pretty well. You can switch in the Amoonguss, just thinking about it here to kind of alleviate some of that pressure that the Eruption is putting onto the field right now. So we'll see if that switch does come to fruition here. But the Torkoal is something that you're going to have to really deal with quite quickly. We are seeing the Walking Wake switch onto the field in place of that Flutter Mane.
Yeah, lots of switches coming on from Yantong, just trying to get into a better situation, especially after missing the Draco Meteor. You definitely want to make sure that, you know, it didn't go quite as well in that turn, but that doesn't mean that you're out of the game. You want to just make sure that you're getting your Pokemon in the right spot to be able to act in this situation. It's Torkoal, though, going on the defensive. A big Terra Fire coming out from it, and whether or not Joe has left it to be able to attack in this spot, it looks like it. But a Heat Crash going into that Walking Wake, not enough to pick up the KO. Quad resisted even in the sun, and it's a Heat Wave follow-up from that Torkoal, doing good amounts of damage to both of the trained Pokemon on Joe's side of the field.
What a huge survival there from the Walking Wake. You think, oh, it's on a tiny amount of health. It's probably going to go down to that big Heat Crash that was coming out from the Gouging Fire, but just enough to hang on, keep it on the field. But can Yantong really adjust himself now? Because the Amoonguss on the field, it is putting a lot of pressure on that Terra Water. It is really resisting the Torkoal, so not going to get much mileage out of that. So I think the Spore is definitely a threat coming onto the field this turn for Yantong.
And a Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss. The question is the Draco Meteor going to be following up from the Walking Wake? It is, but is it going to be enough to knock out the Amoonguss? Yes, it connects. It picks up the KO. A special attack drop from Yantong's side of the field, but that Life Orb recoil is going to be taking out that Walking Wake. It's going to be going back to Yantong. The question is, was this a breaking swipe, or is it Heat Crash into the Flutter Mane on the switch in?
Yeah, it's going to be, it is a Heat Crash, and it's coming out into the Flutter Mane. Is it enough to pick up the knockout? No! One hit KO here.
In the sun.
Great comeback from Joe to respond in taking the knockout from the Amoonguss, returning with a big knockout onto the Flutter Mane on the switch in.
You can see how pivotal that Draco Meteor miss was in the earlier game. That Gouging Fire has really done so much work in this set, be it Breaking Swipe or Heat Crash. It's putting lots of damage onto the field, and Yangtong's kind of focused on doing damage with fire-type attacks with that Torkoal and the half-flame Ogre-Pon. Well, a Fire and Dragon type is quad resisting all of those damage dealing moves, and so it really was Walking Wake's job in that situation to be able to get that knockout.
Yeah, definitely, and you feel like the Ogre-Pon's got a lot of work to do to be able to get rid of the Gouging Fire, which just goes for that to protect this turn. The Burning Bulwark not going to take any damage, and the King Gambit doing the same as well. Joe quite smartly doing this because he is stalling out the sun turn.
Yes.
As long as that Torkoal is sitting on the field, if the sun runs out, then it means that Yantong's in a position where he has to switch the Torkoal out. we know what's in the back, so it makes for the opportunity for Joe to kind of take advantage of that and take down potentially what could come. Oh, sorry.
No Pokemon in the back.
Yeah.
Helping hand though coming out from the Torkoal, wanting to make sure this Ivy Cudgel is as strong as possible. After the breaking swipe, it's going to need to get a critical hit to be able to knock out this King Gambit potentially in one. If it gets it, it's definitely getting there. If it doesn't, this King Gambit's going to be taking a lot of damage. But a Kowtow Cleave as the follow-up, not enough to pick up the KO. You called it out earlier. Torkoal known for its physical defense.
Yeah, very well taken there, but the break and swipe is so useful in this situation, and the fact that you can't terrestrialize the Ogerpon, Joe managing the field very well, and you can see the battle forfeit there from Yantong, and Joe taking an early lead in this game.
Very well played from both players there. I think Yangtong really had the early game at his command. And certainly the amount of damage or lack thereof that the Walking Wake took in that early game, able to get that speed photosynthesis boost to match the Gouging Fire, go for a big Draco Meteor in that situation, and unfortunately not connect. But that's the game we play, and I think Yangtong did such a good job to re-maneuver and try to get into a good spot, but that Gouging Fire was just too much on Joe's side.
Yeah, and I think if you are Yantong, that is the Pokemon that you need to remove from the field to start kind of getting that momentum swing in your favor, because really when you look at the options that he's got elsewhere on his team, you're looking at Fluttermane, not really the best option to sit in front of the Gouging Fire. You're not going to be able to do damage to it with anything like a Fairy type attack, especially if you're locking yourself into one of those Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam moves, of course, because you are holding the Choice Specs item. And then you look at the Ogerpon, it hasn't really got any coverage to hit Gouging Fire. Torkoal's going to struggle against it as well, so you're really relying on the Walking Wake, if that is something that you bring to this match, or something like the Raging Bolt as well. Both are going to take a good amount of damage from the breaking swipe that the Gouging Fire was just constantly doing that game, you know, to keep things like the Ogerpon in check if it did come onto the field in case of the terrestrialization from that Pokemon.
The trouble is, and you're right, you're absolutely right, the Walking Wake is the quick way to knock out that Gouging Fire. And Fluttermane could probably do it, but you need multiple turns locked into Moonblast. We'll have to see if the way that Yangtong has adjusted in Game 2 to be able to deal with that. It's the Walking Wake and Ogerpon again that he opted for. Joe mixing things up a little bit.
Yeah, mixing it up, and I think rightly as well, because I think the Ogerpon gives you a bit more support against what the Walking Wake kind of pressures onto that Gouging Fire, because it's got access to the Follow Me. You've got a good way to potentially put some good damage onto the field as well with things like the Horn Leech, keep yourself healthy, and then, you know, you can also throw in a Spiky Shield here and there just to make sure that you are kind of taking advantage of the Gouging Fire as best as possible, because you have to really, if you're keeping on the field for a long time, you kind of have to time when to use the Heat Crash correctly and when to use the Breaking Swipe, which I think was really highlighted in that last match in Game 1 by Joe. He was going for the Breaking Swipe when it was pivotal to, and then really key moments where you saw the Fluttermane switch in, going for the Heat Crash, catching the Fluttermane on the switch in and removing it before it came any sort of issue in the late game.
What's fascinating about this particular matchup, and certainly the team that Joe's been running, is a lot of the ways that trainers opt to play this team is by really utilizing the Howl option on the Gouging Fire. Alongside the Burning Bulwark, you know, you get a little bit of a attack boost on both of the Pokemon on your side of the field, including, of course, the Gouging Fire. That makes a big impact into your damage output with both Breaking Swipe and, of course, Heat Crash. But also, if you're powering up something like a King Gambit and it's going for a Kowtow Cleave afterwards, well, your opponent's not going to be appreciating that either.
No, especially when you look at Joe's team and that King Gambit's holding the black glasses. It's already boosting its Dark-type attacks a little bit further, and then, you know, I think you look at the other options on his team, like the Dragonite you've got is a physical threat, the Ogerpon is a physical threat, and then the Chen Pao is a huge physical threat that not only would benefit from the Howl, but would also benefit your Howl as well with its sort of rune ability.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the big thing that I think why trainers are opting for this sort of team, because you can play Gouging Fire against most Pokemon. It's a reasonably bulky Pokemon. You get the booster energy on the speed, you've got powerful attacks, you've got the support with the Breaking Swipe, and then pick your physical attacker partner, and you can decide, depending on the matchup that you're going into, which one of those Pokemon really best suits the scenario. Yangtong on the other side, though, I do want to call out actually the training on Yangtong's team, because the Ogerpon and, the Fluttermane and the Walking Wake both get the Protosynthesis boost in their speed. And I think that gives this sort of matchup, the archetype that Joe's running, a real run for its money, where, well, actually now Gouging Fire isn't the strongest or the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Yeah.
Instead, the Walking Wake is, and there's no form of speed control that Joe has access to.
Yeah, and I think if Joe, if we do see the Amoonguss again, it's, if we're sticking with what we saw in Game 2 there, mixing it up, we saw the Ogerpon as the option opposed to the Amoonguss, because probably didn't do as much as what Joe would have liked it to have done in that Game 1, and made it a bit awkward where he's in that scenario. Do I Terrastallize it turn 1, or do I potentially lose this Pokemon? Opting to Terrastallize it was obviously the better play there, so it meant he kept his numbers up. But I think if you can go for the Terrastalization maybe on something like the Gouging Fire, it could give you a little bit more of an advantage, because if you look at it, it is a Fairy Terra type. The Walking Wake, the big thing that it was going for was that Draco Meteor to try and remove it when the sun was on the field. Like you say, the speed boost to that with the Photosynthesis ability does allow it to kind of get in that position where if you are able to throw a Draco Meteor onto that Pokemon, it is going to do a lot of damage. Whereas if you've got the Terrastalization still spare, it gives your opponent something to think about. Am I confident going into this slot if Terrastalization is still active for Joe? Because he can't easily just go for that Fairy Terra type, and especially now knowing what Yangtong is going to try and follow through with his strategy to get rid of that real troublesome Pokemon. And I think the other thing that you highlighted really well was the fact that the speed boost is the stat that is going to be happening when we see the sun on the field through that Photosynthesis ability. But it really makes it difficult to bring something like Farigiraf into this game to utilize something like Trick Room. Going to benefit the Torkoal like to no end.
Yes.
But with the other Pokemon, when they come into the field, if the sun's up, if you are using the Torkoal, it's going to put you at a real disadvantage. So it makes it a very difficult matchup for Yangtong. And I think Joe's doing very well to identify some of the holes maybe against his team and exploiting them in this game.
I think you make a really good point there, and I just want to extend on that, because I think that's the reason in Game 1 that we saw lots of protecting happening. Certainly in the early game, where we saw a double protect from Yangtong turn 1, we saw a double protect on turn 2 or 3 from Joe, and several more after that, where these trainers know how kind of sharp the matchup is in terms of the decisions that they've got to make. You mentioned about the Fairy Terror stopping the Draco Meteor on the Gouging Fire if you've got that spare. Well, Joe didn't have it spare in that scenario, so it was safe. But was it really safe overall? The Gouging Fire could have switched out into the Amoonguss to take it, and then you could have seen a lot of other different scenarios coming through. So I really liked how these players understood that was the matchup that they were playing, and therefore decided, hey, I'm not going to go all out straight away. I'm just going to edge through the match, play a little bit more carefully, and then decide on, after I've seen how my opponent's going to react, how I'm going to react to that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what makes these Game 2s really pivotal, really exciting to watch, because has one trainer figured out a strategy against the other to close this up, tie it up, and take it to a Game 3? That's the big question on everyone's minds going into this one. I think it's a very tight matchup where it could go either way depending on the choices that each trainer brings to this match.
And this match is now getting back underway by the looks of things. We're getting into turn 1 of Game 2 here in round 6 of the Liverpool Regional Championships. Joe leading out with Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Gouging Fire. It's Ogerpon, Half Flame, and that Walking Wake, the lead again for Yangtong.
Yeah, I do like the Ogerpon Wellspring form here for Joe, because, like I've mentioned before, I think it offers a little bit more than the Amoonguss was. I mean, the Amoonguss had the ability to pressure with Spore, but it was forced in that first turn to Trustlize. And if you are wanting to really benefit from the Trustalization completely, you want to wait and see how the game plays out before locking into that.
And it's the Torkoal going to be joining the field yet again, getting that sun on the field, getting that photosynthesis activated for the Walking Wake. Gouging Fire going on the defensive, going for its Burning Bulwark defensive option. Spiky Shield as well from Joseph. Again, that defensive play that we were just mentioning there. Draco Meteor, Yantong deciding this is the turn that I want to go for it. Going into that Gouging Fire, but not connecting through the Protect.
Yeah, no, I think, again, just testing out what's going to happen, just kind of getting a feel for the match, see what Yantong's going to do from Joseph's end, not really wanting to overcommit to anything turn 1, take it easy, make a decision turn 2. I think now that you can see that the Torkoal's on the field, the Walking Wake's in a position where it is going to threaten this next turn with the Draco Meteor. It makes this decision a little bit easier for Joe, where you can maybe go for the Trustalization with the Ogerpon, like we've seen him lock into, get the Embody Aspect ability active, get the special defense boost. It's going to allow you to take that attack a lot better, and in particular, you're going to be able to soak up the damage from that Torkoal easier as well, because that's really essentially going to probably fire off an eruption, but either the Gouging Fire or the Wellspring Ogerpon really mind about that.
Now going for its Terror, getting that special defense boost from the Embody Aspect, and yeah, Eruption not going to be causing too much of a problem here, but it's a helping hand coming out from the Torkoal into the Walking Wake, going to be boosting up the damage from that attack. But Ogerpon says, hey, you're going to be launching that Draco Meteor, launch it over here. I'm going to be able to take that like a champ, not get the knockout there. Walking Wake taking a little bit of Life Orb recoil and a lot more damage from the breaking swipe there. Torkoal going to be the last Pokemon. Oh no, went for the Helping Hand. So
yes,
yeah, just the Draco Meteor into that Ogerpon.
Yeah, the Helping Hand really showing how useful it can be there to boost that Draco Meteor. I mean, the Ogerpon's taking that really well, but it's going to be in a position where it is going to be potentially knocked out this next turn if we see a repeat of the last one. And I think if you are Yantong here, you can potentially just go for the Draco Meteor Helping Hand into the Gouging Fire here and punish the turn to say if we see the Ogerpon go for a Spiky Shield. We are going to see another turn of Helping Hand, Ben.
And it's going to be into, of course, that Walking Wake, but Joe seeing right through it. It's a follow me onto the Ogerpon, just making sure that the Gouging Fire is not going to be taking any more damage this turn. Ogerpon goes down to that Draco Meteor. 2 connections in a row this game. Ogerpon going back to Joe. That's the follow me down and out. It's the Terror down and out in this situation, but Walking Wake has taken a lot of damage there. It's going to be the breaking swipe coming out, enough for the knockout on the Walking Wake. That is Yantong's best option for dealing with that Gouging Fire down and out.
Yeah, so if you are thinking like in game 1 where you want to protect the Gouging Fire from the biggest threat on the field in Walking Wake, well, Ogerpon, the Wellspring form, has done the job exactly like that for you, making it really in a position where it is going to be able to get those breaking swipes off pretty freely now, weaken the Ogerpon. The only thing that you would say different about that game 1 is Yantong has access to the Trustalization now, maybe not going for it on the Torkoal, maybe going for it on the Ogerpon. The Chen Pao comes onto the field. It is going to have that sort of rune ability, support the Gouging Fire a little bit more this turn and opting for that Protect.
Making sure that it's not taking any more damage this turn, calling the Spiky Shield on Yantong's side, making sure that Half-Flame Ogerpon is not taking any damage. But Joe going for the Howl, going to be getting an attack boost on the Gouging Fire, but more importantly, on that Chen Pao. Heat Wave, the follow-up, of course, not doing any damage to that Chen Pao, but things are not doing any damage to that Gouging Fire really either, and it's looking like a really uphill battle.
Yeah, it really is looking like a difficult one to close out now for Yantong to get any sort of momentum here with that Howl there. Obviously onto both it and the Chen Pao, just boosting that attack on both these physical threats, making it difficult, especially when your only option to hit the Gouging Fire is going to be a fire-type move. Realistically, you can't really lock in with a grass-type attack into it.
Yeah.
It's going to be doing negligible damage. So getting another spiky shield, though,
Ooh,
protecting
double
for
spiky
one
shield, though,
more
coming
turn.
out from this Ogerpon, and it's going to be making sure that it's not going to be going down to a combination of breaking swipe and whatever the Chen Pao wants to go for in this situation. But we might see the focus sash get broken on the Chen Pao, and the Torkoal able to knock it out with a heat wave. But it's an Ice Spinner follow-up, not enough to pick up the KO. Joe targeting perfectly here, not into the spiky shield, taking a heat wave, and it's the focus sash making sure that Chen Pao survives the turn.
Yeah, really, really good turn here from Joe. And Yantong really, I think, going for the only option there with the double spiky shield, allowing the Torkoal to get some big damage onto that Chen Pao, importantly breaking that focus sash and showing off its defensive capabilities, taking the double up from both of these boosted Gouging Fire and Chen Pao going into this turn, but looking like it will go down with one more attack, and it doesn't really help out with the Ogerpon here. Can terrestrialize still, it can get some big damage off, but we are going to see Torkoal retreat.
And coming in is probably going to be that Fluttermane, I would say, as the Pokemon. Yes, it is. Fluttermane coming in. It doesn't have the Photosynthesis boost because that Sun has left the field. So Torkoal will have an opportunity a little bit later on to come back and set up the Sun in Liverpool here. I'd like a Torkoal in real life right now because it's a little bit chilly out there. But Ogerpon going for the Terror that you just mentioned there, Lee, and getting the attack boost. That's going to mitigate some damage from this breaking swipe and allow it to continue to put damage onto the field. But after the Howl, that breaking swipe does so much damage, boosted by the Sword of Ruin. Icicle Ice Spinner coming into that Ogerpon. It's not very effective, trainers, but with that boost, with the Sword of Ruin, it's enough to pick up the KO.
That's a huge turn for Joseph here with that breaking swipe. Not normally a move that does so much damage, right? But with that Howl boost doing so much and then followed up, really smart play. I mean, it was pretty obvious that the Ogerpon had to attack that turn if it was to stick around in the field. So picking the easy choice, making sure you get rid of it. Breaking swipe covered the Torkoal there because it would have picked up the knockout onto it. Now in a pretty awkward spot, Yantong, as we do see lock in with Joe taking this set 2-0.
What a way to take it as well. That really shows off the power of Howl in Gouging Fire-based teams, where it doesn't matter if you're hitting for super effective or not very effective or neutral, you're still probably going to be able to take the knockouts, and especially when those boosts are compounded by that Sword of Ruin ability on Chen Pao. Nothing safely.
Nothing safe, and I think it really shows off the team in a different light because you know what Howl's about, right? It's boosting the attack, but when you combine that Howl, like you say, with the Sword of Ruin ability, and it was doing like half health to the Ogerpon, you think,
That's
wow.
a crazy breaking swipe.
Yeah, and then you know that the Ice Spinner, even though it's resisted from that stage, is going to be enough to probably pick up the knockout and make it very difficult for Yantong to really make any sort of combat job. Very comfortable in that match from start to finish. Managed it extremely well, dealing with the threat in the Walking Wake, knowing that that is the Pokemon I need to deal with firsthand. Right. Once that's gone, I've got a really easy kind of run-in. Not an easy run-in, but I've got an easier run-in with the Gouging Fire that's just not really threatened by anything on Yantong's side of the field.
I think Joe played that really cleverly, actually. I think there's a real temptation for a lot of trainers to try and make a read in that situation, but Joe showing why he's a consistent player. That second turn, it's like, okay, I've committed my Terror, I follow-me'd away the Draco Meteor on turn 1. That's gone pretty well for me. My Ogerpon's still on the field. I made all of the right decisions, and then there's a temptation for you to say, well, is my opponent really going to try to Draco Meteor that Gouging Fire at 2- special attack in front of a Follow Me user? Well, the answer was yes, and Joe was able to capitalize on that and actually just follow me. But it didn't really matter one way or the other. The Follow Me was just the safe thing to do in that scenario, and I think that's a really important thing where just follow me, right, in that situation.
Just follow me.
Don't allow your opponent an opportunity to take away from the field the Pokemon that's really, really important to your game plan.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and Joe executed that extremely well in that game where it was really, you know, sacrificing his Terastallization in that case to preserve an endgame situation where he knew he was comfortable to close it up, and I think not really allowing his opponent a way back into the game. It was important to do that, maybe not over-predicting, overextending himself by saying, yeah, well, maybe like you mentioned it, maybe my opponent might not go for the same play again. Could I get away with maybe getting a little bit of leverage here in another aspect of the game? But really, there was no need to. And I think it was really highlighted by that end board position, the gouging fire, Chen Pao out, and obviously taking as well the opportunity when he had to get that howl off, which was just, so oppressing at the end of the game and made it very difficult for any sort of comeback from that point.
I really liked how, again, there's a temptation there to howl again, right? You protect with the Chen Pao, you get the attack boost on both of your Pokemon. There's a temptation like, hey, well, the Chen Pao is probably going to be able to knock out the Ogerpon in one with an Ice Spinner if it doesn't commit to its Terror. Maybe you go for a neutral damage Sacred Sword into the Torkoal. Maybe that's enough to pick up the knockout there once Torkoal's taken a couple of breaking swipes, and you think, oh, maybe I could get, a little bit cheeky, go for another Howl. But Joe instead deciding to utilize the Howl that he had. It's like, okay, this is enough damage to be able to get through. We saw it really was.
Yeah,
right?
definitely enough.
That's enough. I can stop there, and now I can focus on which Pokemon do I target down into, and what's my best route to victory here.
Yeah, and I think, reading into the match as well, Yantong did what he needed to do in that end game. He was so pressured at that point after the Howl that he was forced into having to go for a double protect to maybe break the sash on the Chen Pao with the Torkoal in that situation, and then try and maneuver getting Flutterman onto the field between protects and things like that. And it was just a little bit too much, where by getting that double protect off, it really put an emphasis on target that slot. No matter what comes in there, we're going to take advantage of. We're going to get some big damage, because if the Flutterman switches in that slot, the break and swipe's not doing anything, but then the break and swipe's enough to take down the Torkoal, and you get the Ice Spinner, which is going to be enough. So it was covering all bases and really looking at everything from a wide angle, not just being a linear strategy where you can say, okay, I'm going to target that side and I'll probably get some result out of it. I'm looking at it from every single angle, and I think it really highlights Joe as a player and how difficult it is to kind of go against him in these situations.
There's one scenario.
Hit me with it, Ben.
The Fluttermane switches in for the Torkoal.
Yes.
Triple protect.
Checkmate.
That's it. I mean, you get the Photosynthesis speed boost. You'd be able to Dazzling Gleam away the Focus Sash on the Chen Pao. Maybe your Ogerpon has the opportunity to crit a couple of Ivy Cudgels into the Gouging Fire as well.
And at that point, right, why not go for the triple protect?
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, you've got to go for the outs that you have, and I think Yantong going for the double protect was playing for the out, and you've got to shout out that it's not just going for the lucky scenario. It's like, hey, this actually furthers my board state here. That gets rid of the Chen Pao that's +1. So, you've got to go for those sort of situations when you're in that spot. And I think that's a really important thing to shout out for Yantong, the way he played that set.
I love that synopsis from you, Ben. It just shines through all your wealth of knowledge and understanding of the game. But we are going to be able to hop over to the couch to get a few insights from the man himself, Joseph Ugarte, in a player interview celebrating that last win in round 6.
Hey trainers, Charlie Merriman here, and you'd be forgiven for thinking you're watching one of the NA streams, but no, we're here in Liverpool, EDU, with Joseph Ugarte. Joe, you just won. How are you feeling?
Obviously, feeling pretty good. 6-0 start feels pretty nice. Definitely wouldn't complain about that, right? So, definitely feels good.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a pretty special interview, really, because not only are you over here in the EU region, but Joe actually gave me a couple of coaching sessions back in the day, a couple of years ago. So thank you. I have the chance to thank you personally now for that.
Oh, thank you, man. No, I mean, thank you for the support, of course. Obviously, coaching is a big part of, a lot of players' ability to even travel and do these things. So it's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of traveling, you had a 22-hour journey to get here. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, it was a pretty rough travel day to get here. I'm not going to lie. Definitely felt like it was a long journey. So I was really hoping when I, was still, I actually haven't slept. I woke up at 7 p.m. yesterday, and I just was not able to fall back asleep. So I've been up since then.
Yeah.
So I think as soon as I'm done with this tournament, I'm just going to go to bed. But
well,
done with today, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely been like a lot of, I guess, sketchy travel, and then also, just jet lag, right? So
yeah, exactly. Well,
it's experience.
Yeah, for sure. Entirely fair enough. And I mean, that's the Joseph Ugarte difference, right? You can go on no sleep and still be 6-0 so far. So getting into that game that we just saw, you're running Gouging Fire, you're running King Gambit. Seemed like in game 1 you were positioning around a little bit to get in the right position to then go ahead and take that game. What were your thoughts in that game 1?
Yeah, game 1 for sure. I think I got a little bit bailed by Draco Meteor missing, of course, as you would assume, right? I definitely realized too that like after seeing the Walking Wake with Speed Booster, it's a lot scarier because it actually outspeeds the gouging, right? So then it's like, okay, wait, this thing can Draco me before I even get to move, right? So it's definitely a little bit scarier when I found that out. I felt like the way the game was played was very interesting because I felt like there was a big conservation of Terra, and I felt like in some cases maybe if the Wake had played a bit more aggressive, I might have been on the back foot. But that's why I was kind of trying to spend a lot of turns like scouting out the turns, see where the attacks are going, and then kind of making a more informed decision from there.
Yeah, right. The question of when to Terra is so crucial, isn't it? Because if you do it too early on, that can spell disaster, but also leave it too late, and then you're not in the position to really benefit from it. But then heading into game 2, it seemed like it was more Gouging Fire that was the MVP in that game, just chipping away with those breaking swipes. So talk us through that second game.
Yeah, in game 2, I kind of realized like once Walking Wake is gone and away like from the board, it's very easy to win with gouging, right? Because the Torkoal only has fire moves, so it can't really hit the gouging for any damage. The Ogerpon also only had fire and grass moves, right? So not really doing much damage. And then Flutter in the back, if it's out of sun, you can heat crash into it, or if the Terra's already been given to another Mon, then you have a pretty free win con there. So I felt like overall in game 2, with the understanding of the matchup, I had a lot more control over the game, and I was able to, I think, react a little more appropriately for like the situations. I definitely think having the Terra Water Ogerpon with the Follow Me in game 2 made all the difference in terms of being able to protect the gouging and get rid of the Walking Wake early game.
Right, for sure, yeah. It sort of requires a slightly more measured playstyle, right? I guess when you're using Gouging Fire, you've got to be prepared to pivot around a little bit and just be comfortable with chipping away rather than taking those big one-hit knockouts. How does that play into your normal playstyle?
Yeah, so normally I play very, very aggressive teams. I mean, I've been using pretty much Riley Factura's team for the past couple of events, but I think going into this event, I kind of realized that it had been at the point where I kind of needed to do something different, but I didn't want to deviate so far from what I've been using to a degree where like I'd be uncomfortable with what I was using. So I felt like the Gouging Ogerpon was like a good middle ground between the two. Actually, Raghav had used this in Charlotte, and I actually reached out to him when I saw his version and asked about it, right? And from there, I was able to obviously make my own changes that felt a bit better, but definitely credits there as well, because it made it a lot easier for me to kind of figure out how I wanted to approach the team.
Sure, it's a community, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're all gonna
definitely. Like I think the fact that being able to talk to like really talented and good players is really helpful, and I think something I've learned this year is like you definitely have to be willing sometimes to just like put yourself out there and like talk to other people. It's good to have other opinions and other ways to look at the game.
Sure, yeah. Very quickly, you're a player from NA and you're here in EU. Are you noticing a difference in play style over here?
Definitely. I think in Europe things are a little bit more conservative in some cases, like the way there's like the game typically plays out. In North America, it's interesting. So I feel like our meta is it's a lot more of a mixed bag, and I feel like a lot of the teams lean a lot more into aggressive play styles. I definitely feel the difference like playing here in terms of like a lot more of the teams have like this measured, slower approach, like all about pivoting and positioning. Yeah. Whereas like when I was playing in Charlotte last week, it felt like everything was very aggressive, everything was doing a ton of damage, and you had to react to it. So that's like a very interesting aspect, and I guess kind of difference between the two regions.
Yeah.
And I think even in the way like the play style that's encouraged here is very different as well.
That's fascinating to hear.
Yeah.
Certainly we'll be running with that this weekend. And finally, any quick shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, so shout outs to Sierra, of course, right there. And then also, shout outs to all my friends and family who support me. I mean, obviously it makes a world of difference. Special shout outs to Riley for the original version of the Gambit Palace stuff that I've been on for a while, and then Raghav as well for kind of helping me with this version and kind of giving me insights into it, because it's definitely very helpful and gave me some good ideas to think over. And I think without those two, I probably wouldn't be at the conclusion with this team that I'm at right now and feel like as good as I do about this team.
Sure. Well, there you go. I mean, reach out, trainers, to the people who can help you. You've got to work together to get these fantastic results. Thank you for joining me, Joe. Shortly, we'll be getting into our next round. We'll go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because things are just heating up.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The ice punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the minds are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the Liverpool Regional Championships. I am Lee Provost, and it is my pleasure to be joined on the desk by Charlie Merriman. Charlie, how are you doing?
Oh, having a smashing time, old fella. How are we doing? Is that good? I feel like you nailed it, but...
I don't know. I think I've had more practice at your accent over the past few days than you have at mine. That's something we can work on. No, if you're joining us for the very first time, I am, in fact, Charlie, and this is Lee, and we're shortly heading into Swiss Round 7. So, Lee, the action so far? It's been intense.
It's been great. We've had some absolutely brilliant matches so far, featured some very well-known players, some new players as well. So we've had a real mix of things and a mix of Pokemon along with it. It was something that I talked about with Ben just now on the desk about the variety of different Pokemon and archetypes that we've had so far in the tournament. How have you been finding it so far?
Yeah, it's been really fascinating. I think, you know, this is the biggest EU regional we've ever had. We've got 26 countries represented here today, as is testament to just the match that we just saw with Joseph Ugarte coming all the way from the NA region. And I just think you've got this blend and mix of play styles to get used to. And I was just talking to Joe there about how he feels the EU play style is a little bit more positional, you know, slower, taking things steady, whereas in NA it tends to be a little bit more explosive. And so that's something to get used to. So I really think we've got this melting pot of improvement that's going on right here and players learning from each other as they always do.
Yeah, and in particular, if you look at that match with Joe, that we just featured. I mean, one of the things that he was really doing well in that match was not overcompensating when he didn't need to and taking his time and kind of getting a feel for the match with, you know, the double protect, seeing what his opponent was going to do before then he reacted to that. So really adapting that to his game plan rather than, you know, that's not his known play style. I think he's a very adaptable player in general, and I think it works well coming from the US region where there is a definite blend of play style to coming over here where you have got that more kind of slower metagame.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that regions can't mix and match. We certainly see some more explosive EU players coming to the fore as well. But it's another thing about Joe is that he tends to lock in his moves super fast.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, and we're going into the turn. But this time, it seemed a little bit more measured, and I think that's also a testament to the kind of team he's playing. When you're running that gouging fire, the breaking swipes, especially in Game 2, were really racking up damage, and it's just making sure that you're balancing the tables of dealing enough damage whilst also getting the support going that you need with a Howl, for example.
Yeah, I mean, he played it so well. The gouging fire was such a thorn in the side for Yantong. He just couldn't really deal with it. And once that walking wake was disposed of, which Joe did so well, it was really just you know, the momentum swing was so pivotal. It was very difficult. You couldn't really see Yantong coming back, and I think Ben highlighted the fact that maybe the only option would have been going for that triple protect, getting the Fluttermane onto the field in that position where you can maybe use the double up then to get rid of the Chen Pao because the sun's on the field, the photosynthesis is active. So yeah, but I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, really, at that stage, if you're relying on a triple protect to win you a game. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't underestimate as well how under the lights of the stream, you're being broadcast out to all those people. That's something Joe is very familiar with, but Yantong less so. And it's, you know, fantastic experience for him. It's a real baptism of gouging fire. But once you've done it that first time, hopefully if we feature Yantong, if we have the pleasure of featuring Yantong on stream again in future tournaments, then that's something he'll be that much more used to.
Yeah, well, his tournament's not over yet. You know, he is going into the next round 5-1. He just needs those 2 wins to guarantee himself a place in day 2. So all to play for still with the remaining rounds we have left in this tournament. So hopefully, like you say, we do see him carry on that momentum. Maybe take a bit of a minute reset after that last round. No one likes taking a loss at any stage of the tournament, but it's all about how you respond to that loss. And I think that's what really sets apart the players that are in the middle of the pack to the players that are always at the top of the pack.
Yeah, and as we're getting into the later stages of the day, it's making sure you're staying present, keeping your mental fortitude, your stamina up, just making sure that you're in the best possible position to play. And the player who can just keep that little bit more awake and lively to what's going on in the game may well end up with those fantastic results. But why don't we take a look at some of the other notable matches that we have going on in the venue right now? Because as we've seen, the caliber here in the venue could not be higher. And I mean, case in point, we will be featuring Eric Rios against Mark Segui.
This is going to be a phenomenal match for us to showcase both of these phenomenal players. Phenomenal twice in a row there, because it is just such a real treat for us, for the viewer at home, for us to be able to cast that. But then looking down the field at the other matches that we've got in this round, it just really is testament to what a top-tier event this is this weekend here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. Eduardo Cunha, former world champion, going up against Liam Critcher as well. Another really great match. Jonathan Marston, we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, going up against Regino. And again, those players are continuing on with that winning streak. And you've got to remember as well, going into round 7, a win at this point guarantees you a place in day 2.
Yeah, it is win and in for so many of these trainers. And Daniel Dertney, who we featured earlier on stream, as well, of course, as Joseph Ugarte, who we've just been talking about. If you've missed any of the matches so far, trainers, where have you been? You're going to want to go and check out the videos on demand as soon as you possibly can, because we've been seeing some really, really incredible action. And not only that, but Regulation Set F, it's only a few weeks old, but it feels like the meta's been developing so fast.
Yeah, it is. I think we made the points earlier on where, you know, we saw the changes from the 2 US regionals that we had a week between them, but there's such drastic changes. And again, we're probably likely to see similar changes coming into this week, which is again a week on, so we're not very far, like you say, into Regulation F, but we're seeing a lot of development flow straight through. And you know, 2 weeks time we've got Dortmund as well, which is going to be another one where we'll see where we end up after this tournament. Maybe the knock-on effect from here will affect what we see in Dortmund, and further developments in Regulation F, which is just, I think, one of the most phenomenal formats that we've had so far in the Scarlet and Violet era.
Oh, for sure. It's really... there are so many viable Pokemon, it seems like, right now in the format, and I can't wait to see what trainers are experimenting with. That's always the joy for us to see here in the venue and at home. And, of course, there's the Knoxville Regional Championships coming up very soon in NA as well. And we'll see if what Joe said to me just then in the interview is true, whether we're seeing more explosive teams in NA versus more positional teams here in EU.
Yeah, it will. I think the mix-up of it as well, because I think the format started off quite explosive, didn't it? With
it did.
The real reliance and lean on Chen Pao and those extreme speed users, Dragonite, Entei as well, are two that really kind of came to the forefront and took full advantage of the makeup of an early format, right? And then it started to develop as we got into Charlotte. We saw the long neck, one of the long necks, really take a center stage there with the Farigiraf, and then we're seeing just different things mixing up here. It's really great to see the innovative side of players coming to these tournaments and trying things. I mean, we had Alex Gomez on the stream earlier. That team in particular with the Ting Lu. I mean, I really came into this tournament. It was probably the last thing I expected, but it makes a lot of sense because there are a lot of special attackers now in the format. So really to suppress those with that Vessel of Ruin ability makes a lot of sense. And then pairing it up with something like Porygon 2, there's just a behemoth. It's so difficult to take out with that recover. And the ability for it to just sit in the field and just set Trick Room up after Trick Room, it's very hard for opponents to deal with, but nice to see at the same time that these old Pokemon that we had in previous formats, previous years, do well, kind of come back and have a little bit of the center stage for once.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to say that I influenced the meta in calling out Ting Lu, but I sort of kept it to myself. So
I can back this up because I know that you did mention this before to me, so you were really the curator Ting Lu in Regulation F. I'm going to give you all the credit.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
especially for the Geordie impression as well as that. So
it's not something that Alex Gomez and Eric Rios got from me, but it's certainly a Pokemon that has so much potential, as you were saying. And Porygon 2, that's one of your caster predictions, having a fantastic showing on stream as well. It's so bulky, but also able to get out some really good damage output, especially with a non-terrestrialized Terra Blast.
Yeah, especially when you've got that download ability and it kind of falls in your favor and you do get the special attack boost, because that is what you really want to be seeing if you are playing that Pokemon, because that increase, because you're putting a lot of the investment normally into the defensive stats because you wanting it to sit on the field for as long a time as possible so you can get those Trick Rooms and support, chip away at things, but it becomes such an offensive threat when the download hits the right stat and you get that special attack boost. And terrestrialize it, you know, the Terra Blast, especially if you are terrestrializing as well, it's got such flexibility. I really do love it as a Pokemon. It was nice to be able to see it doing so well. Be interesting to see if it continues to do well throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, speaking of that, why don't we take a look at our standings and see which trainers have been having a fantastic run so far here in Liverpool. Unconfirmed as to how many of these are running Porygon 2, but we certainly know that Alex Gomez is in position at 12 there, as is Eric Rios there in number 2, as we were able to see that team earlier when we were looking at the standings. But, I mean, a list of names that we're so familiar with and less familiar with.
Yeah, you've got a lot of players there. 10 of them now are still undefeated in this tournament. That will be halved again after this round, and guaranteeing those ones that do go undefeated into the next round, that day 2. But like you say, a lot of familiar names here. Roberto still sticking around at the top, though, with that 6-0 record there, but going right the way down. You know, Boris, we mentioned there, a very familiar face from all the formats, doing very well today, and really nice to see him performing well at this event. Just needs 2 more wins to secure that day 2. But you feel at this position, all of these players are in this sort of range, are in a good stead to do that, kind of after such a good start to the day.
Yeah, I thought it was Boris Zapdos then.
Boris Zapdos. I mean, he might change it now. Now he's heard that.
Yeah. Giving him a new
Send him the form. I wonder how Lou would feel about that. Sorry, Lou.
Joseph Ugarte there in position 8 as well with another 6-0 record. Now, I think I'm right in saying that Roberto Parente at the top there, if you're less familiar with Roberto, was it Turin, I believe, last year, and running a Magnazone?
Yes,
team?
and the Breloom as well. Yeah. Got all the style points from that tournament.
Yeah, and had a good finish there as well.
He did have a very good finish. Top 4, I believe. Was top 4, I think. It was top 4 of that tournament. Had an incredible run. And that was, up until this point, I believe, the biggest EU regional we'd had, but this one has surpassed that one. So carrying on in true great form as well, so hopefully we do get to see a little bit of Roberto at some point over this weekend.
Yeah, you've got Wolf over in NA winning all of the biggest tournaments so far, but Roberto over here as well, having a fantastic run at all of the biggest EU tournaments. Unconfirmed as of yet as to which team Roberto is running. I'd love to see a Magnazone, I'd love to see a Breloom, but we cannot.
Kingdra, where's he? Kingdra?
Well, for sure.
That's what we need.
Thank you very much indeed. Where is Kingdra?
There is one right here.
Precisely. No bonus points for guessing which caster snuck that one onto the desk. But a Pokemon that I'd love to see explore a little bit more in this format, possibly with Politoed setting up the rain, or Pelipper. And that's a Pokemon that's been doing relatively well in Regulation CF so far as well.
Yeah, it has. I think as well, it's kind of a reason why we've seen the usage of Tornadoes primarily, because the fighting type attack is just such a good and offensive typing, and Pelipper's got that as well. It also brings the rain, so it can disrupt a lot of teams' flow, especially if you are seeing maybe a little bit of an increased rise with Torkoal and the photosynthesis, kind of taking advantage of that. Pelipper's a great choice. And then you've got a reason to run Kingdra as well if you're running it, so why not?
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see any of the other selection of Pokemon we've got here. Well, we've got
probably see a Dragonite, probably see a Tornadus.
Yeah.
We could see an Azumarill.
Oh, I would love that.
It's always a Pokemon that's it's pretty reliably good, no matter the format. It's just not everyone runs it. Obviously, you've got to deal with some play rough potential misses.
Yeah, but it does have priority, so, you know, not Aqua Jet.
Yeah.
Got a big belly drum as well.
Yeah.
So,
exactly, doing its best.
Come on, trainers. Get the Kingdra and the Azumarill out.
Yeah, heard it here first.
Don't do that if you're coming to a tournament. if you want to do well, don't. That bit of advice is probably to be avoided. So.
Just to add a bit of small print there, we cannot guarantee that you will get the results that you're looking for.
Read the small print.
If you run those Pokemon. But this is the thing you were saying before. You were saying it's one of your favourite regulations ever that we've had in VG, and presumably that's something to do with how viable so many Pokemon are. Right?
Yeah, and I think it is just the fact that there's so much variety. We're seeing different Pokemon pretty much every round, and it's great to see. Not that there's anything wrong with the previous formats, because I think the makeup of those where you're seeing a bit more of standardization early on in those formats, it's good, because I think it showcases the real talent of the players, the skill level of the players. But I think a mixture of that is quite nice to see, where you're seeing the skill level of these players with different Pokemon and the variety there as well to kind of back all of that up. I think just really makes for a really entertaining kind of watch for, you know, us as casters as well as the viewers at home.
Yeah, and these trainers, fantastic trainers, are getting seated on stage. Quick correction I've just seen. Apparently, we were confusing Roberto Parente with Roberto Poretti. who is doing well in Turin. So apologies about that, but
at least we got a little shout out for Magnus on.
Exactly.
That's probably the reason for doing it there. So.
Yeah, but as for this match, it is going to be the inimitable Eric Rios up against the player we saw earlier, Mark, getting set up on stage there. And, you know, this player really needs no introduction. Someone who's had a fantastic tournament. Or tends to have fantastic tournaments and always wonderful finishes. No strangers being on stream.
No, not at all. I think, you know, Eric Rios, one of the most accomplished players in Europe, really, you know. He's got international championships to his name. He's got regional titles to his name. He's got great finishes at World Championships. He's always a common name you see every year at the World Championships. So very, very well, you know, very comfortable in this situation.
I want to give a little shout out to the judge on stage there, Simon van der Bocht, someone who does so much for the community and in full official mode right now, ready to adjudicate this game. We'll shortly be getting the achievements and player lists up on the screen for you to enjoy. But, you know, we're here in Swiss round 7 and just a few more rounds for these trainers to go. Mark Segui, no notable accomplishments as of yet, but I mean, going up on stream against Eric Rios now, that is a wonderful thing in itself. And then just look at the accomplishments Eric has there.
Yeah, we can go through them. You know that in 2022 we got a top 16 at the World Championships that year. He was EUIC champion, and then 2019 we had another top 8 there with the World Championships then, and then a 4-time regional and special event champion. So I mean, there's not really much else you need to say about Eric. He's nearly done it all, and a phenomenal player. But, you know, on the other side of the field, you've got Mark, who maybe hasn't had the opportunity to get those accomplishments yet. Maybe this is the weekend where he makes his mark and gets one of those accolades to his name for future events.
No pun intended there, Mark making his mark here in Liverpool for sure. And having had a little sneak preview of these teams, let's just say we've got a certain combination that trainers will be all too familiar with ever since Regulation Set A, a Pokemon that we saw doing very well at the Portland Regional Championships, piloted by Chopper Cross. That's right, it is that Tatsugiri and Dondozo combination. Tatsugiri, of course, with the Commander, able to provide stat boosts aplenty to Dondozo when it hops in and combines. Alongside that, Glimmora, a Pokemon we very frequently see paired up with this Tatsugiri Dondozo.
It's actually interesting. I've been thinking about this a lot the past few rounds of thinking, where is Dondozo? Because it really fell off in Charlotte. We didn't really see too much of it there. And I was wondering whether or not we would see it today. So it's really great to see Mark piloting this build and doing so well with it so deep into the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, it really is. Someone who's, you know, going back to the old familiar favorites because they will still pay dividends. And taking a look over on Eric's side, this is a team we're quite familiar with after the match we featured with Alex Gomez earlier on in the day. But yes, you're seeing that right, trainers. That is a Tinglu right here in Regulation Set F alongside Porygon 2, Kommo-o as well, Incineroar, Amoonguss and Fluttermane.
Yeah, and a very similar team to what Alex was running earlier on. So we got a little bit of a showcase from that perspective of what it can do against a different archetype to what it's going up against here. I think obviously the reliance on the Trick Room here is going to be quite important, especially if we do see that Dondozo go for the combination with the Tatsugiri, of course, because that is going to leave it alone on the field. And that's maybe something that Eric can try and bait Mark into going for, and then allow him to utilize some of those other tools that he's got access to really start whittling it down and putting himself in a really good position going forward. The one thing that you would say about that is you've got to be very careful about what you do terrestrialize in this match, because a lot of the Terra types on his main Pokemon that you probably say you want to go for are going to be weak to that Earthquake, and you don't really want to be putting yourself in a position where the Dondozo set up with that Tatsugiri boost, where you're taking Earthquakes and some of the poison terrestrializations that you may be committed to. But I'm sure Eric is more than aware of that when they are looking at each of the teams. Obviously in an open team sheet you get all the information about the other side of the field.
It's also, you've got to be hesitant about bringing that Ting Lu, if you are Eric, with that Dondozo on the field, because Ting Lu reduces the special attack of everything around it rather than the physical attack, and that is, of course, what Dondozo can order up. But Ting Lu, you know, really cool to see here. Also, the Flutter main is something that could be putting pressure on, but what Alex was saying earlier is that Kommo covers for all of the weaknesses that Ting Lu had. It resists Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, 3 really common Pokemon in the format right now. So really fascinating to see how these Treyas match up into each other. And of course, something else you've got to say about anyone running a Dondozo team is whether it's just sort of the team preview bait, whether the opponent is going to be going for that sushi bait.
Yeah, the sushi bait, you make a really good point there, because I think you look at some of the other options that Mark's got access to here with the single strike Urshifu alongside the Tornadus, and then you've got the Fluttermane as well, not to mention the Glamora that can be a pain in its own right if you don't approach it correctly.
Yeah, well, it is going to be that Tornadus and Single Strike. Urshifu there coming out for Mark. Porygon 2 and Incineroar coming out for Eric. And Porygon 2 is going to get that boost to its special attack thanks to download.
That is exactly what Eric wants to see. It can, if getting the Trick Room up as a priority, go for that and then be an offensive outlet going forward. I think the Tornadus needs to be careful now because you don't want to lock in with a Tailwind, but you do have access to the Taunt. And with the Covered Cloak, you can avoid any fake-out disruption here from the Incineroar and go for that straight down into the Porygon. Does Eric read into that and just go for an attack here? Maybe Terastallize, try and get rid of that Tornadus first before you actually commit to going for that Trick Room, which would put you in an advantage situation later on in this game. But if you don't Terastallize, you leave yourself open to getting attacked by that Single Strike Urshifu, and you really don't want to be taking a close combat at this stage of the game. But unlike the Tornadus, it is susceptible to the fake-out pressure, which we are going to see, Charlie.
That's exactly what connects down into the Urshifu, breaking the Focus Sash. Taunt coming out onto the Porygon 2. It's not holding a Mental Herb. If it's going for a Trick Room, then it won't be able to set that up this turn. But no, it's just going to be the Ice Beam, shutting down any further taunts coming into the Tornadus with super effective damage. And I got to call out that that Urshifu on Mark's side is that Stellar Terra type.
Yeah, that's a great Stellar Terastallization option to have at your disposal there. But you've really, to take advantage of it, you're going to have to, get it in a position where the poison, you maybe want to wait to see what Eric commits to, if he's going to commit to a Terastallization early on in this battle, because I think if we do see the poison Terra type come out from maybe something like the Porygon 2, because you are really threatened at this stage from the Urshifu on both the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, so which one do you switch? Which one do you leave in? Which one do you not Terastallize? It is a big question, and maybe that's something that Mark wants to not commit into too early in this game and wait to see how things play out. You've got the Taunt off onto the Porygon 2. Tornadus has done its job. Do you leave it in, just get some damage off now, or do you switch it out?
Well, we saw Mark hovering over that Terra Stellar button, but decided not to click it this turn. Tornadus going to protect in the face of Amoonguss coming in pretty safely here, as close combat does connect down into Porygon 2, deciding that the Terra Stellar would have been a bit of a risk given it has that Poison Terra type. Urshifu softening itself up, getting dropped to its defenses. This is exactly what we were talking about. Normal Terra Blast with that download special attack boost, and that Urshifu is down.
A huge knockout here, and a really good read from Eric into that Urshifu to pick up the knockout. You can see how important that Intimidate was on the Urshifu just to reduce the attack power of that move. Porygon taking that so well, not even needing to commit to a Terastallization here to resist that. Taking it so well, cannot recover though at this stage, is in a bit of a precarious position where is getting lower on health, and you want to be able to get that recover. Can Amoonguss go for a Pollen Puff though? Because it is an option that you do have. You can go for that side heal. But if we do see the Tornado switch out for the Tatsugiri, then we're going to be in a little bit of a different board position, because the Dondozo could potentially put enough damage onto that Porygon 2 with those boosts to pick up the knockout.
What's nice in this situation is that Dondozo is naturally quite a slow Pokemon, so it could operate outside of the Tatsugiri combination, getting big damage off in Trick Room, but it is going to be Tatsugiri joining the field and hopping into Dondozo's mouth. Dondozo is certainly going to appreciate getting that rejuvenation from the Tatsugiri hopping into his mouth, getting a boost to all of its stats. So Mark really indexing heavily on this. If that Porygon sets up Trick Room, then Dondozo will certainly be moving last in that situation because it's got that double speed boost now. Porygon 2 is in fact just going to retreat for now. Here comes Incineroar onto the field, dropping down a key Intimidate onto Dondozo.
Yeah, and it is really in a bit of an awkward position here because the Amoonguss can go for a Spore this turn into that Dondozo, suspecting maybe that the Tatsugiri is going to come in and get those boosts. But saying that, we are going to see the counterplay to that, protecting itself with that Grass Terrestrialization, and it is going to make sure that Spore is not an issue anymore.
Yeah, Grass type is going to keep itself safe from a Spore, but Amoonguss instead just going to go for a Protect on this turn. Here's a big Wave Crash. It's going to be super effective into the Incineroar with an Intimidate drop. Incineroar is able to hang on. Just look at how clutch that Pokemon is and why it's such a king of VG.
That is a huge survival there. Really shows off the training that Eric's put into this Incineroar, able to come in, drop an important Intimidate onto this big physical threat in Dondozo. Coming now with that Fake Out support, it's going to be able to at least stall out a turn here and give maybe Amoonguss the opportunity to go for that Pollen Puff into the Incineroar, get some health back. But we're not going to see that. We're going to see the Intimidate prioritized, kept for later. Keep it in the back to maybe drop again at a more preferable point.
What if it's the Pollen Puff coming onto this newly switched in Porygon 2, though, for a little bit more longevity? It's going to have to take an order up first. Porygon 2 taking that like an absolute champion, but of course Dondozo will be taking that attack boost after using that move. There's the Pollen Puff. Porygon 2 healing up nicely there, and you've switched out, you've reset the taunt, so you can more safely set up that Trick Room.
Yeah, and I think you're in a nice position now, even with that order up. It's just kind of nullified that Intimidate drop that you took from the Incineroar. So a really nice way to do that. But we've seen the damage from the Dondozo so far. It wasn't able to pick up the knockout on the Incineroar after the Intimidate, so very unlikely that it's got anything in its arsenal to be able to take down the Porygon 2, kind of freeing up that Pokemon to get the Trick Room up, switch the dimensions, put that Amoonguss in a really dangerous place going forward to not only kind of throw Pollen Puffs out onto the Dondozo, but also kind of keep the Porygon 2 topped up. After we've seen it get that special attack boost, it's going to be hitting a little bit harder going forward in this game.
Right, it's going to be order up connecting into the Amoonguss here, getting another boost to the physical attack, I believe. That is 3 boosts now, given the Intimidate earlier on. That's a super effective Pollen Puff, and you can see how that damage could rack up, even though Pollen Puff is not the heaviest damaging move. And there is Porygon 2 twisting those dimensions, feeling a little bit more at home in an altered virtual reality environment.
I love that. For 5 turns only, we have this switch up where the Porygon 2 and the Amoonguss are going to be the fastest things on the field. And you would say now that the Incineroar might be something that you can drop in at any point just to keep that Dondozo in check, really. But I think a big thing that you're going to do, and we are seeing the Porygon 4 go for here, is that terrestrialization, because it does put you at a bit of a worse position if the Earthquake comes out, but you are at an advantage position if you are going for that Terra Blast.
Well, is that going to be the move of choice after this Pollen Puff connects down? And there it is. There's the Poison-type Terra Blast. It's now super effective against this Grass-type Dondozo. There comes that Liquid Ooze. And the Dondozo hangs on with just 14 HP. Those special defense boosts really paying dividends there, getting another order up off and another boost to its attack. But that Dondozo hanging on by a sliver.
Yeah, but this is the problem now. I think Mark in a really awkward position where a Pollen Puff onto the Dondozo is probably enough to pick it up, and then you can go for the Terra Blast into the Tatsugiri that's going to come out this turn. So not opting to do that, though. Eric wanting to activate that Regenerator ability, utilize that Intimidate, get it onto the field, just mitigate those order up, because at the moment the Dondozo is getting a little bit carried away, even though the Terra Blast is keeping it in check, and setting up the Fake Out for the next turn where you can and take advantage of that to really utilize that Porygon 2 going forward.
Right, and that's going to be Dondozo down and out. It was lucky to survive on the HP it had after that previous turn. So unsurprising to see that Tatsugiri rejoin the field now. And look at that, just a very low health Tornadus in the back. The Incineroar, 1 HP, infinitely more than 0, able to come back in and throw down an Intimidate. It's put in an absolute shift this game. It's looking very tired right now, but it's still kicking around.
Yeah, and it's still got access to that fake out if it wants, or it can go for a flare blitz just to get some damage, maybe pick up the knockout into the Tornadus, and then take advantage of the Porygon 2 with that special attack boost, go for some big attacks into that Tatsugiri. You've got 2 turns of Trick Room to really take advantage of, and you don't feel like the Tatsugiri's got anything that's going to be detrimental to the Porygon going forward, especially with it having access to that recover. You have got the ability to taunt it this turn, which might be quite good, but you've got to be aware that you are going to lose it. And I think a last-ditch attempt from the Tornadus is probably a good play to go for that taunt into the Porygon 2 and limit what it's able to do for the rest of this game.
Well, it's going to be a Terra Blast coming out onto the Tornadus, so no taunt will be coming out right now. That is that Pokemon down and out. It's just this Life Orb Tatsugiri on the field. At least it's not Choice Scarf in the Trick Room environment, but of course, any attack it dishes out will be giving a little bit of chip damage as well. Parting Shot connecting down, making sure that any damage coming out from this Tatsugiri is somewhat limited. Coming back to Eric in favor of Pokemon in the back, and I mean, this is the Eric Rios way, isn't it? Having all 4 Pokemon remaining, just whittling away at the opponent as Amoonguss rejoins the field.
Yeah, not wanting to overextend himself in any way, not wanting to take any risks, making sure that he keeps his Pokemon preserved until the very last moment. We are seeing a Muddy Water come out here from the Tatsugiri, taking a little bit of chip from that Life Orb, but you've got to say, I think Mark, at this stage, things not looking good for him in this first game, but utilize this time that you've got to really regather your thoughts. Think about that game too. How are you going to approach this game? Because it hasn't quite worked out how he probably planned it to in this one, where Eric's had quite a dominating performance here and really showcasing, again, the Porygon 2 being a bit of the star of the show.
Yeah, it really is. And again, another classic Eric Rios play there. Going for the recover, even though Tatsugiri is asleep, just leaving absolutely nothing to chance right here. One very slim win con that we could have seen previously. Multiple Muddy Water accuracy drops. Misses going out from Eric's side of the field. That is a 1-turn wake on Tatsugiri, going for the Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss, but now both of these Pokemon are free to attack into this delightful little bit of sushi. Here comes the Poison-type Terra Blast connecting down into Tatsugiri. How much is it going to do? It's going to bring down Tatsugiri very low indeed, and a Pollen Puff hopefully will finish up the job. There it is. Tatsugiri is down and out, so Eric Rios keeping all 4 Pokemon in his arsenal and claiming game 1.
Yeah, a great performance here from Eric. Very similar to the dominant performance that we saw from Alex earlier on with this exact 6. Really showcasing his skill as a player, making it very difficult for Mark to get a foothold in that game, and maybe giving Mark some things to think about coming into game 2. I think in particular you're going to have to look at something like that Glamora as an option to really help you out in this match. The only problem is if Eric reads into that and switches up what he's brought, and we didn't ever get that reveal of the 4th Pokemon for Eric, which makes it even more difficult for Mark to say, the Glamora might be better here, because it would resist the Terra Blast from that Porygon 2, whether or not it terrestrializes or not. It's not really going to have to worry so much about the Ice Beam. It's decently defensive build on the special defensive side of things, so that is a Pokemon that you could use. It's going to really threaten the Incineroar as well with that access to the Meteor Beam that it has, potentially picking up a knockout against that Pokemon, and it doesn't do too bad against things like the Amoonguss once you've got that special attack boost as well, so you can really start to put pressure on from an offensive side of things from that Pokemon alone. But like I say, if you see the Kommo-o come in, if you see the Ting Lu as an option that Eric is leaning on, things get a bit more difficult.
Right, and you've got to assume that in that previous game, the 4th Pokemon that Eric had in the back unrevealed, it would have been a more offensive threat, Fluttermane, Kommo-o, or Ting Lu. But he didn't even need to bring it out, and that is what pivoting around can achieve for you. As we get into game 2, it's going to be a run back of Eric's lead with Porygon 2 and Incineroar, and there it is, Lee. There's that Glamora and the Tornadus joining the field.
Yeah, and I really like this switch up here from Mark, bringing the Glamora, like we've said, for the right reasons. It's putting instant pressure onto that Incineroar here. You know, the Incineroar's not going to go for the fake out into the Tornadus because of that cover cloak, but the positioning of the Tornadus is really nice, where you can potentially go for the taunt into the Porygon 2. Now, does Mark read into this and think, oh, Porygon 2 is going to go for an Ice Beam here. I've got a decent switch to something in the back, maybe switch something in, give you a little bit of room, keep that Tornadus around for later on where it might have a bit more use than it is now. But then if you take it off the field, the problem is you don't have access to that taunt anymore, and you leave the Porygon 2 kind of able to do what it wants, which is exactly what you want to try and avoid. The Glamora is a bit of a sitting target here for the fake out because it hasn't got access to that Clover Coke. So at least for this turn, I think you probably have to commit to going for the Taunt into the P2, take the Ice Beam, and then maybe go for the Protect with the Glamora, or just try your luck and try and get a big Meteor Beam off.
Well, let's see if your future sight is accurate here, Lee, as Ting Lu joins the field. Bleakwind Storm coming out with a double connect from the Tornadoes onto both of Eric's Pokemon. Nice little bit of chip damage. Porygon 2 will appreciate that speed drop if it is indeed sitting up the Trick Room. Here comes Meteor Beam. You get the rise to your special attack. It's a little bit stressful because this move might miss, but fingers crossed for you, Mark, that the Meteor Beam connects here. Power Herb enabling it to hit in one go rather than two, and it does connect. There's the Meteor Beam into Porygon 2. I am constantly impressed by how bulky Porygon 2 can be with this Eviolite. There's the Ice Beam, no freeze.
Yeah, and that switch into Ting Lu, really helpful for the Porygon 2 here, able to take, almost shrug off that Bleakwind Storm from the Tornadoes. It didn't opt to go for the Taunt here, which is fine because it's still on the field. It can go for it this turn. There isn't any threat to it from a Fake Out or anything potentially able to prioritize Knock It Out. So it can freely go for that here, and the Glamora is in a good position. It is going to be able to do some big damage to the Porygon 2, but you've got to worry about that Ting Lu where it is going to be able to pressure you with something like that Stomping Tantrum that can pick up a knockout, because you have already revealed your item. You don't have a Focus Sash. You will get picked up here unless you go and commit to the Terastallization on that Pokemon, which might be a little bit too early, but is it the right call to go for here?
Well, right now, not risking the Terastallization. Ting Lu dodging the Bleakwind Storm with that Porygon 2 getting nicely chipped there. Does have access to recover. Will it be able to go for it? No, it won't, because Sludge Bomb enough to pick up the knockout. The Pokemon that was so pesky to Mark in that previous game, but this is a doubly super effective Stomping Tantrum, connecting down into the Glamora, and that Pokemon is down and out as well in a one-hit knockout, but with the toxic debris being scattered around on Eric's side of the field.
Yeah, that is a big, because anything coming onto the field now, what Eric likes to do as well is change up his board position quite frequently. If you're coming in, you're going to get poisoned, and that is going to start the kind of tick down on your side of the field, making it very difficult. I really like how Mark's kind of approach this game, but the one thing that you would say to bring in to get rid of those is the Amoonguss.
Yeah, there it is on the field, soaking up those toxic spikes. Now, we had a really interesting preview there because Mark does not have Dondozo in the back, even though he's got that Tatsugiri out in the field. Perhaps trying to bait Eric into making certain plays, expecting the Dondozo in the back.
Yeah, I think that can play to his advantage here, because you would expect every time you see the Tatsugiri that the Dondozo is going to be there, but it's not, like we know. So it'll be interesting to see how Eric reacts in this position. I think the fact that he's got the Ting Lu and the Amoonguss out, though, two very strong defensive Pokemon that are going to be hard to take down. It's going to be very difficult to remove them from the field, especially with that Vessel of Ruin ability intact. It feels still like an uphill battle, even after taking down that Porygon 2.
Right, and this Ting Lu does not have access to any Rock-type moves, so that Tornadoes is perhaps slightly safer than it might have been. Here comes the Muddy Water. Amoonguss is protected from it. Super effective into Ting Lu, but even with this Vessel of Ruin active on the field, that's a lot of damage thanks to the Life Orb. That's a heavy slam into the Tornadoes. Wisely protected there.
Yeah, it's a really smart protect there from Mark, in particular from the Tornadoes, because it's not really the most obvious thing where you're thinking, well, just get some extra damage off onto the Ting Lu, onto the Amoonguss with the Bleakwind Storm. We're really taking advantage of that protect in this situation to allow you to get a potential Muddy Water off and then get that accuracy drop that you're kind of fishing for, because it will give you an advantage going forward in the game. Fortunately, that Bleakwind Storm just not connecting.
Yeah, that Bleakwind Storm is a double miss onto Eric's side of the field. Really unfortunate for Mark, and fishing is certainly something that Tatsugiri enjoys doing. It's going to be Ting Lu dodging that, so I don't know if there's some kind of fog on the field right now, but these Pokemon not being that accurate with their moves. Here's Heavy Slam onto Tornadoes with the knockout.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate for Mark, because he's doing everything in his power to try and whittle down the options on Eric's side of the field, doing it very well. Unfortunately, just not connecting with the moves that he's actually clicking into. Pollen Puff here coming out, and further detriment to Mark, topping up that health that the Ting Lu's taken already, making it even more difficult to get rid of. But we are seeing the single strike Urshifu come onto the field, and that is a Pokemon that Mark can really utilize to get some big damage off. The only problem is that Amoonguss, it has got Rage Powder. It is going to be able to detract those moves, and also the Terastallization on the Ting Lu. It can go for that poison Terastallization, take away that weakness to those fighting type attacks.
Ting Lu not even breaking a sweat here, getting that health recovery thanks to Pollen Puff, just chucking out this damage like it's nothing. It's Urshifu and Tatsugiri on the field. I mean, Urshifu is is a great Pokemon to have in the back right now. It's able to threaten super effective damage onto the Ting-Lu, and just as a late game sweeper could prove crucial for Mark. But it will be Incineroar joining the field to drop the attack onto, crucially, that single strike style Urshifu. Tatsugiri not going to mind that too much. It's Terra time, trainers. The Terastallization is going to come out. One of these Pokemon going to be getting very sparkly indeed, because it will be that Terrastella onto the Urshifu single strike. You'll love to see it. Something you don't see so often in VG. So we relish the opportunity right now. It's going to give a one-time boost to any of the moves that Urshifu chooses in this instance. But it's going to be a responding Terra on the Ting-Lu, going for that poison type, that vessel on its head, overflowing with gunk, ready to absorb any fighting type moves that Urshifu could be going for. But this is a close combat, boosted by that Terrastella into the Incineroar, and it's enough for the one-hit knockout. Such a bulky Pokemon, down and out already.
That is a great call from Mark there into what was the Amoonguss, predicting the Incineroar to come in and really taking advantage of it, getting rid of a pivotal Pokemon for Eric in this match. We do see it followed up by a Dragon Pulse, but not quite enough as the Tatsugiri takes a little bit of chip damage. In response, we're going to see a Stomping Tantrum, not quite enough, but working its way down, though, with the Tatsugiri. Hasn't got many turns left, and we're going to see that Amoonguss hit the field once again. It is going to pressure with the Spore into both of these Pokemon now on Mark's side of the field. Obviously, the close combat, a bit of a detriment there because it has dropped its defenses, so it is going to be a little bit easier to deal with. But it does have that Focus Sash intact and is going to be able to rely on that. As soon as that is broken, then it becomes a little bit more of a sitting target.
What's nice about this is that you've used the close combat Terrastella boost, but neither of these Pokemon on Eric's side of the field would be likely to be taking that anyway. You're more likely to lock into a Dark-type move with Urshifu now, so that one-time boost could pay dividends going into a later turn. For now, it's just going to be Tatsugiri and Urshifu keeping themselves safe over on Mark's side of the field. That's a Stomping Tantrum connecting down into the Tatsugiri, and Amoonguss left free to do what it wants right now, going for that Spore onto Urshifu just to try and shut that Pokemon down. But this coming turn, Lee, is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it really is. I think you have to lock into maybe a Draco Meteor like we're seeing here, double into that Amoonguss, take away the option for that Spore, because if you can remove the Amoonguss this turn, the double up into it, like you said, the Wicked Blow hasn't taken the boost from the Stellar Terra typing yet, so there's going to be increased damage along with that Draco Meteor. You know your Pokemon, if you're Mark, are faster than anything on Eric's side of the field, so you're going to be able to get those attacks off. Can you pick up the knockout into the Amoonguss?
Well, here we go, Urshifu. Let's find out if you can. This is going to be a Terrastella boosted Wicked Blow into the Amoonguss with the critical hit, of course. Amoonguss down to about a quarter of his health, and a follow-up Draco Meteor. It connects. Is it going to pick up the knockout? Yes, it is, thanks to that Life Orb. It's just Ting-Lu on the field. It's got a very full health bar, though, Lee.
Yeah, it definitely has, and this is going to be very tricky for Mark to take down. The Tatsugiri just hanging on there from that Life Orb damage as the Stomping Tantrum comes out and picks up in return a knockout on that, leaving the Urshifu versus the Ting-Lu in a showdown of two behemoths. A big problem, though, for Mark is that Focus Sash was broken, attacking and committing into the Amoonguss, where the Rocky Helmet was able to chip that, making things a little bit easier for that Ting-Lu going forward in this match.
And the thing is that with Wicked Blow, you always crit, so you never crit, sort of thing. It's not going to have any additional damage output against this Ting-Lu. We know what it's going to do, and this, I mean, just look at how Ting-Lu was able to sponge that up. There's the Stomping Tantrum into the Urshifu. It's able to hang on. Of course, it's an Assault Vest on the Ting-Lu, so it seems like this Wicked Blow just isn't going to be able to do enough in this situation, but time to dot the I's and cross the T's. Wicked Blow coming in. It's got the critical hit, and the critical hit, of course, is guaranteed, but on this particular roll, it's going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Ting-Lu. Mark playing to his outs. We're going to a game 3.
That was a phenomenal end to the match. Not what I was expecting after that initial Wicked Blow. You think it's probably not going to be enough to pick up. Eric's done everything right up until that point, but you've got to take your hat off to Mark, how phenomenally he played that, the adjustments he made with the Glamora, and then not bringing the Dondozo to this match, just bringing that Tatsugiri, putting a bit of a question in Eric's mind to what Mark is up to, and then really utilizing his tools to the fullest extent. protecting with the Tornadoes to keep turns, to really make sure that he's getting the maximum damage that he can throughout this match, which really came in so clutch at the end there.
That could not have been closer, those margins. The Ting-Lu could well have hung on by a thread, and that's all it would have needed to deal that stomping tantrum in return. This is what we mean when we say that 1 HP is so infinitely more than 0 HP. Ting-Lu down and out, leaving that Urshifu remaining on the field. And so fantastic to see the new Terra Stellar type being so crucial in that game.
Yeah, exactly. I think the big turning point, though, was when early on, when Mark really went after that Porygon 2, right? And took it down, and you think, don't have access to the real impactful Pokemon that you had in that game on Eric. Are you going to be able to kind of turn this around? And it felt like for a time he was able to manage things, but the call with the close combat into the Amoonguss, when it switched into the Incineroar, you've got to say that is another turning point. So Mark makes some really brave calls in that match and capitalize off them, taking it right down to the moment where, like you say, the Stellar Terra type came out and really proved to be the deciding factor in that last match.
Well, speaking of deciding, let's get into this deciding game. Eric giving a run back of Incineroar and Porygon 2. It's going to be that Tornadus and Glimmora once again for Mark. So both trainers going for the leads that have worked for them so far in this 3-game set. Porygon 2 getting a boost once more to its special attack.
Yeah, and the mind games really start to work here, because if you are Eric, do you go for the Trick Room here, expecting Mark to think you're not going to go for the Trick Room, but you are going to go for the Trick Room, and do you go for the Taunt? It's really difficult to make a call. If you get it right, of course, you can really take advantage of the situation, because Porygon, the rest of Eric's team essentially love the Trick Room environment. Or do you just go for that Ice Beam into the Tornadus? We're not going to see anything from the Incineroar here. It is just going to switch straight out. Ting-Lu come onto the field and get that Veselaroon ability active, making things a little bit better for that Porygon 2.
Yeah, Ting-Lu, fantastic Pokemon to bring in here. All special attackers over on Mark's side of the field, but of course, producing the damage output of the Porygon 2 as well. Oh goodness, here we go. It's another Meteor Beam, a special attack boost for this Glimmora. Let's hope that it's wearing its spectacles, able to connect into Porygon 2. Yes, it is. There's that Meteor Beam connecting down. Ting-Lu, of course, reducing the damage output. Porygon 2 taking just shy of 50% to its health there. Ice Beam connecting down into the Tornadus, and it does not get a freeze, thankfully, for Mark.
Yeah, that's one thing that you would really worry about in that situation. The freeze would be a real detriment to you. The big thing is, though, that Mark's got that taunt off into the Porygon, so it's not going to be able to recover any of this damage off, so you can try and double into it here. Problem is, Ting-Lu's really kind of holding you back a bit, as well as the damage output that you can do with your Porygon. You can see the damage difference from the Tornadus here. It's got a little bit more health than it would normally, still in range from a heavy slam, but I think with the Ting-Lu on the field now with Eric, you've really got to prioritize getting rid of that Glimmora as soon as possible, not waste any turns going after that Tornadus at the moment.
Well, if there's one thing Ting-Lu can do, it's get rid of a Glimmora as soon as possible. That's the Sludge Bomb, and it gets the poison onto Porygon 2. That is going to rack up. Of course, Eric has access to the recover on that Porygon, so timing that will be crucial. Of course, that's going to be a one-hit knockout onto the Glimmora. Stomping Tantrum being doubly super effective. One layer of toxic debris set up, but if that Amoonguss is lurking in the back, which we would expect, then it would be able to just sponge that up like it did in Game 2. Here comes that Ice Beam into the protected Tornado, so able to stick around for at least one more turn.
Yeah, and I think if you are Eric at this stage, you really want to try and get that Porygon 2 off the field. Potentially, you've got to make a decision. Do you switch it out for the Amoonguss, get rid of the toxic debris, the spikes on the field at the moment? It does make it a bit obvious for a Bleak Wind Storm to come out, but then you do have access to Terastallizing, maybe take away those weaknesses to what we've seen come in on the field now, and that Urshifu, take away the close combat weakness with your Poison Terastallization, go for the Heavy Slam into the Tornadus, and remove that Taunt, and try and weave the Porygon 2 back into a position maybe where you've got it next to the Incineroar, and you can get that Fake off to maybe get the Trick Room, and then get a Recover under your belt to kind of get it in a nicer position than it is right now.
It's going to be dicey for this Porygon 2. It looks like it might not even be able to survive one more tick of poison, but going to be close margins for sure. Urshifu joining the field right now, threatening super effective damage onto the Ting-Lu, should it choose to go for that, but it will be Porygon 2 switching out so that poison does not pick up the knockout at the end of the turn. Here comes Incineroar to reduce the damage output of this single strike style Urshifu. That Incineroar will be poisoned for the rest of the game now. Intimidate activating now onto Urshifu. It's going to be mitigating the damage output from that Pokemon, even though it looks like we're going to be going for another stellar terrestrialization onto that single strike style Urshifu, harnessing the power of all of the types, getting that one-time boost to any offensive move that it has, depending on the type it locks into. It's a double connect for Bleakwind Storm, a little bit of chip damage. Is there going to be a speed drop into either of the Pokemon? Not this time. Wicked Blow, though, is going to be resisted by either of the Pokemon on Eric's side of the field. Still really good damage, though, on the Incineroar.
Yeah, really good damage. You look at that and you think that is a resisted hit, and that's still doing nearly 30% damage, really, from the Urshifu there. Nice switch, though, from Eric. You think, I don't really want to switch the Incineroar in here because it is going to get poisoned, but I think you take the sacrifice to be able to kind of preserve maybe the Amoonguss that you've got possibly lurking in the back, right? Because you don't want to bring it in on potentially a Wicked Blow and a Bleakwind Storm. It could play a real pivotal role in the end of this game, and I think it's a really good decision from Eric to get this Incineroar in. It soaks up that Wicked Blow. Wicked Blow now not going to be boosted by that Stellar Terra type. It has been used. You've got access to the Fake Out as well, so you can shut down anything from the Urshifu, which has got that Focus Sash. You really want to be breaking that if you can, and you can shut down this Tatsugiri while you've still got intact your Terrestrialization. It is an option for you going forward in this game.
The good news for Mark is that Urshifu still has access to a boosted fighting type move with its Terra Stella, which could be huge onto the Tinglu. Of course, Tinglu does have access to the Poison Terra type, and that is a mechanic that Eric still has up his sleeve. Going down to the wire with our move choices here, going to be Tinglu withdrawing right back to Eric, and here comes that Amoonguss to sponge up those toxic spites. Won't be taking poison damage, of course, being a poison type Pokemon. How's it going to do against what Urshifu's going for? Well, it's Fake Out first of all into that Tatsugiri. Wicked Blow into the Amoonguss, critical hit, but look at that with the Intimidate paying dividends.
Yeah, and then there's that Rocky Helmet damage as well. So important to break that Focus Sash and really make that Urshifu a little bit more vulnerable in this end game here. The Tatsugiri obviously not being able to move there this turn. It is going to be active here. It is going to have a free knockout onto the Incineroar. It's pretty easy for you to click maybe the Muddy Water and the Wicked Blow here into that Amoonguss. Is it enough, though, to pick the knock-up out? And do you leave the Incineroar alone, or do you double into that slot like we saw Mark prioritize in that game too?
Well, for now, it's going to be Porygon 2 rejoining the field. It's very low health indeed, and it is poisoned. It's getting that boost to its special attack at least, but a Wicked Blow is just going to remove it from the field anyway. Eric perhaps realizing that he just needed, unfortunately, a Pokemon to sacrifice in this situation, and it's Pokemon that's worked so well for him in Game 1. Fair enough. Muddy Water, single target now, super effective into the Incineroar. So low as well. So just like that, Eric brought down to the final two Pokemon in Tinglu and Amoonguss.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, and I think quite a smart play there from Eric, where he was able to get the Amoonguss off the field and utilize that regenerator ability to get some of that health back. It's going to be so important in the latter stages of this match, because now with it and the Tinglu on the field, it does free up the Tinglu to potentially go for that terrestrialization and start getting some damage out. Really important damage, because you're going to have to get rid of essentially the Urshifu as soon as possible. You've got active Spore as well, so you can go for that. You can disrupt with the Amoonguss on Mark's side of the field with that move, but are you able to get it off? That's a big question.
Well, Wicked Blow is certainly going to go off into the Amoonguss, and it's a lot of damage there. Taking more Rocky Helmet chip, Draco Meteor connecting down into the Amoonguss. That's going to be enough for the knockout as well. We're facing a very similar endgame that we had in Game 2, trainers, in this fantastic thriller between Mark Segi and Eric Rios. Tatsugiri losing a bit of health to that Life Orb chip as well. Stomping Tantrum is going to be not just enough to pick up the knockout onto Tatsugiri. Hanging on, of course, holding that Assault Vest, not so offensively built. And this Tinglu, it still has the terrestrialization option available. The mind games here of will Eric go for it?
Yeah, and that's the problem. You know, I think we see what Mark's locking into here, potentially. But if Eric decides to pull the trigger on that terrestrialization here, it's not going to be very effective. And knowing that Mark still has access to that boosted attack, maybe that's something going through Eric's mind now. Also, you do kind of take away the weakness that you've got with that ground type to those Muddy Waters that the Tatsugiri is going to be able to fire out. You've got to kind of prioritize getting rid of that Pokemon as well, because it's probably just out of range of the Life Orb recoil. But we are seeing no terrestrialization and a close combat here into the Tinglu.
Oh, look at that. Tinglu brought down so low. Mark has been playing this absolutely fantastically. Now, is this Tatsugiri going to connect with the Muddy Water? Yes, it is. And Mark Segi has done it versus the Behemoth that is Eric Rios. Eric goes 6-1. Mark goes 7-0. Congratulations, Mark Segi.
What an incredible turnaround from what looked like a real hard, uphill battle in that game too. It is just a phenomenal comeback. What a real showcase here from Mark. Got to take your hat off to him. He really did everything in his power. He didn't overcommit when he needed to and really picked the right moment to go for the right move, and really paying off for him as he moves on and secures his day in day 2 of this tournament.
I'm so in awe of any trainer who loses the first game and then wins the next 2, because that is just what playing to your outs is all about, and going back, not getting tilted, reassessing the potential board state, working out what your best possible counter is into what your opponent can throw out. And, this is a team that has been working so well for Eric and indeed Alex Gomez, but Mark able to pivot around and work out that actually the player was Tatsugiri without the Dondozo.
Yeah, which you would never have thought.
No,
think,
yeah.
This is looking a bit iffy, but it worked out so well for him in that game too. You think, wow, the way he went after Porygon 2, prioritized that really more than anything else, utilizing that Glamora, getting the Power Herb, hitting with the Meteor Beam, and then doubling up into it after that was just it really paid off because of how dominant that game 1 was and how dominant the Porygon 2 was in particular. And I think Eric should have maybe looked at protecting it a little bit better. I mean, how do you do that with the threat that you've got in the field with the Glamora? It's putting on a lot of pressure onto your Incineroar, right? And the Amoonguss coming in didn't really want to take a Meteor Beam either, so it is very difficult. But I think the way that Mark piloted the team, the stellar Terastallization as well in the end on the Urshifu, the way he locked into that, the Wicked Blow, rather than just being overcompensating at times and thinking, why aren't you clicking the close combat button into the Tinglu because it's not terastallizing, but keeping it right until that last moment and making Eric kind of think about every single turn, what is my opponent going to do? And Mark really just phenomenal play.
Yeah, really fantastic. Both of those last 2 games really came down to the wire, and that last final turn of the final game, is Eric going to click the terastallization button on the Tinglu? Mark predicting that he would not, and going for that close combat. I mean, sometimes that is the margins we can come down to, and Mark really cementing his mark onto the metagame right now, because going up against Eric Rios as well, the sort of psychological challenge that presents, a player who is so decorated, and yet Mark able to just stay focused and claim the victory.
Yeah, against all adversity in his way, I think, because it was such a dominating game 1. I'm a bit kind of shocked really with the way that Mark was able to come back after such a... It looked really dire for him after game 1. It just looked like there wasn't a way to kind of come back, but then really kind of making use of the tools that he had available, and like you say, not bringing the Dondozo and just bringing the Tatsugiri, and it sat on the field for so long. It was able just to be in the right position at the right time, knowing that, well, if I double into the Amoonguss here, that's the key to victory, because if I remove that, then there's no Spore threat, there's no Rage Powder threat, and I can deal with that Tinglu pretty handily with these 2 Pokemon, because it hasn't got the firepower. That one unfortunate thing about Tinglu, it's not the strongest of Pokemon, and I really like the use of the Wicked Blow in that last game, because it didn't give Mark any of the drawbacks from close combat. You didn't have the drops or anything like that, so it made the job a lot more difficult if it did come down to that one-on-one with the Tinglu and the Urshifu. So phenomenal job.
Yeah, fantastic. And, we were talking about how Tinglu is great right now because of the prominence of special attackers in the format, but Urshifu Single Strike is on the rise as well, and that is a physically attacking Pokemon that can deal super effective damage with that fighting type move. Same with the Urshifu Rapid Strike, of course, going for water or fighting type moves. Urshifu Single Strike, we tend to see benefiting from that Terra Stella, and we certainly saw that in that game with Eric. And I mean, that was crucial for Mark throughout those final 2 games at the very least. And I hope that trainers now who maybe had discounted Terra Stella will be looking at it a little bit more seriously now.
Yeah, definitely, and I think for good reason, because of how well it performed in the last match against such a top player and a really well-constructed team. And it really came through it very well in the end after all said and done. I think the thing to notice as well is how well Mark played the Tatsugiri Dondozo, because you've already highlighted he didn't bring it to game 2. But the fact is that you mentioned at the very top of this match, could you use it as a kind of bait to almost set up some of these other Pokemon, which is exactly what he did games 2 and 3, where Eric had to bring certain Pokemon in case that the Dondozo came. Mark never brought it and really capitalized on that, utilizing the likes of the Glamora like he did so well, and then the Urshifu in the end game. Like you say, really good example for those at home why you should consider the Terra Stella type as an option, not just bypass it for something else.
Yeah, and you can even, index more into the other types of moves that those Pokemon have available. You sometimes see Rapid Strike style Urshifu running Ice Spinner, U-Turn, for example, and obviously you get that one-time boost to those moves as well. But fundamentally, you can only run 4 moves on your Pokemon, and if you're wanting to go for a Protect, then you gotta have to sacrifice something. But right now, we're able to go into our interview with our winner of that previous game. It's gonna be the fantastic Mark Segi.
And welcome back, trainers. We are here with your winner of round 7, Mark Segi, in what was one of those emphatic sets that I think we always do look for when following along with the stream broadcast. Mark, congratulations. That was really, really solid play there. You brought it back from 0-1 all the way through to winning the set. So how are you feeling?
I still cannot believe it. I mean, going back into in time, when I saw that I was facing Eric Rios, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a tough matchup for sure. I also had a bit of insight on his team because he showed it on stream with Alex, and we knew a bit how to approach it, but I mean, it just wasn't what we were prepared for, so I had to improvise a little bit, as you saw in Game 2 and Game 3.
And I think you did a really good job about it. Obviously, there was the Game 1 shutdown mode of the Incineroar, Porygon 2, and you got this very defensive core. So going into Game 2 then, did you feel like that Urshifu had to be your way out, especially with that the new mechanic, of course, of the Stellar terrestrialization? Was that your main sort of go-to?
Yeah. The thing is that if we brought Dozo in any of these matches, Eric is such a good player that it was so probable that we ended up close there and just him rotating and stuff, and he could position himself pretty well, and we would definitely lose. So going the Dozo mode was no option for us in Game 2, and that's why I think switching back and bringing Urshifu, which, if played correctly and with the Terra Stellar, if you can predict some twitch-ins, it's so good.
And we did see a bit of that in Game 2, so were you feeling like you were able to have a good read on Eric's play there? You felt like, okay, well, the optimal play would be to make the switch in.
Yeah, and even if he didn't switch, I mean, we were in a tough spot already, so it was, if he switches and we get this right, the board state changes a lot in our favor. So the loss versus win balance was in our favor if we made that risky play. So,
yeah, you had more reward with the risk that you were putting in. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't end up switching Among Us, it was already lost for us. So, or we were kind of behind in that.
And you did an incredible job about it. I guess going into Game 3, were you still thinking, okay, well, I'm going to try to keep that offensive pressure going, have that Urshifu, leave the Dondozo in the back. It just should not be brought after that Game 1. Were you thinking those were your best odds going into it? Was there any need to actually change things up slightly?
What I thought going into Game 3 was that I somehow needed to remove the Porygon 2 from the board. So annoying for our team. If he can set up Trick Room, it's, I think, too difficult for us to play against. And yeah, that was the main goal. And switching back also to turn 1 Glimora to get some damage there. I wasn't expecting him to bring Tinglu into this game, which was kind of crazy when I saw him switching in. But worked out for me, so glad for that.
Oh, 100%. And I think you did a really good job in being able to identify your win conditions and what you best had to do whilst keeping your cool, because it's not easy when you're on stream, especially up against a trainer as world-renowned as Eric. So I guess on more of a macro sort of situation, what were your team building ideology going into Liverpool right now? Because we just had Charlotte, we had Portland, so were you a bit scared of any high threats?
Actually, I'm a huge fan of the Dozo mode, and I've been playing it since Regulation A, so the thing with Dozo is that each time people get more experience against it, and it's harder to win with it, but I think it's still strong if played correctly.
Yep.
And you force the opponent to actually make the reads, and it puts a lot of pressure. So we decided to build around this Dondozo Tatsugiri core, and we ended up switching and choosing the Pokemon that we finally have brought in. Urshifu Terrastellar felt quite good into the meta because being able to KO most Incineroars after an Intimidate drop felt like optimal for us. And yeah, the Glimora Tornadoes core is also absolutely broken right now, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that you definitely need to go ahead and respect going into the meta. But unfortunately, I have been told that the next round will be starting very shortly.
Okay.
Aside from the great win that you've got now, we are honestly wishing you the very best going into the remainder of your rounds. Do you have any shout-outs?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this wouldn't have been possible without the team building process that we made with Joan Perello, with Victor, and also Marcos. Great team building process, and also the guys that are staying with me here, Jaime and Carlos, and also to my family, which I guess they are watching me right now. Wouldn't be possible without them, and also to all my friends that are watching. So yeah, thank you to every one of you.
Very heartwarming. Thank you so much for your time. We honestly are wishing you the very best, and hopefully we can see you in day 2 tomorrow, right?
Of course. Thank you so much.
That's it. Thank you so much. It's been Mark and myself. We're going to be going ahead and come to a short break before we get things cracking with round 8 here at Liverpool. Don't go anywhere.
Ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships. I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for round 8 of the Liverpool Regional Championships. I myself am Costa, and I am joined by Ben. Ben, where have you been all day? I keep on missing you, my friend.
Well, there's been so many matches to broadcast. I've been watching all of those, Costa, and I've been having a great time doing so. It's been such a great tournament so far. We've seen such intense games already in the broadcast. We're in round 8 where... Well, we've had a lot of rounds of Swiss so far. All of our trainers are vying, of course, to get into day 2, and many of them have maybe taken a loss or two and are looking to just win those last couple of rounds to be able to make it into tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the final stretch right now. If things weren't already dicey, they most definitely will become right now, as we're going to be soon approaching the stage where we will, of course, be featuring those infamous win and in matches, you know, where all of the pressure has built up for one moment of the day after an entire day of gruesome 7 rounds so far. You know, you got to have a lot of mental and physical endurance going into this.
Especially since this tournament is absolutely stacked. Top to bottom, from trainers all across the world that are competing in this regional championships. And we've talked about a little bit about it on the broadcast already. It may be a regional championships, but there's nearly 650 players playing this weekend in the Masters division from 26 different nations all across the world. It is truly an international regional.
It really is. It's sort of like a mini international championships. It's sort of like a bit of a preview, right?
Mini-ish. Mini-ish. 650 now. It's only a few people.
I think we were discussing with one of the players earlier. I think it was Daniel in the interview section, where the queue for players, I'm honestly being quite candid with you, was stretching around the building. And it was already a big distance until the door. So
this is a big building. This is like, there's no small feat to be able to wrap that around the building.
No, it really isn't. But I mean, just everybody anticipating and being so excited to actually take part. I think it's the dawn of a new era when it comes to the regulation Set F format here in the European region. A lot of different teams and variations, high power to be found everywhere.
And as well, a little bit more of a defensive orientation as well in some of the matches that we've featured. Alex Gomez and Eric Rios, who we featured in the last round, Eric specifically, were running that Porygon 2 and Ting Lu combination supported by Incineroar, trying to take the game a little bit slower and trying to play a little bit more defensively, bring back Ting Lu, which we haven't really seen too much since Regulation Set C, where it was pretty much on every good stuff team that we saw in that particular format. And showing that you can both play offensively with those sort of gouging fire, going for the howls and that sort of thing, but also playing a little bit defensively at the same time.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of reminiscent to calls that we've seen, and I guess Lee was half right, you know, having the Porygon 2 in the caster predictions, accompanied by an Araquanid, which is quite nice. We haven't seen it so far, but I think that Porygon 2 is something that he identified quite nicely, having a very solid spot in this meta. You're not going to have a lot of Pokemon that have Taunt right now, especially the Tornaduses. They keep on actually dropping them for other variant types of moves, you know, like Icy Wind pressures with the very hardcore Tailwind teams. You've got the multi-weather system going of like Sunny Day and Rain Dance, and, you know, it starts dropping taunt because you're like, okay, do I really need it right now when everything just hits hard very fast?
And certainly one of the big impact in the metagame at the moment has been Farigiraf, which has the Armor Tail ability that blocks priority move, and taunt from a prankster user like Tornadus is one of those moves. So you kind of say, well, actually, I want my Tornadus to kind of stick around a little bit longer, so I want to fit Protect on there. I need to go faster. That means I've got to play Tailwind. I need to actually be able to do some damage. Bleakwind Storm. What's the last slot? Well, it could be Taunt, but equally, especially if you've got, say, an Urshifu Rapid Strike like we've seen in so many regulations so far, you go for the Rain Dance. Maybe you've got a Walking Wake like we saw earlier on the broadcast. You want that sunny day to boost up the power of its Hydro Steam and get those photosynthesis abilities activated.
And I think it's just one of those things that I really want to see. Where are my Walking Wakes? We haven't been able to feature it on stream just yet, but I'm hoping...
Oh, but we have, Costa.
Have we?
We have.
Wait, which round? Was I on break?
Good. Yeah, you must have been. You must have been away having a chat to some players in the background. But the Walking Wake did very, very well in that particular game. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to come out on top. Didn't manage to connect with Joe Ugate's Gouging Fire with a Draco Meteor in turn 1. And yeah, game 2, it didn't really get the opportunity that it needed to be able to take the game. But it was really cool to see it. And you, especially when the Torkoal came in, the photosynthesis speed activated, it got faster than a Gouging Fire, so it was able to attack in first. And it was a really great moment to be able to see it showcased.
Yeah, I think it's sort of those interactions where we know that Sun could be so powerful with Walking Wake. You've got everything going for it in that team archetype, you know? It's got such good synergy, both defensive and offensively, with one another, and just being able to have that duality in offensive pressure from the Walking Wake in both rain or sun conditions is just something extremely valuable, and I do really want to see more from.
Yantong's team was really good. Yantong's the player that was playing up against Joseph Ugarte in that round. He was running a really cool team that really took advantage of the sun. He had the Torkoal, he had the Half-Flame Ogerpon, he had the choice Scarf Entei on his side of the field, the Walking Wake as well. Everything was taking advantage of the sun in that situation. It was using it to the max, but unfortunately, Gouging Fire is a Fire of Dragon type quad resisting all of those attacks. It's like, okay, the Walking Wake's gone. Oh, it's going to be really difficult to be able to remove that Gouging Fire.
Yeah, it's sort of like the modern Reshiram of the current format, right? It's quite bulky as well, quite offensive too, but it's got obviously different utilities to it, of course. But I think Gouging Fire, we've already covered it. It's got a lot of potential. We haven't actually seen it hit the high standards that we know it can. I think we did actually see it get in top 8, if I'm not mistaken, back a few weeks ago. But going into today so far, what would you say has been the most exciting thing sort of that you weren't expecting to come out?
It's got to be Alex and Eric's team. I mean, we've already talked about it already, and I don't want to repeat too much of what we've already been talking about, but for me, just using a completely different archetype, not only bringing that Porygon 2 and Ting Lu back that we've already mentioned, but I think the thing for me that's the key is that combination with Ting Lu and Komodo, where they kind of help out the things that they're not very good at, where Ting Lu's like, hey, I don't really like facing down against fighting types or playing against Urshifu specifically or Ogerpons and that sort of thing, and Komodo's just sort of standing in the wings there being like, hey, tag me in, it's my turn, I want to be playing against that sort of stuff. And so yeah, it's a really nice bit of synergy there where you've got multiple different types of win conditions.
And that's sort of what you want to try to do. You want to try to catch your opponents off guard with something that they're most definitely not familiar with at all, and being able to capitalize off of that means that the fact that you get your opponent to have to waste brain resources on processing...
Those precious brain cells.
No, it's so precious, right? And you're like, oh, wait, what? I haven't trained against this. How do I actually deal with it? Already puts you in the hot seat of advantage because you already know how to tackle most likely their own team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where when you're playing up against a team where you haven't played it too much, but your opponent has played it into the matchup that you're bringing, if you may be bringing a tried and tested team that's been doing really well, and certainly really well in the Charlotte and Portland Regional Championships that we've had over the last couple of weeks, then maybe you're at a bit of a disadvantage because they know how to use or play against your team, but you're kind of struggling to figure out on the fly how to play against something so completely different to the metagame.
And I think talking about the metagame, there are multiple opportunities for you to be able to sort of dive into it, not necessarily only on the live scene here at the regional events, but of course we do know that the Global Challenge has gone ahead and sign-ups are now available for you to go ahead and take part and potentially even win a couple of CP.
Yeah, these global challenges are a really good way to get a lot of games in very quickly on the online ladder. It's one of those things where you can kind of test a team out and see if it kind of functions the way that you want to have it function before you go into a tournament. And one of the things that's really good is you don't have to reveal too much about the team that you're using to be able to play in that global challenge at the same time. So you can kind of keep things a little bit under wraps as well, or within the communities that you're building with, but actually give it a little bit of a test at the same time.
And it's sort of like a callback to good old VGC, which I'm very confident you would know a thing or two about, Mr. Benjamin. And that in reference would be the fact that it's no longer the open team sheet format that we're all accustomed to in the live circuit, but it is going to be closed team sheet. Best of one, best of fun. So there's going to be a lot of drama going on online.
It really is. It was one of those fun things, because if anything goes wrong in those sort of situations where you've only got one game rather than a best of three, it can feel sometimes a little bit frustrating. But equally, it's a test of consistency, I think. You know, when you're using a team that's on the front foot regularly, usually those sort of luck factors add up for you more than your opponent, because you're the one that's maybe attacking. If you're attacking twice as many times as your opponent, well, chances are maybe you're getting twice as many critical hits, or maybe you're getting the opportunity to, you know, get those damage rolls in your favor. So I think these sort of things, even though it is a different format, I do think it's a consistency check for the teams that you're running.
It definitely is, but everybody do be aware you have until Thursday night coming to make sure you get those sign-ups going, and the competition itself will be taking part over from Friday to Sunday, so a couple, 3 days worth. I think there's a limit on how many battles, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 15?
15 a day.
15? Yeah,
15 a day, yeah. You get to play against players from all across the world. That's another advantage to be playing in these sort of global challenges, because you can test your team against various different metagames and communities that are all approaching the game in a slightly different way. And especially since Regulation Set F has been pretty variable in the way that trainers have approached it. And there's a lot of really viable teams to be picked out there in the Regulation Set F format. You get to see lots of different Pokemon teams available as well.
You do indeed. But talking about variation and, you know, the sort of different archetypes and things that you can bring in the meta, we have a bit of a spicy matchup coming up, which I think one of the contenders, if not both, do have a bit of a reputation when it comes to niche picks. And yeah, he may actually be a fellow caster on the desk too.
I think niche picks maybe, to say the least there. Jamie Boyd, one of the trainers that's known across the community for picking Pokemon that work for Jamie, but not necessarily as well for many other trainers. Roman, as well, a trainer that we're going to be able to feature too. These trainers are looking for their final wins to qualify to get to day 2.
Exactly. This is the moment that we have been discussing. It's all up for grabs right now. You want to try to make sure that you push through and get that day 2. I'm not sure right now if it is necessarily a win and in, as we do have one final round that does remain, but the most important thing is whoever does win will have that guaranteed day 2.
Well, looking down the list here, we have Regino versus Juan and Mark versus Roberto. Roberto Parente carrying on that undefeated record into this late stage of the competition, and a match that really I want to see how it shakes out. Joseph Ugarte versus Alex Gomez.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of fire matches right now. And I wish, once again, we had the opportunity to be a bit of a fly on the wall of those matches and say, okay, let's give it a quick check. But we got other matches as well. Kian Gregory versus Morgan Steed and Guillermo Castilla versus Saffron Makiva. So just honestly, if this was up for vote, I wouldn't be 100% sure which one to go for.
I would vote for all of them and see how many we can get on the stream. But unfortunately, the tournament must go on, and we unfortunately aren't able to broadcast all of them. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Jamie's bringing, though, because he does normally bring a little bit more of a spicy pick.
Right. So we've been discussing about the hype of the new DLC, right? And we already know what Mr. Jamie's favorite Pokemon is.
Yeah, we do.
The real question is, has he brought it? Is he gonna back up his claim of saying Superior is the best Pokemon out there? So, like, this is the perfect moment, right?
That impression of Jamie right there, that was uncanny.
Yes!
You got it absolutely perfectly, Costa. It was almost sitting on the desk next to me right there. Wow. That is, that is a new party trick for you.
I try to get that pedantic energy, vibing, and I think I've just accomplished it.
Yes, you did. Yes, in the pedantic style. Yes.
Amazing. But no, but once again, I think we just are very excited to actually go ahead and actually see these teams from both Roman as well as Jamie. But we do have standings that are available, and we can have a bit further of a sneak peek on who the major players have been so far in day one.
Absolutely. We said about Roberto carrying on that record of being undefeated there. Juan just below in rank 2. Joseph Ugarte we saw on stream earlier, as well as Eric and Alex there down in 6 and 7. 6-1 record for both of those trainers, running, if not identical, near identical teams that they've prepared together, no doubt, coming into this event.
Yeah, indeed. And we've got a couple of other UK representatives right there. We did mention Morgan Steed just there. However, we also have Jonathan Marston. Jonathan, one of those players that I've really been wanting to see come back to the community and the scene generally. He took a bit of a break, but he's always been one of those players that, you know, if he's primed and ready, he's very capable of reaching straight to the top.
And back he is, Costa, because he is. Yeah, we were talking about him earlier on the desk. Lee and I were talking about how consistent of a player he is. He's a previous regional champion, of course.
Harrogate, right?
And Harrogate Regionals, back in 2018.
18, I think
2018,
so,
and really, really strong player. Just has that instinct, that knack for the game. So even if he has taken a little bit of a break, he's definitely back and showing these players why he's so good at the game. And of course, looking down that list as well, Barashak Josh maintaining that 6-1 record. He's doing very well today after a pretty good result as well in Portland.
Yes.
Going 6-3 over there just a couple of weeks ago.
And I know that Barish, he tends to actually prep very well going into it. He's got some really good partners that he's able to bounce off great ideas with. I think Wolf even mentioned last week that Barish actually assisted him quite well in actually preparation against certain matchups that Wolf actually encountered in the beginning. So you know that Barish is sort of like living and breathing the game, and he's so capable and hungry for that win that he may well even get this weekend.
Well, I was actually speaking to Lou just a moment ago before we came on broadcast, and it turns out that Barish and Wolf have been working very closely on that team. Wolf actually made a little bit of a change to what both Barish and Wolf brought into Portland.
Oh, yeah.
And that was clearly a good decision because Wolf came back and won the Charlotte Regional Championship. So between them, they've honed this team that's clearly very consistent in the current format and is challenging those teams and innovations that these players are making coming into, well, still only week 3 of Regulation Set F.
Exactly. The format is still fresh, but it feels like so much has gone on the past several weeks. But of course, we do have our players now in the process of getting everything set up as we speak. But yeah, we see good old Jamie right there prepping in, and I think it's worth noting that if Jamie does go ahead and get this win, not only does he get his day 2 confirmation, but he actually gets his Worlds invite.
Yeah, a really, really great achievement if he's able to convert this into a win, at least in this round. If he doesn't, if Roman is able to take the win there, he's going to be able to have another opportunity. So really good to be able to showcase both of these trainers, and really good to be seeing Roman on the stream as well and seeing what they're going to be bringing this time round.
Indeed. And I think I do want to call out a couple of things. We are likely going to be seeing some very interesting Pokemon on show from both of these trainers. We have had a bit of a sneak peek, and I'm not going to lie, I'm very happy to see finally one of my caster predictions pop up right now and have the potential of going into day 2.
And which Pokemon would that be?
That Pokemon would be Landorus Incarnate. A Pokemon that I honestly think is one of those that is very well placed to accomplish a lot of things with such a fire-heavy meta.
And looking at the accomplishments, just to distract from a moment from the caster predictions, we've got Jamie Boyd there on the left, 3-time regional champion, top 8 in the 2016 national championships, top 16 in the 2016, but I believe it's actually 2017 world championships, and 2019 also getting the top 16 spot.
And over on the Roman side, at the moment, no major events to call out as accomplishments. However, I think Roman, this is already such a great accomplishment right now. You are on the verge of getting that day 2 qualification, doing incredibly well.
And looking at Jamie's team, well, there is a Jamie team right in front of us, but no superior to be seen. Instead, the grass-type Pokemon of choice is an Ogerpon carrying the Life Orb, Corviknight Gouging Fire, Primarina, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much of whatsoever, Chien-Pao, and of course one of Jamie's favorites as well, Basculegion.
Basculegion is back, and I think we're discussing with Jamie the viability of Basculegion and the fact that it's just so well placed. The moment that you can actually use it as a pseudo Pokemon in the back and just have that immediate pressure with the Choice Scarf and have the overpowered Last Respects multiplier built up to the point where, okay, sure, it may be the last Pokemon, but it's immune to Fake Out, and it has that capability of having such a powerful Last Respects Ghost-type move.
Especially sped up by that Choice Scarf as well. But I've just noticed, Costa, one of Jamie's other hot takes is that Chien-Pao is carrying the Assault Vest on his team. It's something that actually Boris Akjosh used one of Jamie's teams in the World Championships back in Yokohama last year and used that Assault Vest Chien-Pao to really great effect, actually, and it did quite a lot of work, but we haven't seen it since there whatsoever.
No, we have not, but over on Roman's side, some really nice Pokemon to call out there. Iron Bundle, where have you been? I've really missed you. It's just one of those Pokemon that I've always thought, wow, you're so well placed going into the meta, and I was so surprised to actually see its usage stats just being at the bottom of the barrel. However, Roman's really found some good utility in actually bringing it and reaching the stage so far, but Registeel, that is a Pokemon I could get behind.
In every match I've seen Registeel so far in this format, it's come onto the field turn 1, it's sat there, it's got its Iron Defense off, it's got some powerful body presses going, and its opponent has not yet been able to overcome it in those sort of matchups. And I think that's a really good way that Roman has been supporting that Registeel. If it's not the right Pokemon to bring, I'm sure Roman doesn't bring it to the game, but when it does, he's got so many good options to support it around. With the Incineroar to be able to get some Fake Out, you've got the Ogerpon to redirect attacks, you've got Landorus to knock out Pokemon that would otherwise be threatening, as well as that Iron Bundle to slow down other threats, so that the rest of the Pokemon on his team are able to get the key knockouts, so that Registeel forms the endgame that he wants to play.
It's sort of having a couple of enablers on your team in order to make your other heavy-hitting powerhouse Pokemon the room that they need to do what they do best. Just pick up those KOs, deal absolute ridiculous amount of damage, and I think that's why we see such a hyper-offensive format really produce good results for these high-end hitting Pokemon.
And one of the things we're going to have to see how it kind of shakes up is whether or not the tailwind from the Corviknight is going to be a key factor for Jamie looking at this matchup. Where you look at Roman's side, there's the Icy Wind. And with an Icy Wind going off, that Landorus is probably one of the faster Pokemon on the field and is able to launch out some big damaging moves. One of the things we've seen with Gouging Fire is that it usually opts for a speed booster energy on its photosynthesis, so it gets the speed boost, it's able to Breaking Swipe, Howl, Heat Crash into his opponent, but we don't see too much Icy Wind being able to stop it first. That's where Iron Bundle's coming in here.
Yeah, and I think something that we may have just skipped and not highlighted enough, that's a Corviknight.
Yeah.
That is a Corviknight on the verge of going to day 2. Yeah, you can make the argument that's also a Primarina, but I think Corviknight, it feels like it could be passive, but Jamie's been piloting it to great success so far, it seems.
We'll have to see how that goes as these two trainers leading off in Game 1. Assault Vest Chen Pao for Jamie, backed by that Gouging Fire. The booster energy activating the photosynthesis, getting that speed boost that we've seen so prevalently. But Ogerpon is going to be able to redirect a lot of attacks away from this Registeel.
And I think we're in the scenario right now where we've got the option of the Gouging Fire opting to go for the Heat Crash if it wants to try to at least get neutral damage dealt onto Ogerpon, but Roman does have the option on using their Terra right now, and using it, sure, may put yourself on the back foot, but we got the potential Electric Terra from this Chien Pao, which it may just well go ahead and try to pounce in for very big damage.
It would do a lot of damage, especially if the Ogerpon did commit its Terra, as if Jamie commits his Terra and goes for that Terra Blast into the Ogerpon, it's going to do super effective damage. If it doesn't go in, or if Ogerpon on Roman's side doesn't go for the Terra, then an Icicle Crash is going to do similar sorts of damage, but it's the Howl starting off the turn there for Jamie.
Lovely, lovely Howl there, going to be boosting up the attack of both the Gouging Fire itself as well as its partner. Terra Blast at +1 right now with the Electric Terra, of course, will deal just shy of half of the HP's worth. So much damage right there, whilst Ivy Cudgel actually picking up a critical hit, and all of a sudden guaranteeing that 2-hit KO on the Gouging Fire, whilst we have Registeel doing what Registeel does, starting to set up with the Iron Defense, bringing it straight up to +2 of its defense stat stage, and getting a bit of lefties recovery. So in a prime spot right now to try to counteract any Howls that will have to try to catch up as quick as they can.
Definitely. Howl is only boosting up 1 stat point at a time, where Iron Defense is boosting up 2. So not only is Roman getting into a spot where the Registeel is not going to take too much damage, but also to the spot where he's going to be able to do lots of damage with the body press.
As we're going to have a double protect from Roman's side. All right, now just wanting to be sure, and I do really like this play because you can get that leftovers recovery a bit more, but it does leave you susceptible to allow Jamie to get that oh-so-free Howl, bringing it up to +2 for both of Pokemon. This is normally a situation you would not want to be facing. You've got a sharply increased attack on both of your opponent's Pokemon.
But I think this is okay for Roman, right? Because you can follow me the Ogerpon, follow me with Ogerpon away any attacks from Chien Pao and Gouging Fire. With 2 stages of increased attack, it's likely that the Chien Pao is going to be able to knock out this Ogerpon in 1. But Gouging Fire's Heat Crash is actually not that effective against Registeel, because Registeel's such a heavy Pokemon itself. And so with those 2 stages of increased defense, there's a lot of opportunity for Roman to now go on the offensive, and especially take away any weaknesses that it has with its Terra Fairy.
Indeed, as the Terastallization will be coming out right now, it does allow the situation where it doesn't want to be susceptible to any potential Fire-type moves. But no, Gouging Fire just going for what it's been doing, bringing it up to +3 for itself and Chien Pao. What a way to go about this. Sacred Sword, not actually picking up the KO. Body press going into the Chien Pao. 2-hit KO, but what a survival from
that
the
Ogerpon is something else. I mean, wow, that's 3 stages of increased attack on the Chien Pao, and usually you would expect that to be able to KO pretty much anything, with the advent of Sword of Ruin also boosting that up. But with Jamie going for the Howl as well, he's not actually managed to knock out that Ogerpon in this turn. That means that Follow Me is still active, and now the Gouging Fire has to commit to a breaking swipe if the Chen Pao wants to attack this Registeel.
Or it could just go for the Heat Crash just in case there's any sort of switches there and wants to capitalize off of same type attack bonus. But of course, the deed has been done. It's picked up the KO. Ogerpon has already helped out where it's needed to by surviving there. Ice Spinner, not enough to pick up the KO. Registeel, yes, with the body press, well able to do so. And we've got a bit of a trade-off right here. One Pokemon KO'd on either side, but I feel like this Gouging Fire is in a prime position to try to get any sort of other Heat Crashes off, but once again, it's that Iron Defense, which is such a big player in this matchup.
I think it would be in a good spot to be able to take a lot of this game going forward if it hadn't taken so much damage already. And now with the Delibird coming in, it's a prime spot for Roman to be able to capitalize on the speed boost, activated by the booster energy, getting the Quark Drive, getting the speed boost onto the Iron Bundle. I haven't said that name in so long. And because
it's been a while we've seen it, to be fair.
Yeah, the Gouging Fire is not going to be able to take a freeze drive from the Iron Bundle there. The question is this Registeel, has this Registeel got enough special defense investment to be able to take a big attack from this Primarina? It's not carrying a Life Orb, instead the leftovers, so not going to be doing boosted damage, but it is hitting on that special side.
It is indeed. I'm not sure if Jamie's going to try to capitalize off the passive play from Roman here and opt to go for a Calm Mind. Knowing Jamie, that's a really good potential, but that will be seen, of course, in a short moment. Heat Crash trying to focus down on that Iron Bundle, and there is indeed Jamie acknowledging the board state, saying, right, this is likely going to be a very safe protect here. There's no reason, primarily, that you may want to try to go for it other than leftovers recovery, as we know the Iron Bundle is the fastest thing on the field, and it does offer that offensive pressure against both the Primarina and Gouging Fire.
Right, but the Gouging Fire could have gone for the Burning Bulwark there. So I think Roman trying to make sure that he was able to target with a freeze dry safely into that slot. As it stands, the Burning Bulwark's going to be coming this turn instead, but the Primarina now with its boost might even be able to knock out this Primarina in, the Iron Bundle in one, as a freeze dry launches its way into that Primarina slot.
Oh, and the Registeel is actually faster than the Primarina. Something, actually, I may have misread things at the moment, but we do have a... No, I am indeed correct. The Registeel is faster. We've got the Moonblast, picks up the KO onto the Iron Bundle. One hit KO right there. Iron Bundle, I do really, really appreciate you being here, but unfortunately, you weren't able to be as well utilized in this scenario.
This is a big turn for Jamie, because not only has he knocked out the Iron Bundle, which is the only Pokemon on Roman's team that's able to naturally outspeed this Gouging Fire with its Photosynthesis boost, but also he's been able to get the Burning Bulwark onto the Registeel. That's going to half the damage from any future body presses. Now, you may argue that if the Registeel's on the team for the on the field for the next 16 turns, it doesn't matter if it's burnt or not, it's going to be able to get those body presses. Eventually, it's going to be able to get some knockouts here, but with Primarina on the field resisting those hits, it's going to be tough for Roman.
That's a lot of damage. Does bring the Urshifu straight down to its Focus Sash, whilst we have close combat. Try to focus in on the Primarina there, actually. Locking itself in would be the thought, but no, it does have the Focus Sash. Maybe expecting a switch out there, perhaps, trying to guarantee and pick up a surprise KO, but unfortunately, right now, there's going to be very little that Roman's going to be able to do to bring this one back, even if you do have a Registeel, but the burn offsets that recovery, doesn't it?
It does. I think it's a great last hurrah there for Roman, understanding that the Primarina is actually gatekeeping the set. If you take the Heat Crash onto the Urshifu, you manage to get the close combat and the body press onto the Primarina. If that's enough to pick up the KO in that scenario, then you've always got the fallback of going for the Sucker Punch to knock out the Gouging Fire, where it's not able to switch out because you've knocked out two of Jamie's Pokemon. But Jamie, again, holding firm here. I think really holding his nerve very, very well by not protecting the Gouging Fire in that first opportunity that he had to do so, and instead kind of calling Roman out there, instead of doing it the second time round, getting the burn, knocking out the Iron Bundle, and really solidifying his board state.
It's one of those moments where if you can catch out your opponent with that one turn, you sort of throw them off balance a bit, where they all of a sudden, in the subsequent turn, feel like they need to compensate for it, and that leads you into a path of just being baited into basically falling into the trap of, let's say, Jamie in this case, where it's like, okay, well, now I can actually open up with this play, and you have to try to focus down just to cover in case I ignore the board state once again, right? And I'm sort of like, okay, well, I've got other options. I won't go on the defensive.
And we need to talk about that pre-marina, because getting the Calm Mind there made it take so little damage from the freeze dry, even though it was super effective from the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle really wasn't able to do enough to it. And you think if the Iron Bundle was able to go for a freeze dry into the pre-marina slot before the Calm Mind, maybe that endgame, even with a burn, turns out very differently.
It really could have, because it's just being able to pick up the damage that you can when necessary, when, you know, the opportunity does obviously stand out. That gouging fire was at some point in a situation, I think we're just touching a bit on it, where it was susceptible to the Iron Bundle's freeze dry, and it surely would have gone down, right? It was like 20 hit points or something like that. So it's once again the scenario where you just need to make sure that you try to catch your opponent out with those reads, and that's just an indication that it's not as clear-cut, this matchup.
It's certainly not. There's a lot to be playing for both players. And speaking of play, we have game 2 ready to go. We'll have to see how these trainers have adapted, and there's going to be an adaptation right off the bat.
Right off the bat with that Incineroar and Registeel, and guess what? There's an adaptation on the other side of the field with the Corviknight right now showing off. It's a reflective mirror armor ability, throwing back the Intimidate straight onto the Kin of VGC, Kitten over on the other side, whilst the Gouging Fire is in a primary spot to be able to offer assistance to this Corviknight, maybe wanting to bulk up a bit.
Yeah, bulk up would be very strong in this situation for Jamie, and especially protected as well a little bit by the Intimidate reflecting from the Corviknight's mirror armor ability, as you rightly mentioned there. But of course, we've seen the Howl in game 1 from Jamie. He really likes going for it. He's going to be going for it yet again, boosting up that Corviknight with that Howl. It's going to be turning into such an offensive threat, and this is the other way that you can play against Pokemon like Registeel. Just outpace their damage by outpace their iron defense.
Outpace the iron defense indeed, as we do see that interaction occurring right now. Registeel trying to catch up. Parting Shot is actually the move of choice from Incineroar, not opting to go for the fake out there, maybe not wanting to be susceptible to any sort of Rocky Helmet, or anticipating a bit of a defensive play from that Corviknight. But the real question is, what comes in here then?
Well, that is a good question, and I think, to be honest, it's probably more likely that the Urshifu or the Ogerpon is going to be coming in, and it is indeed the Ogerpon here. The problem that Roman has now is, how do you break the Corviknight? Because Jamie's going to be able to get lots of bulk ups up in this situation, but also he has the ability to do damage to that Registeel via a non-attacking means, which is that Rocky Helmet. And so with the Corviknight being able to recover its HP, I believe, with a option to go for a Roost, then the end game looks very different to what you'd expect from a Registeel end game.
As we're actually going to see the Gouging Fire switch out right here, will be forfeiting its booster energy that will not be able to be reprocced once again next time it's back on the field. And a bit of a switch out as well from Roman there, Ogerpon into the Incineroar. Maybe Jamie expecting or anticipating a switch out there and trying to clarify and double up with that Brave Bird, which we know the Ogerpon was highly threatened from 2-hit KO. That's not something you commonly see onto an Incineroar.
Well, at 2 stages of increased attack, anything is possible in this game so far. Iron Defense rounding out the turn there for the Registeel. And I really like the way that Jamie is controlling the board state in this scenario, where Mirror Armor is just stopping any Intimidates. Pre-Marina Primarina not susceptible to Intimidate. Corviknight getting more and more boosts on its side of the field. I like the way that Roman's kind of trying to make the Corviknight take a little bit of recoil. That makes it a little bit easier to be able to be knocked out, but that Corviknight is not really under any threat whatsoever.
It isn't, but we do know that it's got some catching up to do with this Registeel, which is now at +4 because of 2 consecutive iron defenses, dealing a really good, respectable amount of damage there. And all of a sudden, Roman's put some really good pressure back onto Jamie. We're in a scenario where Jamie did well place that Primarina in order to counter this sort of physical defensive increases from the Registeel, but we know it's susceptible to those hyper voices.
It is, and now I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for the Incineroar to get maybe a parting shot on the Primarina, or whether the Corviknight is just going to be able to go first, get that Brave Bird onto the Incineroar, get a knockout, remove that Intimidate from the field, and now the Corviknight has even less to worry about.
It does indeed, but I'm sure it will definitely not have any more to worry about as it gets KO'd as a result from that focus down from the Registeel. Quite nicely there, identifying it could end up being a threat. And we got a setup being organized from Jamie's side as well, with the Primarina's Calm Mind wanting to try to catch up in order to dispatch of this Registeel, which so far it is starting to look like it's beginning to run away with things, or at least it's on the verge of doing so.
This is a really tough situation to evaluate, right? Because the Incineroar's gone from Roman's side of the field. That's good for gouging fire on Jamie's side.
Right.
But the Primarina is a Terra Steel. And so when Ogerpon inevitably comes back into the fray, it's going to be able to launch out a Horn Leech into the Primarina. That's going to be super effective, but Jamie can't Terra out of that, out of risk of just being able to be knocked out by that Registeel straight away afterwards with the body press ability. And of course, because of the fact that Registeel's using its defensive stats rather than its attacking stats, even if it could have its stats dropped by going for a breaking swipe, Clear Body's stopping that too.
Exactly.
So I think Jamie's in a little bit of a tough spot here, and I think gonna have to rely on the Chen Pao that we know is in the back and its Sacred Sword to be able to bypass those defense boosts in the endgame.
Definitely being the case, as we are going to have the terrestrialization from a Roman side here. In order to get that embody aspect, you've got the +1 in special defense, you've got the additional damage output from the Ivy Cudgels, of course. Primarina was very well aware of its susceptibility to the Horn Leech potentially coming out here, but Breaking Swipe trying to lower down damage output of the Ogerpon. I think Ogerpon is well pressed to try to pick up the KO, but no. We're just going to see a very safe target in there. No hard reads, no predictions, and the third and final Iron Defense has been set up.
This Registeel is all ready to go. No more Iron Defenses needed in this turn. And I like the way that Romans adapted to Game 1, where the Registeel attacked into the Gouging Fire, but it got hit into the Burning Bulwark. I kind of feel like this is a situation where Roman can just ignore the Gouging Fire now, not really worry about it too much, because it can't break down the Registeel if the Registeel doesn't get burned. And so you just wait for your opportunity to be able to try to knock out this Primarina.
And I think this may result in a situation where Registeel's just too scared to try to focus down into the Gouging Fire as a result of it, but because of the -1 via the Breaking Swipe into its attack, not going to be dealing that much damage, but very close with a double up body press, completely ignoring the fact that that is a fairy type Pokemon on the other side of the field, with +6 in its defense being used for the body press. Resistances don't become a thing anymore.
No, they don't. And these two Pokemon are going to be able to recover a little bit of HP from the leftovers, but the Primarina doesn't look like it's in the best spot right now. The trouble is for Jamie is we know that that Chen Pao is in the back, and if Primarina does switch into the Chen Pao, then it's definitely taking a knockout, and Jamie needs all the damage that he can. Fortunately for Jamie, though, I think that Liquid Voice boosted Hyper Voice did just enough to put this Registeel in Sacred Sword range.
Oh, but we do have the burning bulwark coming out and picking up its first potential victim with the Registeel. But no, the Registeel actually did the correct focus onto the Primarina, does completely bypass that, picks up the KO, and all of a sudden we have a very hungry GM Pao wanting to come onto the field. But it's got to kind of get rid of 2 targets at once, which we know at the moment it's definitely not capable of doing so.
Well, especially with the Ogerpon having the ability to follow me away any attacks. The Gouging Fire will go before the Chen Pao, and if this Ogerpon was a little bit lower or hadn't terrestrialized into a pure water type, it would be able to do so. But now Chen Pao, in fact, no, Chen Pao is the faster Pokemon because the Gouging Fire doesn't have its booster energy boost on its photosynthesis anymore. But even so, all that Roman needs is for 1 redirection away. That body press at 6 stages of increased defense will easily be enough to pick up this Terra Electric Chen Pao.
And this leaves us in a bit of a bait situation. Does the Ogerpon go for the spiky shield here or go for the follow me? But yeah, it's just the follow me right now, wanting to play it safe. No need to try to go for the read, as Terra Blast will be coming out, and at that range will most definitely be able to pick up the KO. They're super effective, of course. Chen Pao, Electric Terra type, definitely not something you commonly see across all fronts of the various regulations set rule formats. How further boosting both itself as well as the Chen Pao, now wanting to set up for that endgame scenario you were talking about, Ben, there. The focus of the Sacred Sword.
Yeah, and actually it's going to get an opportunity there. The body press going into the Gouging Fire. That's a 1-hit knockout. Oh, but wow, especially boosted by the Sword of Ruin from the Chen Pao. Now that Chen Pao with an increased stage of attack, it's a difficult one to call there, Costa, but I'm pretty sure it will be able to knock out the Registeel. Unfortunately for Jamie, there is also that Urshifu in the back.
Yeah, and it does have, of course, the Focus Sash, which just means all Roman needs to do is focus down, get that damage, and just pick up the KO. I think Focus Sash just allowing yourself to be able to be put in that spot, as the Registeel is felled finally through that Sacred Sword. But unfortunately, not looking like it's quite enough for this. Roman actually doing a really good job in trying to bring this back to a 3-game set.
And I think he will, because that Urshifu is carrying the Focus Sash, where it's been able to get the close combat. It does more damage than Wicked Blow, so you might as well go for it there. A Sucker Punch coming out from that Chen Pao, but the close combat landing into that Chen Pao is enough to pick up the KO, and Roman will be taking this set to a game 3.
Very exciting, very high pressure. Also, I'm sure, very stressful for both trainers. Yeah. I'm already feeling the stress, and I'm not even on the task desk right now. I think Roman doing an absolute phenomenal job there. Actually opting out from previous strategies that we had seen with the Iron Bundle not being able to follow through with all of its utility as it would have liked.
I think the story of that Iron Bundle from game 1 was it was like, hey, yeah, it's in a good position, but Jamie made the right call at the right time. Yeah. And instead, Jamie deciding to opt for a different strategy in game 2, try and maybe shake things up, catch Roman off guard. But I think the key in that game 2 was that Corviknight, which looked really threatening right at the start of the game, just didn't have enough in the tank where Roman was able to just set up and set up and set up. And it's like, hey, yeah, you can knock out my Incineroar, but I'm going to get my Registeel set up because of that, and then I'm just going to body press everything.
It's the difference between the +2 versus the +1 build-up, right? You need to be able to at least shut down and disrupt the Registeel at some point whilst trying to capitalize off of your own boost on your end. And it did, like you mentioned, look like Jamie had a really good setup going. The Brave Bird immediately threatening that Ogerpon, which forced the switch in, and that was huge damage. But it's just something he really needs to take into consideration going into game 3.
And it's going to be the same lead coming out from Roman, but again, another switch up from Jamie, catching the Incineroar on the lead with his Ogerpon there, activating the Defiant. Primarina ready and waiting to get set up. But that Ogerpon has access to that all-important superpower boosted by the Defiant, will be easily enough to pick up a KO on an Incineroar, but also I think maybe could be quite relevant. That Iron Defense hasn't yet gone up with the Registeel. Maybe this is the turn to put some damage down onto Roman's Registeel in the early game to make sure it doesn't become an endgame.
And I think one of the other things that we don't actually quite see often on Ogerpons is taunt as an option. And that is such a key player, making sure that you can stop this Registeel's onslaught of being able to get those multiple iron defenses set up. So being able to at least try to slow it down here, there you go, you already see the result.
First time it's actually
switched out, right? It's clearly aware of the situation.
It is, as an Ogerpon does switch in, and we're going to see some Terra options from these trainers, and I must admit the Incineroar going for the Terra there does not surprise me in the slightest.
No, it doesn't. As it is the water terrestrialization, you want to try and forego your weakness to the fighting type. But the question is, was there any read? No, there wasn't. It was just a superpower. Deals so much damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That is so much. +1, 2-hit KO. Sure, of course, as a result, you're going to be dropping your attack and your defense straight after, perhaps allowing yourself to be susceptible to a revenge KO here with the Flare Blitz, as we did not see a fake out. There is a Flare Blitz, and there is a KO, and all of a sudden, Ogerpon looking like it had so much going on for its side and its trainer. It's just been knocked out game 1, sorry, should I say turn 1, whilst Registeel has been safeguarded in the back.
Yeah, but I think like the fact is in that situation, what you have to do is decide: do you go after the Ogerpon or do you stop the Primarina from getting the Calm Mines going? And because the Calm Mine has been able to go off for free for this Primarina, yeah, okay, Roman's dispatched the Ogerpon, but if this Primarina kind of gets a little bit more set up, and certainly with a bit of support from this Chen Pao, then it's potentially going to be able to sweep through the rest of Roman's team if left unchecked. Of course, while that body press hasn't been set up with the iron defense on the Registeel, the Primarina's got a lot more scope to be able to go for a Terra Steel in this situation, and that's going to make it a lot better against Ogerpon on Roman's side of the field. So there's a lot of moving parts still going on here, and I think overall I like the way that Jamie has managed to get at least something set up.
And I think that is the key thing, right? You want to make sure that the Registeel is not on the field whilst you are setting up in order to be able to outpace it by the time it does come in the subsequent turns. But Electric Terra type Chien Pao, look, staring down a water type Incineroar, which is great. The follow me redirection is available, but there is no follow me redirection coming out from this Ogerpon. Terra Blast is able to directly pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, likely giving a bit of an indication that this Ogerpon wants to try to focus down that Primarina with the Horn Leeches. It has not been susceptible to Intimidate drops. It does. Oh wait, no, there's no Horn Leech.
There you go.
There's just a raw Ivy Cudgel straight into it, allowing Primarina to pick up a 2-hit KO range damage there, which is not something I actually expected there, Ben.
Jamie holding his nerve yet again and not going for the protect where it would be the obvious play. Roman kind of playing into that. But now the Urshifu joins the field, and because Chen Pao's now an electric type, Sucker Punch will be doing a neutral damage, and it's probably likely that the Chen Pao is in KO range and maybe forced to think about going for a Sucker Punch there. And if Roman reads into that, maybe it's a wicked blow coming out from the Urshifu. So lots of mind games coming out in this particular spot. What's clear, though, is that this Primarina does need to be dealt with as quickly as possible for Roman.
And I think you do have the obvious play of the Sucker Punches there. It is an electric Terra type on the Chien Pao. It may go for... Actually, it just focused on the Ogerpon. Oh, wow, he gave it away. The Ogerpon is down for the count right now. Of course, the slower Sucker Punch will not be effective. Jamie opting for the most optimal turn right there, allowing this Moonblast to bring the Urshifu straight down to its single, unfortunately lonely hit point because of the Focus Sash, bringing the Registeel in right now. And like you said, Ben, there's a lot of focus going into this Primarina doing an incredible job right now.
And all it has to do is click Hyper Voice for the rest of the match. Jamie just making sure that Primarina is taking a little bit less damage by removing the Sword of Ruin from play, instead opting to bring in that Basque Legion, holding the Choice Scarf in its stead. Double protect coming out from Roman, just kind of making sure that he's not falling foul of any Sucker Punch here, as the Hyper Voice is going to shout its way into both of those protects, and they're both going to shrug that off.
They most definitely will be. And we're in a situation where it's quite interesting. Basque Legion is on the field right now. We know Basque Legions, they may be susceptible to one-hit KOs from Sucker Punches from certain types of Urshifu single strikes. It introduces another layer of mind games.
Well, the thing here in this situation is we know how little damage the Primarina takes from the Registeel when it's not been set up. And so, yeah, Jamie can just lock into an Aqua Jet here. That's going to be going first from the Sucker Punch because it is a priority move. Basque Legion holding the Choice Scarf, so is going to be faster. Iron Defense coming out from the Registeel, boosting its defenses, but its defenses are not going to help it take less damage from that Hyper Voice, boosted by the Liquid Voice, turned into a Water type, and that's doing a lot of damage, Costa.
It's doing a lot of damage, and the fact that Chien Pao is in the back will likely lock this one up, as there's no switch outs for good reason from Jamie's side. Aqua Jet focusing down on it. We actually see the Heavy Slam being opted as the choice there, not being able to do much, and there you have it, Jamie being able to bring it back in a very well stellar fashion.
Sometimes, Costa, I really do like shouting at my opponent until I make it to the winning position, and that's exactly what Jamie has been able to do in this set. Maybe interspersed with a few Moonblast as well. Roman understanding that the writing is on the wall, and Jamie Boyd will be taking the win. He'll be taking his world invite, and he'll be locking up his day 2.
And in what stellar fashion as well, Jamie being able to bring that Ogerpon well back into the fray. A Pokemon that, with the multiple variants that are available, hasn't actually been able to, you know, like create that much diversity. But when you've got a Teal Mask with the availability of Defiant, and you're able to position yourself in that way that Jamie did in Game 3, was quite nice, because you had that immediate superpower focus that Roman has to respect immediately.
And even if, you know, it was the Incineroar going down, or maybe the Incineroar goes for the fake out onto the Primarina, maybe it doesn't, but either way, when you get that Water Terror going and the superpower still does like 70% to your Incineroar, Jamie's probably sitting in that situation going like, okay, yeah, fine. That's not a problem, because the Incineroar's one of those Pokemon that likes to switch out, switch back in, get those Intimidates onto the field, reset those fake out turns. Well, it can't do that too much when it takes, you know, 20, 30% every time it does that. There's only limited times that can actually be able to happen. So I think Jamie was happy with that trade one way or the other.
Do you think then that the Basque Legion adaptation, I think it was the correct one? It may have been a game too late, I feel, but he did incredibly well, because Game 2 we saw the Corviknight bring, right? Yeah. And it, to a certain degree, made a lot of sense, but unfortunately, it just wasn't able to get that outpacing, you know, trend going that it needed to in order to just lock down the Registeel, which is sort of what we saw in the beginning. Being able to threaten the Registeel forces it out in order to allow the Primarina to get the setup.
Yeah, and I think the Primarina was really the star of that Game 3. I don't think the Basque Legion was necessarily a bad pick, and we saw it actually, you know, do quite a lot of work with that Aqua Jet, making sure that the Primarina was going to be able to do its thing in the Endgame and just get those Hyper Voices off uncontested. But it could have been really difficult for Jamie if he wasn't able to put that pressure onto the Registeel so early. If Roman was able to get that set up, then the Basque Legion, even with a boost to Last Respects, probably would have struggled to be able to deal with that Pokemon. And you know, at the end of the day, it can Last Respects as many times as it likes. The Registeel has to go for the Heavy Slam rather than the more powerful Body Press. But eventually the Heavy Slam might take it to a position where it's able to win. So yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag there with Basque Legion, but with the way that it turned out, it was the right Pokemon, I think, to bring in the back.
Were there any further adaptations you felt that Roman could have made going into that Game 3? Or was it just completely locked down because of how the board state was.
You know, going into Game 3 against a player like Jamie, if Rowan was aware of the way that Jamie plays and he likes to, really adapt to his opponent, I think there was an opportunity maybe for Roman to, not lead the same as in Game 2 and try and maybe catch Jamie out a little bit. If we saw the Ogerpon and the Registeel like we saw in Game 1 come into the fray into Game 3, I think Jamie would have had a little bit of a harder time and Roman would have been able to get that Registeel a little bit more set up, where, you get the opportunity to put pressure onto the Primarina with the Horn Leech. You don't have an Incineroar in the lead, therefore the Ogerpon doesn't get its boost to its damage and to be able to put on as much offensive pressure to the Registeel. But then, of course, you also get that ability to go for the Follow Me. So I think a little bit of more variation there could have been good for Roman, but that's only if he knows how Jamie tends to operate, and that's one of the mind games that's so difficult to play, especially after you've been playing Pokemon for 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, that just goes to show that's a great virtue that I really wish I could share. I really wish I could have carrying on going into tournaments, but no, that is why they, of course, are over on the stream desk there. And just doing an incredible job about it. I think both trainers at the stage that they're at, they've been through a lot. They've been absolutely through a lot. And I'm so curious to actually see all the different matchups that they've had to actually fight through, to be able to reach this stage. Roman, sure, lost this game, but they still have that potential of reaching day 2. It's still all up for grabs, and it's going to be their winning in.
It is going to be the winning in. It's certainly the innovation that Roman's had. I really do. We said it before the game, if you've just tuned in, that Registeel and the support that Roman had available to it, using the Iron Bundle, using the Incineroar, using the Ogerpon, supporting with damaging options like Urshifu Single Strike, is a really great way to make sure that you're consistently getting that Registeel set up. And it takes a great player and a certain type of team composition to be able to put pressure on Pokemon like Registeel, and I think Roman definitely fell foul of the fact that one, against Jamie Boyd, good player, obviously, of course, but also a player that was bringing some other spicy picks like Primarina.
Well, yeah, and then you got the Chien-Pao Electric Terror type Salt Vest, and already puts you into a world of hurt when you've got a Water Terror on a couple of your Pokemon that leaves you to the point where you really need take a hard, long thought on whether I should commit to this Terror and whether, that creates that susceptibility of being swept mid to end game from that Chien-Pao.
And we saw how bulky that Chien-Pao was as well, because it took a close combat, and it was a neutral close combat rather than a super effective one, but it had nearly a third of its health left up for grabs. And I really do want to hear a little bit more from Jamie about that Chien-Pao and the rest of the Pokemon on his team. So without further ado, let's kick it over to the couch with Lee to interview the winner of our round 8 here at the Liverpool Regional Championships, Jamie Boyd.
Thank you so much, Ben and Costa. Well, everyone at home, I have the pleasure to be joined by our winner of the last round, Jamie Boyd. How are you feeling, Jamie?
It's great to win on stream. It's great to get into day 2, but it's also great to get your Worlds invite after you missed last year. So, I'm feeling fantastic right now.
All the style points from that last round, like you say, on stream and doing it, getting that Worlds invite, huge congratulations, locking that up. That's just such an amazing thing to be able to achieve at this stage in the season. You've got so many events left if you would choose to go to any. But having it locked up, just securing that is amazing. And then obviously making day 2 as well, so that you're not finished at all by any means. And you did it. I had us on the edge of the seats in the back there, whether or not you were going to be able to get it over the line. It looked a bit iffy at times, but you managed to pull it through with real style. And you've got, as always, in true Jamie Boyd fashion, some real picks as well. So I'm just going to allow you to talk to us about the team for a moment, because you've got the Primarina, the Terra Electric Chien-Pao as well. Can you just talk us through the team a little bit and your thinking behind it?
Yeah, so the first 4 mons came together in 2 seconds. It was literally just like a combination of just, wow, these 4 are immediately good together. And that's the Basculegion, Chien-Pao, Gouging Fire, and the Ogerpon Teal Mask. And it was just, okay, so Gouging Fire, I lost to a speed boosting one in the local tournament I went to, and that was like, oh, I'm going to steal this. This is brilliant. Oh, but wait a minute. Teal Mask Oakmon gets the speed boost and still would be slower, so I can howl it while having the speed boost. Oh, wait a minute. I used to use Basket Legion and Chien-Pao back in Regulation D, and Basket Legion would also still underspeed the Gouging Fire and benefit from the howl boost. Oh, wait a minute. This is actually a great team. I built it in 2 seconds. So, and then just rounding out with the Corviknight in the Prime-Marina. Corviknight's been kind of iffy. It seemed like it was the right Pokemon, and it won round 5 on its own. But Prime-Marina's been the MVP, I think, overall.
Yeah, the one thing I really loved from the team was that Prime-Marina, and, you know, I think players tend to run it one specific way with the choice specs normally is how you say it, or an Assault Vest maybe, but you're running the Calm Mind on it, and it really paid off in that last game in particular because it gave you were able to like notice moments in the game where you were able to kind of get that Calm Mind set up and really capitalize on it. And I think the choice of terrestrialization in that game, in particular in that one, a lot of the time you think, well, you want to probably get the Steel Terra onto the Prime-Marina, but it puts you in a worse position against the Registeel, which was so threatening.
Yeah.
And doing it with the Chien-Pao as well and taking advantage of that electric Terra type was just so good throughout most of the sets there, especially one.
Yeah, I've been maintaining the electric Chien-Pao, like specifically the Assault Vest one is just the best one. Everyone's just Focus Sash and, you know, it's good, but the coverage you miss out on by not having at least an electric is brilliant. Electric is a really good defensive Terra typing for it as well, mainly because of steel typing, and then you get to resist that. And then you survive loads of things. You don't need to invest fully into speed. You Sucker Punch a lot of the time anyway. You don't need speed when you're Sucker Punching. So, yeah, you get to invest all into bulk, and then your Chien-Pao survives so many things it really shouldn't do. Like, it can survive a Dazzling Gleam from a Fluttermane's Choice Spec Fluttermane. So, like, that's without the Terra. So, yeah, like, Assault Vest, it frees up so much because it gives way more flexibility in the coverage that is available, because I literally have perfect coverage. I don't think there's a single Pokemon that can resist all 4 of the attacks it has.
And that's like one of the huge advantages of having that. And like I say, I think it's the first time I've seen an electric Terra Assault Vest Chien-Pao, other than, you know, maybe when I've seen you run similar things in the past. But I think the one thing in that match was how important the Chien-Pao was to the matchup, because we saw how dominating the Registeel was and how much of a threat it was, and how if you give it too much room, especially in Game 2, it got those iron defenses up, and then the body press was just doing too much damage.
Yeah.
And I think the way you played the Chien-Pao in Game 3 in particular, keeping it right until the last moment, and I think it was a good example as well to our viewers at home, especially maybe new players, of how sitting on your terrestrialization until the last moment, until you actually need it, it can be a real value in playing out and closing games up.
Yeah, I would absolutely say so. And you're saying like newer players as well. That was Roman's first tournament. You could, I couldn't tell.
No, definitely not.
That was brilliant from him. Yeah, and some advice that I usually give people when they're asking for like just any kind of advice is don't overload on purely physical attackers or purely special attackers, because what happens when you run into those iron defense Pokemon? And then I was a huge hypocrite and ran 5 physical attackers. So Registeel was always going to be a huge issue, but yeah, like managing to play around it was very difficult. Didn't manage it in that Game 2. Game 3, I thought my adjustment was pretty good into an Incineroar Registeel, and then, okay, Terra Water, that was actually really strong to be able to deal with my Oakmon, because it would have obviously KO'd the Incineroar and freed up the taunt to be able to taunt the Registeel, but he countered that really well.
Yeah, it made it a lot more difficult after the turn 1, where we did see the water terrestrialization. The thing that I wanted to ask you about was, after Game 2, you made the adjustment to bring the Basket Legion, and when you look at what the Registeel had in its arsenal, it had access to the Heavy Slam and then the Body Press, really matches well up into that Registeel.
Yeah.
What was your hesitation about not bringing it in Game 2 and bringing the Corviknight?
Well, I bought it in Game 1 and didn't need it. I won with 3 Pokemon, so yeah, like the Basket Legion, well, I don't want to say it didn't feel necessary, but because I managed to win without it, it was like, okay, let's try a slight adjustment. Oh, that didn't work, so I've got to go back to this Basket Legion here. So, yeah, like it did match up really well, and I always had in the back of my head when I brought the Basket Legion to both of those games of, okay, so if it's Basket Legion versus Registeel, doesn't really matter if it's got like a couple of iron defenses behind it, like because you can barely hit me at all. Your Heavy Slam won't do much, and your Body Press can't hit me at all. So, yeah, the Basket Legion did seem like it would be reasonably important, but actually, it didn't come to Game 1 and aquajetted a couple of times in Game 3, so it did seem like it would be one of my better answers against Registeel, so I'm quite happy I managed to win against the Registeel despite actually not really utilizing the Basque Legion.
Yeah, it's nice actually because it almost gives you a little bit of a security blanket when you know you've got it in the back and you can bring it in. It's going to have such a good matchup into the Registeel, in particular, in case it does get those iron defenses up and you think, oh no, this is getting out of control here. But you know, having it in the back, and especially with the last respect as well, where it can really start to pile on a bit more damage, it does give you a bit of freedom in allowing you. But I like the fact that you really didn't put so much emphasis on that being the Pokemon that you had to bring in at the end, and really utilized all the other options you had at your disposal, even after the bad start, losing the Ogerpon, which wasn't ideal in that situation.
Yeah, I think the Primarina was probably the key part, mainly because it's the special attacker. So the way I viewed it was more, let's keep the Primarina safe from the Ogerpon is the main way I was trying to approach it, because the Primarina will pretty much beat the Registeel unless it gets to +6 defense. But yeah, like that was the main focus. Like, obviously Registeel is going to be an issue, but Primarina is technically one of my better counters to it because it's the special attacker, so it would bypass all the iron defenses. So that was my main focus there, and I think Primarina's done pretty well, and it's done great across the tournament. I would say, like, if I had to say an MVP of the tournament so far, it is the Primarina.
I love to hear that. One of my favorite Pokemon as well, and you piloted so well, Jamie. I'm not going to keep you too much longer because you've got one more round to go today, so I will let you have some time to yourself to gather your thoughts, celebrate as well on all your accomplishments so far, making day 2 the World's Invite. Again, from me, myself, I'm so happy for you. Great to see you performing so well and locking in that World's Invite. But before we go, Jamie, have you got any shout-outs, anything that you would like to end up on?
Yeah, shout-outs to all of the EU casters. You're doing such a great job here in Liverpool. Even though I haven't actually been able to hear you at all, I'm sure you're doing a great job, as you always do.
Well, Jamie, it's always a pleasure. Good luck in your last round. We're looking forward to seeing more of you in your Primarina tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think Dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really, insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or your stomach gets a little worked up because you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Poem
Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now, Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
It's the last round of day 1 here in Liverpool. So are you flagging? You need a bit of energy? Well, I know 2 people who can give that back to you. Charlie Merriman here on the desk with Costa Dynamos. Costa, got a fun fact about Liverpool for you.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Yes.
Apparently, the very first city in the world to have an air conditioning system.
What?
I know, it's cold enough already, right?
I know, it's like, why do you need it?
Yeah, but in the 1850s, apparently, they worked out a system with pipes, steam, water to air condition one of the buildings here in Liverpool. So
I could get you one as well. An interesting fact, that is. But not an air condition.
Yeah, we don't need that.
So I think Liverpool back in like 1870-ish, around that time actually, became the first modern city, or should I say the first city in the world to have a modern intercity railway, apparently. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, the railway is quite actually nice here. Very, very well supported. Seems like they've done a really good job for the following 140 years. So being able to establish that. But no, I think it is obviously the home of the Beatles, right?
Right,
like,
for sure.
It's a big shout out there. But we are here for the 2024 Liverpool Pokémon Regional Championships. So far, Charlie, I think we definitely have had our fair share of a lot of action.
So
today.
much action, so many fascinating battles that we've had on stream. Definitely go back and check out this video if you haven't been able to tune in so far. We've just had Jamie Boyd with a Terra Electric Chien-Pao. Yes, you heard all of those words correctly. Yep. We had a team that featured Serena Mamoswine earlier. We didn't get to feature those Pokemon on stream, but the rise of Porygon 2, Ting Lu as well, that's back. It's been fascinating to see, and really all of the action is going on here in Liverpool, and if you have missed it, then where have you been?
Yeah, indeed, and if you have missed that, I think Charlie mentioned it as well, check it back. Of course, this is just day 1. We've got a lot of fierce competitors going into day 2. I think there have been so many matches that we've thought, oh, I wish I could maybe vote for it. I wish I could try to like feature it out. And guess what, everybody, on Twitch, of course, you have the opportunity to go ahead, get your votes in for the community vote of your choice. Which match will you want to go ahead and actually preview for us? So I know we're going to get a couple of options, next couple of moments, of course, that will be popping up on screen. But every single time, I think we only had, was it once or twice? It may have been just once. The community vote earlier, I think every single option was completely viable.
Yeah, well, I mean, they all are at this stage in the competition as well. So late in the day here, the trainers who perhaps going for a win and in situation for day 2 tomorrow, trainers who already guaranteed it, having a fantastic tournament. Shortly we'll be able to see the menu that you can choose from of which match that we're going to be sampling here, but they're all going to be crackers. So, you know, don't think about it too much. They're all going to be absolutely fantastic matches.
No, I know, and I think there's been a lot of variety with what we've seen actually on preview today. You know, who would have expected Porygon 2 to make such a big splash going into today in the way that it does, you know, actually take advantage of the poison terror of choice in that scenario. All of a sudden, you've got some local powerhouses of the recent new Pokemon games, you know, the Flood of Main, Chi-Yu. We know how terrifying that combination is, but they can't exactly pick up the KO if they wanted to fully double down on a Porygon 2, unless you've got some sort of sun set up and maybe photosynthesis boosted special attack choice specs plus overheat, then sure. But good luck trying to get that set up on turn 1 in a game 1.
Right, exactly. And I mean, so much of it, Bolt, comes from that Eviolite held item. So my eyes are on you, Incineroar, with that knockoff. Could be able to go for that to take away that item, remove some of the bulk, and deal with Porygon 2 more effectively. But the thing I've been so impressed by is not only how many hits Porygon 2 can take, but also the damage it can deal back. Because if you get lucky and get a boost to your special attack with the download ability, then obviously that's going to help. But also, of course, Porygon 2, one of the very few Pokemon who, outside of Terrestrializing, can get really good damage off with Terra Blast.
Yeah, because it does take advantage of the same type attack bonus, of course, and it's such a nice little pick for it as well. You wouldn't actually expect it once you put it into the setting of the current meta. You're like, oh, wait, you know what? That does actually make a lot of sense. And we've been able to see both Alex and Eric go ahead and guide that in such stellar fashion with that combination, I think, of we've got the Team Lu that you mentioned, we've got that Incineroar, and then, you know, just popping a Moongas just for, you know, like good measure. And all of a sudden, you've got a core of 4 Pokemon, and that's not even talking about the Combo O, Charlie, where they could actually run through your team if you are not able to get those critical KOs straight off the bat.
Yeah, speaking of Stellar, we've seen a Terra Stellar Urshifu earlier on stream as well, but will that be featured in our next match? Well, it's down to you. Let's get our community choices up on screen, ready for you to choose from, which is going to be our final Swiss round of the day. It's in your hands, trainers. With great power comes great responsibility, and just look at the selection we have for you.
We've got a variety of trainers. We're going to be starting off on the top with Sergio Sanchez versus Kyle Doran, followed up by Francesco Pardini versus Leo Gordon. I think Francesco, one of those staple names that, you know, such a trainer which has been, got a lot of accolades to themselves, has been playing for a lot of years, you know, ever since I'd even dare say 2012, if I'm not mistaken. It's just been a very big pillar in the Italian community, especially with team building.
Yeah, and then these other 2 matches here, Jack Marshall, Yu Hang Chung, and Jack Clark versus Adria Tam. Cast your vote on Twitch, trainers. Let us know what you want to see, and it will be our pleasure to bring that match to you. And as these trainers are deciding, Costa, which Pokemon would you like to see coming out on stream next?
Oh, I mean, we've seen a lot more Pokemon than I would have actually expected to see. And I was thinking, wait, I think we were just talking about it. It's like, Serena? Wait, what? Serena? Is it actually... It makes sense. You got Queenly Majesty, sort of have a pseudo Farigiraf, you know, Armor Tail blocking priority scenario going. But I feel like something that's been missing. We've seen a bit of Landorus Incarnate, but I want to see a bit more from, I'd say, Walking Weight. We did actually see it earlier on in stream today, but I feel like that Pokemon really needs to be higher than what it is. I know there was a lot of hype going into it, and then it sort of died down a bit because didn't see as many sun modes going with the photosynthesis and the Torkoal jetpack. But I personally am an avid fan of Walking Weight, and I would very much appreciate seeing it again.
Well, we'll have to see if that pans out. But it's a really good point, Costa, because also I feel like the Paradox Pokemon, the new Paradox Pokemon that we've seen the most on stream today is actually Gouging Fire, which is where is, you know, no longer the Raging Bolt that we saw do so well in Portland. And of course, there are quite a few Raging Bolts still out there today in the tournament. But Gouging Fire really making his mark. We haven't seen any Iron Crowns either.
Wait, Iron who? Iron Leaves? Wait, what?
Or them, or Boulder. I'd love to see an Iron Boulder. Mighty Cleave, go through Protect.
I have not seen an Iron Boulder at all so far, and I really want to see that new signature move. It's like, you know, you got a potential broken move similar to the situation, at least with Urshifu. It has Unseen Fist, of course, but being able to break through Protect and just deal the regular damage is just so powerful. And Rock type is a great offensive typing,
yeah, it is.
but unfortunately the Iron Boulder, it's got a bit of a weird defensive typing as a whole, so might be one of those things that trainers take into consideration and not actually going ahead and opting in for it as much.
Yeah, exactly. Rock and Psychic, difficult to maneuver around, but why don't we take a look at the match that you have selected for our stream? You've cast your vote, and we're going to be seeing Sergio Sanchez versus Carl Doran.
That will be a great one. I think Sergio, we've featured across the years, of course, being one of those notable players from the Spanish region, of course, and always able to just have those really well-built teams, you know, having a very good balance to it. You have the necessary amount of damage output in, let's say, carries as, you know, like big powerhouses, but you've got the options of having those defensive switches. I know he quite likes having that pivot play going. I think akin to Eric Rios. I think infamously we had seen last season, if I'm not mistaken, the oh my lord, the Iron Hands pivot action going with the Volt switches, and then you got the defensive prowess stuff going there. But I think being able to see maybe something like that would be really interesting from Sergio, but left to be seen.
Yeah, and then Carl Doran on the other side there. I'm not so familiar with Carl. I can't wait to see what Carl will be bringing to this situation, but doubtless all of the trainers that were on that selection there have been having a fantastic tournament so far, so they're going to be at the top of their game, keeping that momentum going. It's the last round of Swiss. They're going to be feeling a little bit tired, but the players who can capitalize on that, find that extra bit of energy from somewhere, have a snack, have a little sip of water, that's going to pay dividends.
It really will, especially when you're about to go into a win and in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of the most grueling, toughest things that you can experience as a trainer. But at the same time, it feels so rewarding when you're able to actually go ahead and get that vital win, get the day 2 qualification, and all of a sudden, you know, everything's just changed. You've put in so much work and sweat, and just through the whole day, there's so much exhaustion around the field from all players, and just being able to finish off on that good note is what everyone is trying to look for.
I like how you call out the sweat that trainers are putting in as well, specifically.
Well, specifically, I mean, I've definitely felt it sometimes, that these lights, as well, yeah, especially on the casting section. But yeah, no, I think it's just the fact that there's a lot going into this, a lot of passion, a lot of feelings, and just being able to feel proud of yourself, no matter the result, and just be happy with, you know, like communing and seeing all of your friends as well. It's just a great, beautiful thing.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the community spirit here is so strong, so many players here in the venue today, our biggest EU regional ever. And yes, you're so right, being on stage under those lights is a very different experience from being just in the venue at a desk by yourself in your own thoughts. You know, you're being broadcast to so many people, and it's, again, that's just another distraction to try and evade and just stay focused on the game at hand.
And I think it sort of takes a lot of experience to be able to, you know, reach the stage as, you know, like trainers such as Eric Rios, which we know is quite infamous, one of those big powerhouses of the EU that best represents our region. And go up against them. You know, we saw Mark earlier on, first time being streamed up against Eric. You know, there's a lot that goes on in everyone's thoughts, especially when you're being streamed for the first time, but being able to just be okay with it, remind yourself this is just a game in the end of the day, regardless of the environment. All that matters is what's going on the screen right now.
Yeah, and it's so easy to be distracted from that, but an absolutely exceptional performance earlier against Eric. Do go back and check out that match if you haven't already. And speaking of win and ins, Jamie Boyd in that previous round could not have had a more crucial winner in not only having got into day 2 now, but also locked up his World Championships invite. So huge congratulations to our fellow EU caster, Jamie Boyd, and certainly bringing the spice as he always does. But he's having an absolutely phenomenal season, so we love to see it.
Yeah, I think you do, even though, you know, like, we kid around with Jamie every now and then. You're like, nah, yeah, well, roaring moon, no, roaring mid. But he did kind of, like, get that trend going, which is quite good. And he's just one of those players that you know he has such great potential in directly influencing the meta. And when he does, oh boy, does it get influenced.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing that more supportive Roaring Moon to the fray, as well as Ice Spinner on Urshifu. What about some of the other trainers here in the venue in Liverpool? How are they doing? Let's take a look at the standings and find out how the players are getting on here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. Just take a look at that. 2 8-0s at the top there with Roberto Parente and Juan Perello from Italy and Spain, respectively.
Yeah, I think we've got a very good amount of representation from a couple of regions here. Guillermo actually like bringing it straight up to 7-1 as well. Worth noting, I think we're kind of surprised, but then also not surprised. We've got some very well-known names going on. Barish keeping his very good progress so far in the tournament, up to scratches, being able to just go ahead and get that qualification to day 2, as 7-1s are already in. But yeah, I think being able to have just a great stellar amount of these players already in day 2 is such a great thing. Especially, I think Nico Davide Conieta is one of those trainers that I think has so much great potential. Previous international champion of Oceania as well. You know, it's always a pleasure to be able to actually get to witness Davide in action.
Yeah, and what a team. Look at that. Registeel and the Cresselia. We were just talking about Raging Bolt. There it is. Unconfirmed as to which style of Urshifu that is, but could be a very nice Firewater Grass core alongside Rillaboom and Incineroar there. Registeel we've just seen in that previous match with Jamie Boyd, and a Pokemon that you need to get set up, but take too much time doing that, and things can get a little bit hairy. Fairy Terror type is what we saw before, but clearly it's working out well for Davide.
Yeah, I think a very interesting combination there that you don't commonly see. Cresselia and Registeel. I guess you can have that additional support with Cresselia. You know, you got Levitate. I'm not sure if there's any sort of funky business going on with ally switches there in order to, you know, allow Registeel to avoid any critically super effective moves from the ground types. But something that we know that Cresselia can offer any additional healing support with as well. Just being one of those Pokemon, similar to the Porygon 2, being a nuisance because of the fact that it can last so long on the field.
Yeah, Cresselia and Registeel both lasting so long on the field, and Raging Bolt has ample bulk to work with there as well. And as I take a look at some of those other names, yes, you see it right, trainers. Joseph Ugarte is here in Liverpool, coming all the way over from the NA region to compete, and of course having a fantastic tournament, despite, as he told me, a 22-hour journey to get here.
Oh wow, yeah. 22 hours.
Yeah.
I'm sure it shouldn't take that long, should it? Surely.
It shouldn't, but who knows? I don't know. I don't know what methods they were using. I don't know if it was a particularly slow plane. Who knows?
But the important thing is, of course, Joe is able to be here, present right now, going ahead and proving a very good reason as to his decision-making when it comes to attending here. And we do often quite get a couple of trainers from across the pond making their way through, especially to the UK major events that we host every couple of seasons in a row, and we do. So I think Joe, once again, coming off from very powerful performance, I think he is really chasing that title, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be one of those highly valid candidates we'll be looking going into day 2.
Yeah, but in terms of the Pokemon that we're looking at going into day 2, what about Gouging Fire? Pokemon that we've just been talking about as potentially the Paradox Pokemon that we've seen most commonly on stream so far, or at least the brand new ones. There have been a fair number of Fluttermane as well. Burn to the touch certainly does. Burning Bulwark, of course, any physical attacks going into that slot, you're going to receive a burn.
You're definitely going to receive a burn, and you're going to have to try to run away unscathed from it. And it sort of introduces this scenario where you're a bit scared in trying to target that slot with your physical offensive Pokemon because of the fact that it has
that really good defense stat to it. It's just so bulky. And then you combine that with the booster energy. You train it in order to get that speed boost with that item proc. And all of a sudden, you got this Pokemon that are very capable of not only supporting via increasing your itself as well as its partner Pokemon's attack via Howl. You got the options of Breaking Swipe, damage mitigation on the other side of the field for any non-fairy type Pokemon. And then you've got Heat Crash, for example, which has been chosen as such a powerful move on this Pokemon because of how heavy it is as well. It can pick up some sudden KOs that you honestly wouldn't expect it to.
Yeah, I mean, all timelines of Entei have got to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Oh, yeah.
We see a lot of Entei and we see a lot of its past form, Gouging Fire. Howl has been so clutch on stream, at least today, and I'm sure elsewhere in the venue as well. Getting that boost to not only yourself, but also your partner, even if your partner protects, that's absolutely huge.
Yeah, and Dragon Dance is something I haven't seen as often, something I would very much like to see more often, because all of a sudden you've got this support mode, but then you could go straight on the offensive, and as long as you've got that additional support on your side, maybe a redirection or any sort of fake out pressure, who knows, combine the Incineroar, that could work out quite well for it as long as it's well positioned with a booster energy proc, depending on which stat it tries to target.
Yeah, well, why don't we jump in our time machine now, Costa, and take a look at the present day Entei, which is, of course, what Gouging Fire seems to be the predecessor of. Entei, a Pokemon that did so well right back in the very first event of Regulation Set F Portland. Unstoppable support when equipped with an Assault Vest. It can certainly soak up a lot of attacks, but you could go for that Choice Band with Terra Normal for those big extreme speeds as well.
Yeah, and that does tend to be a very good choice when you've got that Chi-Power and Dragonite accompanied by your side. I think we did already go ahead and see Alex Underhill be able to bring that up with the win he was able to accomplish back in Portland Regionals earlier this month. But we've all of a sudden been seeing a bit of a rise in Choice Scarf on this Entei. Most notably, I think we were speaking with Daniel a couple of rounds earlier where he was able to win his set out, actually opting to go for Eruption, which is something I think in previous formats has been absolutely phenomenal, because you've already got this 150 base power when at full health, double targeting move, just pick up sudden KOs or at least deal so much damage, its partner Pokemon just can start picking things off, and that accompanied by Inner Focus, you get those speed marks that you need to in order to, like benchmark, outspeed Flutter Mates, for example.
Something I've never noticed before, Costa. You see the yellow bit on top of Entei's head there?
Oh,
that clearly, over the process of millions and millions of years, that has shrunk from the big Triceratops style sort of bulwark that it has on its head. Really cool design element there that I've just noticed. But I want to call out Sacred Fire as well. That's a move that has a 50% chance to burn. So you get that coin flip right, and you've really slowed down the momentum coming out from your opponent's side. But, of course, Sacred Fire can also miss as well as not get the burn.
Yeah, I think we've gone about and started calling it Sacred Miss, because as we tend to do with a bit of a trend when it comes to any moves that have lower accuracy as what we would have liked. But yeah, I think Entei, once again, one of those Pokemon that we really need to look out for. It's already got a regional title this year. It may be vying for yet another one.
Yeah, could well be. But Costa, I've got another little dish on our tasting menu here for us to take a look at. Why don't we sample another fire type? You might have heard of it. It's called Incineroar.
What?
Yeah.
Which Pokemon's that?
So it's a fire dark starter. You don't tend to see it too often at VG events, but right now it's having a fantastic showing. It is, of course, the king of VG and has been ever since its introduction. It's just such a useful Pokemon, really well-rounded stats, intimidate your way with everyone's favorite cat. Well, I certainly know that Lou Axos Chromie would be agreeing with that. So can't speak for everyone here in the venue, but of course, intimidate, incredible ability.
I think Incineroar is one of those Pokemon where you're like, okay, cool.
it'll surely get nerfed the next generation, you know, as you would expect. You know, we've seen that with Zacian and whatnot, and other Pokemon, even Urshifu to an extent, with the base power. However, Incineroar just finds its way through to getting even more buffs and no debuffs across the generations. Now has access to Helping Hand, Charlie, just to make it even better.
Yeah, and indeed knockoff. I mean, this Fire Cat is absolutely doing the rounds. Fake Out, of course, making your opponent flinch if that connects into it. Flare Blitz, really big, damaging fire-type move. And Parting Shot, this is the thing, the combination of Intimidate and Parting Shot is can be absolutely devastating. Incineroar comes in, drops the attack, pivots out with a Parting Shot, dropping the attack and special attack, comes back in, another Intimidate. All of a sudden, the opponent is down to -3 in their physical attack stat. It's just phenomenal, and it's a Pokemon that we don't see going anywhere anytime soon. I think it had a bit of a slower start in Regulation Set F. Actually, fewer Incineroar than we were expecting, but now trainers are saying, oh yeah, I remember why this is so good, and leaning back into it.
Yeah, I think Wolf had to try to rally that flag, didn't he, when he was able to get that Charlotte Regional Championship win with it. Because, honestly, if you've got access to a great utility tool as that covers the multiple roles that it needs to in order to elevate and enable your other partner Pokemon, then why not opt for it? It's just one of those situations where it would be great to be able to go ahead and play with your favorite Pokemon as long as they can fit a role that can excel you in this meta.
Yeah, exactly. I remember Wolf Glick saying last week, the winner of the Charlotte Regionals, that he actually nicknamed his Incineroar something like, don't look at me. He didn't want to admit that he was running it, but it's such a useful Pokemon. Why wouldn't you? Especially when you are when it's just a Pokemon that cannot really be bested at what it does. You know, ultimately, if you're going for these fantastic results, then you may as well just lean in and use a Pokemon that's probably going to tie it up for you. The number of hits that Incineroar survives that you're not expecting it to, it's just... and then the damage it can deal back. I can't overstate how fantastic that Pokemon is.
Yeah, I think it is just definitely one of those Pokemon that will most likely always remain in VGC history. However, we do have our trainers, and we know they're going to go ahead and start setting things up if they're not already. Cute little Dragonite plushie there. Dragonite over here says hi as well. Good old buddies, separated by different video screens. But yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to be able to see this very, very hyped up interaction of a win and in. You know, it's just imagine the nerves that you have to go through when you just sat there knowing that not only, you know, you're being featured in front of an audience and whatnot, but you've also got stream and us casters as well going ahead and meticulously try. Oh, there it is, Dragonite. Look at it go.
That's right. The Dragonite on our desk is absolutely beaming to see his buddy up there on the stream. The flip side of that, of course, Costa, is that being on stream, you do get a nice little boost of energy. Literally, these trainers running booster energy as a hell item on stream right now in order to try and close out this Swiss round 9 match. They're looking calm, collected, and confident, and without giving too much away at this stage, we've got some really cool Pokemon coming up in this match.
Yeah, we really do, and I feel like it's been a bit of a trend, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the entirety of this day. There's just been so many cool meta picks that have been coming out non-stop, and it just goes to show and pay dividends to how much variation there is for team building right now. We're still at the birth of this Regulation Set F format, and there's so much more that we can explore.
Right, well, for now, it's 6-2 for both of these trainers. It is the win and in match. No notable achievements as of yet for these trainers, but this could certainly pave the way for one of them. And I love to get to feature these trainers who perhaps we're not so familiar with, get to know their play style. So many rising stars all the time in the community, and especially in this biggest EU event that we've ever had in the Masters of VG.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments that we know for the trainers as well as us are always going to remain in our memory. You know, they're on the verge of greatness and being able to go ahead and get that great accolade of the day 2 at the biggest EU region, of course. However, we do have the teams popping up right now over on Kyle's side. We've got the Ogerpon, Teal Mask, taking a bit of a note there from Jamie Boy, Farigiraf, Incineroar, Urshifu, Chien-Pao, and Raging Bolt. So anything calling out to you here, Charlie?
Oh, I mean, well, Teal Mask Ogerpon, of course, but especially with that stomping tantrum there. And the Teal Mask form of Ogerpon can hold an item, whereas the other forms are locked into holding their respective masks. And this is going to be the Life Orb to ramp up that damage output. Going to be Terra Ghost on the Incineroar to get around some Fake Outs and other normal type moves. Terra Grass on the Chien Pao. Really cool to see, but it is running that Focus Sash and the offensive Terra Electric on that Raging Bolt.
And over on Sergio's side, we do have, wow, okay, talk about neutralizing my expectations of the various Pokemon we may be seeing. Wheezing, Galarian Wheezing at that, actually being brought here alongside Golden Go, Arcanine, Urshifu, Single Strike, Roaring Moon, and Raging Bolt. So a very interesting mix here of high-pressure offensive Pokemon straight off the bat.
Yeah, it really is. I'm thrilled to see Wheezing here and the Galarian one of that, because Neutralizing Gas, I feel like, was so underexplored in Regulation Set E when it was introduced. But that is going to be thrown down on the field, switching off the abilities of Pokemon all round as long as it is there. And Hisuian Arcanine, the Pokemon that was so dominant in Regulation Set E, coming out again for Sergio, a Pokemon that was rising up a little bit in Charlotte.
And I think it's a bit of an interesting interaction here, because we know that there was a recent patch that disabled the availability of being able to have the Roaring Moon, let's say, or any sort of Paradox Pokemon, booster energy, allowing the proc even whilst the Neutralizing Gas ability was in effect. So that is no longer the case. You will not be able to proc the booster energy. So Sergio really needs trying to hone in on trying to decide which is the appropriate moment to get that Roaring Moon Tailwind support set up. You know, you've got the Breaking Swipe, which is absolutely stellar, versus Kyle's Pokemon, which the only main form of speed control seemed to be the Farigiraf, as well as a Terra on that Teal Mask Ogerpon that could instantly get that +1 in speed in its speed.
Right, well, I mean, you mentioned Stella Costa. It's not actually the Terra Stella on Urshifu Single Strike here. It's going to be that Dark, bolstering all of the Dark-type attacks for the rest of the game if it goes to that option. But just look at the bottom there. You've got 2 Raging Bolts, but very different held items. Safety Goggles on Kyle's side, able to protect better against an Amoonguss, and Assault Vest over on Sergio's side. So both quite sort of bulky Pokemon, difficult to remove from the field. But we're going to have to find out how they match up into each other as we get into this game. There it is. That's Galarian Wheezing and Roaring Moon on the field right now over on Sergio's side. And there's Raging Bolt and Urshifu Rapid Strike Star for Kyle.
And all of a sudden, we've got a scenario where the Roaring Moon is not the fastest thing on the field. We do have the Choice Scarf on that Urshifu, allowing itself a couple of options that it could go for. It could try to go for maybe a safe, super effective U-turn into the Roaring Moon, try to get a bit of damage, and perhaps pivot out for another Pokemon, maybe with Fake Out pressure. But we're just going to have to check out to see both trainers. I think they're probably going to scout out a bit what they can actually do. But no, we actually have a Force Terra turn 1.
Yeah, quick locking in of moves from these trainers. It's Kyle going for the Terra Electric on the Raging Bolt. His head may be in the clouds, but it's certainly not distracted here, keeping focused on Swiss round 9 here in Liverpool. Roaring Moon keeping itself safe with that Protect. There's the Surging Strikes going into the Wheezing. Of course, if it had been into the Roaring Moon, it would have bypassed that Protect if the Wheezing had not been on the field with the Neutralizing Gas, switching off that Unseen Fist ability.
As we are going to see the recovery from the Citrus Berry there. Is this enough, though? We've got the Electric Terra coming out. If this is going to be a focus in for the Wheezing, it would be fantastic. However, we've got the Will-O-Wisp there actually successfully connecting with the Urshifu. Going to be halving its damage output. But the question is, here we go. The Raging Bolt Thunderbolt. Is this enough to pick up the KO onto the Wheezing?
Yes, it is the Terra Electric, boosting up the electric type moves of that Pokemon. That is Wheezing down and out. So all of a sudden, the abilities are going to come back into effect. You can punch through those Protects now with the Urshifu, but the Urshifu is now burned.
It is now burnt, but we do actually have the interaction of the Roaring Moon will now proc its booster energy, most likely giving it that boost in its speed in order to actually now outpace the Urshifu. Sure, Urshifu would not likely want to stay in here, but there's a case to be made for Kyle in order to actually try to sack that Urshifu, but it sort of brings you in a weird stalemate. Does Sergio try to commit to that or completely ignore the slot?
Yeah, the Wheezing doing its Boris' best Incineroar impression there. The parting shot being the Will-O-Wisp instead, going into the Urshifu before it went down. Now I've got Raging Bolt versus Raging Bolt. Urshifu deciding the altitude is getting a little bit much here, going into the back. Incineroar coming out, reducing the physical damage output of that Roaring Moon. Raging Bolt is a special attacker, so not going to mind too much about that, but there's that tailwind, and that is going to give the speed advantage over on Sergio's side.
Yeah, we've got the speed control completely on Sergio's end, now accompanied actually by Snarl, which you don't commonly see on Raging Bolt, but it makes a lot of viable sense with the Assault Vest variant. However, Dragon Pulse, not quite enough to pick up the KO. You can already see how that damage fluctuation has changed because of the drop, but likely still within a range of a 2-hit.
Right, it's, yeah, the damage counter is certainly racking up here. Roaring Moon has got that tailwind up, so that is a key job complete. But that fake out, meaning that the Roaring Moon over on Sergio's side not going to attack at all this turn. Incineroar taking a drop to its physical attack thanks to that breaking swipe. This Roaring Moon doing what it does best right now in the meta and supporting amply as a Dragon Pulse. Super effective against the Raging Bolt on Sergio's side, but it's got that Assault Vest, so taking it really well.
Yeah, you would have barely have thought, you know, if it weren't for the text there, was that really a super effective attack? I'm not really sure because of that damage. However, we do have the Roaring Moon now actually switching out for the Golden Go, wanting to get that reposition play going. Snarl actually missing on the Raging Bolt, which is definitely not what you want to see, as the Incineroar isn't going to really rely on the special offensive side.
Incineroar laughs in the face of a special attack drop as Dragon Pulse is going to connect down into the Golden Go with a critical hit, unfortunately for Sergio. There's the knockoff into the Raging Bolt. That's the Assault Vest gone, but it's now on such low health that perhaps that Assault Vest wouldn't matter too much heading into the later stages of this game.
As now we're in a prime position to know that the Raging Bolt over on Kyle's side will likely want to try to focus down and then dispatch of the Raging Bolt over on Sergio's. But we're in a scenario where the Golden Go, if you do kind of ignore it, it starts becoming a threat. But the Incineroar on Kyle's side is so well placed right now that it can want to try to be safeguarded for the later mid to end game scenario where it knows it could completely just overhaul it. But there you go, the Nasty Claw's coming out though.
Golden Go having a light bulb moment there, getting a boost to its special attack by 2 stages. Thunderbolt gonna connect down into that Rapid Strike style Urshifu. Really good call there by Sergio, and good call not to go for the Thunderclap as well. Would have done nothing against the switching out Pokemon, but it's going to be Carl responding with the Terra boosted Thunderbolt down into this Golden Go. How much is it going to do? Golden Go is going to hang on.
Wow, hanging on, showing why the Snarl was so important from Sergio's side, not allowing it to pick up the KO, but still at this current point, Sergio does really need to try to prioritize effectively, because you've got this Chi and Pow and an Incineroar on the back. All you need to do is get a couple of rotations in if you're Kyle, and all of a sudden you've got Fake Out, you've got that speed control, or should I say the speed advantage, with Chi and Pow being able to focus down on some really big threats. And Roaring Moon in the back no longer has access to its booster energy, so it will most likely, depending on training, be slower than the Chi and Pow.
Yeah, booster energy consumed on the, well, not the very first turn, but as soon as that Galarian Weezing was down and out for the count. Carl Doran of the UK seemed to benefit from the home turf right here and now, but still, this game has a way to go. Golden Go nice and set up, but no longer has that speed advantage. Thunderclap coming out, but that is not going to be a damaging move coming out from the target, as Ice Spinner will be whirling its way right into that Raging Bolt for a super effective hit. Sergio down to just the Roaring Moon and the Golden Go, but once again, that booster energy has been consumed, and look at that. Golden Go able to set up another nasty plot here. Is that going to be greedy? We'll find out as the game progresses.
And I think in this scenario, it's sort of your only option. You need to try to bank on baits if you're Sergio, because you know you got double priority available on Kyle's side if for whatever reason their Pokemon can't actually outspeed. So Roaring Moon now sort of coming in, spells a bit of trouble because of the amount of offensive pressure and speed that Kyle's going on inside.
Yeah, perhaps this Roaring Moon going to be trying to set up another Tailwind here to try and outspeed the Pokemon over on Kyle's side. That Ice Spinner, though, going to be enough to pick up the knockout there. So it's now just going to be Golden Go. Kyle has 3 Pokemon remaining. That Golden Go is on a sliver of health as well. It seems like Golden Go potentially has cashed in all its checks here.
Yeah, I think that may indeed be the case for Golden Joe. That was a nice one. I like that, Charlie. But yeah, I think this sort of leads us in the scenario where Sergio just wants to take a bit more time to reflect on a better adaptation going into Game 2, because unfortunately for themselves, I feel like Weezing, even though it had some great potential, it felt like it wasn't able to accomplish as much, because sure, you were able to get the burn on the Urshifu over on Kyle's side, but effectively, what did that do? That allowed a valuable switch-in for Kyle, and having that trio of the Raging Bolt, Incineroar, and Chien-Pao in the back just proved to be a bit too much. He had the interactions of knockoff 2, which really didn't help Sergio.
Yeah, and that's going to be a failed double protect coming out from Golden Go. Therefore, Sucker Punch not doing anything, but that's going to be the Thunderbolt connecting down into the Golden Go, and it's gone all the way from wealthy to bankrupt. That is Sergio down and out for this game. Game 2, Kyle Doran has the advantage.
Indeed, and I think it's really looking well for Kyle right now. You know that you can actually rely on a couple of those Pokemon and sort of ignore the neutralizing gas. It feels like Kyle doesn't depend on the abilities as much with the Pokemon they've brought so far in comparison to Sergio, and really, the Galarian Weezing felt more of a disadvantage for Sergio, because surely you would have actually wanted that booster energy to get procced on that turn 1. At least you can try to guarantee outspeed the Urshifu straight off the bat. If you are expecting any sort of non-Surging Strike moves coming out from it, at least you get a Breaking Swipe on. But more importantly, I think it's the speed control. You want to try to outpace, and if you can't outpace, just try to make sure you focus down on it, because Kyle, even though has the Farigiraf, has a lot of priority options.
Yeah, really does. And I was just going to say the same thing, Costa. That Weezing felt like kind of an empty slot there. It was a face-off of the Raging Bolts. I think also Sergio was just getting going with that Golden Go a little bit too late, and especially when Kyle has that Raging Bolt in the field that resists it so well. But then so does Urshifu, and so does Incineroar. So I'm wondering if Golden Go is really the correct call right now.
It does, I think Golden Go, it feels like, I'll agree with you, it doesn't feel well placed in this situation. I would kind of like a Hisui and Arcanine, if I'm honest. As long as you're able to protect it and make it sort of like avoid the Urshifu Rapid Strike, right? You've got the Grass Terror as an option. You try to capitalize off of that, as long as you've got another follow-up Pokemon on the side, maybe such as your own Raging Bolt as a lead, that can try to dispatch or at least directly threaten it, because we know that at least over on Kyle's side, the Urshifu Rapid Strike is Water Terror. It cannot defensively Terra out of getting avoiding a KO from the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be careful about how you use those Thunderclaps as well with Raging Bolt, but what's going to be coming out right now, it is going to be that Hisui and Arcanine, Costa. You called it, alongside the Roaring Moon. There's Raging Bolt again, and there is that Rapid Strike style Urshifu. Welcome back, Hisui and Arcanine. We missed you. Welcome to Regulation Set F as it drops down that attack drop with Intimidate onto the Urshifu. Sergio seemingly pivoting away from that Galarian Weezing, but who knows, it might be lurking in the back, ready to just switch off those abilities.
And this may be a scenario for Sergio where actually getting a bait going might be quite nice here. You could easily switch in your own Raging Bolt from your side and directly threaten the Urshifu in the subsequent turn. But the most important thing right here is getting that Tailwind support going, and just being able to accomplish that allows you more success in getting your heavy hitters from the back to force their way through.
Well, which heavy hitter is coming out from the back for Kyle? It's not necessarily a heavy hitter, but it can be. There's going to be the Incineroar switching in, playing Hisui and Arcanine at its own game, getting that Intimidate drop onto both of the physical attackers over on Sergio's side. Let's go, trainers. It's Swiss Round 9. It's Game 2. It's going to be a Terror into the Hisui and Arcanine on Sergio's side. Going for that Grass Terror type, so resisting now electric type moves that could be coming out from Kyle's Raging Bolt and indeed the Urshifu, even though it's now withdrawn. But it's going to be that responding Terror coming out from Kyle. One Pokemon is going to get all glitzy, and once again, it's going to be the Raging Bolt.
It is, of course, going to be the Raging Bolt here. I think it's in a prime position where it wants to at least avoid getting hit super effectively from this Raging Moon if possible. But no, knockoff actually being the choice here at getting rid of the safety dodge rolls. Maybe a double up. Oh, and it is. It's a head smash.
Oh, and it hangs on. Raging Bolt with a sliver of HP. Head smash from that Choice Band Hisuian Arcanine, massive damage. This is such a bulky Pokemon, but then Roaring Moon responds by surviving that Dragon Pulse too.
It really does, and it's primed now to get the Tailwind set up since it didn't opt to go for it. But the problem is the Incineroar switch in here. Kyle has been able to now exercise fake out pressure on the field, potentially leading to a passive or defensive play from this Roaring Moon. It's great to be able to commit to the Grass Terror from the Hisuian Arcanine, but you're in a spot where you just need to try to attack and pick up the KOs as soon as possible.
Well, if anything's going into that Roaring Moon, it won't be doing that, but instead it's going to be the fake out into the Hisuian Arcanine. That's going to be a failed Thunderclap onto the Roaring Moon, but of course Arcanine going to flinch thanks to that fake out.
It will, and in this scenario, that may have been a bit of an indication of potentially Kyle expecting Sergio to go for perhaps a Breaking Swipe then, guaranteeing a bit of a drop on the Incineroar, but no, Thunderclap is going to be coming out, and it will be targeting the Arcanine, but failing to pick up the KO.
Yeah, Arcanine surviving on a sliver there. Roaring Moon able to get that Tailwind set up, giving Sergio the speed advantage. It's another connected head smash into the Incineroar, big super effective damage. That's a one-hit knockout. That's Incineroar down, and this Arcanine clearly has been wearing its contact lenses because those head smashes keep connecting.
They really, really are, and that's sort of the point that we were talking about. We needed Sergio to bring that wall breaker Pokemon to just mush its way through Kyle's Pokemon side there, and it's just such a prime opportunity to not only have speed control available on your side, but actually go ahead and pick up the necessary KOs. I'm quite interested to see the final Pokemon Sergio's side. It may well be that Golden Go coming back, but I think Urshifu might be primed for some really good action.
Yeah, could well be. And of course, the Arcanine going down to the recall damage from Head Smash. Thunderclap, don't see that every day. Enough to pick up the knockout on the opposing Raging Belt. And that is the Terror option down and out for Kyle as well, whereas Sergio still has the Terror option in his back pocket.
Yep, in the back pocket, as Breaking Swipe will be coming out right now, bringing the Chien-Pao down to -1 of its attack. Ice Spinner not going to be able to pick up any sort of KO, but at least it does guarantee the 2-hit KO on that front.
Yeah. That Raging Bolt still taking a lot of damage there as this Choice Scarf, Urshifu Rapid Strike, rejoins the fray here. This is coming down to really close margins, Costa. It was the game win in the previous game for Kyle, but Sergio adapting masterfully here. There's no Galarian Wheezing as of yet, and we don't know what is lurking in the back as Aqua Jet is not enough to pick up the Roaring Moon.
It's not enough, but I really appreciate the thought from Kyle there. Thunderclap does fail, unfortunately. Breaking Swipe, bringing the Chien-Pao now down to -2, and that Urshifu down to -1. I think it was a bit of a Reed galore situation going on there, which Kyle seems to be the victor from that bout, bringing Sergio down to their final 2 Pokemon.
It's going to be Roaring Moon, and what is this lurking in the back? It's certainly got full health. It's going to be that Urshifu in the single strike style. Both styles of Urshifu staring each other down, letting it a little bit too close for comfort in this almost deja vu situation with Urshifu staring down Urshifu. Roaring Moon surviving on a sliver there as well. It's going to be close.
It really will be, and I think now that we know that the Urshifu Rapid Strike has locked into Aqua Jet, all it can really threaten is potentially breaking the Focus Sash on Urshifu over on Sergio's side, follow it up with the Sacred Sword, but that's susceptible to a Protect, but no, it focuses down and picks up the KO on the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, it's going to be the single strike Urshifu against the Rapid Strike and the Chien-Pao. Close combat into the Chien-Pao, going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout there, being a doubly super effective move. Now, as you said, Kyle's Urshifu is locked into the Aqua Jet, and is that going to be enough to clinch this game against Sergio? It's probably unlikely, even though pretty full health bars on both sides.
You're already seeing why that Galarian Wheezing was holding Sergio's team back.
Okay.
Oh, wow, okay. That was a lot of damage, wasn't it? But no, no close combat focus here, of course. course, does actually make this situation quite intense.
Yeah, really intense. Another Aquajet, not a follow-up critical hit. Those intimidates and breaking swipes paying dividends here for Sergio. There it is. Sergio has picked up game 2. It couldn't have been really any closer than that, and we love to see it. The trainers might not want to at this point, but we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, you could tell the stress that Sergio was going through.
We feel you.
Yeah, we definitely do. The moment that you saw the critical hit, you knew, of course, the Urshifu was down to -1, making that safe play. That I do quite like it, because you don't want to bring your own defense down to -1 at that point and be susceptible to not only a crit, but a crit at -1 the subsequent turn. So just trying to make sure you put it within that range, that close combat will guarantee the KO, was quite nice. But yeah, I think we were talking about it, Charlie. The fact that you had the Tailwind available was so crucial. Wheezing was just too passive. It's great to get a burn off, but what's your partner doing? Yeah. And you're actually blocking your partner's potential. So making that adaptation really, really worked out, especially with that wall-breaking Hisuian Arcanine.
Right, and now this is really interesting going into game 3, because it was the Tailwind that's so crucial for Sergio. So does Kyle lean into the Farigiraf to set up the Trick Room, sort of prime Sergio to bring the faster Pokemon, because that's what's worked for him. But this is the mark of such a fantastic team builder, knowing that you have those other options available to you and completely flip the script, flip the dimensions, get that Trick Room set up. It could well be the call for Kyle right now.
And it's sort of a mind game for both trainers, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because you need to consider the obvious Farigiraf bring and maybe opt out because of how obvious it is. But that falls on Kyle to anticipate whether Sergio will try to adapt to the adaptation.
Yeah, is Sergio going to bring back either of the 2 Pokemon that might have been holding him back in game 1, that Glare and Weezing, or the Golden Go? Let's find out, trainers. It's our final game of day 1 here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. Get on that hashtag play Pokemon and let us know how you're enjoying this nail biter as Sergio sends out the Roaring Moon and the Raging Bolt, and it's going to be the Incineroar and that Farigiraf for Kyle. Regulations at F is the regulation of the long necks, isn't it, Costa? Raging Bolt and Farigiraf staring each other down.
They really are, even though not directly, they are within, well, the eye vision of each other. And I think, once again, the fake-out pressure with the good old-fashioned Trick Room setter is just a good old standard VGC strategy. And I think Sergio just unfortunately not really liking the look of that. Switching in the Arcanine, maybe wanting to make sure he has that more dynamic, instant approach available to themselves whilst dropping that attack over on the Incineroar, expecting most likely the fake out in that slot.
Right, and no fake outs, no thunderclaps, no extreme speeds will be active as long as Farigiraf is around. Is going for that Fairy Terror type, looking blissfully happy on the field, trying to do what it does best, setting up that Trick Room. Fake out, of course, can come out from Kyle's side. This is going to be a really, really safe Trick Room now, because the Hisuian Arcanine has just switched in.
And I like what Kyle did there. Opting to go for the Fairy Terror means that you can ignore the Roaring Moon, because most likely it is definitely not going to pick up a KO with the knockoff, which of course was threatening it super effectively, even at -1 of its attack. However, we do have the Psychic now focusing down with a critical hit into the Arcanine, and knockoff being targeted, not doubling up, but focusing on that Raging Bolt, getting rid of its Assault Vest, and just looking at the amount of power coming out from the Thunderbolt, electrifying the Farigiraf to the point where it is now paralyzed.
It's paralyzed and it's gone. It's gone. The paralysis didn't even matter as it turned out. Farigiraf is down and out, so is Carl's Terror option, but crucially, it did set up that Trick Room, and all too often we see that that can be enough. You get the speed advantage on your side. It's Raging Bolt in the back that Carl is going to be switching in. This is a team that is quite potentially, this is a Raging Bolt that's potentially built slower than the Raging Bolt over on Sergio's side, given the Trick Room option that Kyle has available. Is this Trick Room going to come back to bite Kyle at the end of the game? We'll have to find out.
And it's a tough situation, because if you're Sergio, you most definitely want that Arcanine to be preserved for a later time in order to have that wall-breaking potential of it. Go for those head smashes. Make sure that you can outspeed both the Incineroar as well as the Raging Bolt. But once again, need to take into consideration the priority. Thunderclap, just proving why it is so important, may lead you to try to focus in on an extreme speed scenario now that Farigiraf is off the field and out of the game.
Yeah, now that Arcanine can reset its move of choice, holding that choice band by switching out. Roaring Moon rejoining the fray here. It's time for a responding Terra coming out from Sergio. The Pokemon of choice will be that Raging Bolt, of course. And it's going to be the Fairy Terra type there. It's the Terra Electric on Kyle's Raging Bolt, but Sergio going for a more defensive option, which is certainly what you want in front of an opposing Raging Bolt. That's the highest heart I've ever seen Costa on top of that Raging Bolt. Here's a Flare Blitz into the Roaring Moon. It's not going to be very effective. Is it going to pick up the burn? Oh, it's going to be close. No, it's not in this situation. Here's a Snarl coming out as well.
Really nice defensive Fairy Terra coming out from that Raging Bolt there. Just wanting to guarantee that you are not going to be susceptible to any sort of weird speed interactions, and Dragon Pulse is focusing down on it, because right now all the Raging Bolt needs to try to do is support trying to expire the remaining turns of Trick Room, which it definitely has great potential in doing so, but not yet, as it's just going to be going and it's switching itself straight out to get that Intimidate jump.
Yeah, Arcanine rejoining the field here. It's got enough HP to drop down and Intimidate, but probably not enough to stick around for much longer in this game. Flare Blitz connecting into the Arcanine. It's double resisted, so that is doing Arcanine does survive. Incineroar getting a little bit of recall chip, of course, but this Thunderbolt going to be easily enough to pick up the knockout onto Arcanine. So that is Intimidate down for Sergio.
That's a solid double up on that slot there. Not actually tempted to go for the Dragon Pulse into the Roaring Moon, which it does actually try to retaliate there with the knockoff. Does get rid of the safety goggles, of course. We know, at least in this matchup, does not seem to be any have any relevancy. But at this point, we're still in Trick Room for one final turn. Urshifu, single strike, is now on the field over on Sergio. So maybe in a scenario where you just want to try to wait out this final turn, but then again, that may be a bit too easy to read into, so it could be taken advantage of.
Right, and you've got Urshifu there not denying the protect over on Kyle's side of the field. It's 3 Pokemon apiece for these trainers. Kyle has an unrevealed Pokemon lurking in the back. It's interesting to see that Trick Room going up, because it seemed like Kyle hasn't really been able to capitalize on that, even though it was set up. Incineroar will be switching out in favor of Kyle's final Pokemon, going to be that Chien-Pao, refrigerating the situation, dropping that Sword of Ruin on the field, getting a defensive dropping aura down, as Roaring Moon is also going to switch back to Sergio with Raging Bolt coming out once more.
And this may prove to be quite risky if you're... Well, I mean, if you wouldn't have gone for that Detect there, but actually I do really like that. It was a good sort of interaction of guaranteeing one slot is safe whilst you bring in the other, and the Dragon Pulse actually, of course, not being anywhere near effective onto that Fairy Raging Bolt over on Sergio's side. So all of a sudden, yes, we are outside of Trick Room, but Kyle's done well to at least try to safeguard and have that Chien-Pao available for the end game in order to be the fastest thing on the field.
It's a Pokemon you've got to hold your breath when you switch in, because it's such a frail Pokemon, but fortunately the Chien-Pao has got in for free here, and it could be absolutely crucial for Kyle heading into later stages of this game. Right now, Incineroar is going to do what it does best, come back in, drop that Intimidate on the field, and why wouldn't you be intimidated? Such a prominent force in VG ever since its introduction. That single strike style Urshifu not going to appreciate the Intimidate drop. The Thunderclap doing really good damage, crucially breaking the focus. That's going to be a super effective close combat. Incineroar going to survive thanks to the Intimidate drop that it gave to the Urshifu.
And in this scenario, of course, we know that the Incineroar is going to be able to recover. There's likely going to be a double up in that slot, because you really do want to try to get rid of that Chien-Pao. But no, actually a Snarl, further mitigating the damage output of this Raging Bolt. And all of a sudden, we're in a scenario where, yes, Fake Out is available, but you want to try to make sure that Chien-Pao doesn't have any room to focus down and pick up the KOs it needs to. So as long as you've got multiple Pokemon on your side of the field, and maybe one Chien-Pao, if you're Sergio, you can try to handle it. You can handle it quite well. However, you just need to make sure that you're taking advantage of a bit more of a slower board for Kyle's side.
Right, well, this time it's going to be the Urshifu withdrawing in favor of the Roaring Moon, joining the field here. Of course, Kyle's terrestrialization option is down already, having gone for that Farigiraf earlier on in the game, and that could prove crucial. Another Snarl coming out, just mitigating even further the damage output on this Raging Bolt. One of these trainers really looking to secure a knockout onto either the Raging Bolt on Sergio's side or the Incineroar on Kyle's side to prevent this revolving door of intimidating and Snarls coming out to try and bolster up the stats of your Pokemon once more.
And this is what I really like about Sergio's play. You're able to force Kyle to have to either make the switch or just wait for the Pokemon that are on the field to actually take more damage. So Kyle has to, at some point, go ahead and bring the Chien-Pao, make it available on the field, and not slow down both of his Pokemon in regards to damage that they're taking right now. Because at this point, it's gonna basically be KO'd right there with the Thunderbolt, and you know for a fact that the Tailwind now being set up is really not good.
Yeah, well, Dragon Pulse not going to be enough for the Roaring Moon there, as Incineroar is indeed down, so no more pivoting around, getting the Intimidate drops coming out. But Kyle has been whittling away at the health bars over on Sergio's side of the field. Chien-Pao is a pretty good Pokemon to have in this situation. It's fast, it can deal fantastic damage. Raging Bolt has seen better days, but it's also been providing such ample utility right here for Kyle.
In this scenario, we've got Sergio, of course. You've got the Tailwind. You know that all you need to do is guarantee outspeed the Chien-Pao once you've broken its Focus Sash and dispatch of the Raging Bolt, which so far, Sergio's been doing a really good job in actually dropping its special attack through those Snarls. But yeah, there we go. It's actually faster under Tailwind through that interaction. Sucker Punch, not quite enough to pick up the KO on the Raging Moon, but guess what is the Thunderclap double up into the slot, now bringing Sergio down to his own final two Pokemon.
Roaring and raging all around on the field here as Urshifu rejoins the fray. It's a testament to Regulation Set F that we've got these Raging Bolts staring each other down. So you've got Urshifu and the Raging Bolt over on Sergio's side. Focus Sash is broken all around. This is going to be an explosive turn.
It really will be, because you're forced into, yet again, mind game galores. Nothing is set in stone right now. Each Raging Bolt needs to get rid of one another, but more importantly, Kyle needs to focus down on that Urshifu, which is the direct threat to that Chien-Pao as well. It's going to be very tricky. We saw the interaction of the Raging Bolt over on Sergio's side actually outspeeding the Chien-Pao, likely meaning Kyle needs to play a bit more defensive and get that Tailwind to expire.
Right, and Chien-Pao is going to be following your advice there, because they're going for the Protect. Trying to stall out the Tailwind, Raging Bolt doing the same. So Kyle just trying to get himself in a position where his Pokemon can be the ones with the advantage.
Yeah, I think Kyle's just going to have to depend on a double Protect here, if I'm completely honest. You're able to bait any Thunderclaps or Sucker Punches for whatever reason coming out from that side. But yeah, if you are Sergio, you need to take into consideration double priority over on Kyle's side. So there's a lot going on and a different couple of interactions that can happen that may completely turn this game on its head.
Yeah, and what mighty lofty heads they are with these Raging Bolts staring each other down. Chien-Pao not going to get the double Protect here, so that Pokemon incredibly vulnerable here. Going to be the Sucker Punch with the Raging Bolt. That's enough for the knockout onto Kyle's Raging Bolt. It's just this Chien-Pao that is incredibly vulnerable right now. Draco Meteor looks like it off you. It is going to connect. Looked like that might have been a miss, but that is Kyle's Chien-Pao down. That is Sergio Sanchez of Spain getting the win and in, and your winner of Swiss Round 9 here in Liverpool.
And what a way to go ahead and guarantee your Day 2 qualification. Sergio, my lord, there was a lot of mind games going on with that, so you got to be able to honestly have nerves of steel and make sure you are kind of understanding the flow of your opponent's mindset in that scenario. You know, the fact that you've got so many intricate different interactions that could go on, you've got the priority from both sides of trainers, and then the speed tiering within that. So it's got like sub-level understandings that you really need to comprehend to a certain extent, where you need to sort of draw out the different scenarios. If I can get a Thunderclap onto the Urshifu, that would be great, but the Urshifu can go for a Sucker Punch, which means my thunderclap does not work, and then all of a sudden, I've lost the game. And you see the double protect from the Chien Pao. It was unfortunate. It was more susceptible to being able to be read in, which is what Sergio was able to do. Because honestly, it just came down to that final turn, if I'm completely honest, because it was both of the trainers' game.
Yeah, it was such a fascinating set of games there. Sergio realizing that Glaring, Weezing, and Golden Go really weren't contributing much at all to that matchup and wisely pivoting away from that. And one of the key reasons he was able to go ahead and take this Swiss round 9. But then also, fascinating in that last game that we just saw, to see Kyle bringing the Farigiraf, as we were talking about, going for that Trick Room, but didn't really seem to have the tools that he needed under that Trick Room environment to be able to capitalize.
It felt like a weird parallel between Sergio's game 1 versus Kyle's game 3 with that Pokemon that, yes, you got a certain mode that you could try to capitalize off of, but what is it really doing? I understand that you want to try to counteract the Tailwind pressure, which was clearly Sergio's win condition, that scenario, but what were you really accomplishing whilst under Trick Room? That's the tough decisions that you have to sort of take as a trainer in those pivotal, critical moments. And yeah, unfortunately for Farigiraf, it did get a critical hit though.
Yeah, it did,
It did, right? And that was a bit scary, I'm not gonna lie. So it actually did put in more work, but then again, the Chien Pao was in the back, so it wasn't completely up in the air for Kyle. He had something to take into consideration once Trick Room had expired.
Yeah, I mean, not the wisest game plan to go in saying, well, as long as I get a critical hit, then I win. But yeah, unfortunately, it was the critical hit coming out in that game, but not something that Carl was able to capitalize on. And just glancing at his team again, he's got the Farigiraf, but there isn't really a Trick Room sweeper that's there. You've got the Raging Bolt, it's a slower one, but, you know, even that Teal Mask Ogerpon, that gets a speed boost if it terastallizes. And so, you know, Farigiraf, yes, it's fantastic in this format, and we saw a lot of it in Charlotte 3 in the top 4 in that tournament, but it's obviously, that doesn't mean that you can just slap Farigiraf onto any team and expect that it will do well for you.
I mean, it just depends on the various flowcharts and how you've crafted a team, right? If you're in a scenario where you know that you have a guaranteed flowchart versus most, you know, defensive or slower Pokemon, which is the form of, let's say, the 3-component Pokemon, which tend to be a bit more faster. Over on Kyle, so you've got the Ogerpon, Teal Mask, benefits from the speed boost, like you said, with the Grass Terror. You've got the Urshifu Rapid Strike, Choice Scarf. Then you've got the Chien Pao, which is Focus Sash, and just generally a Chien Pao. And then you've got the other 3 core, where you've got the slower Pokemon, but like you said, there's no hard Trick Room sweeper. You've got the Raging Bolt, which is great when it is the fastest thing on the field, which most typically in this current meta and this day and age, it most definitely is not the fastest thing. So maybe that's a pivot moment where you're like, okay, it can benefit, but like you said, it's not a predetermined, clear, hard Trick Room sweeper, such as, I don't know, like a Blood Moon Ursaluna, but nowadays they even benefit from Tailwind.
Yeah, it's all change going on right here. And yeah, the Farigiraf also carrying the Citrus Berry rather than the Throat Spray. At least if it had the Throat Spray, then it could sort of make itself into a Trick Room sweeper, but it is that bulkier variant. So really interesting lessons to take away from that particular matchup there. It was really cool to see the Glare and Weezing coming out from Sergio. Wasn't that cool in this particular game, but also Costa, you know, who are we to talk? Fundamentally, Carl has still gone 6-3 here. It's not quite the 7-2 he was looking for, but it's still a fantastic record, and I hope that Carl is really proud of that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's just another great stop towards your goal of being able to get that well-coveted qualification for Honolulu later on. So huge props to Kyle. Great representation of the UK region there. It was an absolute pleasure to be able to actually witness them. Commiserations, they were very close, but they fought very well hard, and it was a great joy. But of course, Sergio having that guaranteed slot now on day 2.
Yeah, Sergio Sanchez repping the Spanish players here. Not going for the Porygon 2 and Ting Lu that we've seen some other of the Spanish players running today, but still getting that fantastic victory here in Swiss Round 9. And why don't we go ahead and hear from Sergio Sanchez himself. It's your winner of our final Swiss round of the day. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Charlie, and what a match it was to round out day 1 of the Liverpool Regional Championships. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here, of course, by our winner of round 9, Sergio. And what a way to win that game. How are you feeling making it into your first day 2 right now?
I just don't believe it right now because the games was so close and game 1 was kind of stomp versus me. And I think that I will lose the set. But then in Team Select of game 2, I see a way with Arcanine head smash and try to go like by there.
That was definitely a really good switch up in game 2. And
yes,
yeah, games 2 and 3, there were so many moments where you could have maybe been in a really bad spot, but your Pokemon just survived those attacks. So what were you thinking in those moments?
In those moments, I think that I like the way I train because I like bulky Pokemon. I am a style player, and now we cannot play style because it's a bit nerfed, so much nerfed. But I still want and like to do bulky sets in every Pokemon. Nearly any Pokemon has full attack or full speed. They are all bulk. Or Sifu has so it's 252.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that is something that I think a lot of trainers back home can really take away from your set, because the extra attacks that you were able to get off, that second head smash that you were able to get off in game 2 was so influential to how you played. And then game 3, you kind of switched it up again, or your opponent, switched it up again with the Trick Room.
Yes.
What were you thinking when you saw that Farigiraf turn 1?
I think that I'm done because I have to wait all the Trick Room, but I have a soul-based Pokemon with no protect, and Arcanine also is. I think it's Arcanine Farigiraf. Raging Bolt Arcanine, mainly?
Yeah.
Yes, and Arcanine also has no protect, so I think, okay, how I made to pass 4 turns under Trick Room.
You stalled so well.
Yes, I still do it without any cow, so I'm proud of me.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourself, because that's really what makes the difference, and certainly you're going to have to take that into day 2 with all the fierce competition that we have. Looking a little bit further forwards, we're halfway through the season now. You've made day 2. That means you've got some good amount of championship points under your belt. What are you thinking for qualification for Worlds and events that you're going to be traveling to later down the line?
I would like to qualify to Worlds. I don't know if I can go to Hawaii, but I would like so much to have the points. And by the moment, I have Utrecht, and I want to go to London.
Yes.
And then I will play locals in my city, that is Valladolid in Spain. Mid-seasons, premiers, all these tournaments that are great, and where you can be with the community, the local community. That is the community that brings me here, because I start playing alone, meet all the community of my city, and start playing with them and traveling with them. So I like it so much.
It just shows how much you can come on when you're playing with your friends, and everyone else is bringing each other up and making themselves an even better player. And that's really shown in you getting to your first day 2. So congratulations.
Thank you very
once again. Now, I know you want to say a few words as well and to make a sort of shout out of your own. So I'm going to invite you to do that now.
Yes, I want to say first that we think it's a really good Pokemon. We think Galar, I love the neutralizing gas and all the synergies you can disable with it. And I like so much to make day 2 with him. And in the other hand, I also want to say a few words in Spanish, que básicamente es agradecer este torneo a mi familia, pero sobre todo a mi abuelo, que hace una semana que ya no está con nosotros. Y pues eso, que muchísimas gracias y que se lo dedico a mi abuelo este día 2.
Thank you so much for joining us, as well as showing us what it takes to get into day 2 of these regional championships. And I'm really happy that you've been able to say a few words to your late father. It clearly an emotional time for you.
Yes.
So we're going to be able to cut it there. We're going to be going to a short break. Congratulations once again, but trainers, do not go anywhere. We're going to a short break right now, where we will be back with a little bit of a roundup of the events of day 1 in the Liverpool Regional Championships. So don't go anywhere.
Go.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Jakobovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
My goodness.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great. It really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning. And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Fish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Grob and Emi Riddle. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel and Gotti.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game.
I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Can 名前は海老沢空で、来たところは福岡県から来ました。
Can it get through this one turn against the Amoonguss?
This is the question. Does Amoonguss have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Spell, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。主な選出を決めて、このポケモンはこのポケモンに有利だなっていうポケモンを、なるべく選んで使ってました。場所によるけど、行けたら頑張ってまたチャンピオンになりたいかと思います。 トルネロスというポケモンと、追い風役とトリル役が混ざった構築は読み合いになるので、ちょっとジュニアで優勝したけど、大人の大会でも、緊張なくプレーしたら優勝できるんじゃないかなと思います。対戦、このジャパンチャンピオンシップスに敗退した人も、また諦めずに来年、挑戦してもらいたい。
小川智也です。神奈川県平塚市です。
Each round is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastrodon and the Arcanine are still that fourth in the back. It's going to be the Sylveon that ticket. Like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion.
チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。出れる大会には極力出ました。一番優勝できるポテンシャルのあるポケモンを探しました。同じポケモンをずーっと使い続けてました。一番好きなポケモンはトリドドンです。理由は可愛いからです。当たり前ですけど努力が一番大事ですね。ポケモンをする上で一番楽しいことは考えることですね。次は来年もDay 2行きたいですね。
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championships of the 2024 season. It is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chenpao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018, and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's going to be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
Well, we are here. It is the end of day one. My name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined by Costa, Ben, and Charlie. So this is the part where we get to wrap up day one. What an exciting day it has been. I'm going to throw it to you first, Charlie. What has been your highlights of today?
How cool the Pokemon picks have been. It's amazing. I mean, this is our third major event of Regulation Set F, and trainers are still finding so much to experiment with right now. If this is the state of the metagame right now, it's looking strong going into the next couple of months.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of my also shared favorite things about today. Ben, have you got anything?
Oh, definitely. Well, Sergio, that we've featured in the final round of Swiss, making it to the first stream game that they've been on via community choice, which was a great way to be able to get onto the stream in the first place, but also to be able to make the first day 2 ever in their career. They've previously been 6-3 in London and Utrecht, and it was just such an emotional moment for them to be able to make it for the first time, and to be there to witness that is a really special moment for me.
I think they're the real memorable parts of these events in general, aren't they? When you have those real magical moments where you see these players who have been putting so much work in and it really paying off for them, and then to kind of witness that and see the joy that it's bringing them, it's just it's really hard.
Unmatched.
And it really is.
Yeah.
Costa.
Hello.
Hit me.
Are you sure?
How hard?
I was thinking I should have done with that, shouldn't I?
Say that.
All right. So I think I'm gonna have to because he shouted us out as well. So it's sort of like a tick. Mr. Jamie Boy, being able to go ahead and actually nab up his world's qualification with what was a very fascinating team. Bringing back the 2 Pokemon that he had back with the top 4 of the Toronto Regionals. It was great to see. But having that Primarina, that was, honestly, it took me by surprise, accompanied by a Corviknight, and he was able to just push it all the way through. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to bring tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a tick done.
Done, thank you.
I couldn't agree more with you. I think one of my highlights from today as well, seeing that Primarina, I just love the choice of the Terra Electric on that Chen Pao as well. Just an odd pick, but works so well. Primarina as well with the Calm Mind, and just the way that Jamie was able to do it, basically all on stream in that one match, was just really great to see. Of course, being fellow caster as well, always nice to support them along the way, and then getting a bit of insight afterwards was brilliant. So we'll be looking forward to seeing hopefully more of Jamie tomorrow. And I think my highlight, if you're interested...
Lee, let's just take it back a couple of seconds.
We can skip.
I've just been wondering, what's your highlight of today?
Oh, thanks for asking. Really nice.
Just off the dome, don't know where that came from.
I think the Porygon 2. I think I really enjoyed seeing it perform well. Having a sort of belief knowing that it can perform in this format very well, and then seeing it perform very well was really nice to see. So probably my highlight. But we do have some standings. Not the final standings overall. We can't feature all the players because we're still figuring out who has made it into Day 2, but we've got about 48 players who will be advancing into Day 2. We can have a quick look at them now and see who some of these players will be.
And I think there's been a lot of anticipation going into this being the biggest EU regional as well. Yeah. You know, you're bound to find great names, as we do, of course, have on display.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's so many familiar names in there as well. Lots of representation from all around the globe, which is really fantastic to see. And some newer names in there as well.
Yeah, new names, but also names that you might not necessarily expect to see in the EU region, like Joseph Ugarte there. Had the pleasure of speaking to him earlier. Yes, he's over here at the Liverpool Regional Championships. Do go back and check out that game if you haven't already. But yes, that UK home turf, so much great representation here. And of course, we're looking to claim the regional championship on home turf here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to clarify something because there's we've got 48 players we're going to show now. There are 56 players advancing to Day 2. That is phenomenal amount of players.
Yeah, really, really phenomenal there. And you can see the list of UK players. Kian, Matt and Jonathan making it into Day 2. Jack Marshall there as well at the bottom of the list that we have on screen at the moment. But one player that I do really want to call out is Nils Dunlop. Now, I spoke to him when he was the runner-up of the Stuttgart Regional Championship in the closing ceremony, and he said he was back. And he was here to claim another regional championship. So him going X and 1, he's following through on his promises here.
Yeah, definitely. And he's always one of those players. He's so good, but hasn't really been clicking for him recently. So nice, like you say, coming back, feeling good about it as well as a big part of having that performance. Of course, got Boris there. Any standouts for you, Costa?
I would say, we've got another ex-world champion that's been able to find their way through, being that Eduardo Cunha. So I'm really happy to actually be able to see Edu go ahead and reach the stage. He's definitely out for grabs for another title, being the special event champion of Barcelona earlier on this season too.
Yeah, and some older hats for some of the veterans in the scene. You've got Francesco Pardini here representing Italy. Nice to see him having a really good run today, making into Day 2, and obviously Boris as well, I have mentioned. But yeah, Taran as well from the UK, another one that we are seeing progress into Day 2, Ben.
Yeah, Taran's a really great UK player. That's one of the most consistent players that we have in the UK region, as well as we go on to the next list of players, and I see straight away our Latin American international champion in Marco Silva.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw that he was playing here today. We haven't been able to feature on stream as of yet. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to showcase Marco, because he is one of the top players that we've got in Europe. And obviously kind of with that conviction, that accolade to his name already this season, he is following through with that and not resting on his laurels, so to speak, and making sure that he is going to make a big impact in this tournament, which no doubt about he will.
Jack Clark, Jamie Boyd there as well from the UK, Ross Stewart, Reese Mensah. There some names that we're familiar with, ones that we're less familiar with as well. Sergio Sanchez, of course, we just saw progress in that final round that we were able to feature on stream. Incredible players, incredible Pokemon. It's an incredible tournament so far, and we're only halfway through.
We are only halfway through. It's incredible to think that we've got another full day ahead of us.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, the matches today, you've already mentioned the array of different Pokemon that we've had featured. It's just going to get even better tomorrow. I'm really interested to see in the morning the day 2 statistics, what Pokemon are different from what we've seen today. But we can take a look and make sure that everyone at home lets us know what their thoughts are on the day. Of course, we can get in touch on all of our socials here on X. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram as well. Just make sure if you do get in touch with us this weekend, telling us what Pokemon you've liked seeing this weekend on the streams, what play you would like to see go further, that you use that hashtag play Pokemon.
And even get your screenshots in from the event itself. I mean, it's a great opportunity to be able to not only show off any artistic skills that you have by using the hashtag, but also a great moment to be able to share with friends and family. I think we've had an array of people that we've gone ahead and during my breaks I've spoken to, and everyone's just loving the resounding amount of people that have joined, and the absolutely hype going into this new regulation set F. And yeah, it's just going to be a pleasure to see how it's going to unfold in the next couple of events, let alone tomorrow's day 2.
Well, talking about other events, we can actually take a look at the EU regional calendar and what we have in store for us for the rest of this season, which is, like you say, Costa, very exciting. We are in Liverpool this weekend, of course. This is where we are. And the next event, not too long away, Charlie, is Dortmund.
Not too long away at all. Dortmund, of course, Knoxville coming up soon over in the NA region as well. So many more events to get involved in. Utrecht, in London for the European International Championships as well.
And of course, there is one more event that's not on this graphic. Bologna being revealed this weekend. We have another event in Italy that all of our trainers in the European region are going to be able to pit themselves up against each other just before the World Championships. If they haven't already been able to get that qualification to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, that is the final opportunity to be able to go ahead and get those last bits of championship points.
We're being a bit spoiled, I think, this season. When you look at that schedule, you think, oh, this is brilliant. Loads of events, loads to look forward to here in Europe. And then we get another event, like you say, added on just before the World Championships in Honolulu, which is very exciting. We also have to have a look at the Twitch schedule coming up this week for Pokemon, where you can catch up on some of the previous events. Obviously, coming up, we've got the recap of the Knoxville Regional Championships there, and you can also catch that Lucario movie, which is a real one you don't want to miss.
Oh, it's just one of my favorite ones, to be honest. There's so much Mew action I'm all about, and especially accompanied by Lucario too. It's just one of those things. And we saw, hopefully this isn't a spoiler, but there may be some Registeel action too. So we've seen it both today as well as potentially in that match.
I'm excited about those Ice-type Pokemon on Tuesday and Thursday. That is my favorite type of Pokemon. Getting to see that Vanillite in action. What if we see, or is that Vanillish, that one? What if we saw a Vanillish with an Eviolite here in Liverpool? Just throwing it out there.
It would definitely be a call for the event, but
also not available in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, a really good
really
call,
bold.
a real call.
So bold and cold.
Then you've got the Knoxville Regional Championships this weekend, or next weekend as well. That will mark the 4th Regional Championship broadcast in a row. No shortage of Pokemon action, and I'm so fascinated to see if we get another meta shift coming from Portland to Charlotte to Liverpool, then to Knoxville, to see how our trainers carry on adapting to the regulation set F.
Well, I think that was the big talking point coming into this event, right? The top of the show, we were interested to see what adaptations players were going to make off the back of those two US regionals. But then we have to look at that event and say, what are the adaptations that players are going to make off the back of this event? So it is going to be very exciting. But I know what Costa's going to be doing on Friday night, and it is going to be sitting down with a bowl of popcorn, enjoying and taking in some Lucario.
You know it.
Can I,
Sorry?
Can I join?
Oh, I mean, if you really want to.
Just invite myself around.
I guess. I just need to tell my partner. It's like we can get some pizza and whatnot.
Awkward. But we know what Costa's doing. We know what you should be doing tomorrow. I know what we'll be doing tomorrow. But the start time, more importantly, tomorrow for the stream here for our coverage. Day 2 for the Video Game Championships is going to be starting at 10 a.m. GMT. So if you're in a different time zone, just have a quick search, look at what that converts to where you are, and make sure you try and tune in because you don't want to miss the action. If you've caught up with everything today, of course, it's just going to get even more heated tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting. Oof. Of course, as well, you can watch all of the action on our YouTube channel. /Pokemon and over on Twitch as well. They're the places to tune in and watch all of the action.
Absolutely, there's so much action left to be, and as you say, the intensity of this tournament will increase ever further as we go into Day 2 Swiss tomorrow. That's going to take us down to the last 8 players remaining in the Liverpool Regional Championships, where we will be able to find out who will be crowned our champion this weekend.
Yeah, I think we've got a little bit of time for me to just ask a cheeky question to you. What is the one Pokemon you'd like to see win tomorrow? One Pokemon, just that would be it. Just one Pokemon you would like to see.
You kind of set him up. You knew it was
I forgot.
Easy as that. Haven't seen it on stream. I don't know if anyone's running a Kingdra this weekend. But,
not even here. You never know. There might be a stray Kingdra.
How some way?
I was counting on Boyd, to be honest, to run a Kingdra. I wouldn't
really let the team down.
Yeah, he really has. I'll be having words.
Yeah, I mean, it might still make the finals, right? We may have one available on the caster desk, so...
Well, exactly. Right? Yeah. I think that Kingdra is maybe a little softer than the Kingdra you'd hope to see in the regional championships.
A very strong Kingdra it should be. For me, it's going to be Porygon 2.
Oh, a man of my own heart.
Well, I mean, Lee, we've been playing a very long time, and Porygon 2 is one of the Pokemon that stood out over the years, stood the test of time. Trainers are figuring out how strong it is. Trainers like Alex Gomez and Eric Rios being able to pilot it this weekend, just showing why it's such a strong Pokemon. And I agree with you, Lee. That's my pick for this weekend.
It's the first time Ben's ever agreed with me on it.
It is, yeah.
That means I made a good
never
choice.
again. Mark this in your calendars, ladies and gentlemen.
I will be marking it in mine. This means I made a good choice for once.
Hello.
I've invited myself around for dinner. Now I need another favor. I need to know who Pokemon.
Gouging Fire. I think it's going to be Gouging Fire. We've seen it increase, especially today, much more often than what the previous events the past couple of weeks. And it's really primed to be in a spot that it might actually be taking over Roaring Moon's previous situation, but rather than having the speed control option, you've got that Howl option, which is really nice. You're not only boosting your own attack, you're boosting your partner Pokemon. We did actually see Jamie rock that with very good combination of that Assault Vest Chien-Pao. That in the end of the day, as long as it stays on the field, it's still always going to be doing stuff, whether it's Breaking Swipe, whether it's a Burning Bulwark, where you kind of force your opponent to be aware not to try to focus down on it. So it's a bit of a menace.
But Lee, what we all want to know is what's your pick for tomorrow?
It's got to be P2. Porygon 2 all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it home here in Liverpool.
If you had to choose something different from Ben?
Okay, Porygon 2. That's all we got time for tonight.
Porygon 3. Porygon 3.
Porygon 3. Thank you for asking, though, Charlie.
Hey, you're welcome.
It. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been a fantastic show. Big thank you to all of the casters here for all of their work, everyone backstage, but we're only halfway through the show. Make sure you do tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. We will be kicking off. Thank you to all our players, the staff, everyone involved, but we will be back for more action tomorrow. See you then.